Billions of individuals traverse into the realm of the lords, embarking upon the journey to become sovereigns. Only through diligent cultivation of their territories, plundering resources, and establishing formidable kingdoms can they ascend to the grand stage of the myriad races when the era of lordly competition dawns. Having just crossed over, the weakest of all legions, the ant clan, awakened within Mo Fei. With a lamentation, he uttered, "Alas, I am doomed." At that moment, the lordly talent manifested itself. You have awakened the SSS-level unique talent, infinite devouring evolution. Recognizing the frailty of his troops, Mo Fei resolved to bide his time and nurture his forces. Fountain of life devouring. Your ant clan's lifespan and vitality are significantly enhanced, evolving into the undying ant clan. Devouring dark mist. Your ant clan gains the ability to conjure dark mist, which can shroud all perception. Devouring sacred crystals. Your ant clan evolves into the holy crystal ant clan, impervious to attacks from beings below the sacred tier. Devouring titans. Your ant clan acquires the ability to enlarge in size, evolving into the giant ant clan. On that fateful day, the era of lordly competition commenced, and all lords revealed themselves. Towering giant ants, comparable to titans, emerged before the lords. As the sky-darkening flying ants unleashed torrents of frost breath and streams of molten lava, overwhelming dozens of imperial tier dragons, every lord stood in stunned silence. Spitting lava and frost breath, and you dare call this an ant clan? You deem this a worthless troop? Above the myriad ants, Mo Fei sat upon his throne, surveying the world with an air of authority. Chapter 1. There exists no weaker troop than the ant clan. I am doomed. Alas, I am doomed. Gazing at the troop that had manifested before him, Mo Fei's eyes rolled back, nearly losing consciousness. Moments ago, he had traversed into a world of lordly competition. In this realm, all transmigrators become lords, awakening their own legions and lordly talents. They develop their territories, competing against both native forces and other lords in a grand contest of races. Upon crossing over, every lord is granted a singular opportunity to awaken their troop and lordly talent. Once awakened, the troop cannot be swapped, although upgrades to troop buildings can enhance their tier and production speed. The same applies to lordly talents once manifested. They cannot be altered or advanced, though they can be strengthened through talent stones. Through the voice echoing in his mind, Mo Fei grasped the basic tenets of this world. With renewed confidence, he awakened his troop. Who could have anticipated? Alas, I am doomed. Staring at the troop he had awakened, Mo Fei felt faint. Before him hovered a representation of an ant, slightly larger than an ordinary one, slowly rotating as if to showcase its inherent frailty. Troop, Ant Clan. Final growth tier, 0 tier. From this moment forth, you are officially a lord. The voice in his mind resonated, leaving Mo Fei in a state of shock. Why, despite his striking appearance, had he awakened the most abysmal troop in the lordly realm? In this world, lords can awaken any number of troops: militia, musketeers, dwarf warriors, goblins, earth knights, elves, necromancers, dragons, behemoths. The tiers of troops are classified into 15 levels, ranging from the first tier to king tier, emperor tier, sacred tier, and demigod tier. Different troops have varying final growth tiers. However, newly summoned troops generally start at a low tier. Through monster slaying, they can ascend to their final growth tier. Yet Mo Fei had awakened the most rudimentary troop, the Ant Clan. There exists no lower tier, final growth tier, 0 tier. This signified that even in its perfected form, Mo Fei's Ant Clan would remain at 0 tier. Not even a first tier. For other lords, monster slaying serves as the sole means to acquire energy points, enhancing their strength and troop levels. But for Mo Fei, it was irrelevant. His troop, the Ant Clan, was a 0 tier troop. 0 tier was already the pinnacle of its existence. Monster slaying would not yield any level ups. Furthermore, Mo Fei had ample reason to suspect that his troop would be incapable of defeating any wild creatures. They could only be slaughtered by them. The 6 glaring red words, final growth tier, 0 tier, felt like a dagger piercing deep into Mo Fei's heart, inflicting excruciating pain. Why must it be the Ant Clan? Awakening a militia, a goblin, anything would have been 100 times better. Militia and goblins, though low tier, could still chop wood and mine. Awakening an ant, what purpose does that serve? Is it merely to leave him idle, a plaything to step upon? Given such diminutive stature, one step from him would likely crush dozens. Before Mo Fei could voice his lament, the voice in his mind continued. Lord Mo Fei, you have awakened your troop and been granted a parcel of initial village territory. From this moment, your novice protection period lasts for 7 days. During the novice protection period, your territory is in an invulnerable state. Please seize this 7-day window to plunder all resources and expand your territory. After 7 days, the novice protection period will conclude, and you shall officially enter the lordly continent, engaging in competition against other lords and local forces. Now, please name your territory. Trash troop. Mo Fei cursed with exasperation. Competing? Competing against what? With a swarm of ants, he could only charge headfirst in a battle. Once the novice protection period ends, his 7 days of respite would be over. Doomed. Territory name, Trash Troop. Please confirm. Still reeling from the immense blow dealt by the ant clan, Mo Fei thoughtlessly replied, confirm. After all, once the 7-day novice protection period concluded, he would likely be the first lord to be annihilated. Thus, the name of his territory mattered little. Territory naming completed, Trash Troop. Lord Mo Fei, please continue to follow the guidance to awaken your lordly talent. The voice in his mind instructed. A door shimmering with a soft light appeared before Mo Fei. Following the instructions, he reached into the luminous portal to extract his lordly talent. In the next moment, a ball of multicolored light expanded, enveloping him entirely. Just as Mo Fei wore a bewildered expression, the voice echoed once more. Lord Mo Fei, you have drawn the SSS level talent. Infinite Devouring Evolution. SSS level talent. Infinite Devouring Evolution. Mo Fei's pupils dilated with astonishment. He hastily summoned his lordly panel. Territory name, Trash Troop. Lord Mo Fei. Strength, 0 tier. Territory tier, Primary Village. Territory buildings, Lord's Cabin, Warehouse, Fountain of Life. Ant Clan Barracks, Heart of the Lord. Territory Troop, Ant Clan. Lordly Talent, Infinite Devouring Evolution. Unique. Mo Fei scrutinized his lordly talent. Lordly Talent, Infinite Devouring Evolution. Unique. Tier, SSS level. All things can be devoured, infinitely evolving. The key lies in its SSS level status. Unique. Initially, Mo Fei had believed himself doomed. However, upon seeing those 4 shimmering SS, he felt a sudden rush of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. He recalled the initial introduction regarding lordly talents when he first crossed into this world that in the realm of lords, the talents of a lord are categorized into the esteemed levels of SSS. Yet, to his astonishment, he had awakened a talent surpassing even the SSS Tyrant Extraordinary SSSS level. This revelation left Mo Fei utterly astounded. SSSS level 1 of a kind. Mo Fei was acutely aware of the implications this carried. It signified that he had awakened the highest-ranking lordly talent within the entire dominion of lords. Among all the transmigrated lords, he alone possessed this unparalleled talent of infinite devouring evolution at the 4S level. He was the singular exception, even in the absence of a detailed description regarding the talent of infinite devouring evolution. Merely the phrase itself, coupled with the radiant 4 S's shimmering in a spectrum of colors, conveyed to Mo Fei that this talent was immensely formidable. Although his army comprised the ant species, the potential of infinite devouring evolution rendered anything possible. Perhaps, a legion of diminutive ants could ultimately evolve to rival the might of a sanctified dragon or even stand shoulder to shoulder with demigods. Chapter 2. The Lord's World, the Unique Grade Talent. After retracting the Lord panel, Mo Fei swiftly quelled the excitement bubbling within him. Comparable to a holy tier dragon and on par with demigods, these notions were merely figments of his imagination at present. If he could not even survive the 7-day novice protection period, all would be in vain. At that moment, distant roars of unknown beasts echoed outside, underscoring the perils lurking throughout this lordly realm. Should the 7 days pass without his ant troops acquiring the strength to defend their territory, the inevitable fate awaiting him would be the destruction of the heart of his domain and his own demise. Contemplating this, Mo Fei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Were he to rely solely on the ant species, he might well resign himself to a passive end. However, now he possessed the singular grade talent unique to the entire lordly world. If he did not strive to harness this gift, he would be remiss in his duties as a lord. Casting a glance around the wooden cottage, he noticed a floating diamond-shaped crystal. Concurrently, a panel emerged from the crystal, materializing before Mo Fei. Lord's Heart. Grade, 0. Life, 500. Defense, 0. Description. The Lord's Heart is the core of every lord's domain. Once the Lord's Heart is destroyed, all structures within the Lord's territory, including troops, shall be obliterated. The Lord must exercise utmost caution in its protection. Aside from the Lord's Heart, the cottage contained merely a table, a chair, and a bed. Stepping outside, Mo Fei beheld his domain nestled within a dense tropical rainforest, shrouded in a light mist. The territory was rather small. Apart from his cottage, there were 2 additional wooden structures on either side. A brief glance revealed their designations as warehouse, prompting him to forego any intent of entry. Before him lay an expanse equivalent to 2 basketball courts, brimming with lush green grass that exuded a vibrant vitality. In the clearing stood a structure emitting a gentle glow, resembling a mound of earth. alongside a circular pool styled like a fountain. Water cascaded from the fountain above, filling the pool with a shimmering aquamarine hue. Strangely, regardless of the amount of water pouring forth, the pool remained perpetually close to overflowing, never spilling over. Mo-Fei's gaze shifted to the luminous structure. Building, Ant Barracks. Grade, 0. Description, the Lord's Troop Production Building, currently at 0 grade, capable of producing worker ants, with a probability of advanced troop emergence at 0. Production rate, 1,000 per minute. 1,000 ants produced each minute? Mo-Fei was momentarily taken aback, calculating that, over a 24-hour period, a single barack could yield over 1 million ants. This figure appeared formidable at first glance. Yet the thought of the ant species' nearly negligible combat prowess caused a twinge of frustration within him. Do not speak of producing a mere 1 million ants in a day. Even a staggering 1 billion pales in comparison to the singular dragon birthed in the same span. It is time to commence the creation of my troops. Mo-Fei promptly issued the production directive for the barracks. Though the situation was dire, he had resolved to fight back. Every fleeting moment was of utmost significance to him. The instant he discovered the ant colony barracks, he acted without hesitation, commanding the production forthwith. Within a mere minute, 1,000 ants emerged from the earthen structure of the barracks. 1,000 ants may seem a formidable number, yet in reality, they occupied an area scarcely larger than a square meter. With a thought, Mo-Fei summoned all the ants to converge around him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that each ant was more than twice the size of an ordinary ant. Nevertheless, even so, it took nearly 2 of them to equal the size of his little finger. At that moment, Mo-Fei was hesitant to move, fearful that a careless step would result in the untimely demise of his own troops. Should he inadvertently crush them, he would undoubtedly be the first lord in the realm to accidentally slay his own forces. As these ants swarmed about his feet, their tiny antennae swaying, an alert echoed in Mo-Fei's mind. Your troop, the ant clan, has absorbed your essence, establishing a closer bond with you, enabling better command over them. Moreover, having been imbued with the essence of their lord, their loyalty has significantly increased. Loyalty has ascended to absolute loyalty. Mo-Fei gazed in astonishment at the ants surrounding him. A notification window materialized before him. Troop type, worker ant. Rank, 0 rank. Final growth rank, 0 rank. Carrying capacity, 0,001 units. Loyalty, absolute loyalty. Absolute loyalty will never betray their lord under any circumstances. This, Mo-Fei was taken aback. These ants could even absorb his essence. It is well known that essence is akin to air, something that the average person would scarcely notice. Yet, his ant clan not only recognized it, but could also consume it, elevating their loyalty to absolute loyalty. This was indeed noteworthy. Upon his arrival in this world, he had received briefings indicating that troop loyalty was classified into 4 tiers: low loyalty, general loyalty, fanatical loyalty, and absolute loyalty. Although Mo-Fei had only skimmed through this information, he was aware that absolute loyalty represented the pinnacle of troop allegiance. Most lords find their newly summoned troops possessing only general loyalty upon creation. Achieving absolute loyalty typically necessitates extensive nurturing and close interaction over time. Yet now the ant clan, having absorbed his essence, had directly ascended to the highest tier of loyalty, absolute loyalty. Was this the terrifying aspect of innate talent? With a mere thought, he contemplated further. Mo-Fei crouched down and extended his finger toward the ground. He then commanded an ant to ascend his finger. Among the multitude of ants, one emerged, climbing up to the palm of Mo-Fei's hand. As he lifted his palm, the ant came to a halt in the center, its 2 antennae gently swaying. Mo-Fei then issued a command for it to spin in place. Remarkably, the ant began to twirl in his palm, a stark contrast to its previous clumsiness. This revelation caused Mo-Fei's eyes to brighten, and a hint of excitement flickered across his face. In Chapter 3, the ability to even absorb breath? My ant tribe is no less formidable than higher-tier soldiers. It is essential to understand that in the realm of lords, soldier types are categorized by rank, which also correlates with their intelligence. Higher-tier soldiers, in theory, possess greater wisdom. Some humanoid soldier types, such as dwarves, militia, and musketeers, although not of high rank, exhibit a degree of intelligence that allows them to converse with their lord, facilitating normal exchanges. One must not underestimate the communication between soldiers and their lord. Through dialogue, the soldiers under a lord's command can comprehend his intentions, thereby executing each order with greater efficacy. Likewise, through communication, soldiers can relay vital information gathered during reconnaissance, assisting their lord in making informed decisions. Originally, as a mere 0-tier ant tribe, they lacked considerable intelligence. The ants, newly spawned from their barracks, stumbled their way to Mo-Fei, swaying and sniffing about. He could discern that their cognitive abilities were rather limited. Thus, he had harbored concerns about whether these less intelligent ants could comprehend his commands. If they were unable to understand his directives, the prospect of execution was futile, and relying on them to relay information from outside the territory seemed an unattainable dream. However, now Mo-Fei realized that after absorbing his essence, the ant in his palm appeared to have gained some intelligence, executing his command flawlessly. Was this an indication that the bond between the ant tribe and himself had grown stronger? Contemplating this, Mo Fei issued the spinning command to several other ants. And upon witnessing their perfect execution, he was at last convinced that after consuming his essence, his ants could understand and carry out his commands like other higher-tier intelligent soldiers. This discovery filled Mo Fei with excitement. As a newly transcended lord, many were oblivious to the environment, species, resources, and potential dangers surrounding their territory. Except for the fortunate few who awakened higher-tier soldiers from the outset, capable of disregarding the perils nearby, the 7-day novice protection period loomed ahead. Indeed, this period serves as a time for most novice lords to familiarize themselves with the surrounding conditions of their territory. Only by comprehending the environment can a lord effectively devise strategies for the development of their domain. For instance, one must avoid formidable wild creatures that pose a significant threat while seeking a safe route to gather desired resources. Alternatively, one may choose to evade unknown dangers and target weaker beasts for training purposes. The troops under a lord's command are, in essence, the eyes that perceive the world beyond the territory and the hands and feet that procure resources. To truly grasp the external world, a lord must level up and gather resources, which is impossible without troops. Therefore, possessing a battalion that can comprehend and flawlessly execute one's commands is akin to having clear sight and robust limbs. This is what truly concerns Mo Fei. Evidently, despite his ant tribe being exceedingly weak, merely a zero-tier troop, their recent performance suggested that they could understand the orders of their lord, much like more intelligent higher-tier troops. From this perspective, they are already qualified to serve as his eyes and hands. We are prepared and ready for battle, they communicated. Please assign us tasks. What astonished Mo Fei further was the vague message conveyed by the 1,000 ants, which had suddenly arranged themselves into a neat formation at his feet. They raised their upper limbs and opened their mandibles, exuding an indomitable courage. Witnessing this scene, Mo Fei's expression softened. Very well. However, do not rush. You are still too weak and insufficient in numbers. Mere bravery will not suffice to conquer our foes. Afterward, Mo Fei began to contemplate how to advance the development of his territory. Not all lords can dispatch troops to slay wild monsters outside their domain on the very first day of their novice period. There exist numerous ways to develop a territory. Besides defeating external monsters to level up their troops, lords can also enhance their territory level and acquire necessary supplies through the collection of external resources. Given that his ant tribe is a zero-tier troop, they cannot level up by slaying monsters, nor would such feeble beings be able to defeat any wild creatures. Thus, Mo Fei dismissed the notion of engaging in combat with external beasts. If slaying monsters is off the table, the only option left is to gather resources to develop his territory, which is precisely Mo Fei's intention. After all, although his ant tribe is weak, their production rate is remarkably swift. In a single day, they can produce over 1 million ants. 1 million ants can efficiently gather resources in a timely manner. Presently, his ant soldiers are already in production. Mo Fei remains patient, waiting for their numbers to increase before issuing unified commands. When he summoned the Lord's panel once more, he noticed a yellow exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the screen. This should be the platform for communication and resource exchange among lords. As introduced earlier in the world overview, upon clicking the yellow exclamation mark, a menu appeared before Mo Fei. World Exchange Channel, Regional Exchange Channel, Friend Exchange Channel, Spatial Trading Channel. At that moment, both the Friend Exchange Channel and Spatial Trading Channel were devoid of any content. Meanwhile, the World Exchange Channel and Regional Exchange Channel were pulsating with a bright yellow glow. Mo Fei noticed that the Regional Exchange Channel displayed a name, Misty Forest. It appeared to be the name of the forest that constituted his current territory. Among these channels, the World Exchange Channel flickered with the most rapid frequency. Mo Fei opened the World Exchange Channel, eager to discover what other newly arrived lords were discussing, wondering if any of them shared his plight of awakening a low-tier army type. Chapter 4. Is level talent the ceiling? What should I say about my level talent? In the World Exchange Channel, many novice lords were engaged in conversation. Hello, are we all newcomers? I just passed out after a plane crash. And when I woke up, I found myself here. Where's this? Could it be another world? Did I actually die? The person above, that's hilarious. Haha, have you all awakened your army types and lord talents? I awakened the Earth Knight army type, starting as a tier 2 soldier, ultimately capable of advancing to the royal tier. With innate skills like Night Charge and Night Stomp, I can unlock even more formidable talents after leveling up. I'm off to train my Earth Knights. A royal tier knight, how enviable. I awakened the Goblin army type, only reaching tier 4 in adulthood, and my barracks produce 0-tier soldiers. Aside from mining, it seems I can do nothing else. My lord talent is Rage level 1, and I don't even know what it does. To the person above, let us be friends. Here's a suggestion. You could mine using your Rage talent. Who could possibly outmine you? In no time, you'll be the Ore Tycoon. I can trade you food for resources. I awakened the Two-Headed Lizard army type, which can grow to tier 7, but the barracks can only produce 5 a day, which is simply too few. I am Linfoam, and I awakened the Berserk War Elephant army type, which can ultimately grow to the sacred tier. My Lord talent is level 1, amplifying all buildings in the territory by 20-fold, allowing me to recruit 60 berserk war elephants daily. Wow, Linfone, you're amazing. Linfone, please take me along. Please add me as a friend. I can be your loyal follower. Wow, a level 1 Lord talent. Linfone, you must be the first to awaken such a talent. Please let us form an alliance. Worship the Great One. As this newcomer lord named Linfone made his entrance, the exchange channel was instantly flooded with messages. Mo Fei, upon witnessing this, instinctively glanced at his lord panel and shook his head slightly. The talent of a lord at this level serves as the pinnacle for novice rulers, does it not? Yet, how should one articulate their own awakened talents? Observing the fervent exchanges among fellow novice lords as they enthusiastically introduced their respective troops and talents, Mo Fei resolved not to disclose the nature of his own awakened talent, the boundless, devouring evolution. Retaining such knowledge is what constitutes a trump card. Revealing it diminishes its value. Furthermore, Mo Fei was convinced that within this realm of lordly competition, he was not the sole fortunate and astute individual. There surely existed other lords with awakened talents of a higher echelon, beyond even Linfone, though they chose to remain silent in the World Communication Channel. After perusing the discussions in the World Communication Channel for a while, Mo Fei found little of substantive value regarding the lordly domain. Many participants, much like himself, had abruptly crossed over into this new existence, caught in a state of bewilderment. Some lords, akin to Linfone, had awakened higher-tier troops or formidable talents and reveled in their triumphs on the channel, while others lamented their low-tier troops and meager talents with a sense of despair. Mo Fei subsequently closed the communication channel. At this moment, he needed to contemplate how to develop his awakened talent of boundless devouring evolution, thereby enhancing the strength of his ant troops. His objective was to expand his territory as robustly as possible within the 7-day novice protection period to avert elimination once it concluded. Although he had resolved to develop his territory through resource gathering, his zero-tier ant troops were still excessively feeble. With a sigh, Mo Fei wore a troubled expression. Venturing beyond his territory, even for resource gathering, would inevitably expose him to various dangers. Given the current strength of his ant troops, encountering any peril would likely result in injuries. Fortunately, in comparison to other lords, his ant population was substantial, as long as he could gather resources. Some losses would be bearable. Other lords, with their limited troop production, would suffer significant setbacks with each loss they incurred. However, even disregarding the losses during resource collection, each ant could carry merely 0.0001 units, which felt rather insufficient in terms of efficiency. Mo Fei calculated that even if he could produce over 1 million ants in a single day, sending that many out at once would still make for a conspicuous target. Should he attract the attention of any beasts that fancied ants, such as pangolins or similar monsters, the repercussions could be dire. Gazing at the ants beneath him and then at the dense forest shrouded in a thin mist beyond the protective barrier of his territory, Mo Fei pondered. This was the misty forest, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, teeming with lush vegetation. It undoubtedly harbored abundant resources, yet it also concealed numerous wild creatures. To gather resources, one must devise a strategy to minimize the losses of my ant troops. Soon, Mo Fei reached a resolution in his mind. Prior to resource collection, he could dispatch a small contingent of ants, dispersing them throughout the territory and around resource sites to ascertain the surrounding conditions and establish watch posts. Thus, should any wild creatures pass by or other dangers arise, the stationed ants would be able to issue early warnings. Through the connection with the ant tribe, he could then command the ants engaged in resource gathering and transportation to abandon their tasks, scatter, and conceal themselves. This would effectively mitigate troop losses. The first day would prove to be the most arduous. However, once it was surmounted, with the barracks producing 1,000 ants per minute, his army would only grow stronger. The pace of resource collection would accelerate in the following days, resulting in an abundant supply for the territory. With this thought, Mo Fei's resource gathering plan gradually took shape. His only concern was the distance of communication with the ant army. He pondered the maximum range of their connection. Surely, it could not be limited to mere dozens of meters? If that were the case, they would hardly gather any resources. No matter. He resolved to test the limits of his connection with the ant troops shortly and adjust his plan if necessary. Chapter 5. 100,000 Ants, Unwavering Loyalty. The unique reward of the world, tiered talent. The collection plan was finalized. Given the current limited number of ants, Mo Fei decided to wait until their numbers grew before gathering them to absorb his essence, thereby strengthening their connection. Following that, he would disperse them again to ascertain the conditions surrounding the territory. Next, he contemplated how to develop his lordly talents. How could he best enhance his tiered lordly gift? His gaze fell upon the fountain in the center of the grassy field, and his eyes glimmered with intrigue. Territory building. Fountain of life. Tier, 0 tier. Defense. Indestructible. Water reservoir, 1,000 units. Restores 1 unit of water every 10 minutes. Description. Every lord's territory contains a fountain of life, a divine gift. This fountain is a source of vitality that can heal both the lord and the troops under his command. depending on the severity of the injuries. Varying amounts of water are consumed. Moreover, it not only heals wounds, but also alleviates fatigue. Upgrading the Fountain of Life would not only increase its water capacity, but also enhance the speed of water restoration and improve the healing effects. Therefore, lords are encouraged to develop and strengthen their territories as much as possible. Raising the territory's tier is essential for upgrading the buildings within it. At that moment, gazing at the circular pool storing the Fountain of Life on the grass, Mo felt a stir of inspiration within him. In the realm of his own ant species, capable of consuming even his own essence, he pondered whether it could also devour the Fountain of Life. Would this act empower his ant tribe? At this moment, the reserves of the Fountain of Life brimmed with abundance, 1,000 units. Meanwhile, Mo awaited the production of more ants from the barracks. He felt that this period of waiting should not be squandered. With the reserves of the fountain fully stocked, neglecting them would be akin to waste. After all, the spring would replenish itself. Given the feebleness of his ant species, they could consume only a modest portion of the fountain's essence. Yet, should they evolve through this consumption, it would be an immense gain. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mo turned to gaze upon his ant barracks, only to realize that considerable time had elapsed during his contemplation. Before the barracks, a multitude of ants had been silently produced. He hastily summoned the newly formed 100,000 ants, instructing them to consume his essence and forge a connection with him. Presently, Mo was at the initial stage of power. The essence he emitted resembled that of an ordinary person. The ants could only consume it from a close distance. Once his strength ascended, this complexity would be unnecessary. He would then be able to disperse his essence across his territory, allowing the ants to establish a connection upon their emergence. Your ant species has consumed your essence, establishing a profound connection with you, enabling better command over them. Moreover, due to their interaction with your essence as the lord of the territory, their loyalty towards you has significantly increased. Your ant species' loyalty has advanced to absolute loyalty. They shall never betray you. The familiar notification chimed in. Just as the 100,000 ants silently absorbed Mo's essence, a new announcement resonated within his mind. Congratulations, Mo, Lord of the Domain of Inferior Species. You have elevated the loyalty of your 100,000 troops to the highest echelon of absolute loyalty. You are the only lord among all in the realm of Dominion to achieve this, and you accomplished it in a mere 2 hours. You have received the unique reward of the Lord of Dominion World. Reward, Lord Talent, Level Mind Network. The world reward rules have been activated in advance. As the first to achieve the elevation of loyalty for 100,000 troops to absolute loyalty and to unlock the world reward rules, your name, Lord Mo, shall be proclaimed to all lords in the realm of Dominion. Upon hearing the sudden notification echoing in his mind, Mo was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. His intention behind having the ant army consume his essence was merely to deepen their connection for better command. How had he unexpectedly achieved the feat of elevating the loyalty of 100,000 troops to the highest level? Is he truly the only lord in the entire realm to achieve this remarkable feat so swiftly? Moreover, he has unlocked the world reward rules in advance. What is happening? Mo could hardly comprehend the situation. However, upon hearing about the world rewards, and especially the unique reward within the lord competition realm, a radiant smile illuminated his face. This mind web, he pondered, what kind of talent could it possibly be? Yet, given that it is a unique tier talent and a singular reward, it surely must possess significant merit. Of course, in terms of rank, it might still fall slightly short compared to his own tier talent of infinite devouring evolution. Just as the notification echoed in his mind, a tricolor light suddenly descended, enveloping Mo within its embrace. When the tricolor light dissipated, a new Lord Talent appeared on Mo's character panel. Lord Talent, Unique Mind Web. Tier, Unique. Description, in the Lord Competition realm, the only unique tier talent, granting absolute loyalty to all 10,000 troops under the Lord's command, achieving the highest level of unwavering fidelity. The first to accomplish this feat shall receive this skill as a reward. Only in this manner can they maintain absolute loyalty towards you, never to betray. This is the finest reward bestowed upon the Lord who cherishes their troops the most in the realm. Talent description, this is a wondrous web, existing between reality and illusion, spanning past and future. The Mind Web intricately connects you with all the troops under your command. With the Mind Web, you can issue commands to all your troops who have attained absolute loyalty at any moment, regardless of the distance. As long as you call upon them, they will respond. You need not be present. Everything they see and feel, you, in your territory, can perceive as well. Chapter 6. Jealousy transforms my countenance. He has already surpassed us by too great a margin. Upon reading the description of the Mind Web, Mo was left utterly astonished. At that moment, he was engulfed in profound shock. This is the Mind Web, a unique tier Lord talent. No matter the distance between the Lord and their troops, commands can be issued at any time and from anywhere. Moreover, everything the troops see and sense can be perceived by the Lord. With this skill, does it not imply that he could command his troops remotely based on the circumstances they encounter, even without stepping outside his territory? Good gracious. This Lord Talent is nothing short of extraordinary. What astonishes Mo Fei the most is that he has inexplicably acquired such an astounding unique tier Lord Talent, the singular reward from the Lord competition realm, without the slightest effort. The happiness arrived so suddenly. He was entirely unprepared. Initially, Mo Fei had been concerned that when he dispatched his ant army to gather resources, the connection between himself and the ant army might be severed due to the vast distance. However, now, he need not worry about this matter at all. By merely dispersing a small contingent of his ant tribe in advance and concealing them near the resources, he would be able to observe all occurrences in the vicinity through the perspective of his ants. Should any danger arise, he could immediately command his ant army to evade the threat. Although it was merely a tiered talent, the functionality of this psychic web was nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even his own infinite devouring evolution talent. It was, in essence, a divine gift. The Lord of the Trash Troop Territory, Mo Fei. Your territory's name is about to be announced to the entire world. May I inquire if you wish to conceal the Lord's name? At this moment, a notification echoed in Mo Fei's mind. Trash Troop? Mo Fei was taken aback. Had he indeed named his territory Trash Troop? Well, it seemed so. A flush of embarrassment washed over him. He had never anticipated awakening a tiered Lord Talent, let alone having his territory's name reverberate throughout the lordly realm merely 2 hours after his arrival. However, once the territory name was determined, it could not be altered. How hasty. Is it possible to conceal the territory name? Mo Fei inquired. The world responded. No. Mo Fei sighed. Very well, let us conceal the Lord's name, he mused. He had no desire for ostentation. After all, he had awakened the singular tier talent in the lordly realm, while his troop comprised the weakest kind found therein, the ants. Until his ant tribe evolved and matured, maintaining a low profile and developing stealthily was the wisest course of action. Should he attract undue attention, others might discover that his forces were merely the most feeble of ants, placing his territory in grave peril. Mo Fei would not underestimate the goodwill of others, but neither would he disregard their potential malice. A common man has no sin, yet bears the guilt of possessing treasure, especially in a foreign world such as the lordly realm, which encouraged all lords to vie against one another. Here, order was a mere illusion. The only true order rested upon the might of one's territory. Even powerful lords could find themselves besieged by others should they draw attention. How much more perilous was it for one such as himself? Meanwhile, above the World Communication Channel and Regional Communication Channel, a banner shimmering with tricolored brilliance floated by. A notification resonated within the minds of all players. Attention to all lords in the lordly realm. The Lord of the Trash Troop Territory, concealed, has achieved the first accomplishment in the lordly realm. With a total of 100,000 troops attaining maximum loyalty, absolute loyalty. Reward. The unique tier Lord Talent of the lordly realm, the psychic web. The world reward rules are now activated. The announcement will scroll on the World Communication Channel and Regional Communication Channel for 1 hour. At the conclusion of the announcement, the rules for the first reward at the end of the novice period in the lordly realm will be revealed. Since entering the realm of the Lord, the World Communication Channel has been incessantly active. At this moment, a brief silence descended. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, an onslaught of messages surged forth like a tidal wave upon the World Communication Channel. No way. Is this for real? Has someone already achieved the first accomplishment in the Lord's world? What is this accomplishment in the Lord's world? Why was it not mentioned before? What am I witnessing? Good heavens, it's a talent, and a unique one at that. Even the formidable Lin Feng merely awakened a tier talent. Yet now, someone has obtained a world reward of a tier Lord talent. That S2 tier surpassing Lin Feng. What dazzling tricolor radiance. A tier talent. Could this be the highest ranked talent in the Lord's world thus far? Oh my, I am dying to know which esteemed individual possesses such terrifying prowess. We have only just entered the Lord's world. I am still familiarizing myself with the territory and my own troops. Yet this person has already accomplished a world achievement and received rewards. Alas, the esteemed individual is too low-key, concealing their name. Oh heavens! How I long to cling tightly to the esteemed one's leg. I would be willing to be a mere ornament. My talent is only tier. To the person above, what are you even thinking? With a tier talent like yours, you'd be a burden as a subordinate. That is not quite fair. My troops are a myriad of little dwarfs. I could mine for the esteemed one. They are so formidable. They only need to focus on leveling up while I collect resources. If the esteemed one sees this, please add me as a friend. The jealousy is making me turn green with envy. It's utterly disfiguring. Others awaken their own talents. Why does this hidden esteemed individual receive a reward of a tier Lord talent for achieving this accomplishment? It suggests that at the very start of the game, this hidden figure possessed 2 Lord talents. They are already so far ahead of us. Chapter 7. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. One day to produce 1 million troops? At this moment, the World Communication Channel witnessed even those who had awakened tier talents at the beginning, as well as those with tier talents, rising to join the conversation. Even those who had entered the Lord's world and diligently focused on leveling up their troops paused to observe the information on the World Communication Channel. In comparison to the identity of this hidden esteemed individual, I am actually more curious about how they accomplished this feat. Indeed, it is chilling to consider. The prerequisite for this accomplishment is to possess 100,000 troops, with their loyalty elevated to the utmost tier of absolute loyalty. It has only been 2 hours since entering the Lord's world. How could they possibly have 100,000 troops? Did they exploit a loophole in the Lord's world, or something? Perhaps it is not a world loophole. The territory name is Garbage Troops. It's possible they awakened troops of a lower tier? That seems somewhat plausible, but isn't that a bit far-fetched? What type of troops can amass a staggering 100,000 within a mere 2 hours? Moreover, how could their loyalty be elevated to absolute fidelity? Goblins, slimes, or swamp monsters? I can unequivocally assert that if we are talking about slimes, it is utterly impossible, for the awakened troop I command is indeed slimes. The perfected form of slimes can only reach the second tier, with a production speed of 1 every minute. In 2 hours, I have managed to produce merely 120. A mere 120? How scant. However, if not slimes, what could be the nature of his troops? The opposing force boasts 100,000. Could his troops possibly be of an inferior caliber compared to slimes? That seems implausible. Rather than pondering the type of troops he has awakened, I am more intrigued by how he managed to elevate their loyalty to absolute fidelity. Troop loyalty is categorized into 4 grades: low loyalty, general loyalty, fervent loyalty, and absolute loyalty. My troops, freshly recruited, possess only general loyalty. That is not merely a singular troop. It is a staggering 100,000. How did he manage to elevate their loyalty to absolute fidelity within just 2 hours? Absurd. Disturbing. This is truly beyond comprehension. Upon entering the realm of lords, a notification introduced all concerning troop information. Firstly, the diversity of troop types is vast. Lords may awaken any conceivable troop. Secondly, there is the matter of troop loyalty. Every troop possesses a loyalty rating. Should this rating fall too low, insurrections or desertions may ensue. Thus, mastering the management of troop loyalty is an essential lesson for every lord in this world. However, the guidance on cultivating troop loyalty is not provided. It remains solely for the lords to explore independently. Lords are aware that troop loyalty is divided into 4 tiers: low loyalty, general loyalty, fervent loyalty, and absolute loyalty, corresponding to loyalty values of 0 to 100. Low loyalty is defined as a loyalty value below 60. Troops with such loyalty may exhibit frustration and execute commands with reluctance. In the face of significant upheaval, their loyalty may plummet, leading to desertion. General loyalty ranges from 60 to 80, which is the typical state upon initial recruitment. Troops in this state will follow the Lord's commands, but may experience a decline in loyalty when faced with perilous situations or extreme fatigue and hunger. Fervent loyalty spans from 80 to 100. Troops with this level of loyalty will execute the Lord's commands without hesitation, even in dangerous conditions. But achieving this requires a period of cultivation. Absolute loyalty, however, is characterized by the absence of a loyalty value. For once attained, they shall never betray their Lord. They will exert their utmost to safeguard the domain and the Lord. Every action they undertake is solely for the advancement of their Lord and territory. Even if the Lord commands them to lay down their lives, they would execute the order without hesitation. This is the unwavering loyalty that every Lord yearns for their subordinates to achieve. However, no one anticipated that merely 2 hours into entering the Lord's realm, someone had cultivated the loyalty of their troops to absolute fidelity. This is utterly astonishing. Yet, this is not the pinnacle of absurdity. The most extraordinary aspect is that he did not stop at nurturing the loyalty of just one troop to absolute fidelity. Rather, he has elevated the loyalty of all 100,000 of his troops to absolute loyalty. Preposterous. Is this truly a normal lord? He must have exploited some loophole in the Lord's world. No ordinary lord could produce 100,000 troops in just 2 hours. Even Lin Feng, who awakened a top-tier talent and enhanced his territory, could only produce 60 rampaging war elephants in a day. What gives him the right to produce 100,000 troops in 2 hours? To those above, it's not just 100,000 troops. If he can produce 100,000 in 2 hours, imagine how many he could produce in a full day of 24 hours. At this moment, as many lords voiced their inquiries, a multitude of newly arrived lords also sensed something amiss. When this lord's statement was uttered, several lords stood dumbfounded on the spot. 100,000 troops produced in 2 hours. In a full day of 24 hours, could he not produce over 1,000,000 troops? Gasp! Many took a sharp intake of breath. 1,000,000 troops, what does that even signify? Even if they were granted a month to develop their territory, it is likely they would not be able to produce 1,000,000 troops. Chapter 8. Do not panic, they are inferior troops. There is no need for everyone to be overly astonished, just as many were stunned by the prospect of 1,000,000 troops. A message appeared in the World Communication Channel. Do not forget the rules announced upon entering the Lord's world. The stronger the troop, the longer the production cycle. For instance, my awakened troop is the Frost Dragon, capable of growing to the Saint tier, yet in one day, I can only produce 2 initial tier Frost Dragons. Conversely, the weaker the troop, the shorter the production cycle. In other words, producing 100,000 troops in 2 hours indicates that his troops must be exceedingly weak. lacking any significant growth potential, thus allowing for such a vast production. Once this message was released, many lords nodded in agreement. They had initially been taken aback by the world announcement and had not considered this perspective. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. The analysis is quite reasonable. As expected from a lord who awakened the frost dragon, the analysis is superb. Do you need any attachments, Great One? I seek a friendship slot. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. The fortunate recipient of the global reward likely awakened a rather feeble unit, as indicated by the name of their territory. In no time, our development will surely surpass theirs. It is indeed unfortunate that the sole unique reward has fallen into the hands of a lord with an awakened inferior unit. How splendid it would have been if it had been bestowed upon me. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had previously emerged, also spoke up. His awakened unit, the rampaging war elephant, is a sacred tier unit, and his lordly talent is a tier-enhancing ability for territories. If he were to acquire this unique talent from the global reward, he would soar to great heights right from the start. Upon hearing Lin Feng speak again, several lords hurriedly showered him with flattery. Indeed, if Lin Feng were to obtain this tier talent, he would undoubtedly take flight. What a pity. The tier talent has been wasted on a lord with a trash unit. Lin Feng, you need not fret. Judging by the announcement from the lordly realm, there are likely more achievements to unlock, and the next tier reward might very well be yours. That is certain. Lin Feng's awakened lordly talent is of tier level, starting with 60 rampaging war elephants. Thus his chances of unlocking world achievements are considerably higher than ours. Amidst an endless expanse of barren land, beneath a golden invincible shield, stood a novice territory. Atop this territory stood a handsome young man. Before him stood 60 colossal elephants, each towering over 3 meters, their massive forms cloaked in red fur. At this moment, Lin Feng gazed at the world communication channel before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He remained unperturbed by the flattery directed at him, yet deep within, he resolved to seize the rewards announced. The announcement indicated that the rules for world rewards had been activated. The forthcoming rewards from the lordly realm must be his. The source of Lin Feng's confidence lay in the 3 rampaging war elephants standing before him. Currently, his war elephant barracks had produced only 3 rampaging war elephants. He intended to wait until he could produce more before leading his elephants into battle to slay monsters and level up. Meanwhile, within a vast forest shrouded in mist, a territory protected by a golden invincible shield housed a young man even taller and more handsome than Lin Feng, in his early 20s. Upon hearing the announcement from the world, Mo curiously opened the world communication channel. Observing the comments and analyses from the lords within the channel, his expression remained unchanged. As he anticipated, among the newcomers entering the lordly realm, there were indeed many astute individuals who quickly deduced that his unit was rather subpar. However, they could never fathom that his awakened lordly talent, infinite devour and evolution, transcended tier levels. Even the weakest ant unit would thrive under such a talent. Once endowed with the ability of infinite devouring evolution, their growth potential could be elevated without bounds. Thus far, all the ant troops under Mo Fei's command have achieved absolute loyalty. This is merely a preliminary exploration of the terrifying potential of the level 4 talent of infinite devouring evolution. At this moment, beneath Mo Fei's feet, the loyalty of the 100,000 ant troops has reached its zenith, absolute loyalty. Having closed the world communication channel, Mo Fei led the grand army of 100,000 ants to the fountain of life and subsequently issued commands for them to consume the waters of the fountain. Your unit of ants is consuming the fountain of life. Their fatigue is completely alleviated, and their injuries are being healed. The reserves of the fountain of life have decreased. 1,000,999. Your unit of ants has fully recovered. The notifications echoed in Mo Fei's mind. Generally speaking, once troops consume the waters of the fountain of life and recover from their injuries and fatigue, they would cease further consumption, as additional intake would yield no further enhancement. However, Mo Fei did not halt. He continued to command the ant army to devour the fountain of life. Your ants are continuing to consume the fountain of life. Your ants have absorbed energy from the fountain of life, and energy points have increased. As the Lord, you acquire an equivalent amount of energy points gained by your unit. Your energy points increase. Energy points. 1. Your energy points have reached 100. The current tier is full, and you can no longer acquire energy points. Please open the Lord panel to upgrade your Lord tier. After upgrading, you may continue to gain energy points. The reserves of the fountain of life have decreased. 999, 998, 997. The notifications rang in his mind, and a hint of astonishment appeared on Mo Fei's face as he hurriedly opened his Lord panel. Lord, Mo Fei. Strength, 0 tier. Energy points, 100. Current tier is full, can be upgraded. Territory tier, primary village. He noticed the addition of an energy point section on the Lord panel, with a prompt indicating an upgrade followed by a number. Mo Fei clicked on the number. Immediately, a golden light enveloped him. After the light subsided, Mo Fei distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his strength. If he were to compare himself to his former self, he now possessed the capability to overpower 5 of his previous selves. Upon checking the Lord panel again, he confirmed that his strength tier had indeed risen from 0 to 1. To his surprise, allowing his ant troops to consume the fountain of life had brought about such unexpected gains. Mo Fei murmured, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. He had never anticipated that the first to level up from the consumption of the fountain of life would be himself. At this moment, following the elevation of his Lord tier, the notifications in Mo Fei's mind indicated that his energy points had continued to increase. Lord tier upgraded. Energy points. 1. Chapter 9. Is there still a fountain of life? Devour it. Evolution cannot be stopped. However, when I traversed into this realm, did not the introduction of the Lord's world state that energy points could only be acquired by vanquishing wild creatures and the armies of other lords? Why then can my ant tribe obtain energy points from the fountain of life? A hint of perplexity flickered in Mo Fei's eyes upon seeing energy points. 1. Yet, he soon reached an epiphany, a smile gracing his countenance. So that is it. This is the innate talent of a high-ranking lord, the boundless ability to devour and evolve. In the Lord's world, energy points serve as the sole avenue for the advancement of lords and their troops. According to the rules of this world, energy points can only be garnered through the defeat of wild creatures and the armies of rival lords. This aligns perfectly with the principles governing the Lord's world, which encourages lords to engage in fierce competition against one another. Moreover, the energy points gained by lords and their troops are equivalent. In other words, when a troop slays a wild creature and acquires energy points, the lord, as their master, also receives an equal share of energy points. This is entirely consistent with the regulations of the Lord's world. After all, a lord is the supreme sovereign of their territory and cannot venture beyond its confines to slay wild creatures for energy points like their troops can. Troops can be replenished upon demise, but if a lord falls, their domain is lost. Thus, dispatching troops to hunt wild creatures and assault other lords' territories is the primary method for most lords to level up. Of course, there are some reckless lords who choose to accompany their troops into battle against wild creatures. Consequently, there exists another rule within the Lord's world. When a lord defeats wild creatures and acquires energy points, their troops also gain an equivalent amount. In summary, for the majority of lords, the only means to obtain energy points is through the slaying of wild creatures and the conquest of other lords' territories. However, Mo Fei stands as an exception. The description of the talent for boundless devouring evolution had already clarified that all things may be consumed to acquire energy points. Thus, his method of upgrading alongside his ant tribe is no longer confined to merely vanquishing wild creatures and the armies of other lords. By devouring entities infused with energy, one can also attain energy points, such as the fountain of life before him. At this moment, the hints in Mo Fei's mind indicated a gradual increase in energy points, albeit at a slower pace. A glance revealed that to elevate his lord rank from level 1 to level 2 required 1,000 energy points. Mo Fei chose to divert his attention instead toward the ant tribe troops voraciously consuming the fountain of life. He observed as, with each act of devouring, a soft green luminescence began to emanate from the bodies of his ant army. Your ant tribe has consumed excess from the fountain of life, becoming significantly stronger, with their vitality greatly enhanced. Your ant tribe begins to evolve. Your ant tribe evolves into the undying ant tribe. Lifespan and vitality have been substantially increased. Amidst a gentle glow brimming with life, Mo Fei noticed that the size of his ant tribe troops was beginning to grow. In the beginning, the combined size of 2 ants was scarcely equivalent to the thickness of Mo Fei's pinky finger. However, at this moment, a single ant now stood as large as Mo Fei's pinky. Not only had their size increased, but these evolved ants also boasted larger mandibles, appearing sharper and more formidable. If a wild boar were present at this moment, Mo Fei had no doubt that he could command these ants to tear a piece of skin from the beast. 5 minutes later, the vast army of 100,000 ants finally ceased their consumption. Each ant shimmered with a faint green glow, their sizes having doubled from before. At this juncture, the entire colony had completed their evolution. Meanwhile, the reserve of the Fountain of Life had diminished from 1,000 to merely 950 units. The evolution of the 100,000 ants consumed only 50 units of the precious water. Mo Fei's energy points, having risen to 100,000, remained unchanged. Upon witnessing the complete evolution of the ant army, Mo Fei swiftly accessed his troop panel. He discovered 2 branches now appeared beneath the ant species category: worker ants and undying ants. Worker ants represented the initial troop produced by the previous barracks, those that had not yet consumed the Fountain of Life. Conversely, undying ants referred to those that had recently devoured the Fountain of Life and undergone evolution. Species: undying ants, low tier. Current rank: Tier 1. Final growth rank: Tier 3. Carrying capacity: 0.1 unit. Species description: ants that have evolved after consuming low-tier Fountain of Life, gaining strength surpassing that of ordinary ants. The undying ants are infused with the essence of the Fountain of Life, significantly enhancing their vitality and lifespan. They can slowly recover from non-lethal injuries, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Indeed, This was the correct path to infinite consumption and evolution. Upon viewing the panel for the undying ants, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mo Fei's eyes. Merely by consuming the zero-tier fountain of life, his worker ant species had evolved into undying ants. Their rank had ascended from 0 to 1, and their ultimate growth rank had leaped from 0 to 3. This indicated that his ants could now, akin to other lords' troops, level up through combat experience. However, Mo Fei understood that the significance lay not merely in the ability of his ants to level up, but rather in the undeniable proof that through consumption, his ants could indeed evolve. They were no longer just a feeble zero-tier species, provided they consumed sufficient energy. The potential for his ants' growth was boundless. Ascending to the ranks of sacred, imperial, and even divine tiers was no longer a mere fantasy. At this moment, within the World Communication Channel, various lords, while awaiting troop production, were still engrossed in lively discussions regarding Mo Fei's acquisition of world rewards. Although the awakened troops are of a low tier, the lord of this seemingly inferior territory is no ordinary individual. He has remarkably elevated the loyalty of his 100,000 troops to the highest level. Indeed, I have just meticulously researched how to enhance the loyalty of my two-headed lizard. Yet I have found no clues whatsoever. I too find myself in a similar predicament. The initial structures of our territories are likely quite comparable. Aside from the warehouse and barracks, there exists only a fountain of life. I allowed my mammoth to drink from the fountain, yet its loyalty did not increase. I truly cannot fathom how he accomplished this. Among the multitude of lords, there are certainly some astute individuals. Since our initial structures are identical, the fact that he can garner world rewards indicates that there must be something distinctive about him. The differences among the lords lie solely in their troops and their innate talents. As previously analyzed, Mo Fei's troops are evidently of a very low tier, possessing little potential for growth. One individual posited, perhaps it is related to his awakened lord talent. Let us speculate. What talent could he have awakened? I know, came a voice. Just as this lord completed his statement, a sudden message appeared in the World Communication Channel. Chapter 10. His talent must be absolute loyalty. Terrifying. A single resource gathering of 100,000. At this moment, in a relatively desolate forest, a plump individual with a face marred by acne stood within his territory. Gazing at the vibrant, scrolling banner in the World Communication Channel, his expression one of deep resentment. Upon seeing inquiries about the awakened talent of the lord of the inferior troops, Liu Xiaopeng hesitated before gritting his teeth and declaring, I know. The talent he awakened must be absolute loyalty. Liu Xiaopeng felt utterly despondent. Do not question how he knows this. The reason is that he too awakened the same talent. Absolute loyalty. A tier of lord talent. When the world announcement resonated in the minds of all lords, Liu Xiaopeng internally cursed the lord of this inferior troop territory countless times. If his opponent had not fortuitously awakened low-tier troops, and if he were not also cursed with the same tier of absolute loyalty, the unique world reward would undoubtedly have belonged to him. Now, his barracks had only produced 10 musketeers, while his rival had already claimed the singular achievement reward from the lord's world. Is this not a blatant affront to honest individuals? The inferiority of his troops pales in comparison to those of his adversary. Absolute loyalty. At that moment, Liu Xiaopeng's revelation unraveled the mystery in the minds of all lords attentively monitoring the World Communication Channel. So that is how it is. Many exclaimed. I was wondering how someone could elevate the loyalty of their troops to the highest level within a mere 2 hours. It turns out he awakened the lord talent of absolute loyalty. Numerous individuals experienced a moment of clarity. It must be said, in a realm where all territories commence with identical structures, how is it that some individuals exhibit such extraordinary prowess? It appears they have awakened a talent related to loyalty. Many began to feel a sense of relief. Yet, one lord soon countered, while your assertion holds some truth. Let us not forget that this individual has achieved a singular milestone within the lordly realm, earning a reward of an advanced talent, the mind link. This revelation echoed through the World Communication Channel, leaving many in stunned silence, lamenting Mo Fei's remarkable fortune. Initially, it seemed that the lord of this low-tier military territory, having awakened a loyalty-related lordly talent, would possess little potential for growth. Who could have anticipated that this individual would accomplish a significant achievement in the lordly world, thus earning a prestigious lordly talent? Now, even a fool could soar to greatness. To the one who just claimed to have awakened the talent of absolute loyalty, confess, are you the one who recently received the world reward? Indeed, it must be you. How else could you know that the lord of this inferior military territory awakened the absolute loyalty talent? Great one, please enlighten us about the advanced talent, mind link. Esteemed one, let us befriend each other and discuss this in detail. Don't listen to those who just belittled you for your luck and lack of prospects. Add me instead. As the World Communication Channel erupted in fervor, Liu Xiaopeng felt as though someone had sprinkled salt into his wounds. These individuals seemed rather unhinged. He had merely shared the information regarding the lordly talent awakened by the one who had received the world reward, and they absurdly turned the tables, claiming he was the recipient. Was he truly so foolish? Did they not consider that if he had indeed acquired the singular advanced talent from the world reward, he would have kept it under wraps for his own development rather than divulging it to them. However, no matter how Liu Xiaoping attempted to clarify, the situation only escalated within the world communication channel. Many were convinced he was the lord who had obtained the advanced talent, Mind Link. Numerous lords began sending him friend requests. It was only when he saw that the number of friend requests had surpassed 100,000 that Liu Xiaoping realized he had unwittingly become a scapegoat. Under the protective golden shield of invulnerability, the domain of the indomitable Xiaoping echoed with a lament filled with resentment. "Oh, lord of the low-tier military territory. May I never cross paths with you." At this moment, Mo Fei remained blissfully unaware that a kind-hearted individual had inadvertently drawn the attention of numerous lords to him within the world communication channel. Gazing at the army of 100,000 ants, now fully evolved into the undying ant tribe, and then at the nearby fountain of life, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mo Fei's eyes. With the entire army of 100,000 ants having completed their evolution and the fountain of life still possessing a reserve of 950 units of water, it became evident even if one produces over 1 million ant troops in a single day, and all of them consume the waters of the fountain of life, half of it would still remain. This does not even consider the fact that the fountain replenishes 1 unit of water every 10 minutes. Consequently, he can confidently convert all his worker ants into immortal ant troops. Moreover, Mo Fei observed that when his zero-tier worker ants evolved into first-tier immortal ant troops, their burden capacity increased a staggering 100-fold compared to that of zero-tier worker ants. Each immortal ant troop possesses a burden capacity of 0.1 units. Thus, only 10 immortal ants are needed to gather 1 unit of resources. 1,000 immortal ants can collect 100 units. And 100,000 immortal ants can amass 10,000 units of resources. 100,000 immortal ants are far from Mo Fei's limit. The maximum production capacity of his ant camp is over 1 million ants per day. This implies that if he dispatches all his ant troops to gather resources, he could potentially gather a terrifying total of 100,000 resources. Chapter 11. The Immortal Ant Army marches forth. Upgrading a territory from a primary village to a medium village requires merely 2,000 resources, 1,000 wood, and 1,000 stone. Which lord, on their first day in the game, can achieve such a feat? Even Lin Feng, who possesses the Awakened Lord talent for territory enhancement and can produce 60 raging war elephants in a day, cannot accomplish this. Lin Feng's inability is not due to the burden capacity of his raging war elephants, but rather the sheer lack of their numbers. This showcases the absolute advantage in quantity that the ant troops possess. With this thought in mind, Mo Fei could hardly contain his eagerness to send his ant troops out to gather resources. However, he reminded himself not to become overly excited. The resources in the tropical rainforest must be extraordinarily abundant, of that there is no doubt. Thus, his army of ants need not worry about traversing great distances without finding resources. Each lord is born in a different location upon arriving in this realm. Some may find themselves in areas scarce in resources or difficult to gather from, making resource collection a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Mo Fei's territory is nestled within a dense tropical rainforest, shrouded in mist. The resources here are plentiful, so he need not fret about his ants failing to acquire resources. However, with abundant resources comes an increase in the number of wild beasts. Although his ant troops have evolved into first-tier immortals, imbued with the essence of the fountain of life, allowing them to gradually recover from non-fatal injuries, they are still only first-tier and remain relatively weak. Unable to roam freely in this forest, Mo Fei quickly recognized this fact. Therefore, to ensure safety and avoid unnecessary losses, I shall first dispatch a contingent of immortal ants to thoroughly assess the environment surrounding my territory before taking further action. Upon evolving into immortal ants, the worker ants not only ascend to the first tier of strength, but also embody certain attributes of the fountain of life within them. As long as they do not sustain fatal injuries, they possess the ability to gradually recover on their own. In this regard, Mo Fei's unit of immortal ants has already surpassed the initial forces of most lords. In the early stages of territory management, aside from a few lords who have awakened healing units, many lack the self-healing capability due to the low tier of their forces. Even if some lords' units possess a natural talent for regeneration, their insufficient tier prevents the awakening of such talents. However, Mo Fei does not grow complacent merely because his ant race has evolved into immortal ants. Even with self-healing capabilities, first-tier units remain among the lowest in the forest hierarchy. Should they encounter formidable wild creatures, it is likely that his immortal ants would be swiftly vanquished before their healing abilities could manifest. Moreover, the immortal ants, having evolved from worker ants, inherently lack substantial offensive power. Their primary strength lies in their capacity for burden-bearing. Thus, Mo Fei refrains from deploying his immortal ants to hunt wild creatures for experience. The novice protection period for lords lasts a mere 7 days. Once this period elapses, the protective barrier dissipates, and all lords officially enter the realm of lordship, facing genuine trials. Therefore, during these 7 days of novice protection, every resource and unit within the territory is invaluable for the lord's development. It is imperative to minimize any potential losses. With this in mind, Mo Fei promptly issued a command to the 100,000 immortal ants before him to thoroughly investigate the surroundings of the territory. Now, you shall serve as vanguards. Venture forth and uncover the entirety of the area surrounding our domain. Upon receiving the order, the legion of immortal ants formed into an immense square formation. Each ant raised its upper limbs, brandishing its sharp mandibles, and declared, "Rest assured, Master, we shall accomplish the task." Subsequently, the 100,000 immortal ants, akin to soldiers, turned in unison and marched forth with great vigor, departing the territory. Upon leaving, they divided autonomously into 10 groups of 10,000, vanishing into the dense forest. As Mo Fei watched the 10,000 immortal ants enter the thicket, he simultaneously linked to the mental network, gaining a perspective from the ant legion to monitor their situation at all times. Next, Mo Fei settled beside the fountain of life, awaiting the worker ants produced from the barracks to absorb his essence, after which they would be sent to the fountain's edge to consume the life-giving waters. One by one, the worker ants methodically positioned themselves at the pool's edge, drawing from the fountain of life. Meanwhile, Mo Fei, feeling a sense of ennui, opened the World Communication Channel to peruse the messages therein, seeking any pertinent information regarding the realm of lords that could prove advantageous to him. As we await the announcement of the forthcoming reward rules for the Lord's World, less than 10 minutes remain until the conclusion of the world announcement. At this moment, a colossal banner radiating a tricolored brilliance continues to scroll at the top of the World Communication Channel. The Lord of the Garbage Troop territory, Hidden, has achieved the first milestone in the Lord's World, elevating the loyalty of all 100,000 troops to the highest tier, absolute loyalty. Reward received, Lord's World, unique primary Lord talent, Mind Link. Upon seeing the phrase Garbage Troop, Mo Fei's lips twitched slightly. Had he known, he would not have hastily chosen such a name. Nevertheless, Mo Fei was indifferent. The name of his territory echoed in the ears of all within the Lord's World. This would likely be the only time it happened. After all, his own troops were the feeble ant clan, even with the extraordinary talent of infinite devouring evolution. It would be challenging to catch up to the awakened troops of other lords in the short term. Some lords had awakened troops of imperial and sacred ranks, starting with innate talents, making it easy for them to level up with a little practice in the wild. At this juncture, a message appeared in the World Communication Channel, capturing Mo Fei's attention. Chapter 12, World Rankings Unveiled. My troops have all perished, and the world rewards have just arrived? Brothers, I'm finished. In the World Communication Channel, a lord from a territory called the Earth Knight territory spoke up, drawing Mo Fei's focus. Earth Knight territory. Brothers, I'm finished. I sent my 2 Earth Knights to train by the lakeside, and they were all wiped out. By the lakeside lurks a gigantic python capable of spewing venomous mist in a kaleidoscope of colors. My 2 Earth Knights merely brushed against a trace of the creature's venom, and both man and steed suffered grievous rot. Now, I have no troops left. I am utterly helpless. Mo Fei had a vague recollection of the Lord of Earth Knight territory, who had previously been the first to reveal in the World Communication Channel that his troops were Earth Knights. Mo Fei recalled that this individual's awakened troops, the Earth Knights, were of imperial rank, capable of advancing to higher tiers. Among the myriad of lords, this troop was indeed quite formidable. Now, observing this lord's lament, Mo Fei felt a sense of melancholy. He recalled how this lord had been brimming with confidence just 3 hours prior in the World Communication Channel, only to see his imperial troops perish so swiftly. My heartfelt sympathies for your plight. Thank you for your first-hand experience, which has informed us of this danger. I have a lake here as well, but I shall certainly avoid it. Let us wait. I'll be cautious next time when my barracks produce more troops. Many offered their words of solace. As the Earth Knight Lord shared his misfortune, numerous other lords emerged to recount their own experiences from the past 3 hours. Everyone, exercise caution when venturing out to gather timber. Observing the remarks of the lord known as Militia Madness, Mo Fei took note of this information. His territory was shrouded in a faint mist, perhaps suggesting a connection to this individual. This intelligence was of paramount importance. I encountered a first-tier gray wolf. Though its attack power is low, its speed is remarkable, so be wary. There are numerous wild creatures in the marsh. It conceals 2-headed crocodiles, masters of disguise. So tread carefully. I came across a terrifying howler monkey. Although its rank is low, between 2 and 3, it emits a dreadfully fearsome howl. I recently dispatched a squad of goblins for training, only to have them encounter 2 howlers, who left them paralyzed with fright. So it's not merely injuries that affect loyalty, being scared does as well. That is tragic. Goblins are inherently timid, and encountering such fearsome howlers is truly unfortunate. My territory lies within a pitch-black mine, and it seems the surrounding ores have been previously harvested. I am utterly terrified. What might I encounter? Do not panic. Your territory is currently invincible. Focus on development. At that moment, as lords shared their experiences, the vibrant tricolored banner in the World Communication Channel abruptly vanished. Subsequently, a world announcement resonated within the minds of all lords. World rewards are now available. The rankings for Lord Tier, Territory Tier, and Troop Tier have been opened. Now, we unveil the first set of reward rules for the World of Lords. 7-day Novice Protection Period Rewards. The 7-day Novice Protection Period has concluded. Among all new lords, the one ranked first in territory tier will receive the reward, Tier Lord Talent, Troop Mutation. Among all new lords, the one ranked first in Lord tier will receive the reward, a complete set of random legendary Lord equipment. Furthermore, lords whose tiers rank within the top 100 will also receive various rewards. With the announcement of the Lord World Reward Rules, a wave of excitement surged among all lords. Goodness, 2-tier talents and a complete set of legendary equipment. These rewards are exceedingly generous. Generous? Do you realize how many lords have crossed into this world? At least billions. Only the top 100 lords can receive rewards. This hardly seems excessive. In my opinion, the reward range should be expanded to the top 1,000. To the one above, if you lack strength, refrain from complaining. If you're unable to compete, don't blame the World of Lords for being stingy with rewards. Indeed, I believe only the top 10 lords should be eligible for world rewards. That would truly be exhilarating. The top 3 on the leaderboard have essentially secured their positions. To the one above, how much have you had to drink to be so inebriated? In this world of chaos, we shall emerge as the true heroes. In the realm of lords, where myriad races vie for supremacy, I have arrived. Tremble beneath my chimera. I shall secure the top rank among lords. The chimera is formidable? Apologies. But my troops consist of frost dragons. And yet, what are the frost dragons? In the early stages, all troops are of low rank. When confronted by high-level wild beasts, they too may falter. Indeed, if I were to acquire the rewards for ranking first, along with an additional tier of innate talent, my troops might not be inferior to the frost dragons. The outcome remains uncertain. We are all dark horses in this competition. One by one, the lords flexed their muscles, eager to prove themselves. Among them, some were filled with joy, while others were consumed by worry. In the territory of the Earth Knights, it's over. I've lost all my troops. Just as the world rewards are about to arrive. Me too. My centaurs have just suffered losses in battle against wild beasts. I've fallen behind in territorial development on the very first day. Will I even receive any ranking rewards? I dare not hope. My troops are mere farmers, unarmed and defenseless. Simply managing to develop my territory is already a considerable achievement. What more can I aspire to in terms of ranking rewards? There are numerous high-level wild beasts surrounding my territory. I dare not venture out of my protective shield. So I can only hoard my troops and wait to see if these wild beasts will depart. It's quite disheartening. Chapter 13. A territory of inferior troops. Yet the Lord ranks first. As the reward rules for the lordly world were announced, many lords emerged in the world communication channel, creating a lively atmosphere. However, some lords chose to remain absent from this bustling exchange. At this moment, their eyes reflected an unwavering determination. The tiered lordly talent, Troop Mutation. It must be mine. In the depths of the dark abyss, a lord stood atop his skeletal territory, gazing skyward, his fist clenched. The awakened troop he commanded was a bone dragon. Its ultimate rank could ascend to the Empyrean tier. Should he obtain this tiered lordly talent, his bone dragon might very well evolve to a demigod level. As the novice period concluded, securing the first rank would grant a tiered talent. Previously, I failed to acquire a tiered talent, but this time, I shall seize the ranking reward. Upon the wasteland, 12 furious battle elephants had just vanquished 6 first-tier prairie gray wolves. Observing the 12 energy points he had earned, Lin Feng's confidence surged. After a brief respite, he prepared to scour the next area. This time, the title of first among lords shall undoubtedly belong to me, Lin Feng. On a rugged mountain peak, perched at its edge, lay a territory encased in a golden protective shield. At this moment, a striking woman clad in tight black leather pants, tall and elegant, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, stood atop the jagged rocks, gazing down into the abyss below. With a piercing cry, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the cliffside. The woman's luscious red lips curled into a slight smile. 2 breathtakingly beautiful harpies, with the heads of women and the bodies of eagles, seized a first-tier earth ape in their talons and soared into the air, only to release it. The earth ape plummeted onto a sharp rock, impaled beyond salvation. The world rewards are now open. The sound of the world reward being activated echoed in her mind. Yao Shuiqin was momentarily taken aback. The 7-day novice period had concluded, heralding the rewards for the Lord's ranking. With a glimmer in her captivating eyes, she gazed down the cliff, her lips curving into a slight smile. It seemed a competition was in order. Below the cliff, one could observe a myriad of first-tier wild monsters, including goblins, red-tailed lizards, gray wolves, and sharp-nosed boars. The Lord rankings were indeed intriguing. Let us see who could gallop ahead and seize the coveted first place. A muscular man, clad only in his upper body, wielded a bloodstained club and followed closely behind a thunderous bear. With a flick of his finger, he collected the 2 slain gray wolves into his storage. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, a territory enveloped by a golden protective shield, Mo Fei discovered, with the announcement of the world reward rules, that a ranking menu had appeared on his Lord panel. Upon opening the ranking menu, a slight shock coursed through Mo Fei's expression. Lord Mo Fei of the Garbage Soldier Territory, your current Lord rank is first tier, ranking first among all Lords. Your territory name and Lord name will appear on the leaderboard. You may opt to conceal your Lord name. Would you like to hide it? The world's notification resonated in his mind. It appeared that, like the world announcement, the territory name could not be concealed. Adhering to a principle of cautiousness, Mo Fei chose to hide his Lord name. He then scrutinized the Lord rank leaderboard. Lord rank leaderboard. First place, Garbage Soldier Territory, Lord, rank, first tier. Second place, Lord of Thunder Territory, Lord Chu Kwang, rank, 0 tier. Third place, Golden Behemoth Territory, Lord, rank, 0 tier. Fourth place, Poison Arrow Shooter Territory. Fifth place, Holy Light Territory. The name of the territory occupying the top position on the Lord rank leaderboard stood in stark contrast to the others, distinctly unique. The other territories were evidently named after their respective soldier types or characteristics. Only the Garbage Soldier Territory, ranked first, left others guessing about its soldier type and attributes. Observing his territory name at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, Mo Fei maintained an unperturbed demeanor. If possible, he would prefer to keep his territory name undisclosed. For up to this point, he had yet to unleash his undead ants to slay any wild monsters, nor did he intend to do so. Thus, the Lord rank was of little significance to Mo Fei. Holding the first position was merely temporary. It was likely that by the end of the first day, he would be displaced from his rank. Ironically, this would work to his advantage. After all, he had already secured a unique world reward in the form of a top-tier talent. If he continued to dominate the Lord rank, it would be difficult for Mo Fei's Garbage Soldier Territory to remain inconspicuous. After a brief glance at the names of the top 10 territories on the Lord rank leaderboard, Mo Fei ceased to pay attention to the leaderboard. It had only been a little over 3 hours since all the Lords had entered the realm of Lords. Therefore, scrutinizing this leaderboard at such an early stage seemed futile. Moreover, it was plausible that certain units, when their numbers were scarce in the initial phase, might not exhibit formidable strength. As their ranks swelled, they would begin to unleash their potential. The rise of latecomers was not an impossibility. Mo Fei then opened the territory tier leaderboard. Territory tier ranking, none available. Predictably, at this juncture, all Lords shared the same territory tier, 0. It was evident that even after 3 hours, no Lord had amassed the requisite 2,000 resources to upgrade their territory. This was to be expected. On the first day in this world, Lords typically possessed a limited number of units. Collecting 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone within a single day posed a considerable challenge, even for those Lords who had awakened gathering units. Mo Fei continued to examine the unit tier leaderboard. Unit tier ranking. First place, Undead Bone Dragon, Territory, Undead Calamity, Lord, Tier, 4. Second place, Thunderstorm Bear, Territory, Lord of Thunder, Lord, Chu Kwang, Tier, 3. Third place, Mountain Giant, Territory, Have You Seen a Great Mountain, Lord, Jiang Dashan, Tier, 3. Fourth place, Dragon Knight. Fifth place, Medusa, an Undead Bone Dragon. To his surprise, there was indeed a Lord with an awakened undead unit. Mo Fei was astonished. In the realm of Lords, it seemed that any unit could achieve awakening. After reviewing the top 10 units, Mo Fei noted the formidable-sounding names like Undead Bone Dragon, Dragon Knight, and Thunderstorm Bear. Subsequently, he closed the leaderboard. At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. He sensed, from the army of the undying ants, some messages that seemed to emanate from the ether. Within these messages, he discerned that a portion of the ant army was exhibiting great excitement, while another segment displayed palpable fear. Simultaneously, other factions of ants were either eager to engage or remained rather composed. Mind's Web, Switch Perspective. Chapter 14 Not Possible. Within just 3 hours, he had already become a Tier 1 Lord. Meanwhile, in the global communication channel, as Mo Fei perused the emerging Lord leaderboard, many Lords excitedly opened the leaderboard menu that had appeared on their respective Lord panels. When they beheld the first-place territory on the Lord tier leaderboard, numerous Lords were left flabbergasted. It was astonishingly the territory of a previously announced inferior unit. Heavens! The territory of the inferior unit has once again topped the Lord tier leaderboard, and it's south in first place, far ahead. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? The Lord of the inferior unit territory has now ascended to Tier 1. Is this for real? It's only been 3 hours since entering the realm of Lords, and he is already a Tier 1 Lord. Is this genuine? Wasn't he just analyzed by a prominent figure that his units were subpar, being low-tier units? What is the current situation? Which Lord with an oversized ego dares to explain? Why is it that a mere territory of a lowly unit can overpower so many awakened high-tier beings? I am utterly bewildered. And what of that individual who claimed to possess a frost dragon? Was he not boasting of its might? Yet, his name is nowhere to be found on the leaderboard. Well done, Little Ice. Take advantage of its frozen state and finish it off, but be cautious of its horns. At this moment, a young man stood at the edge of his territory, fervently gesturing with his fists, directing the nearby ice dragon to eliminate a second-tier wild bull. As he glanced at the messages in the world chat, his face fluctuated between crimson and pale. Fortunately, The ice dragon flapped its wings just in time to evade the bull's horns and unleashed a fine breath of frost, encasing the bull in ice. Seizing the opportunity, the ice dragon swooped down, its sharp claws piercing the bull's back, ultimately slaying the creature. The young man finally exhaled in relief. With a mere flick of his finger, he disassembled the bull's carcass into meat and stored it away. Noticing the little ice dragon appeared somewhat fatigued, the young man's heart ached, prompting him to command it to consume some essence of life for recovery. Once this was accomplished, he turned his attention back to the world chat. To the one above. "What is your rank?" he inquired. "If you claim the top 10 does not include me, does it include you?" He retorted angrily to the individual who had just mocked him. "We have only just entered the realm of lords for 3 hours, and we have yet to fully explore the surrounding environment. What level do you expect us to attain? The prowess of that lowly unit's territory is impressive, but that is their affair. If you possess the courage, go inquire of them instead of incessantly belittling others. Moreover, while it is true that I awakened a frost dragon, it has only just been produced and is merely second tier, lacking any combat experience. How much can you expect it to hunt? I detest those who stand atop their high ground, pointing fingers at others. Should you possess any valor, reveal your name and coordinates, and once the novice period concludes, I shall gladly engage in a contest with you." After his vehement outburst, the young man felt a wave of exhilaration. His words resonated with the sentiments of many lords at that moment. As he concluded, the world chat was soon flooded with affirmations from fellow lords. "Though my brother may be somewhat hot-headed, I cannot deny that his words hold truth. Indeed, I am uncertain how the lord of that lowly unit's territory ascended to first tier. But I too have dispatched my units to hunt wild creatures for experience. I wonder if you have ever sent your units to battle. Indeed, leveling up is far from a simple endeavor. Just moments ago, I dispatched my little sprite to train, and after much effort, I managed to locate a first-tier wild boar. Yet, before I could make a move, a third-tier gale wolf leapt forth and swiftly devoured the hapless creature. Had my sprite not been fleet of foot, it might well have ended up as a mere morsel for that ferocious wolf. To this day, I have yet to vanquish a single beast. I can only await the conclusion of their skirmishes before venturing out again. As for you up there, consider yourself fortunate. My luck has been far less favorable. My squad of firearms specialists recently encountered a second-tier blue wolf, resulting in significant losses. Thankfully, there exists a fountain of life within our territory for healing, otherwise my marksmen would likely have perished. To be candid, I too am perplexed as to how the lord of the subpar troops can ascend so rapidly." At this juncture, Lin Feng emerged with his insights. "I have slain a fair number of wild creatures. The energy points garnered from defeating first-tier beasts range from 1 to 5. It is evident that the stronger the beast, the greater the energy points obtained. When it comes to second-tier monsters, the energy yield is higher. Yet I have only managed to defeat 2 thus far. Currently, second-tier foes present a considerable challenge for us. From those 2 encounters, I acquired 15 and 21 energy points, respectively. 3 hours have elapsed, and to attain the rank of first-tier lord, one must eliminate at least 20 first-tier wild creatures or 5 second-tier ones." As Lin Feng gazed upon the top-ranked territory of substandard troops, he found the lord already elevated to first-tier status, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Outside the confines of the territory, numerous wild creatures roamed, yet they are not so easily dispatched at will. Beasts are not mere wooden targets. They do not stand idly by, awaiting your ambush. Moreover, while hunting these creatures, the lord must remain vigilant against the threat posed by stronger beasts that might set their sights on his troops. To be frank, Lin Feng had been patrolling the vicinity with his 12 rampaging war elephants for 2 hours. Yet, in that time, he had only managed to slay 6 first-tier wild boars and 2 second-tier wolves, even with a dozen rampaging war elephants at his command. Considerable time was expended pursuing the first-tier beasts, particularly those of a more cunning nature. Upon realizing their imminent demise, some cleverly darted into the territory of higher-tier monsters, leaving Lin Feng and his elephants helpless as they watched their quarry escape. Lin Feng dared not trespass into the domain of those more formidable creatures. As for the 2 second-tier beasts he recently defeated, it was not through his own seeking that they fell, but rather due to their aggressive pursuit of his rampaging war elephants during their aimless wandering across the wasteland. Ultimately, Lin Feng barely managed to slay them, utilizing the invincibility shield granted during the novice period, employing a somewhat underhanded strategy. Nevertheless, after 2 hours of nearly ceaseless activity, Lin Feng had amassed a mere 54 energy points, leaving him still 46 points short of ascending to the rank of first-tier lord. What Lin Feng found most unacceptable was the relentless toil he had endured without a moment's rest. He had harbored hopes of securing a position on the lord ranking list. Yet now, he discovered that not a single name among the top 10 lords bore his own. Particularly infuriating was the lord of that inferior troop territory, who had surged far ahead of the others, already achieving the rank of a first-tier lord. Chapter 15. What does it matter to be first? An inferior troop territory is no cause for concern. At this moment, in the World Exchange Channel, with Lin Feng's appearance, a flurry of his devoted admirers emerged. Wow! The esteemed Lin Feng has returned. As expected of the great Lin Feng, effortlessly defeating second-tier wild monsters. Lin Feng, you have slain so many wild monsters. Yet why is your name absent from the ranking list? What nonsense. How can you speak like that? Surely, Lin Feng has just departed from his territory and has yet to level up. It won't be long before he catches up with the others on the leaderboard. But what I mean is, among those lords with hidden names on the ranking list, could one of them actually be Lin Feng? Perhaps he is simply low-key and has concealed his identity? That does seem plausible. Lin Feng possesses the awakened talent of territory enhancement, with a true production speed that has increased 20-fold from the outset. In terms of early development, who could possibly rival him? Lin Feng, what rank do you hold on the leaderboard? Observing his loyal fans exchanging words in the World Channel, Lin Feng felt as though he had been slapped across the face. The sting palpable. They remained oblivious to the fact that he had not even made it onto the rankings. At this juncture, Lin Feng found it unwise to clarify anything, as that would only serve to slap his own face. Thus, he wisely opted for silence. With his name absent from the Lord ranking list, he knew he stood no chance on the other two lists either. However, Lin Feng could not fathom why, previously. It had been said that the lord of that inferior troop territory had awakened a subpar troop type. What was the current situation? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Though the troop types were inferior, the sheer number of them was staggering, 10,000 in total. This rapid advancement was likely due to the lord utilizing his troops as cannon fodder to defeat wild monsters, sacrificing them to gain an advantage. In this light, it became clear why his lord rank was so far ahead of others. The adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant was not without merit. With 10,000 troops, even the most inferior could easily dispatch 20 or more first-tier wild monsters. With this realization, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. It seemed that this individual posed no real threat. Such a short-sighted strategy, sacrificing his troops for temporary supremacy, was nothing short of foolishness. He was utterly unworthy of being considered his rival. The rival lord is merely a few days ahead of others. In a short while, as my troops accumulate in number and elevate in level, my training speed will undoubtedly increase significantly. Meanwhile, the opposing lord, while maintaining a lead in lord rank, is continuously depleting his forces against wild monsters. Furthermore, his troop types lack potential for growth. Thus, it is inevitable that this inferior troop lord will fall far behind in troop levels. To confront higher-tier wild monsters and hasten training speed will only result in greater losses for him. In this ebb and flow, how long can he maintain his lead? This individual is hardly a cause for concern. At the same time, upon observing the lord rank leaderboard, many lords share Lin Feng's sentiments regarding the inferior troop lord who is far ahead of others. Judging by the name, it is evident that this inferior troop lord is dissatisfied with his awakened troops. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a name. It is clear that his troops are indeed subpar and likely lack growth potential. Yet, despite awakening such inferior troops, he stands at the top of the leaderboard. What does this signify? It merely indicates that he is sacrificing his low-tier troops to elevate his own lord rank. Presently, many lords shake their heads at the leaderboard's top-ranking inferior troop domain. One can only say that the path for this inferior troop lord has narrowed significantly. With 100,000 troops dedicated to resource collection, it is likely that his domain rank would have already reached first place. Moreover, he has obtained the unique tier talent from World Rewards. If he were to focus on developing his domain rank, he might eventually produce some high-tier mutated troops or possibly recruit local creatures as his own troops at the cost of some resources. Yet, he chooses to prioritize leveling. One can only lament that he has squandered a promising hand. In a dimly lit cave, there exists a domain enveloped in a golden novice protection shield. Within this domain stands a petite girl with twin ponytails. Little gray nose, be careful. Watch out for falling rocks. Big beard, why not take a break and have some spring water? Rest a bit. I am not the kind of master who only oppresses my subordinates. You've mined quite a lot already. Take a breather while I fetch you food. You must eat well to have the strength to work. The girl, clad in a white and blue uniform and possessing a delicate oval face, furrows her small nose as she earnestly tries to persuade her troops to rest. However, the 20 dwarfs in the cave pay her no heed, continuing to hammer away at the ore with relentless determination. Lord, we will extract the finest ores in the world with our pickaxes. Just watch us, the bearded dwarf proclaimed loudly, with our diligent hands. We shall transform your territory into the most resplendent city in the world. The dwarves joined in a chorus, singing a ballad. Diligent dwarves create wealth with their hands, bringing happiness through their toil. Jiang Yunling, realizing her attempts at persuasion were futile, shook her head. Sitting aside, she opened the newly revealed Lord leaderboard. Oh, is it this inferior troop territory again? The Lord ranks first? Seeing the rubbish troop territory prominently occupying the top spot on the leaderboard, far ahead of the other lords, Jiang Yunling furrowed her brow. She pondered the merit of such rankings. What was there to compete for? A flicker of anger ignited within her. Troops are the lord's right hand and left hand. Without them, can a lord's territory truly flourish? It was infuriating that this individual, having ascended to the first tier with the assistance of their troops, still looked down upon them with disdain. Such a lack of gratitude indicated a character of poor quality. Jiang Yunling held no admiration for the lord of this top-ranking inferior troop territory. This person, having elevated their lord tier through reliance on their troops, still derided them as worthless. Did such a person deserve to hold the first position? Jiang Yunling's own troops were little dwarfs, their tier not high, ultimately growing only to tier 3. Yet, she had never belittled her troops. Rather, she felt immense gratitude for their presence. Without these endearing little dwarves accompanying her, she would have been at a loss in this lightless cavern. At first, when she found herself traversing into this pitch-black cave, she nearly wept in fear. However, after recruiting her little dwarves, their comforting presence alleviated her despair, replacing it with warmth and joy. Without them, she would have been unable to gather any ore from the cave, let alone develop her territory. Closing the Lord leaderboard, Jiang Yunling placed the ore just harvested by her little dwarves into the spatial trading channel, designating it for food exchange. Uncle Little Beard, I'm selling the ore we collected, and soon I'll trade it for meat for you all. She called out to the dwarves. Our Lord is truly delightful and considerate. Praised the little bearded dwarf. Indeed, our Lord is the kindest master in the world. May fortune accompany you. The dwarves chimed in unison, their mining tools swinging with renewed vigor. Chapter 16. Is this the web of the soul? It's so powerful. A timber resource area. Mo Fei was unaware that, as the first lord among all to reach tier 1, his inferior troop territory had sparked a wave of discussions among lords in the global communication channel. Some expressed envy and jealousy, others harbored doubts, while some quietly looked down upon him. Some speculate that his rapid elevation to the first tier must have been achieved at the cost of sacrificing his own troops, deeming the path narrow and inconsequential. Yet, Mo Fei remains oblivious. Merely due to the name of his territory, some lords look down upon him, branding him as a mere slave master who exploits his own kind. However, what no one knows is that since entering the realm of lords, Mo Fei has not slain a single wild creature. Instead, he has allowed his ant army to devour a wave of life springs, which led to his ascension to the first tier. At this moment, within Mo Fei's domain, worker ants emerged in an orderly fashion from the ant barracks. They first approached Mo Fei to consume his aura, forging a bond that elevated their loyalty to absolute allegiance. Subsequently, they queued to the edge of the life spring, ready to partake in its essence. Meanwhile, in Mo Fei's mind, the prompt of energy points 1, 1, 1 echoed incessantly. Upon receiving various messages from the undead ant army he had dispatched to explore the territory's exterior, Mo Fei felt a stirring in his heart. He activated the mind network, switching to the perspective of the ant clan. As he invoked the mind network, his vision transitioned from emptiness to a slight tremor in the void. Gradually, a vibrant image coalesced, becoming distinctly clear. Is this the location of my undead ant clan? It appeared to be a densely vegetated area, surrounded by an array of green flora. A scene emerged before him, showcasing greenery all around. Mo Fei pondered silently. Moreover, apart from the vegetation, there seemed to be no wild creatures in sight. As he rotated his perspective, he discovered not a single first-tier monster. At that moment, a towering tree with dark brown bark came into view as his perspective shifted. Upon seeing this tree, a spark of excitement ignited within Mo Fei. Species, hardwood. Description, a type of timber that grows in the misty forest, notably sturdy, suitable for gathering materials to construct a territory. Hardwood boasts a resilient texture, and harvesting from it is significantly quicker than from ordinary trees. No wonder his undead ant clan was exhilarated. They had swiftly found a resource for upgrading the territory. Continuing to adjust his perspective, he realized he had stumbled upon a thriving area of hardwood. Besides the first tree he had spotted, the majority of the towering trees around were also hardwood. Now, a resource collection zone for timber had been established, and with no wild creatures in sight. It was remarkably safe. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Mo Fei promptly issued commands to his army of 10,000 undead ants through the mind network. Esteemed master, we shall obey your commands. One by one, the undead ants opened their mandibles and lined up to ascend the hardwood tree. With fervent determination, they began to gnaw at the branches and trunk, extracting chunks of timber. Under the relentless gnawing of 10,000 immortal ants, the towering hardwood, which one could embrace with a single arm, swiftly diminished in height and size at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, it vanished entirely, leaving behind merely a solitary stump on the ground as a testament to its former existence. Just as this sturdy tree disappeared, and the army of ants prepared to ascend another tree, Mo Fei suddenly sensed a message emanating from the immortal ants. Danger! Danger! Danger? What peril lurked? There were no signs of any wild creatures in sight. Mo Fei, perplexed, wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, his pupils constricted sharply. This, upon closer inspection, what appeared to be ribbons were, in fact, venomous snakes, their bodies of vivid green, flicking their tongues ominously. These serpents, indistinguishable in hue from the surrounding foliage, descended from the branches. The sight was profoundly unsettling, nearly inducing a cold sweat upon Mo Fei. Species, green leaf snake. Strength, first tier. Description, a feeble wild creature within the misty forest, its body mimicking the coloration of leaves, adept at hiding amongst branches, camouflaging itself as twigs and foliage. Warning, although the green leaf snake is merely a first-tier creature, it possesses potent venom. While traversing the forest, one must remain exceedingly cautious of what lies above. Underestimating them could lead to dire consequences. even for third-tier creatures. Potent venom. Even third-tier creatures would steer clear. In an instant, Mo Fei comprehended why this region, abundant with sturdy trees, bore no signs of wild creatures. It was, in fact, harboring a multitude of green leaf snakes. At that moment, several of these snakes hung down, their forked tongues flicking as their elongated eyes scanned for the culprit behind the disappearance of their arboreal refuge. However, upon discovering that the cause was a horde of ebony ants, the interest of the dozen or so green leaf snakes swiftly waned. They emitted a chilling hiss, warning the immortal ant army. To the green leaf snakes, ants were an exceedingly weak and trivial species, one of the few lower-tier beings they preferred to avoid. Even third-tier creatures posed no threat to them. In fact, if any dared to intrude upon their territory, they would proactively launch an attack. This was because the majority of first to third-tier wild creatures, when slain by the green leaf snakes, could be devoured, enhancing their own strength. Yet, exterminating ants would yield them no benefit and could even lead to injury. After all, these diminutive beings, although relatively weak, were numerous. If ensnared by them, it could become a considerable nuisance. However, the green leaf snakes remained oblivious. They showed no interest in this weak ant colony. Yet the master behind these diminutive ants harbored a keen interest in them. The green leaf snakes seemed indifferent to my army of immortal ants, perhaps even wary. It was evident that they had detected the presence of my horde. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that the indomitable army of undead ants has just devoured a robust tree, an act tantamount to disturbing the sanctum of the green leaf snakes. In the face of this incursion, the snakes have chosen to endure in silence. With this thought, Mo Fei felt a flicker of inspiration, leading to a decision. This area, abundant in sturdy timber, could now serve as a pivotal resource for my burgeoning domain, particularly for the procurement of wood. The first-tier green leaf snakes appear reluctant to provoke my ant legions. They harbor a sense of trepidation. Moreover, the presence of these snakes acts as a natural deterrent to other wild creatures, ensuring that my ant army can gather timber with greater safety and abandon. Chapter 17. The Perilous Quagmire and the Acidic Sludge Beasts. With this resolution in mind, Mo Fei promptly commanded his undead ant army to persist in harvesting the robust timber. As anticipated, the army proceeded to consume 3 additional sturdy trees, with each ant bearing the maximum weight they could carry, an impressive 1,000 units of wood. The first-tier green leaf snakes, coiled upon the branches, did not retaliate against the undead horde. Perhaps the snakes, while wary of the ant army, were also indifferent to the timber, given the abundance in this locale. The 3 trees felled by Mo Fei's legion amounted to a mere drop in the ocean of robust timber available. Once the undead army had gathered sufficient wood, Mo Fei chose not to engage the green leaf snakes for the time being. After all, they serve as a natural barrier, protecting his ants as they harvest the timber resources. Next, Mo Fei shifted his perspective to another ant swarm, one tasked with conveying messages of fear. Within the territory, the scene before Mo Fei of the timber resource area suddenly fractured, and the void twisted once more, revealing a vivid new image. This locale appeared to be a marsh nestled within a dense forest, surrounded by thick underbrush. The marsh spanned roughly the size of a football field, shrouded in a heavy veil of white mist. Within its depths, colossal bubbles occasionally erupted, releasing a series of soft, popping sounds reminiscent of thick porridge boiling over. Mo Fei's army of undead ants halted at the edge of the marsh, nestled within the adjacent grass. Was there a lurking danger within? Sensing the ants' trepidation towards the marsh, Mo Fei inquired through the mental network. Esteemed master, the marsh conceals formidable entities. They can expel a corrosive liquid. Just moments ago, we passed through and suffered an assault, resulting in the loss of approximately 100 brothers, while over 100 more sustained injuries. From the swarm, over 100 undead ants emerged, displaying the areas where they had been attacked, raising their slender legs to reveal their wounds. Upon their slender legs, varying degrees of damage were evident. The most severe cases exhibited a complete corrosion of all 6 legs, with even their abdomens succumbing to decay, having been carried out by their companions. Witnessing this, Mo Fei felt a pang of sorrow, unable to fathom the extent of the torment they had endured. Fortunately, these undead ants had evolved after consuming the fountain of life, which granted them resilience. Despite their grievous injuries, they clung to life. At that moment, the wounded areas of all the ants radiated a faint, life-affirming green luminescence, gradually healing their wounds. Some of the ants, with damaged abdomens, were already beginning to recover under the influence of this ethereal glow. What was this phenomenon? Were they suggesting that there were wild creatures in the mire capable of ejecting corrosive liquids? Mo Fei inquired, observing the bubbling swamp. Externally, he could discern no distinguishing features between this mire and others, nor any indication of lurking beasts. The only peculiar aspect was the bubbles that intermittently surfaced, leaving him perplexed. Within the ant colony, a larger ant issued a command. Soon, a dozen undead ants departed the group, making their way toward the mire. Mo Fei's gaze followed these ants closely. Upon reaching the edge of the swamp, the group halted, and one ant stepped forward, venturing into the mire. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The ant, being quite lightweight, theoretically should have been able to traverse the mire's surface. However, as its 6 legs touched the sludge, the creature abruptly sank, not merely sinking, for Mo Fei soon observed that its legs were dissolving in the mire. The other ants reacted swiftly. As the first ant began to lose its legs, they pulled it back from the swamp's grasp. Yet, despite their efforts, its legs had been significantly eroded. While Mo Fei pondered whether a creature capable of producing acid resided within the mire, the scene took a surprising turn. A dozen ants suddenly raised their mandibles, severing nearby weeds and tossing them into the mire. The moment the vegetation touched the water, Mo Fei noticed a sudden agitation in the sludge. Then, a creature, cloaked in mud and resembling a water beast, erupted from the mire. This wild creature was not particularly large, roughly the size of 3 toads combined. Its eyes, covered by a membrane, glimmered a haunting blue as it emerged from the mire. Upon breaking the surface, the membrane retracted, revealing its piercing blue gaze fixated on the group of undead ants on the shore. In an instant, its tongue lashed out with lightning speed, aiming to strike the unsuspecting ants. However, the undead ants appeared to have anticipated this move. The moment the creature surfaced, they dispersed, causing the water beast's tongue to strike nothing but the ground, creating a pit in the earth. Yet the water beast was not one to relinquish such a delectable opportunity easily. In the next moment, 4 or 5 mud creatures emerged abruptly from the mire. They crawled out of the swamp, pursuing Mo Fei's dozen or so undead ants. As these creatures surfaced, Mo Fei realized that they bore a resemblance to slimes. Lacking legs, they relied entirely on their writhing movements to traverse the ground, exhibiting surprising speed. Wherever the 5 mud creatures slithered, the grass beneath them emitted a sizzling sound, corroded in their wake, leaving a trail of decay. At that moment, Mo Fei finally discerned the information regarding these mud creatures. Species, acidic mud creature, strength, level 1, description, a mutated variant of the slime family, exhibiting potent corrosive abilities. Prefers to inhabit swamps and alters its environment into a mire. Thriving in social groups. Note: acidic mud creatures are exceedingly weak and lack hunting prowess, yet the acid they expel possesses formidable corrosive properties. Should a level 1 wild creature inadvertently fall into their swamp, escape would be nearly impossible, rendering it a meal for these creatures. Chapter 18. Slaying the acidic mud creature, an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Acidic mud creature. A level 1 wild creature, capable of expelling highly corrosive acid. Upon reading the introduction of the acidic mud creature, Mo Fei's expression turned icy. A level 1 wild creature dares to consider his ant colony as a source of sustenance. Witnessing the 5 acidic mud creatures emerging from the swamp, Mo Fei let out a cold laugh. Heaven offers a path, yet you choose not to tread. Hell has no gates, yet you intrude. If these mud creatures had remained hidden within the swamp, amidst the highly corrosive mire, Mo Fei would have found himself at a loss. Without hesitation, he commanded his ant colony to encircle the 5 acidic mud creatures, cutting off their retreat and trapping them. At the edge of the swamp, the 5 acidic mud creatures, in their pursuit, suddenly sensed something amiss. The dozen or so ants before them had come to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, they noticed the quantity of food before them increasing. Initially, the acidic mud creatures felt a surge of excitement. An abundance of food meant no need for competition, allowing them to feast at leisure. Moreover, the taste of these ants was delightful, sweet, infused with vibrant vitality, leaving them invigorated after consumption. However, it was not long before the quantity of food exceeded the 5 acidic mud creatures' expectations. Over 2,000 ants appeared before them in a dark mass, and as they emerged, these ants brandished their sharp mandibles in a menacing display. Faced with the countless approaching ants, the 5 acidic mud creatures quickly fell into a state of panic. The grassy terrain was not their domain. Their territory lay within the swamp. Yet, as they turned to flee, they found themselves blocked by another overwhelming throng of ants behind them, even more numerous than those in front. With a hiss, one of the acidic mud creatures expelled its corrosive acid. Before him lay a vast expanse of ants. A bustling throng that showed no sign of hesitation as the acidic liquid fell upon them. In an instant, several ants were eroded by the corrosive substance. Yet, they remained undeterred. To them, the damage inflicted was negligible. A few brave ants endeavored to drag their afflicted comrades away from the caustic area, while the majority surged forward, launching a fierce assault against the 5 acid mud monsters. They truly embodied the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Remarkably, it took merely 800 of the relentless undead ants to swarm over the 5 acid mud monsters, covering them entirely. Each ant clung tenaciously to the surface of the monsters, opening their sharp mandibles to deliver fierce bites. The acid mud monsters howled in agony, spewing acid and rolling on the grass in a futile attempt to dislodge their attackers. However, their efforts were in vain. For each ant that fell, countless others surged to occupy the vacant space. The 5 acid mud monsters managed to release only a few splashes of acid before succumbing to silence. A minute later, over 800 undead ants descended from the once formidable creatures, leaving no trace of their remains on the grass, for they had been completely consumed by Mo Fei's undead ant horde. Your undead ant species has slain a first-tier acid mud monster, absorbing 2 energy points. Your undead ant species has slain a first-tier acid mud monster, absorbing 1 energy point. Absorbing 1 energy point. Absorbing 2 energy points. Absorbing 1 energy point. Mo Fei received notifications within his mind. The 5 first-tier acid mud monsters had collectively bestowed upon him 7 energy points. A meager sum compared to the energy derived from 1,000 worker ants consuming the fountain of life to evolve into undead ants. Despite his lack of regard for these 5 first-tier acid mud monsters, Imofei found himself intrigued by their corrosive abilities. Prompted by the notifications, he hastily accessed his Lord panel to ascertain whether any of his ant species had acquired the acid capabilities from the monsters he had just devoured. Species: worker ants, undead ants. Regrettably, the undead ants had failed to gain the acid capabilities despite devouring the 5 acid mud monsters. It remained uncertain whether the first-tier monsters were simply too weak or too few in number, or if the average energy points obtained by the 800 ants were insufficient. Furthermore, the current level of his infinite devour evolution talent was too low, resulting in a diminished probability of acquiring abilities through consumption. In any case, the acid capabilities of the mud monsters eluded him. Imofei felt a pang of disappointment. Although his infinite devour evolution talent was ranked, it was only at level 1, leaving little chance of successfully acquiring the abilities of his targets. He realized he must utilize a talent stone to upgrade his abilities to enhance the likelihood of seizing their powers. Yet, he pondered how one might obtain such a talent stone. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that the means of acquiring talent stones remained unknown to him. Compared to others, possessing the extraordinary ability to devour and evolve is, in itself, a pinnacle of existence. There is no need to covet a 100 probability of this devouring ability. A somewhat low probability is inconsequential. As long as the quantity of devouring increases, there will inevitably be an ant colony capable of seizing its desired power. Much like my colony devouring the fountain of life. As long as the fountain is abundant, my worker ants can evolve into an immortal ant race. Currently, over 100,000 worker ants have feasted upon the fountain of life. Mofei has yet to observe a single worker ant that, after consuming the fountain, has failed to evolve into the immortal ant race. This is due to the ample supply of the fountain. If one attempt at devouring does not yield evolution, another will surely succeed. Eventually, my ant colony shall evolve. Refocusing on the murky scene before him, Imofei contemplated and issued a retreat command to his army of ants. It was evident that the acidic mud monsters in the swamp were not particularly powerful. Once lured out of the muck, they would stand no chance against his ant legions. However, at present, his forces numbered only 10,000, far too few. Imofei wished to avoid alarming the enemy. The swamp spanned the size of a football field, undoubtedly concealing a significant number of the acidic mud monsters. It represented an excellent training ground. Moreover, a considerable portion of the immortal ants produced within his territory remained. He would gather his entire army of ants and then strike together. After all, these acidic mud monsters seemed to have been here for quite some time, with no wild creatures showing interest in troubling them. He had no concern that they would escape. Chapter 19. The Illusion of the Ant Swarm, Danger. The potent wild monster of unknown rank. After issuing the retreat command to the ant colony, Mofei switched the perspective of his mental network. This time, he focused on a relatively calm group of ants. They were situated in a dense forest filled with towering trees, where the ground was interwoven with massive roots, slick with damp moss. Is everything well? Mofei inquired, surveying the surroundings. Esteemed Lord, this area is quite safe. Rarely do wild creatures pass by, and we have not detected any other wild creatures in the vicinity. Only the faint scent of a high-tier wild monster remains, suggesting it has not visited in quite some time. Mofei nodded, about to speak, when a sudden thought struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. Are you saying there is only one wild monster in this area? Indeed, my lord, they confirmed. Can you ascertain its rank? Mofei pressed further. The lead ant approached a root, accompanied by several others, their antennae quivering slightly. I apologize, my lord. Time has elapsed significantly, and coupled with the overwhelming superiority of the opposing entity's level, we are unable to ascertain its true rank. Mofei found himself engulfed in contemplation. After a brief pause for reflection, he finally inquired, how long have you been here? Do you believe that if you were to transport certain items, such as timber, that wild creature would take notice of your presence? The ant swarm fell into silence for a moment, seemingly deliberating on Mofei's question. It likely will not. In fact, along our journey, we have encountered more than one wild creature. Some have registered our presence, while others were completely oblivious. On our way here, a wild creature nearly stepped on us as it passed overhead, seemingly unaware of our existence. The creatures that did notice us appeared indifferent, merely glancing our way before moving on. Mofei sank back into thought. After a while, a smile graced his features as he praised them. Excellent work. Now, regarding personnel. The ant swarm seemed somewhat perplexed by Mofei's statement. He patiently elaborated. I mean to leave a few companions here to keep watch, ensuring they are dispersed over a radius of approximately 2 kilometers, roughly a half-hour's straight-line distance. If they grow hungry, they may search for sustenance nearby. Should any unusual circumstances arise, relay the information to me immediately. Understood? Understood, my lord, came the response. The leader of the ants then turned to confer with the others for a while. Approximately 200 ants emerged from the swarm, subsequently dispersing into the surrounding environment. Some concealed themselves beneath tree roots. Others ventured far away only to hide among a pile of dry leaves, while a few took refuge beneath moss-covered stones. As the 200 ants scattered, they swiftly vanished from Mo Fei's line of sight. However, through the psychic network, he could sense their presence somewhere nearby. A few ants even strayed in the wrong direction. Upon sensing this, Mo Fei issued new commands to assist them in realigning their course. Once he had completed these tasks and confirmed that the ant legion was retreating according to his directives, Mo Fei finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, a shadow flickered across his eyes. Through the psychic network, Mo Fei discerned that the ant legion's current location was in a forest approximately 10 kilometers to the south of his territory. Contrary to the reports from his own ant legion, this forest was far from safe. On the contrary, it harbored a wild creature of exceptionally high rank. Mo Fei was acutely aware that this was not a deception by his loyal ant legion. With their loyalty elevated to absolute fidelity, they would never betray him. It was simply that this high-level wild creature was immensely powerful, while his own ants remained relatively weak, leading to a dangerous illusion of safety within that forest, quite unlike the acidic mud creatures lurking in the swamp. The acidic mud creature is of a low tier, merely a first rank. Furthermore, it is not particularly large and prefers to prey on beings weaker than itself. Thus, it is not surprising that it would take notice of Mo Fei's army of immortal ants, lurking in the mire to ambush the ant swarm. However, in truth, even a multitude of 10,000 ants, all of the first rank, are regarded as exceedingly feeble by many higher-tier wild creatures. They would hardly pay attention to such diminutive beings, and even if they did, they would not harbor any interest in preying upon them. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous wild creatures, even one that nearly trampled them. Yet, without exception, all the wild creatures, whether they noticed them or not, exhibited no inclination to attack. These higher-tier beasts did not regard Mo Fei's ant swarm as a threat at all. Thus, when the ant swarm ventured into the territory of a certain high-tier wild creature, that beast likely did not even acknowledge the presence of such insignificant beings. This led Mo Fei's ant swarm to mistakenly believe that the forest was a veritable sanctuary. However, this did not escape the keen observation of Mo Fei. When the ant swarm reported back to him that there was only the aura of a single high-tier wild creature in that location, Mo Fei had already become alert. This was a resource-rich tropical rainforest, teeming with countless wild beasts. How could it be possible for a forest to harbor only one wild creature? There is only one conceivable explanation. This wild creature must be extraordinarily powerful. So powerful that, even after a prolonged absence from the vicinity of Mo Fei's army, no other wild creatures dared to encroach upon its territory. This formidable beast was situated a mere 10 kilometers from Mo Fei's domain, causing him to feel an undeniable sense of trepidation. The invincible protection period for newcomers lasts only 7 days. Once those 7 days elapse, the protection will end, and Mo Fei's territory will inevitably engage in confrontation with the wild creatures of the forest. Typically, second, third, or even fourth-tier wild creatures would not possess such an overwhelming aura of deterrence. What tier could this powerful wild creature possibly belong to? Is it a 5th, 6th, or even a 7th-tier beast? Chapter 20. Low-Tier Lord. Gathering resources is a daunting task. Previously, a lord had mentioned in the World Communication Channel that their territory was surrounded by high-tier wild creatures. At that time, Mo Fei had felt fortunate that there seemed to be no particularly formidable wild creatures near his own territory. However, now he could finally grasp the sentiment of that lord in a profound way. It was an intangible sense of oppression and anxiety. Even though that wild creature had yet to reveal itself, the mere knowledge of its proximity to his territory instilled a tremendous pressure within Mo Fei. He was unaware of the creature's tier or capabilities, nor did he know whether it had already taken notice of his domain. This unknown peril was the most terrifying and lethal of all. It must be said, at this moment, the dispatched ant colony has significantly aided Mo Fei, allowing him to discover the presence of a formidable high-level wild creature surrounding his territory on the very first day of entering the Lord's world. This timely revelation affords him ample opportunity to devise strategies to confront this creature or ensure his own safety. Had he only become aware of such a powerful beast on the 6th or 7th day of his novice period, he would have undoubtedly found himself in dire peril. Moreover, aside from uncovering the domain of this mighty creature, the ant colony has brought Mo Fei yet another piece of encouraging news. Under normal circumstances, most wild creatures show little interest in the diminutive ant colony scuttling about on the ground. Even if they do take notice, their curiosity is often minimal, save for the first-tier creatures like the acidic mud monster, which prey exclusively on those weaker than themselves. This implies that, should the situation become dire, he could incorporate the territory of this high-level wild creature into his route for resource gathering, thereby evading other low-tier beasts and ensuring the secure transport of resources. This rationale partly explains Mo Fei's decision to dispatch a small faction of ants to linger within the domain of this high-level creature, not only to monitor its movements and ascertain the extent of its territory to gauge its strength, but also with the intention of having its domain serve as a protective shield for transporting his supplies. After all, no low-tier creature would dare intrude upon the territory of such a formidable beast, providing a significant safety net for the transportation of resources. Having successfully deployed his undead ants to surveil the high-level creature's territory, Mo Fei then shifted his focus to the remaining ant colonies. The colonies situated closest to the territory, in the southwest, discovered a plethora of high-level wild creatures engaged in combat amongst themselves. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with the sight of the ground strewn with patches of putrid blood and numerous broken trees, alongside the scattered remains of various wild creatures, indicative of a fierce conflict between two wild factions. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Mo Fei commanded this ant colony to consume the remains on the ground, yielding for energy points. However, due to the nature of the remains being merely limbs and internal organs, the ants were unable to acquire the abilities of these wild creatures. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Mo Fei stationed an additional 200 ants in this area to act as vigilant sentinels. Once he had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings of the remaining ant colonies, he similarly stationed varying numbers of ants to monitor those regions. Subsequently, he allocated a small contingent of 100 ants to continue their exploration, thereby expanding the scope of their reconnaissance. Meanwhile, the barracks ant colony continued to produce steadily. Mo Fei settled by the Fountain of Life, perusing the information on the World Communication Channel as he awaited the return of his army. The ant army, adept at harvesting sturdy timber, was the first to return. 10,000 immortal ants formed a regiment, halting before Mo Fei. Each ant raised its upper body, elevating its mandibles high, proudly displaying their spoils. These were pieces of dark red wood. You have done exceptionally well, Mo Fei praised. We exist to serve our master. We dedicate everything, including ourselves, to our master. We shall eliminate all obstacles for our master. As long as resources enter our territory, as the Lord, I can collect and decompose them. With a mere flick of his finger, Mo Fei commanded the collection of all the timber held in the pincers of the 10,000 ants, depositing it into the warehouse. The warehouse now brimmed with a full 1,000 units of wood. After a trip outdoors, a considerable amount had been consumed. Come and drink from the spring to restore your strength, Mo Fei instructed. The 10,000 ants lined up to ascend the basin and partake of the life-giving spring water. Meanwhile, in the World Communication Channel, is everyone progressing smoothly? I am finished. The wild monsters outside are formidable, and I just dispatched my militia to gather timber. Oh dear, that sounds dreadful. I sympathize. It is truly a tale of woe. That elusive fox darted in at the very moment my sharpshooter was reloading. And by the time my sharpshooter was prepared again, the wretched creature had already vanished, carrying off the corpse of a blue wolf. My sharpshooters, poor souls, have yet to quench their thirst, let alone have dinner. They are already expressing their hunger, yet where can I procure food for them? Indeed, this is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Thus, next time, whether we are gathering resources or leveling up, we must first ascertain the surrounding conditions to avert losses. Alas, do not speak of it. Danger and mishaps are ever unpredictable. I recently sent my farmers to collect stone, and although the process was smooth, with no peril encountered, I must find a safer route to transport the stones and procure some food, or else I shall have no dinner tonight. I envy those esteemed individuals who have awakened high-tier units. They can send their troops to slay wild monsters for experience, while also securing food. Unlike us, who have awakened low-tier units, we must tread cautiously even in resource gathering, filled with trepidation. Indeed, it is either being slain by wild monsters while collecting or being intercepted by them en route. It is exceedingly difficult. Many low-tier lords lamented. Seeing this, Mo Fei couldn't help but glance at the 1,000 units of wood in his warehouse. Is resource gathering truly so challenging? Chapter 21. Are there limits to low-tier units? Apologies, my Ant Legion knows no bounds. Is resource gathering truly difficult? Mo Fei did not think so. His Ant Legion ventured forth to explore the environment surrounding their territory. As for the dangers mentioned by the lords in the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei had indeed encountered them. However, in comparison to his ant army, such threats were insignificant. This cannot be deemed as perilous, for the lower-tier creatures are disinclined to provoke the formidable army of ants. Conversely, the higher-tier beasts remain oblivious to the ant horde or, if they are aware, exhibit a complete lack of concern or interest. Take, for instance, the verdant leaf serpent that occupies the territory rich in sturdy wood resources. While the ant army gathers this precious resource, effectively encroaching upon their lair, the serpents do not dare to stir. Thus, resource gathering becomes the most effortless and straightforward endeavor for Mo Fei's Ant Legion. Furthermore, in terms of resource collection, Mo Fei's ants possess an undeniable numerical advantage. At this moment, Mo Fei similarly instructs them to first partake of the Fountain of Life to replenish their strength and heal their wounds. Meanwhile, on the World Exchange Channel, a lord laments, if only our lower-tier troops could ascend like the higher-tier ones. Another adds, although our troops have just been produced and their ranks are low, the development of lower-tier troops in the early stages is vastly overshadowed by the ease with which higher-tier units progress. Despite the apparent numerical superiority of lower-tier troops, the disparity in rank is far beyond what numbers can compensate. Upon hearing this, many lords who have awakened lower-tier troops resonate deeply with the sentiment. Indeed, The lower-tier troops we recruit are often at their final rank, lacking any inherent troop talents, and possess no real potential for advancement, rendering them incomparable to higher-tier units. While higher-tier troops may be produced in fewer numbers, their growth potential is significantly greater, even when ranks are equivalent. The prowess of higher-tier troops surpasses that of their lower-tier counterparts. Some high-tier troops can even level up beyond their rank as soon as they are produced. Moreover, the production rate of high-tier troops is not necessarily lower than that of lower-tier troops. For instance, the formidable Lin Feng, who has awakened tier talents, can produce 60 raging war elephants in a single day, far outpacing many lower-tier troops. Lower-tier troops can only enhance their ranks by first gathering resources, developing their territories, and upgrading their barracks. Only then do they have a chance to produce mutated units or higher-tier troops. However, they still cannot compare to those lords who have awakened high-tier troops from the outset. After all, the type of troop determines its potential ceiling. For instance, my unit is a musketeer. Even if it were to mutate into a cannoneer or ascend to a sharpshooter, it cannot rival a lord who has awakened knight units from the beginning. Knights inherently possess greater strength than musketeers, and they too can ascend to light cavalry, heavy cavalry, or even mutate into gunshield knights, embodying both offense and defense. Not to mention those who have awakened chimeras or two-headed dragons from start. Their troops are born with innate talents and merely require leveling up to unlock these abilities, something lower-tier units cannot hope to achieve. As lords who have awakened lower-tier troops, our fate is inextricably tied to the collection of resources. Even the awakening of advanced lord talents proves futile, for the variety of troop types has already determined the manner in which lords develop their territories. Once the domains of those esteemed individuals with advanced troops grow formidable, we shall find ourselves relying upon them, serving as mere laborers for resource collection. How I envy those great lords who have awakened advanced troop types. I humbly beseech them to spare a few morsels of food. Once I gather sufficient resources, I can offer them in exchange. Having glanced at the more than 300,000 undead ant species before him, Mo Fei pondered the limitations of low-tier troop ranks. Apologies. But after awakening the infinite devouring evolution talent, there appears to be no upper limit to his ant species rank. Theoretically, as long as he consumes sufficiently high-tier items, be they living beings or otherwise, his ant species can undergo limitless evolution, with the ceiling continuously rising. There is no absence of talent. For with the process of devouring and evolving, his ant species also possesses a certain probability of acquiring abilities from other species. For instance, after consuming the fountain of life, his ants evolved into the undead ant species, gaining the ability to self-heal, as long as they do not sustain fatal injuries. Any wounds inflicted upon them can gradually mend on their own. However, regarding why the ability of the undead ant species was not classified as a talent in the troop panel, Mo Fei speculated that it was likely due to two reasons. Firstly, the rank of the fountain of life consumed by his ants was too low, resulting in a rather weak self-healing ability. Secondly, his ant species currently only possessed a rank of 1, failing to meet the minimum rank required for troop awakening talents. Thus, their self-healing ability was insufficient to be categorized as a talent. In the future, as they consume higher-tier fountains of life for evolution or their rank increases, this capability should indeed become their primary talent. Reflecting on the numerous messages flooding the world communication channel, where many expressed their envy for high-tier troops, Mo Fei shook his head and smiled. Advanced troops seem rather overrated. It appears that he does not harbor much envy after all. While they must hunt monsters to level up their troops and lord rank, his ant species merely needs to devour to evolve. Moreover, the energy they acquire through consumption also contributes to his own advancement. Thus, it becomes evident that his ant species holds the superior advantage. Additionally, akin to low-tier troops, high-tier troops must also take care to avoid sustaining injuries while leveling up through monster hunting. From a risk perspective, high-tier troops confront wild creatures directly, facing far greater peril than low-tier troops engaged in resource collection. Conversely, his ant species faces minimal risk while gathering resources, as there are virtually no wild creatures interested in a swarm of ants. As he continued to peruse the messages in the world communication channel, one particular lord's statement caught Mo Fei's attention. I have gathered 20 units of wood. Any lords willing to exchange resources? The request was specifically for food resources, preferably meat. One can mutually add friends and forge alliances, enabling both parties to acquire resources and enjoy preferential exchange rights. Mo Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This proposal seems rather appealing. Chapter 22. Wait, it's merely 20 units of timber. Why are you all bickering over it? In the realm of lords, the troops of a lord can also experience hunger and fatigue. One lord has already mentioned this matter. Fatigue can be alleviated by drinking from the fountain of life. As for hunger, it can only be remedied through sustenance. I have gathered 20 units of timber. Any lords interested in resource exchange? I request food resources, preferably meat. We can mutually add friends and forge alliances, enabling both parties to acquire resources and enjoy preferential exchange rights. At this moment, Mo Fei noticed a message on the world communication channel from a lord. A flicker of interest ignited within him. This proposal indeed seems quite advantageous. Given that his ant troops possess a significant numerical advantage over other troop types, and most of the wild creatures in the forest show little interest in his ant faction, he sees potential. However, this raises a concern. If he focuses his territory's development on resource gathering, he will inevitably have little time to procure food. Furthermore, he has only discovered one source of timber thus far. His foraging ants are still exploring and have yet to locate any stone resources. If he continues to gather timber, he will undoubtedly face an overwhelming surplus of it. Meanwhile, there is a severe shortage of stone resources. Thus, resource exchange becomes imperative. Manhwa believes this proposition to be quite sensible. During the early stages of a lord's development, enhancing one's strength is secondary. The paramount objective remains the advancement of one's territory. Only through exchanging resources can he cultivate his domain. The resources he gathers must translate into the strength of his territory. Otherwise, accumulating a plethora of resources that merely sit in storage proves futile for the enhancement of his domain. As expected, shortly after this lord proposed to exchange 20 units of timber for food, particularly meat, several messages appeared on the world communication channel. I can exchange food with you. Let us add each other as friends. I have meat. How many units of meat do you wish to exchange for your 20 units of timber? How about 20 units of timber for 2 units of meat? That is a fair price. If you are willing, let us become friends. Place the timber in the space trading channel, set the desired exchange quantity, and designate me as the trading partner. To the one seeking meat, don't trade with the person above. They are unscrupulous. I am willing to trade 5 units of meat for your 20 units of timber. Stop fighting. I am willing to offer 8 units of meat. Seeing these messages, Manhwa couldn't help but feel astonished. Is it really necessary? Why are lords squabbling over a mere 20 units of timber? Moreover, this atmosphere seems rather off, doesn't it? The lords engaged in the trade of meat are undoubtedly formidable, for it would be impossible for them to slay wild beasts and procure meat otherwise. Why then, are these powerful individuals haggling over a mere 20 units of wood? From a survival standpoint, is food not a resource that all lords urgently require? It is essential to note that during the early stages of development, when the strength of troops is relatively weak, some lords who have awakened lower tier units may struggle even to defeat wild beasts. They can only send their forces to gather resources in exchange for sustenance. Logically, one would expect a concerted effort to drive down the prices of wood while elevating those of meat. Manhwa found himself perplexed by the frantic bidding among several lords for a trivial amount of wood. Have these individuals lost their senses? Can they truly afford to be so extravagant when they are overwhelmed with meat? However, gazing at the 1,000 units of wood in his own storehouse, Manhwa felt an overwhelming sense of delight. The higher the bids escalate, the more advantageous it becomes for him. He may not possess much, but he certainly has an abundance of troops. Even if it were 1,000 units of wood, or even 10,000, it would merely require dispatching his ant army for a brief excursion. Meanwhile, on the World Communication Channel, the bidding lords had begun to argue fiercely among themselves. What do you mean by that? Am I truly the villain here? Food is a resource that everyone urgently needs in the early game. Just look at how few lords are even capable of slaying wild beasts. I offer 2 units of meat. My price is already quite reasonable. Without food, troops will suffer from hunger, which significantly weakens their strength and drastically reduces their efficiency. Surely, you all understand this. So, is there an issue with my offer of 2 units of meat in exchange for 20 units of wood? Bah, your words sound better than they are. You're as greedy as they come. To the person above, well said. Therefore, I offer 8 units of meat for 20 units of wood. How does that concern you? To those at the back, do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? At this moment, another lord joined the fray. To the brother who just mentioned the wood for meat trade, if you are unwilling to compromise on meat, I happen to have some mushrooms and wood ears available for exchange. I propose a price of 12 units of mushrooms for 1 unit of wood. Hey, that's outrageous. The individual explicitly requested meat. Why are you butting in? It's a fair trade. If someone offers 20 units of wood for exchange, it is their prerogative whom they choose to trade with, and you have no say in that. Besides, do you believe everyone else is a fool? Surely no one is unaware of the significance of developing their territory in the early game. Meat is indeed a scarce resource, but wood and stone are essential materials for all lords to upgrade their territories and buildings in the early stages. Well articulated. Without wood, how can your territory ascend in rank? What use is an abundance of meat if it merely rots in your storehouse? To speak frankly, once the territory and its tier elevate and the strength of the troops enhances, who among us cannot vanquish the first-tier wild beasts? As for food, it may hold some utility on the initial day, but who will find themselves in need of sustenance thereafter? At this moment, Manhwa seemingly grasped a revelation. He accessed the spatial trading channel, and indeed, numerous resources had been listed by lords. The majority comprised meat resources, which were designated for exchange with timber and stone. The prevailing exchange rates hovered between 1, 2, and 1, 1. This indicates that 1 unit of meat could be traded for 2 units of timber, or 1 unit of meat could be exchanged for 1 unit of stone. This is substantially lower than Manhwa had anticipated. It is worth noting that this happens on the very first day in the Lord's world. where everyone's troops remain feeble and scant in number. Many lords with low-tier awakened troops cannot even defeat the first-tier wild beasts due to their insufficient numbers. By tomorrow, it is likely that this exchange ratio will plummet even further. Chapter 23. Encountering third-tier wild beasts and realizing the underestimation of his ant clan's deterrence. At this juncture, gazing at the 1,000 units of timber in his warehouse, Mo Fei fell into contemplation. Had he overestimated the scarcity of meat resources? Or were timber resources genuinely difficult to gather? However, his 10,000 ants were clearly harvesting with ease. Observing the information on the World Exchange channel, Mo Fei pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh, a smile illuminating his eyes. So that was it. He finally understood. In the early stages of a lord's development, elevating the tier of one's territory is paramount. Its priority even surpasses that of enhancing the lord's level and the troop tiers. This is quite comprehensible, for only by elevating the territory's tier can the buildings within be upgraded, allowing for the construction of additional structures. For instance, with Mo Fei's current territory tier at 0, should it rise to the first tier, he might be able to construct 2 ant barracks. Assuming he could indeed build 2, the production of his ant troops would then double. If Mo Fei were to upgrade these 2 ant barracks, the quantity produced in a minute would further increase. By the end of the day, the number of his ant troops could potentially be 2 to 3 times that of before the territory tier upgrade. What does this signify? This implies that after upgrading the territory tier, the daily production of ants could surpass 4 million. Moreover, following the elevation of the territory tier, additional structures may become unlockable, and the probability of higher tier troops emerging upon Barak upgrades would also increase, among other advantages. This elucidates why a mere 20 units of timber can incite fierce bidding, even sparking conflicts, among awakened high-tier beings with carnivorous appetites. In the early stages of territorial development, their troops have already been deployed for leveling up, leaving them little time for resource gathering. Moreover, they can only assign their troops for leveling, as high-tier units are typically fewer in number compared to their lower-tier counterparts. In terms of resource collection, they possess no advantage over lords commanding lower-tier awakened units. Consequently, to elevate their territory's rank and avoid being outpaced by other lords, they must rely on the meat obtained from slaying wild beasts to exchange for timber and stone resources. This scenario explains why, on the very first day in the Lord's world, amidst such scarcity of food resources, the exchange rates between food and timber, as well as stone, are not excessively outrageous. Furthermore, lords possessing food actively seek out players willing to trade timber. Everyone yearns to upgrade their territory on the first day. An early advancement promises a competitive edge. Therefore, it can be inferred that possessing 1,000 units of timber places one among the wealthier lords. Mo Fei stroked his chin and chuckled. However, he recalled that a lord had recently mentioned the issue of troop hunger. Are you hungry? Do you require food? Mo Fei inquired of his ant swarm, contemplating whether to exchange some timber from his warehouse for food. Esteemed lord, we do not feel hunger. They responded. The life spring suffices to satiate our hunger. Mo Fei was taken aback. Glancing at the life spring beside him, it seemed he could forego food altogether. Oh wait. While the ant race may not require food, he himself did. With this realization, Mo Fei exchanged 2 units of timber for 1 unit of meat, which would serve as his dinner for the evening. After waiting for over half an hour, the number of his undead ant army had swelled to an astonishing nearly 400. 000. A sea of ants blanketed the grassy expanse. Rising to his feet, he addressed his loyal ant soldiers. Now, heed my command. Venture forth and gather timber resources. Understood. Esteemed lord, they replied. Immediately, the grand army of 400,000 ants set forth, departing the territory towards the hardwood resource area that Mo Fei had previously discovered. Having recently received information from the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei altered his strategy, deciding to focus on resource gathering today to elevate his territory's rank. As for the acidic mud monsters in the swamp, he could deal with them tomorrow morning. After all, the elevation of territorial rank represented the utmost advancement for all lords. It seemed Mo Fei had overlooked one crucial detail. Even the most diminutive ant colony, when its numbers swell to a certain magnitude, can instill profound terror. This phenomenon exemplifies the principle that quantitative change precipitates qualitative transformation. As the formidable army of 400,000 ants marched resolutely toward the hardwood resource zone, every first-tier and even second-tier wild creature encountered along the way seemed to flee in panic. Even the third-tier beasts, upon beholding the vast throng of ants, paused cautiously, observing from a distance. No wild creature dared to provoke such a multitude of first-tier ants, no matter how seemingly feeble they appeared. For once they set their sights on a target, it was a foregone conclusion that one would emerge grievously harmed, if not slain outright. Within his territory, Mo Fei, observing this spectacle through the psychic network, could not help but inwardly marvel. He pondered whether he had perhaps underestimated the intimidation factor wielded by his ant colony. Through the psychic network, he witnessed a third-tier gale wolf and a third-tier horned ox, both of which, when confronted with his army of 400,000 ants, instinctively chose to retreat to the safety of the distance. They were clearly wary of the ant swarm. Nonetheless, Even in light of this revelation, Mo Fei refrained from impulsively sending his army into confrontation with the third-tier beasts. These ants constituted the very foundation of his territorial development, should their losses be excessive. Even a singular defeat of a third-tier creature would result in a net loss for him. Upon the army's arrival in the hardwood forest zone, the first-tier leaf snakes perched upon the trees dared not show themselves, cowering in fright. Without a hint of courtesy, the army of 400,000 ants, under Mo Fei's command, ascended the towering hardwoods. Their speed in harvesting timber was nothing short of astonishing, nearly double that of the previous expedition of 10,000 ants. Initially, Mo Fei had calculated that it would take until nightfall for the 400,000 ants to gather 40,000 units of wood. However, just 2 hours before dusk, they had already completed the collection of 40,000 units. If other lords commanding low-tier awakened units were to learn that he had amassed such a quantity of timber in a single day without significant effort, they would surely be envious. With less than 2 hours remaining before nightfall, it was imperative to remember that this was a realm fraught with peril. The onset of night often heralded the emergence of unforeseen dangers. At that moment, among the lords commanding low-tier awakened units, the one who had gathered the most wood had managed a mere 500 units, a feat achieved only through relentless labor by his peasant troops, and only because he was fortunate to have a rich timber resource zone adjacent to his territory, free from the threat of wild creatures. Others, with less fortunate circumstances, faced the dual challenge of gathering timber while remaining vigilant against the ever-present dangers lurking within the resource zones. Even among the lords, there were some who were exceedingly unfortunate. They had failed to gather any timber, and the troops dispatched for this purpose had suffered significant losses at the hands of wild beasts. However, even at this moment, one lord had managed to collect 500 units of wood, though the dense hardwood resource area was not in close proximity to Mo Fei's territory. Within Mo Fei's domain, a staggering 40,000 ant clan warriors had emerged. With less than 2 hours until dusk, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, Mo Fei utilized his psychic network to closely monitor the surrounding conditions of his army. As the sun descended, shadows began to envelop the land. The mist in the forest seemed to thicken, a white fog seeping from unknown origins and blanketing the entire woodland. Accompanying this dense fog were the fearsome roars of unidentified beasts lurking within the forest. Some roars echoed from a great distance, while others resonated alarmingly close to the ant clan's ranks. Through his psychic network, Mo Fei could distinctly hear their growls, which caused a slight tension to rise within him. Fortunately, it appeared that these formidable creatures had not noticed the crawling ants below, or perhaps they were simply uninterested. The ant swarm advanced without incident. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land completely. The forest outside was shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Only the golden protective barrier hovering above the territory emitted a soft, golden glow. The dense assembly of 400,000 ant clan warriors appeared within the domain, each ant lifting its mandibles, clutching small pieces of timber. Mo Fei's previously anxious heart finally relaxed. Gather, Mo Fei commanded with a gesture. The wood clutched in the ant's mandibles vanished, and the warehouse brimmed with an additional 40,000 units of timber. Combined with the previous collection, the total reached 42,000 units of wood. Indeed, the number of ants dispatched for timber gathering had exceeded 400,000. Soldiers, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Keep up the good work. Mo Fei praised. Honorable Lord, it is our privilege to assist you, responded the ants. Mo Fei then instructed the 40,000 ants to consume from the fountain of life to replenish their strength and rest briefly. Meanwhile, the newly produced ant clan warriors conveyed a message to Mo Fei. Respected Lord, we are ready. Please assign us a task. We wish to contribute to our master's endeavors. Glancing at the impenetrable fog beyond the territory, Mo Fei pondered for a moment and smiled. Very well, let's not rush. The development of our territory is a collective effort. As night descended, the misty forest lay entirely cloaked in fog. The circumstances outside the territory remained unknown, and whether other hidden dangers lurked nearby was still uncertain. Mo Fei did not act rashly. During the day, he had dispatched several ants to continue scouting the forest's condition. Now, all he had to do was wait. It wouldn't be long before clarity emerged. He could discern the circumstances of the mist-laden forest under the cover of night, thereby deciding whether his ant soldiers should venture forth. After arranging his formidable army of over 800,000 undead ants to rest and stand by within his territory, he retrieved a unit of boar meat exchanged during the day. Material, Tier 1 boar meat. Tier, common white. Description, a standard meat type, sufficient to quell hunger and replenish stamina. Beyond this, it bears no additional effects. In the realm of lords, materials and equipment are categorized similarly. Divided into 9 tiers: common, white, excellent, green, fine, blue, epic, purple, legendary, orange, mythical, tricolor, super mythical, 5 colors, and Genesis, 7 colors. Tier 1 boar meat is merely the most rudimentary of common materials, lacking any extraordinary properties aside from satiating hunger. However, Mo Fei had no further demands. As long as it could alleviate his hunger, that sufficed. Today marked the inaugural day in the realm of lords, and the strength of the various troops was generally unimpressive. It was unlikely that many lords possessed the meat of high-tier monsters. Within the wooden cabin, all necessary cooking utensils and seasonings were at hand. He ignited the fire, brushed the boar meat with oil, and placed it onto the frying pan, intending to prepare a simple pork chop for himself. Simultaneously, he opened the World Communication Channel to observe what other lords had accomplished throughout the day and how their territories had progressed. Throughout the day, aside from gathering 42,000 units of timber, Mo Fei felt as though he had not engaged in much else. Most of his time had been devoted to exploring the surrounding environment of his territory. Oh, and he had also received a singular tiered talent as a world reward, the Mind Link. The mere thought of the Mind Link evoked a sense of admiration within Mo Fei. This skill was indeed remarkably useful. It not only facilitated seamless communication with his ant tribe, but also allowed him to shift his perspective to that of the foraging ant swarms, keeping him informed of their circumstances. Chapter 25, Perils of the Night. Dark Species Lord. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Just as Mo Fei activated the World Communication Channel, a sudden announcement reverberated in the minds of all players. Alert! Night has fallen. Some dormant powerful beings have awakened. Dark creatures are now afoot. Under the cover of night, dark creatures, species, experience a 30 enhancement to all attributes, depending on their tier and type. The enhancement can reach up to 50. All lords are advised to exercise caution. With this notification, the World Communication Channel buzzed with activity. What the heck? Powerful beings awaken under the night. What creatures are these? Could it be undead, werewolves, dark elves, ghouls, and such? A 30 enhancement to all attributes. Is that even fair? Oh no, I was planning to take advantage of the night to sneak out and level up while the monsters rested. But that's out of the question now. Time to call it a night. I've already hunted monsters all day, with dark creatures roaming at night. It's best to be cautious. Alas, I find myself in a predicament. I had initially intended to stealthily gather resources under the cover of night while the wild creatures slumbered, but with this notification, my plans are dashed. The strength of the wild beasts has been augmented, and for the sake of a meager amount of resources, risking my troops would be a folly. As fate would have it, my troops have also exerted themselves throughout the day, so I shall allow them to rest while I take stock of our gains. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to train them further. Ah, you guessed correctly, the awakened troops I command are none other than ghouls. Now, it is my time to shine. Behold, I have awakened the Death Knights. All attributes at 30, what a delightful boon. Werewolves, reporting for duty. Dark bats, at your service. While many lords lament the onset of night and the emergence of dark creatures, those who have awakened dark troops are brimming with excitement, emerging in droves. During the day, their troops lack the advantage to level up effectively. However, with the night enhancing all troop attributes by 30, this presents an opportunity for rapid territorial development. Some lords, consumed by envy and jealousy, attempt to dampen spirits, cautioning, do not rejoice too soon. While your troops gain strength at night, the wild creatures do as well. Be wary that instead of leveling up, you may find yourselves at the mercy of the beasts. As if such a reminder were necessary. It is well known that training at night is fraught with danger. Yet, with great risk comes great reward. Have you not heard that the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch? Moreover, cannot I simply avoid the dark creatures and seek out those slumbering beasts for training? The lords who have awakened dark troops are not devoid of wits. They are acutely aware that powerful beings awaken at night. And this warning alone signifies that the darkness poses a far greater threat than the daylight. Yet, high risk often heralds high reward. Everyone has developed their territories similarly during the day. To outpace others, one must embrace a measure of risk. Indeed, some lords, having awakened advanced troops, though not dark creatures, feel a surge of ambition and eagerness. In this realm of countless lords, totaling in the billions, it is inherently challenging to distinguish oneself through conventional training. To emerge among the throng and earn rewards in the rankings, embracing risk is an inevitability. At this moment, within the dark abyss, a young man clad in black stands atop a skeletal dragon, surveying the information on the World Communication Channel. After closing the Lord's panel, he gazes up at the night sky and murmurs, the hunt has begun. Throughout an entire day, the young man's barracks produced merely 2 skeletal dragons, one of the 4th tier and the other of the 3rd tier. At the edge of the abyss, a small group of approximately 10 first-tier ghouls scavenges for food. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, heralding the arrival of a massive dragon. Its form a stark white skeleton looming behind them. Before the ghouls can react, the skeletal dragon opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of icy white flames. Burn all 10 ghasts to ashes. Alas, my pork chop. While glancing at the information on the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei nearly forgot to flip his pork chop. He hastily turned it over and sprinkled a dash of seasoning. After a brief wait, the savory aroma of meat mingled with the spices began to waft through the air. Mo Fei retrieved a plate to serve the pork chop and placed it on the table. As he ate, he continued to ponder the recent world notification. Soon, he finished a sizable portion of the pork chop, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. After tidying up the dishes, Mo Fei settled beneath the illuminating crystal. The night had only just begun, and he felt no urgency. With the onset of darkness, the world communication channel was inundated with messages from lords who had awakened dark troops. Other lords had little opportunity to voice their thoughts, and very few reported their daily gains. After observing for a while, Imofei opened the spatial trading channel. To upgrade his territory from a basic village to a mid-level village, he required 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone. Currently, he possessed 42,000 units of wood in his warehouse, but his stone count stood at 0. Seizing the moment while the Dark Troop lords dominated the world channel, Imofei resolved to exchange for some stone to elevate his territory's rank. Upon entering the spatial trading channel, Imofei scanned through the listings and noted that most lords were trading meat for wood and stone. The exchange rates for meat to wood generally ranged between 12:1 and 25:1, while the rate for meat to stone was predominantly fixed at 11:1. Naturally, the meat in question was primarily sourced from first and second-tier wild creatures, representing the ordinary grade. If it were of the excellent, green, grade, the exchange rate would likely be more favorable. However, after reviewing over 100 stalls featuring meat trades, Imofei found no listings for excellent grade meat. This perplexed him. Earlier, while perusing the world communication channel, he had seen a lord mention that excellent grade meat could be procured from defeating wild creatures of tier 3 or above, suggesting that the lord must have had experience with such beasts to possess this knowledge. Imofei contemplated the vast realm of billions of lords, among whom many had awakened high-tier troops. The likelihood of none being capable of defeating tier 3 creatures was nearly non-existent. Thus, it wasn't that no one could slay these formidable beasts, nor that no one had acquired excellent grade meat. Rather, it seemed that such meat was currently quite rare. Even if someone had obtained it, they likely would not put it up for trade, or perhaps it was snatched away the moment it became available. It appeared that consuming meat of excellent grade or higher might confer some unique benefits. Imofei mused, growing increasingly curious about the effects of consuming such superior fare. Regrettably, the current offerings on the spatial trading channel consist solely of ordinary grade meats, failing to satiate Imofei's curiosity. Chapter 26. Alas, the world is filled with few virtuous souls, each more unscrupulous than the last. Upon discovering the absence of superior grade meats for exchange, Imofei utilized the search function of the spatial trading channel, directly seeking timber. He aimed to ascertain the number of lords trading timber and to evaluate the exchange ratio between timber and stone. To Imofei's astonishment, the number of lords dealing in timber was significantly fewer compared to those trading meat. There were merely 8 pages of listings. Given that each page accommodates 100 lord stalls, a maximum of 800 lords were engaged in timber trading. In a realm populated by billions of lords, only 800 were involved in the exchange of timber resources. Furthermore, among these 800 lords, the highest quantity traded was a mere 150 units of timber. Curiously, Imofei clicked on the stall of the lord trading 150 units of timber and found that the designated exchange resource was stone. With a ratio of 151, 10, 15 units of timber for 10 units of stone. If we use the meat exchange rates of 1, 2 for timber and 1 for stone as a baseline, the 150 units of timber being offered for 100 units of stone was evidently overpriced. Logically, a ratio of 2:1 would be more appropriate. No wonder it remained listed. Subsequently, Imofei explored several other timber trading stalls to examine their exchange ratios. Undoubtedly, the prices set by these lords were relatively elevated. However, it would be remiss to label them excessively high, as prices are determined by market dynamics. Where there are sellers, there are buyers. If there were many lords selling timber, the exchange ratios would likely decrease. Yet, it appears that timber resources are currently in high demand. After reviewing the prices of several timber trading stalls, Imofei, in his astonishment, arrived at a conclusion. On the first day in the realm of lords, timber and stone resources were indeed scarce. At that moment, gazing at the 42,000 units of timber in his warehouse, a subtle smile graced Imofei's lips. By tomorrow, the exchange ratios for meat and timber resources would likely diminish, enhancing the value of his 42,000 units of timber. However, given that his ant tribe could sustain itself on the life spring, Imofei did not have a pressing need for food. He decided to retain his 42,000 units of timber, awaiting future opportunities to exchange for resources he might lack. Next, Imofei searched for stone on the spatial trading channel. One by one, stone trading stalls appeared before him. Upon observing the quantity of lords trading stone, Imofei's brow furrowed slightly. The number of lords engaged in stone trading was even fewer than those trading timber. There were only 5 pages, equating to 500 lords trading stone. Furthermore, the stalls of each lord offer a meager selection of stone for trade. It remains uncertain whether this scarcity arises from the elusive nature of stone resource sites or the greater difficulty in extracting stone compared to timber. Regardless, the stall with the highest trade volume of stone barely exchanges 50 units. Furthermore, the specified exchange rate for timber is an exorbitant 13:1, meaning that for every unit of stone, one must surrender 3 units of timber. This arrangement is rather dubious. Nevertheless, If Mo were to purchase all the stone available from these traders, he would easily accumulate the 1,000 units required to upgrade his territory. However, the exchange rates across these stalls are consistently steep. Some even demand a staggering rate of 1 unit of stone for 5 units of timber, clearly capitalizing on the principle of scarcity. Despite possessing 42,000 units of timber in his warehouse, even with a 15:1 exchange ratio, Mo is financially equipped to procure the necessary 1,000 units of stone for upgrading his territory. Yet, he is reluctant to play the fool in this scheme. As he perused the trading channel, he patiently examined the various prices listed for stone. His ant colony has yet to locate any stone resource sites, and the quantity of stone required for upgrading his territory's tier and buildings will undoubtedly be substantial. While he could tolerate being taken advantage of once, he cannot accept being exploited repeatedly. Thus, Mo resolved to seek out a trader offering a fair and reasonable exchange rate for stone, aiming to establish an agreement to procure the necessary stone at a fixed trade ratio. Naturally, a single trader may only provide a limited quantity of stone, insufficient for Mo's needs. He intended to negotiate with multiple traders. Unfortunately, benevolent traders appear to be a rarity in this world, with each stall operator seemingly more unscrupulous than the last. After flipping through 3 pages, he found no trader with an exchange rate below 12. They all demanded rates exceeding 13. Just as Mo mentally prepared himself for the inevitability of being exploited, he turned to the 4th page and was suddenly captivated by a stall that caught his eye, the Dwarven House. The name itself was not the highlight. Rather, it was the exchange rate for stone and timber that drew his attention, 12:1. This Dwarven House emerged as a refreshing anomaly amidst the 300 unscrupulous merchants he had encountered. Moreover, it offered 30 units of stone for trade. Intrigued, Mo clicked into this stall, and as he beheld another item listed for trade, he was taken aback. Item: refined iron. Description: a rare high-tier material required for upgrading territories to towns. Trade quantity: 100 units. Specified exchange: timber. Exchange rate: 15. Based on the description, Mo was filled with astonishment. Refined iron, a material essential for upgrading the territory's rank, is even rarer than wood and stone. Mo was astounded. On his very first day in the realm of lords, someone had already collected refined iron, specifically, a remarkable 100 units. The most significant aspect was the exchange ratio between refined iron and wood, which stood at a mere 15. Given the current market prices, Mo surmised the relative difficulties of gathering wood and stone. As for refined iron, its rarity suggested that its collection would be even more arduous than that of stone. Furthermore, it was conceivable that the resource sites for refined iron were even more elusive. Throughout the day, the ants dispatched by Mo had failed to locate any sources of refined iron, such a rare material. And yet the vendor at the Dwarven Tavern offered a paltry exchange rate for wood, only 15. In that instant, Mo felt he had struck an incredible bargain. Had these refined iron units just been listed, and was he truly fortunate enough to have stumbled upon them? Chapter 27. Unbeknownst to me. There exist such earnest individuals in this world, Dwarven Lord Jiang Yunling. Meanwhile, within a pitch-black mine, a territory enveloped by a golden novice protection shield housed a small girl in uniform and white stockings, seated on a chair, her chin resting in her hands, a frown marring her countenance. Surrounding her were numerous Dwarven miners. How vexing it was that these refined iron units, painstakingly extracted by the Dwarven uncles, had failed to garner any trade. Staring at her lord's panel, Jiang Yunling pouted in frustration, exclaiming, "These people truly lack discernment." She lifted her gaze to the small Dwarven miners encircling her, who looked on with hopeful anticipation, and her heart sank further, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm so sorry, uncle with the big beard. I feel utterly useless. Not a single piece of the refined iron you all worked so hard to gather has been sold." As she spoke, her tears threatened to spill over. Throughout the day, her diminutive army had devoted themselves tirelessly to mining refined iron and stone, scarcely taking a moment's rest. Yet, as their lord, she had failed to accomplish even this minor task, unable to sell a single unit of the refined iron they had labored to collect. "Dear lord, there is no need to blame yourself," the big-bearded dwarf consoled with a smile. "It matters not that the refined iron remains unsold. Perhaps in a few days, it will find a buyer." He paused before adding, "Moreover, the stone we gathered later, you have already exchanged it for food, haven't you? I just devoured 2 large bowls." "I've had 3 bowls, and I feel full of vigor," chimed in another dwarf, their spirits lifted. But, Jiang Yunling opened her mouth, wishing to articulate her thoughts, yet words eluded her. The sight of their cheerful smiles only deepened the ache in her heart. She longed to work alongside them to build a stronger, more prosperous territory. "Dear lord, there is nothing to worry about." The bearded dwarf spoke softly, "Rest assured, for with our diligent little hands at work, we shall craft for you a splendid and prosperous domain." As he raised his pickaxe, he called out loudly, "Brothers, we are now well-fed and invigorated, are we not?" "Indeed," the others responded. The bearded dwarf continued, "So what shall we do now? Time to get to work." The little dwarfs, wielding their pickaxes, ventured forth from the territory, humming a cheerful tune as they went. With our industrious hands, we create wealth and bring forth happiness. Hey, brothers, the bearded dwarf reminded, let us not dig carelessly this time. We shall mine only the easily obtainable stones, for they are highly marketable. Understood, the dwarfs chorused. Subsequently, the sound of pickaxes ringing echoed through the mine as the dwarfs diligently toiled away. In the darkness, they ascended the stones, their small figures energetically striking. Jiang Yunling could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She curled her legs, burying her head in her lap, quietly sobbing. Just then, the information panel before her flickered in the lower right corner. Oh, has someone made a purchase? Jiang Yunling quickly stifled her sobs and opened the trading channel. To her astonishment, the 100 units of refined iron she listed in the afternoon, which had garnered no interest, had now been sold. Her previously scant stock of 200 units of timber had increased by 500 units. Furthermore, the buyer had sent her a message. Mo Fei. Hello, can we collaborate? Mo Fei. Let us add each other as friends for sincere cooperation. Seeing the friend request from Mo Fei, Jiang Yunling promptly accepted it. How shall we collaborate? Mo Fei replied. I have an abundance of timber. We can exchange resources. Sounds good. Jiang Yunling exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Her warehouse now boasted 1,000 units of stone, gathered by the dwarf miners while they were extracting refined iron earlier that day. With the recent sale of 100 units of refined iron, she now possessed a total of 700 units of timber. Just 300 more units, and her territory could upgrade. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yunling inquired. What exchange ratio do you propose? Mo Fei responded. I am sincere in this collaboration. Let us adhere to market prices. 2 units of timber for 1 unit of stone. I will take as much as you have. Additionally, do not sell your refined iron to anyone else from today onward. At your set exchange rate of 15. I will take however many you have. Mo Fei's offer was quite fair. Moreover, in the mine, Jiang Yunling found it impossible to gather any resources beyond stone and ore. If Mo Fei was willing to continue trading timber with her, then her territory would have no cause for concern regarding its development. The mine was abundant with stones, and the supply of stone seemed inexhaustible. However, the bearded man and several diminutive miners were elite laborers, swiftly extracting stone. Jiang Yunling felt a twinge of concern. What if her stone extraction exceeded what Mo Fei could offer in timber? This worry intensified upon seeing Mo Fei's request for refined iron as well. You want refined iron too? Jiang Yunling inquired, astonished. Mo Fei replied, is there an issue? No, I meant no offense, she quickly clarified. It was a rare opportunity to collaborate with a wealthy individual willing to exchange timber for refined iron and stone. I am merely anxious that you might lack sufficient timber for the exchange, she explained. While refined iron is indeed a material for constructing territories, it will only be useful once the town is upgraded, Mo Fei noted. If you find yourself short on timber initially, you need not trade for refined iron just yet. I can hold it for you, ensuring it remains unsold to others. Once your timber supply increases, we can exchange then. In the room, upon hearing Jiang Yunling's last remark, Mo Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, this lord named Jiang Yunling understood the significance of refined iron and was genuinely concerned about her timber supply, offering a considerate reminder. It was quite rare to encounter such straightforwardness in this lordly realm. Having perused through 3 pages and examined 300 merchant stalls, Mo Fei felt a sense of reflection. However, the confidence in her tone seemed a bit excessive. No worries, just trade me the refined iron. I have ample timber. Do you still have stone available for trade? He inquired. I can trade you 1,000 units of stone now, while also showcasing my capabilities, he proposed. If even the 42,000 units of timber in his warehouse were insufficient for trade, Mo Fei mused, who could possibly exchange with Jiang Yunling? Chapter 28. A new face appears on the rankings. Lin Feng makes the list. Jiang Yunling was momentarily taken aback by the proposal to trade 1,000 units of stone. It quickly dawned on her that Mo Fei, like herself, was eager to upgrade his territory's tier. Yet, while she lacked timber, he was in need of stone. If he was not merely boasting about his ample timber supply, then looking at the 1,000 units of stone in her warehouse, she hesitated slightly. Her diminutive miners had primarily gathered refined iron, a resource that was slow to extract, only yielding 100 units in a morning, and it was unsellable. After a morning of hanging around without any buyers for the refined iron, Jiang Yunling had promptly instructed her miners to gather stone. Consequently, her stone supply was quite limited, barely sufficient for her own upgrades. All right, she replied. After confirming, Jiang Yunling withdrew the entire stock of stone from her warehouse. She placed exactly 1,000 units of stone on the trading stand, specifying Mo Fei as the trading partner, with an exchange ratio of 12. However, as soon as she placed the 1,000 units of stone on the stand, her eyes widened in disbelief. In less than a second, 1,000 units of timber were swiftly claimed. The trader was none other than Mo Fei. Thank you, he expressed. With 1,000 units of stone now in his warehouse, Mo Fei felt a surge of delight, pleasant cooperation. You're welcome, came the reply. Observing the total of 700 units of timber in the warehouse, Jiang Yunling was equally exhilarated. As we agreed, whenever I am in need of timber, I can come to you for a trade. Of course. Mo Fei replied with a smile. Haven't we already added each other as friends? Should you require timber, do not hesitate to ask. He added. Do you need any timber at the moment? Jiang Yunling responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Not for now. She had just traded away all her stone, leaving her with none to barter. Yet, she realized her earlier decision was wise. This fellow, Mo Fei, was likely a significant player, possessing far more timber than she had anticipated. With just 1,000 units of stone, she had forged a partnership with such an influential individual. Henceforth, her concerns regarding the timber resources necessary for upgrading her territory would vanish. As for the timing of her territory's upgrade, a slight delay would pose no issue. With 700 units of timber in hand, she merely needed to wait for her dwarves to mine sufficient stone before her territory could ascend. Mo Fei remarked. If there is nothing else, let us converse again next time. All right, Jiang Yunling replied. After concluding the trade with her, Mo Fei closed the spatial trading channel, preparing to upgrade his territory. However, his attention was drawn to the chat content in the world communication channel. Those who awakened the dark troops have finally quieted down. They must have gone out to hunt monsters, right? Honestly, I envy those guys. They can level up at night. What is there to envy? Venturing out at night. Who knows who might end up giving experience to whom? Hey, have you all checked the leaderboard? I just looked, and the rankings have finally changed. That trash troop territory has been dethroned from the top spot. I noticed that this afternoon. It had already been knocked down. Now it's fallen to 7th place. What? It's dropped to 7th. I'm going to check. I looked too. The leaderboard has seen quite a few changes, with many new faces. Whoa, even Lin Feng has made the list, now sitting at 6th. Upon reading this, Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback. Wait, something was amiss. Today, he had only slain 5 acidic slime monsters and collected a few energy points from looting corpses, amounting to a mere 11 points. How was he still on the leaderboard? He glanced at his Lord rank and suddenly realized. Lord, Mo Fei. Power, 1st rank. Energy points, 8, 961,000. He had forgotten that throughout the day, his ant population had swelled to 800,000. They had consumed the fountain of life to evolve into the undying ants, which had granted him a significant amount of energy points. Even if today is merely a single day, I have been diligently exploring the vicinity of my territory and gathering timber resources. I have not engaged in slaying any wild creatures. At this moment, my energy points have increased to 896. I am only a little over 100 points away from advancing to the 2nd tier lord. Specifically, I require just 104 more energy points to reach the 2nd tier. The lords ahead of me must have already attained the 2nd tier. I mused with curiosity as I opened the leaderboard. Lord rank list. 1st, Thunderlord's territory, Lord Chu Kuang. Tier, 2nd. 2nd, Holy Light territory, Lord Xiao Xiao. Tier, 2nd. 3rd, Dragon territory, Lord, Tier, 2nd. 4th, God of Night territory. 5th, Have you seen the Great Mountain territory, Tier, 2nd. 6th, War Elephant Kingdom. Lord, Lin Feng, Tier, 1st. 7th, Garbage Unit territory, Lord, Tier, 1st. 8th, 10th, Undead Catastrophe territory. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. The top 5 lords have achieved the 2nd tier. Furthermore, judging by the territory names, they must have awakened high-tier units. As for the territories that were on the leaderboard this morning, such as Poison Arrow Shooter territory, Gale Lion territory, and Chimera territory, they have all fallen off the list. In their place, numerous new contenders have emerged, including the God of Night territory, Undead Catastrophe territory, and Dragon territory. I then checked the territory tier leaderboard. Territory tier rank, none available. Upon seeing the phrase none available, I was momentarily taken aback, but then I understood. This indicates that, thus far, all players' territories remain at the initial village level. Upon reflection, this is quite reasonable. On the first day of traversing this lordly world, the number of units for all lords is still quite limited. Gathering 1,000 timber and 1,000 stone resources poses a considerable challenge, even for those lords with awakened low-tier units. Moreover, not every lord is fortunate enough to simultaneously discover both timber and stone resource locations. Take myself, for instance. Throughout today, I have only located timber resources, while I have yet to find any stone resources. This is despite my ant-type units being able to disregard the threats posed by wild creatures outside my territory, allowing me to freely search within the misty forest. Others, however, must contend with the ever-present danger of wild creatures while seeking out resource sites. The difficulty is evident. Additionally, even if one were to locate both types of resources, the Lord must also consider the various wild creatures that may inhabit the resource areas and the routes for transporting resources. Thus, it is no wonder that as this first day draws to a close, not a single lord has been able to gather enough resources to upgrade their territory. Of course, if all lords were willing to trade the timber and stone resources they had collected, many could potentially elevate their territory to the intermediate village tier. However, therein lies the problem. All lords are acutely aware of the significance of upgrading their territory tier. Apart from exchanging essential goods such as food, lords typically refrain from trading their resources until they overflow. Take Jiang Yunling, who recently engaged in a transaction with Mo Fei, as an example. Despite having amassed 1,000 units of stone, only 30 units were displayed at the stall. Had it not been for the collaboration with Mo Fei and the coincidental need for wood, Jiang Yunling would likely have been reluctant to part with the 1,000 units of stone in her warehouse. After all, who wouldn't wish to upgrade their territory first and gain an advantage? A single step delayed could lead to a cascade of setbacks. A day's delay in upgrading could leave one far behind the other lords, making it increasingly challenging to catch up. Chapter 29, Lin Feng, ascending to 6th place in the lord ranking, all thanks to my efforts. With this thought, Mo Fei disregarded the potential gossip from other lords regarding his territory being the first to upgrade to a middle village. The priority was the development of his own domain. He immediately expended 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone from his warehouse to elevate his territory to the status of a middle village. The moment the upgrade was completed, a golden light enveloped Mo Fei's entire realm. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. In a desolate expanse of the Lord's world, where a refreshing night breeze wafted, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of his wooden cabin, relishing the cool air while glancing at his lord panel. Energy points, 999-1000. As he surveyed the panel, a hint of regret flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Just a fraction more, and he would become the 6th lord to ascend to the 2nd tier on the leaderboard. Yet, he was still just shy of that milestone. As night descended, Lin Feng gazed up at the darkened sky, where enormous shadows flitted across the expanse of the wasteland. After much deliberation, he chose not to risk sending his rampaging war elephants out for hunting. At that moment, all 50 of his rampaging war elephants remained intact, with the highest ranked among them having already reached the 2nd tier. It was merely a fraction away from upgrading to the 3rd tier. Losing even one of these 50 war elephants would be an unacceptable loss for him. However, it was merely a slight deficit in energy points. Tomorrow morning, he would be able to upgrade to a 2nd tier lord. Whether it happened earlier or later was inconsequential. Lin Feng reassured himself. In 3 hours, his barracks would produce another 10 rampaging war elephants. By then, he would possess 60 of them. And come tomorrow, he would be able to generate another 60. As long as his troop count remained unchanged, his leveling speed would only accelerate. Thus, there was truly no need to risk leveling up during the night. He opened the lord ranking leaderboard and first cast his gaze upon the lords ranked above him, silently encouraging himself. Subsequently, he focused on the inferior territory of a lord ranked just below him, dismissively. Observing this morning's rankings, which had once placed him at the pinnacle, now reduced to the 7th position beneath his very feet within the realm of lesser troops, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly, his spirits lifted. The lord of this inferior troop domain, even with the world rewards extraordinary talent, what significance does it hold? It's merely trivial. He had prophesied this. The individual had awakened low-tier units. No matter their numerical advantage or early lead over other lords, it was inconsequential. After all, the growth potential of low-tier units pales in comparison to the ferocious war elephants of his own, which are of the saintly tier. It appears my conjectures were indeed accurate. The early upgrade this morning has caused the lord of this inferior troop domain to expend considerable forces. They are now lacking in stamina. Granting himself another day, he would soon leave them far behind. Indeed, Lin Feng mused, perhaps by tomorrow, the lord of this lesser troop realm would vanish from the leaderboard entirely. After all, observing the current rankings, it is evident that lords who have awakened higher tier units are beginning to exert their strength. Tomorrow will mark a day of widening disparity between lords of high tier and low tier awakenings. The leaderboard will transform into a battleground for those who have awakened high tier units. However, having devoted the entirety of today to leveling up, Lin Feng had not collected any resources. Furthermore, his ferocious war elephants, being combat-oriented units, were ill-suited for resource gathering. Instead, he had amassed a substantial amount of meat through slaying wild beasts. In addition to the ordinary grade meat, Lin Feng had also harvested a fair share of superior grade meat from slaying 3rd-tier wild creatures. Yet, having consumed a great deal of the superior grade meat, he found himself unable to indulge further. Gazing at the stored meat within his warehouse, Lin Feng activated the world exchange channel. Is there any lord willing to trade wood and stone for meat? I have an abundance of meat. His proclamation immediately captured the attention of numerous lords. After all, in the current leaderboard, he was the only one actively engaging in the world exchange channel. Coupled with his earlier revelation of awakening a high-tier lord talent upon his arrival, many had taken note of him. Indeed, even among billions of lords, those who awaken high-tier lord talents are exceedingly rare. A lord like Lin Feng, who has awakened a high-tier talent, will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. My goodness, the esteemed Lin Feng has appeared. Finally, Lin Feng has surfaced. Incredible. Within just a day, he has ascended to the 6th position on the Lord tier leaderboard. As I mentioned this morning, there will undoubtedly be a place for Lin Feng among the ranks. How many wild beasts has Lin Feng slain in a single day? So much meat that he cannot consume it all and is willing to trade. I envy such a great lord. After a full day, the meat I collected from slain wild beasts barely suffices for myself and my troops, unlike Lin Feng, who is already trading meat for resources to upgrade his domain. That being said, one should not overlook the fact that the formidable Lin Feng has awakened the ferocious war elephant. How could one ascend to the 6th position in the Lord S tier ranking without vanquishing a multitude of wild monsters? Your troops are not even of a higher grade. How can you possibly compare yourself to the illustrious Lin Feng? With Lin Feng's emergence, numerous lords began to surface in the global communication channel, each referring to him as a great figure. Observing the flattery directed towards him in the chat, Lin Feng felt a surge of pride. Yet, he remained humble, responding, "Oh, you all flatter me too much. My troops are merely of the saint tier, they are nothing extraordinary. Compared to those esteemed figures ranked higher, there is still a significant gap. Lin Feng is far too modest." Indeed, listening to Lin Feng, one might think that a saint tier troop is insignificant. How can I, who has only awakened goblin troops, bear such a comparison? The war elephant is indeed a saint tier troop. Yet, Lin Feng is still unsatisfied. Oh, if only I could awaken a saint tier troop as well, perhaps I too would grace the leaderboard. The speakers may have spoken without intention, but the listeners interpreted it differently. At that moment, upon reading the last two comments, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Feng's face. Did these individuals truly believe that his achievement of ranking 6th among lords was solely due to his war elephant? Was his own effort completely disregarded? It is crucial to note that while the saint tier troops are indeed high-ranking, there exist tiers above them, such as the emperor tier and even demigod tier. Among the billions of lords, many have surely awakened saint tier troops. Lin Feng was confident that some of the lords ranked above him had awakened emperor tier troops, and perhaps even demigod tier troops. To think that he could ascend to the 6th position on the leaderboard on the very first day in the Lord's world solely due to his saint tier troops, was that not a testament to his own hard work? Chapter 30. This cannot be right. The inferior troops I have trampled upon are the most impressive. It is essential to recognize that in pursuit of leveling up, Lin Feng had hardly taken a break throughout the day. He was tirelessly directing his war elephants on how to encircle and eliminate low-tier wild monsters. Were it not for his strategic guidance, would the war elephants have been able to slay so many wild beasts in a single day? At that moment, Lin Feng's rank stood at 9991000, mere points away from achieving the 2nd tier. Once the meat in his stomach digested a bit, and he consumed another piece of excellent quality meat, he would acquire enough energy points to ascend to the 2nd tier lord. Lin Feng proclaimed, "To be honest, I am not indulging in self-aggrandizement. To you, the saint tier troops may seem highly ranked. However, in reality, there are tiers above it, namely, the emperor and demigod troops. After today's experiences, I believe many can appreciate the disparity between high-tier and low-tier troops. The higher the troop tier, the easier it becomes to level up. What I wish to convey is that, at this moment, among the lords ranked in the leaderboard, my unit, the Berserk War Elephant, pales in comparison to those of others." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, many lords reflected on this. Listening to the esteemed Lin Feng, I am suddenly enlightened. Indeed, it is no small feat for Lin Feng to ascend to the top 6 among lords with a holy tier unit. Certainly, there must be other lords who have awakened holy tier units, yet only Lin Feng has made it to the leaderboard, which attests to his formidable strength. Does this imply that the lords currently ahead of Lin Feng possess units that have ultimately evolved beyond the holy tier? Not only that, did you not hear Lin Feng mention the potential existence of demigod units among them? Heavens! Lin Feng has managed to secure 6th place while competing against lords who have awakened demigod units. That is truly remarkable. May I be so bold as to inquire? Lin Feng, how many energy points do you require to upgrade to a 2nd tier lord? Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng could not help but smile subtly. Excellent. These individuals have finally recognized that it is not merely their units that are impressive, but rather their own prowess as lords. Lin Feng responded, "I currently possess 999,100 energy points, just 1 point shy of ascending to a 2nd tier lord." Goodness, is it true? Lin Feng is merely 1 energy point away from upgrading to a 2nd tier lord. I had assumed Lin Feng was far from reaching the 2nd tier. Yet it turns out he is so close. Does this mean that he is nearly on par with the 5 lords ahead of him, who have already achieved the 2nd tier? Indeed, like the 5 2nd tier lords, Lin Feng is a prodigy. On his very first day in the Lord's world, he is already just 1 point away from the 2nd tier. How terrifying. No, you are all mistaken. Lin Feng's unit is merely a holy tier unit. The aforementioned 2nd tier lords may have awakened units of imperial tier or even demigod tier, yet Lin Feng, with his holy tier unit, is close on their heels. This speaks volumes of his prowess. The crowd marveled in unison. At this moment, even some lords who had not spoken in the World Exchange channel but were monitoring the information and had awakened high-tier units could not help but secretly admire Lin Feng, viewing him as a formidable rival for their future development. Lin Feng himself, at this moment, felt a sense of quiet pride. However, although he felt a bit elated, he did not forget his purpose. Throughout the day, He had been preoccupied with slaying monsters and leveling up without gathering any resources. Now, as everyone was astonished by his strength, it was the perfect opportunity to exchange his meat for wood and stone resources. Surely, facing a lord with immense growth potential, who was likely to become a formidable figure in the future, would be a challenge. Many lords who have awakened low-tier troops are eager to forge alliances and connections. Lin Feng is undoubtedly aware that only by elevating the rank of his territory can his barracks produce more rampaging giants, thereby narrowing the gap between himself and those esteemed individuals who have awakened top-tier troops. He might even surpass them. After all, Lin Feng had just observed that no one yet had upgraded their territory to an intermediate village on the territory rank leaderboard. Therefore, he felt he could modestly accept the honor of being ranked first in territory levels. Just as Lin Feng was about to propose exchanging meat for timber and stone resources once more, a message suddenly appeared in the World Communication Channel. Upon reading it, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his face swiftly transforming with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Indeed, Lin Feng is exceptionally strong. However, let us not forget that Lin Feng awakened a Tier 5 Lord talent, which enhances his territory. In my opinion, the reason Lin Feng can match those who have awakened Imperial tier troops is primarily due to the strength of his Lord talent. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Am I here for your analysis? My awakening of a Tier 5 talent is a testament to my own abilities. If you possess the skill, why not awaken a Tier 5 talent yourself?" The lord of that inferior troop territory, who ranks below me, received a world reward for a Tier 4 talent. Yet he is not particularly impressive, still beneath my feet. Why don't you mention that? To Lin Feng's surprise, this lord's remarks garnered considerable agreement from other lords. Indeed, while troop types are significant, lord talents hold even greater importance. Lin Feng serves as a splendid example. Although he has only awakened a Saint tier troop, he can crush many who have awakened Imperial tier troops with his Tier 5 Lord talent, securing the 6th position on the leaderboard. So, if anyone awakens a commendable Lord talent, let us strive hard. Perhaps the next Lin Feng could be one of us. Lin Feng thought, what is happening here? This seems rather skewed. As if that were not enough, another lord, aligning with Lin Feng's sentiments, brought up the lord of the inferior troop territory. Hey, it seems we have overlooked someone. Let us take a look at the lord of the inferior troop territory, currently ranked 7th. In my view, if we are to discuss true prowess, the lord of this inferior troop territory is the one to beat. Clearly, the awakened troops here are not of high caliber. Yet amidst the many who have awakened Saint and Imperial tier troops, this individual maintains a position in the top 10. Clearly, he is no ordinary figure. So, this person is actually the most formidable one, isn't he? Indeed, he is the only lord among those who have awakened low-tier troops capable of contending with those who have awakened top-tier troops. I confess, when I saw this inferior troop territory receiving the unique Tier 4 Talent World reward this morning, I felt a pang of jealousy. Now, I must solemnly announce a matter of great importance. I extend my sincerest apologies to the master of the territory of the so-called inferior unit. Furthermore, from this moment forth, I shall take him as my exemplar. I too. On the Global Communication Channel, many lords who had awakened low-tier units flooded the screen with their declarations. This newfound understanding is largely credited to Lin Feng's recent analysis. Without it, none would comprehend the significance of being among the top 10 ranked lords. Only those who have awakened high-tier units are worthy of standing upon that esteemed stage. Yet now, amidst the multitude of powerful lords who have awakened high-tier units, there stands a lord who has awakened low-tier units, sharing the limelight on this very platform. On the lord ranking leaderboard, the singular lord who has awakened a low-tier unit shines with an almost blinding radiance. Many have begun to hold this master of the inferior unit territory in profound respect. At this moment, as Lin Feng observes the Global Communication Channel, witnessing the increasing number of individuals advocating for the master of the inferior unit territory as a role model, he is rendered utterly speechless. Could this truly be right? Chapter 31. The territory of inferior units claims the top rank again, achieving dual rankings in a single day. Is it possible that after all the groundwork I laid, these individuals have turned to idolize the master of the inferior unit territory, whom I had previously regarded with disdain? At this moment, witnessing the absurd shift in sentiment on the Global Communication Channel, Lin Feng feels a surge of frustration. Is there truly no one who still pays attention to me? Is there no one willing to exchange timber and stone for my meat resources? As he gazes at the Global Communication Channel, where lords have begun to regard the master of the inferior unit territory as a paragon, Lin Feng cannot help but suspect that if this master were to suddenly emerge and propose an exchange of resources with other lords, a throng would eagerly vie for the opportunity. Then, in the next instant, an even more exasperating message appears on the Global Communication Channel. Oh my heavens! Once again, it is the territory of inferior units. Everyone, quickly check the territory ranking leaderboard. The territory of inferior units has made yet another appearance, reclaiming the top spot. Upon reading this announcement, the lords still engaged in fervent discussion are taken aback. Many are rendered incredulous. What? The territory of inferior units is on the leaderboard again? Is this for real? Is the territory of inferior units truly so formidable? I must investigate. Goodness, I see it. The territory of inferior units is indeed first again, being the first to upgrade to a mid-level village. I cannot believe it. That brother was right. The master of the territory of inferior units is, without a doubt, a true powerhouse, having entered the Lord's realm just a single day ago and already achieved dual first-place rankings, regardless of what happens next. This accomplishment is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Indeed, I find myself increasingly enamored with the territory of inferior units. Let us be honest. He has truly brought honor to those of us who have awakened low-tier units. Great Master, please make your presence known. Allow me to pay my respects. Please. I implore you, say something, even if it's just to add me as a friend. As Lin Feng gazed at the messages in the World Communication Channel, he felt an urge to act. He swiftly switched the rankings to the territory level leaderboard. Territory level rankings. First, garbage unit territory, Lord, territory level, intermediate village. Second, none. The glaring and prominent words garbage unit territory occupying the top position left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Goodness, he exclaimed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Meanwhile, in the World Communication Channel, the resurgence of garbage unit territory to the pinnacle of the territory level rankings sparked fervent discussions among the lords. Lin Feng, ranked 6th among the lords, had already been dismissed by many. In the depths of a shadowy mine, illuminated by the faint golden glow of the novice protection shield, a group of diminutive figures struggled to wield their mining picks. The rhythmic sounds of clinking echoed through the cavern. Upon witnessing the leaderboard refresh, Jiang Yunling's eyes widened in disbelief. The leading territory was once again that of garbage unit territory. Is it possible that Mo Fei is the lord of garbage unit territory? She pondered, incredulous. After recently trading 1,000 units of stone with Mo Fei, her astute mind had already suspected he was gearing up to upgrade his territory. However, she never imagined that the first to elevate their territory would be none other than garbage unit territory. This revelation meant that the very person she had just traded with was none other than the enigmatic lord of garbage unit territory. Yet, he had been quite polite during their interaction. Jiang Yunling felt a pang of doubt. He didn't seem like the cold-hearted type. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that some individuals are adept at masquerading their true natures. Do not be deceived by his outward demeanor, Jiang Yunling. She cautioned herself. His actions may simply be a ploy to mislead you, to draw closer and take advantage of you. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists, her large eyes brimming with determination. At 15, she was no naive little girl. She would never allow herself to be swayed by anyone's sweet words. Jiang Yunling resolved that her relationship with Mo Fei would be strictly transactional. Beyond business, she would not engage in further conversation with him. If he attempted to charm her with flattery, she would remain vigilant and not succumb to his deceitful words. Meanwhile, beneath a starlit sky, a muscular man accompanied by his 3 thunderous bears roamed the wilderness. The top-ranked territory, garbage unit territory, glancing at the refreshed leaderboard, Chu Kuang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. What a formidable opponent, he exclaimed, casting a glance at his warehouse. At this moment, within the warehouse, there lay 1,025 units of meat, along with 900 units of timber and 670 units of stone, as well as various quantities of beast pelts, bones, teeth, tails, and other materials. He gently shook his head and sighed. It seems I must hasten my pace. Chu Kuang directly adjusted the exchange rate for meat and timber at his stall to a ratio of 1:15, and for meat and stone to a ratio of 0:81. He then hoisted a hefty club onto his shoulder and patted the thigh of the thunderous bear, declaring, "Comrades, we must also put in more effort. Others have already upgraded their territories to intermediate villages." A low growl emanated from the thunderous bear. The figures of 1 man and 3 bears gradually faded into the night. Meanwhile, atop a rugged mountain peak, 14 alluring harpies with human heads and eagle bodies perched upon a gnarled tree. Some gazed intently at the grasslands below the cliff, while others watched the massive dark shadows that occasionally swept across the distant sky. Across from the withered tree stood a wooden cabin, its crystal emitting a gentle glow. In the light, a curvaceous figure leaned against the door of the cabin. Observing the freshly updated territory ranking list, Yao Shuiqin raised her slender, fair arm, revealing a waist as supple as a water snake, and gently brushed aside a lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips parted. The territory of those trash units is indeed an intriguing opponent. I am quite curious about your units. I wonder if, should we meet one day, your units can withstand the allure of my harpies? In the depths of the dark abyss, a figure standing atop a colossal white-boned dragon merely cast a fleeting glance at the changing leaderboard, his eyes betraying no emotion. He then resumed commanding the black dragon beneath him to slaughter the feeble dark bats and ghouls in the vicinity. On a desolate mountain, 4 rock giants, each approximately 3 meters tall, sat in an open space. Behind them stood a wooden cabin. Another territory of trash units? Came a surprised voice from within the cabin, which quickly transformed into a light chuckle. Indeed impressive, rising to the top of both lists in a single day. However, I wonder if your units can withstand the might of my mountain giant's fists? Chapter 32. Territory Upgrade. Unlocking New Buildings. In the misty forest, the woods under the night sky were enveloped in a thick, impenetrable fog. Mo Fei's territory felt as though it were immersed in a world of mist. The moment Mo Fei upgraded his territory to an intermediate village, a beam of golden light descended upon the entire expanse of his domain. As the golden radiance dissipated, Mo Fei suddenly realized that the wooden cabin he resided in had transformed. No longer was it a mere wooden structure. It had become a robust brick house, nearly double the size of its predecessor. Furthermore, inside, a staircase leading upwards had appeared. Not only the house, but even the kitchen, furniture, and other amenities had been rejuvenated, shedding their previous dilapidated appearance. The bed that once occupied the room had vanished. The space he found himself in had transformed into a decorative extension of the living area. Even the ceiling was adorned with a chandelier crafted from a luminous crystal. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Mo Fei's mind, announcing the world's notifications. Congratulations. Your territory has upgraded to a mid-level village. The territorial range has expanded to 1,000 meters. Please promptly eliminate any wild creatures within your territory to ensure its safety. Your Lord's heart has been upgraded to the first tier. Your health points have increased to 2,000. Your territory has unlocked a new building, the Synthesis Workshop. Upgrading to a high-level village will unlock new buildings, the Decomposition Furnace. Your territory has unlocked a new building, the Blacksmith Shop. Additionally, a friendly reminder, if possible, for equipment of epic quality or higher, please seek the assistance of a lord with a forging artisan, as it may yield unexpected rewards. Your barracks can be constructed anew. Your Fountain of Life can be reconstructed. Your warehouse can be upgraded. Your barracks can be upgraded. Your Fountain of Life can be upgraded. The territory has unlocked new buildings, the Blacksmith Shop and Synthesis Workshop. Mo Fei mused, as he felt a twinge of confusion. However, what does the prompt about promptly clearing the wild creatures within the territory mean? Has the expansion of the territory led to the emergence of wild creatures within? If wild creatures were to invade his domain, it would pose a significant threat to him as the Lord. At that moment, Mo Fei sensed an unsettling presence, as if wild creatures truly had appeared within his territory. As the Lord, he possessed absolute control and perception over all that transpired within his domain. Indeed, within his perception, several feeble beasts had entered his territory. They seemed to have materialized out of thin air. This revelation startled Mo Fei profoundly. Was it not stated that during the novice protection period, the Lord's territory was invulnerable? How could there be wild creatures breaching his domain? Could it be that upgrading the tier of his territory had rendered his novice invincibility null and void? This was exceedingly perilous news. Mo Fei hastily opened the door and stepped outside. He beheld that his grassy expanse had grown fivefold, now remarkably vast. Yet, despite the territorial expansion, the golden novice protection barrier remained intact overhead. Seeing the golden barrier still in place, Mo Fei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, his gaze sharpened. He noticed at the edge of the grassland, 5 first-tier night mice and 4 first-tier blue wolves were locked in a standoff with his ant legion. The 4 blue wolves, with fierce gazes, emitted low growls, while the 5 night mice huddled together in fear, trembling. Witnessing this scene, Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback. It appears that the novice protective barrier prevents wild creatures from breaching the sanctuary of one's territory. However, how did they suddenly manifest within its confines? After some contemplation, Mo Fei could only deduce one explanation. These wild creatures were originally roaming outside his territory. Following the recent upgrade of his domain, its boundaries had unexpectedly expanded, incorporating the lands beyond into his realm. The woods where these creatures once resided had vanished, transformed into open grasslands, thereby exposing them directly to his territory. Soldiers, eliminate the foes before you. Upon reaching this realization, Mo Fei promptly issued the command for his army of ants to launch an assault against the wild creatures. Over 800,000 ants. What a staggering notion. As the ant legion surged towards these hapless beasts, Mo Fei began to grasp the concept of qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. He became acutely aware of the sheer terror instilled when the numbers of his ant soldiers reached a critical mass. A dense throng of ants poured forth like a relentless tide towards the unfortunate 9 wild creatures. Even the previously fierce blue wolf could not help but exhibit profound fear as the ant horde charged toward it. The wild creatures found themselves with no avenue of escape and were swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming wave of ants, unable to emit even a single cry of despair. In a mere 5 seconds, when the tide receded, the grassland lay barren, devoid of any trace of the blue wolf and night rat. Not even a bone remained. As he surveyed the vacant expanse of grassland, his gaze fell upon the neatly arranged ranks of ants, and in that moment, Mo Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. Your ant colony has consumed a first-tier night rat, granting you an equivalent amount of energy points. Your energy points stand at 11. 1. Your ant colony has consumed a first-tier blue wolf, granting you 4 energy points. Had it not been for the notification of increased energy points echoing in his mind, Mo Fei might have doubted the very existence of those wild creatures moments prior. The 9 wild creatures had collectively bestowed upon him 18 energy points. While initially he felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing the ants consume their prey so thoroughly, leaving no edible meat or hide for collection, he quickly reassured himself. His ant colony did not require meat. They merely needed the essence of life to satiate their hunger and replenish their strength. Compared to the troops of other lords, he was already at a significant advantage. What need had he for meat or hides? Moreover, these were merely first-tier creatures. They would not yield valuable materials. In the future, should he encounter higher-tier beasts, he could ascertain which parts held the most value and allow his ants to consume them accordingly. As he surveyed the now expanded territory, Mo Fei nodded in satisfaction. Such a vast expanse could comfortably accommodate 10 million ants. Simultaneously, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. As the territory upgrades, it transforms the surrounding environment into its own domain. Before the next enhancement, one must be cautious. It is prudent to clear all the wild creatures in the vicinity prior to upgrading the territory. Today, fortune smiles, as only a few first-tier wild beasts roam nearby. However, should formidable creatures unexpectedly appear within one's territory in the future, it would pose quite a significant dilemma. Chapter 33. Are new structures useless? Upgrading the barracks is the true path. At this moment, a considerable number of ants have emerged outside the barracks. Their size is less than half that of the undead ants, allowing for a clear distinction between the two. Mo Fei is not in haste to allow them to consume his essence. Instead, he first accesses the Lord's panel to examine the two newly acquired structures. Structure: Synthesis Workshop, buildable. Construction requirements: 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Structure: Blacksmith Shop. Construction requirements: 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. The Synthesis Workshop, as described, is a facility for the Lord to combine lower-tier materials into higher-tier ones. After all, lower-tier materials are only useful in the early stages. As the Lord's level progresses and the troops become more formidable, these lower-tier materials will largely become redundant. With the Synthesis Workshop in place, it effectively prevents the overflow of lower-tier materials during the mid-development phase of the Lord's territory. Furthermore, the workshop can assist many lords in the early stages of territory development to synthesize higher-tier materials that they currently cannot obtain or collect, thereby facilitating the better growth of their domains. Of course, what Mo Fei values most is the synthesis function of the workshop. He need not concern himself with the overflow of lower-tier materials, as under the voracious appetite of his ant tribe, no material will remain. Thus, even as Mo Fei's territory advances into the mid-development phase, the issue of lower-tier material overflow will not arise. Currently, the only material in the warehouse is wood. Hence, Mo Fei is not in a rush to construct the synthesis workshop and instead continues to explore the next buildable structure. Structure: Blacksmith Shop, buildable. Description: You can use your gathered resources, fur, teeth, crystals, bones, etc., to forge the equipment you require. Different equipment necessitates different materials. Please check after construction. Given that my troops are ants, the blacksmith shop is not a priority for me at this moment. After reviewing the introduction to the blacksmith shop, Mo Fei concludes that it should be a vital structure for most other lords. For instance, some lords awaken with troops like farmers, archers, or musketeers. With a blacksmith shop, these lords can craft or upgrade equipment for their troops, thereby enhancing their combat prowess to slay even more formidable wild beasts. Alternatively, they may forge gathering equipment such as machetes, mining picks, and ropes, thus accelerating the efficiency of their troops in resource collection. Even some lords possessing advanced units, such as those commanding giants, griffins, and elves, can forge equipment to enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of their troops. However, Mo Fei's forces consist of the ant tribe. Though numerous, their individual size is diminutive. They are incapable of donning crafted gear, and even if they could, the weight would be a burden rather than a boon due to their frail stature and limited carrying capacity. Consequently, the establishment of a blacksmith shop holds no immediate benefit for Mo Fei and his army, and he is not inclined to pursue it at this time. The newly unlocked constructions, the synthesis workshop and blacksmith shop, appear to offer little utility for him at present. This thought leaves Mo Fei somewhat despondent. For lords who have awakened other types of units, these structures offer at least some advantage. For instance, the synthesis workshop has seen many lords with advanced units successfully slay wild creatures. In addition to flesh, they undoubtedly possess materials gathered from their vanquished foes. Once the synthesis workshop is constructed, these low-tier materials can be combined into higher-tier resources. The blacksmith shop, on the other hand, provides even greater enhancements for other lords. Yet, for Mo Fei, these constructions seem unnecessary. Nonetheless, there is a silver lining for Mo Fei. The resources required to build the blacksmith shop and synthesis workshop are substantial. Even if others upgrade their territories, they will still require time to gather the necessary materials for these buildings. Since Mo Fei has no need for them, he can conserve his resources and instead focus on constructing and upgrading other structures in his territory. For example, the barracks for his troops and the Spring of Life are now available for building and upgrading, as indicated on the Lord's panel. Thus, Mo Fei resolved to allocate all his resources towards the construction and enhancement of these two buildings. Upon arriving at a grassy area, he accessed the territory's building panel. Building, Ant Tribe Barracks, available for construction. Description, a facility for producing the Lord's units. Construction requirements, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Building, Spring of Life, available for construction. Description, a source of life capable of healing the Lord and his troops' injuries. Consuming varying amounts of spring water depending on the severity of the wounds. Additionally, it alleviates fatigue. Construction requirements, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Upon reviewing the resource requirements for the barracks and the Spring of Life, Mo Fei felt reassured. The resources needed are identical to those required for the construction of the blacksmith shop and synthesis workshop. Therefore, there is no risk of accruing sufficient resources for the latter buildings only to find himself lacking for the barracks and Spring of Life. Mo Fei proceeded to examine the resources required for upgrading his Ant Legion barracks and the Fountain of Life. Building, Ant Legion barracks. Tier, 0, upgradable. Production speed, 1,000 ants per minute. Resources required for upgrade, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone. Upon viewing the description of the upgraded Ant Legion barracks, Mo Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The enhancement of the barracks was indeed substantial. Merely advancing from 0 to 1 tier, the production speed of the barracks would increase by 50. For other lords, this augmentation in production speed might not appear particularly significant. After all, some lords who had awakened higher tier units could only produce 2 or 3 units in a day from their barracks. An increase of 50 in production speed would result in merely 1 or 2 additional units per day. However, for Mo Fei, this enhancement held a different meaning. It is noteworthy that Mo Fei's barracks could produce 1,000 ants in a minute. With this improvement, he could generate an additional 500 ants each minute. Over the course of a day, how many ants would that amount to? The count would surely reach into the thousands. Moreover, there was another advantage to upgrading the barracks. Each production cycle had a 10 chance of yielding a higher tier unit, the soldier ant. For lords who could only produce a few units a day and had awakened higher tier units, a 10 chance was merely a gamble. Those with poor luck might wait 2 to 3 days before seeing a single higher tier unit. Yet, for Mo Fei, that was an inconsequential concern. With a production rate of 1,500 ants per minute, he could confidently ensure that the number of soldier ants produced each minute would exceed 100. By the end of the day, while he would not dare assert that the number of soldier ants would reach 20,000, even in the face of misfortune, it would undoubtedly surpass 10,000. Chapter 34 Jiang Yunling. This is excessive. The sheep are constantly trying to fleece me. I wonder what tier the soldier ants belong to. Mo Fei pondered silently. It should certainly be higher than the 0-tier worker ants. As the description states, they are a higher tier unit of the Ant Legion. Just like his undying ants, the soldier ants are also among the higher tier units of the Ant Legion. The ultimate growth tier of the undying ant can reach tier 3. And it is likely that the soldier ant's ultimate growth tier is not low either. Of course, regardless of whether the growth tier of the soldier ants is high or low, Mo Fei was indifferent. His Ant Legion could evolve simply by devouring resources. There was no upper limit to their growth tier, as long as there were sufficient resources to consume. Even a diminutive soldier ant could ascend to the status of a demigod. The name soldier ant alone suggested that they would be exceptionally swift. At this moment, Mo Fei felt a sense of anticipation. Once he amassed a sufficient number of soldier ants, could he then entrust them with the task of transporting resources? The distance between the wood resource site and his territory was not negligible. If there were army ants responsible for transportation, the speed of resource gathering would significantly accelerate. With this thought, Mo Fei's desire to prioritize the construction and upgrade of the military barracks intensified. However, regrettably, his warehouse currently contained only timber and no stone, rendering him unable to build the ant military barracks. Thus, Mo Fei had no choice but to temporarily suppress the idea of constructing the ant military barracks and instead clicked on the panel for the Fountain of Life. Building, Fountain of Life. Level, 0, upgradable. Defense, indestructible. Water capacity, 1,000 units. Recovers 1 unit of water every 10 minutes. Enhancing the level of the Fountain of Life not only increases its water capacity, but also accelerates the rate of recovery, thereby improving the healing efficacy of the water. Accelerated recovery, 1 unit of water every 5 minutes. Healing effect significantly enhanced. Resources required for upgrade, 1,000 timber, 1,000 stone. The benefits of upgrading the Fountain of Life are substantial. Not only does the capacity double, but the recovery time is halved, and the healing effect of the water is greatly amplified. Most importantly, upon upgrading the level of the Fountain of Life, the Fountain S tier also increases. This signifies that Mo Fei's immortal ant race can once again devour the Fountain of Life for evolution. Simultaneously, this means that even without hunting wild monsters for experience, Mo Fei can harvest a substantial amount of energy points from the immortal ants consuming the Fountain of Life. Much like the military barracks upgrade, the resources required for the Fountain of Life upgrade are not negligible, demanding 1,000 units of timber and 1,000 units of stone. Yet, in Mo Fei's perspective, the enhancement brought to his territory by upgrading these 2 buildings justifies the expenditure of such resources. After all, he still possesses 39,000 units of timber in his warehouse. Timber is in abundance. The only scarcity lies in stone. Contemplating stone, Mo Fei couldn't help but recall Jiang Yunling, whom he had traded with earlier. He wondered if she still had any stone in stock. She should, right? Mo Fei mused, although he felt somewhat guilty for continuously relying on one person. Especially since today marked his first day in the Lord's world, where various resources, particularly timber and stone for territory upgrades, are exceedingly scarce among all lords. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one to have advanced his territory to an intermediate village at this point. However, Mo Fei found himself in a predicament. There were so many unscrupulous merchants outside, and Jiang Yunling was relatively sincere. In his friends list, she was the only female friend he had. If he didn't turn to Jiang Yunling, he had no one else to rely upon. Opening his friends list and clicking on Jiang Yunling's name, Mo Fei sent a message. Are you there? He touched his nose, wondering if he had frightened her off with his constant requests. Did she perhaps guess his intentions? Observing that the barracks had produced a fresh batch of worker ants, Mo Fei approached the pool of the Fountain of Life, allowing the newly spawned ants to consume his essence before they absorb the fountain's energy for evolution. Simultaneously, he pondered deeply about the scarcity of stone, which was the resource he currently lacked the most. Whether upgrading territory, constructing buildings, or enhancing existing structures, a vast quantity of stone was required. Without stone, he could neither build nor upgrade his barracks. The futility of holding the top rank in territorial tiers became apparent without the means to fortify his position. Relying on others was less desirable than relying on oneself. Thus, for Mo Fei, the urgent priority was to locate a stone resource that he could claim as his own. Just as he was preparing to contact his ant colony in the forest, he noticed a notification on his Lord panel indicating a message from a friend. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dark mine, Jiang Yunling observed her diminutive miners tirelessly wielding their pickaxes to extract stone even amidst the night. This diligent lord took it upon herself to prepare a hearty broth from the recently exchanged meat, aiming to replenish her miner's stamina. Once the soup was ready, Jiang Yunling ladled it into bowls, inviting her little warriors to partake. It was then that she noticed a message from her soul friend, the one with whom she had just traded, Mo Fei. Upon reading the message, she hesitated momentarily before opening it. Mo Fei, are you there? She reminded herself to remain cautious, regardless of how sweetly he spoke. Mo Fei continued, I've gathered some wood. He added, didn't you just trade me stone? Now that I've collected wood, I thought of you. Since we are partners, I intend to reciprocate by trading some of my wood with you. Jiang Yunling felt a twinge of confusion at his words. But I have no other resources to trade for wood. All I possess is stone. Mo Fei replied. Stone would suffice. Realization struck Jiang Yunling. It was clear he sought to exchange for her stone rather than offer wood. Without hesitation, she confronted him. You're just looking to trade for my stone, aren't you? To her surprise, he acknowledged her insight with an awkward smile. Yes, do you have any stone left? I would like to trade for more. Trade again. Jiang Yunling retorted, I just traded all my stone to you. She gestured to her territory. Can't you see it hasn't even been upgraded yet? Mo Fei paused, quickly checking the rankings. Indeed, his territory had reached the first tier while the second place showed no upgrades. At that moment, another friend's message flashed on the screen, prompting him to open it. Jiang Yunling, you are the lord of that despicable territory, aren't you? Mo Fei, how did you know? Jiang Yunling, isn't it obvious? You just exchanged 1,000 units of stone from me. What else could you possibly do with it besides upgrading your territory? Among all the lords, you are the only one who has managed to elevate your territory to level 1. This young lady is certainly not foolish. Mo Fei, since you are aware of my identity, I hope you can keep this a secret. Jiang Yunling, rest assured, I am not the type to gossip indiscriminately. However, I genuinely have no stone left. What I traded to you was all the stone in my warehouse. I had intended to keep some for my own territory's upgrade, but I gave it all to you. Upon reading this message, Mo Fei felt a bit embarrassed. This girl truly is an honest person. He did not doubt Jiang Yunling's words in the slightest. He had just exchanged 2,000 units of wood with her. If she truly had any stone left, she would have upgraded her territory by now. Yet, on the leaderboard for territory ranks, only his territory's name remained. Mo Fei felt a surge of gratitude and replied sincerely, Thank you, Jiang Yunling. No need for thanks. This was merely a transaction. She then added, My dwarves are still mining stone. If you wish to exchange, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Mo Fei could not afford to wait that long. There were still 10 hours until 6 o'clock the next morning. In that time, if he could construct another ant soldier camp, how many ant soldiers could he produce? At least 500,000. Moreover, Mo Fei did not believe that by tomorrow, Jiang Yunling would indeed have stone available for trade. Once she upgraded her territory tonight, she would realize that constructing territory buildings required even more stone. The workshop, blacksmith, troop barracks, and the Fountain of Life. All these structures demand stone for construction and upgrades. In such a scenario, would she still be willing to trade her stone with him? Mo Fei, apologies for the interruption. If you have any surplus stone tomorrow, let us reconnect then. Chapter 35, Other Lords. All the stone has been bought out. Mo Fei, I am always one step ahead of you. After sending his final message, Mo Fei closed the chat with Jiang Yunling. He did not blame her for not trading stone. On the contrary, he felt he should be grateful to her for even considering exchanging her stone for his territory upgrade. Thus, even if Jiang Yunling had some stone left and was unwilling to trade, Mo Fei could understand her decision. After all, his territory needs to develop. Shouldn't hers require the same? However, constructing another ant soldier camp was now an urgent necessity for Mo Fei. 4. If a new ant tribe barracks could be constructed at this moment. By tonight and into the early hours of tomorrow, there would be an additional 500,000 ant tribe soldiers at his disposal within a mere 10 hours. Thus, despite the prevalence of unscrupulous merchants in the current trading channel, who have inflated the exchange rates for stone and wood, Mo Fei felt that investing some extra resources at this juncture was indeed worthwhile. He opened the spatial trading channel and directly searched for stone. Without hesitation, he exchanged all available wood for stone, regardless of the exchange rate. Ultimately, he expended 18,000 units of wood, clearing out all the trading stalls for stone and acquiring 4,000 units of it. The exchange ratio for wood to stone exceeded 41. Although it pained him somewhat, Mo Fei deemed it a worthy sacrifice. After all, when compared to 500,000 ant tribe soldiers, a mere 18,000 units of wood was inconsequential. Moreover, by tomorrow morning, the number of Mo Fei's ant tribe soldiers would likely far exceed 500,000. This was because he had procured 4,000 units of stone. The construction of both the ant tribe barracks and the fountain of life required only 1,000 units of stone, with the remaining 3,000 units of wood. Mo Fei could not only upgrade both ant tribe barracks to the first tier, but also elevate the fountain of life. Mo Fei selected a spot on the grass and accessed his territory's buildings. Building, ant tribe barracks, constructible. Would you like to build? Yes. Mo Fei confirmed. Yes. You have constructed an ant tribe barracks. Consumed 500 units of wood. Consumed 500 units of stone. Please select the placement for your ant tribe barracks. Mo Fei placed the new barracks adjacent to the existing one. The notifications in his mind continued to chime. The current number of constructed ant tribe barracks has reached its limit, 22. To build more barracks, please upgrade the territory's tier. Both barracks were at the 0 tier. Mo Fei directly spent 2,000 wood and 2,000 stone to upgrade them both to the first tier. Additionally, with 1,500 units of stone remaining, he constructed a fountain of life, and with the last 1,000 units of stone, he upgraded one of the fountains of life to the first tier as well. After this series of actions, Mo Fei had 17,000 units of wood left in his warehouse, while his stone reserves were entirely depleted. The enhancements to his territory, however, were monumental. Building, ant tribe barracks. Tier, first. Production speed, 500 ants per minute. Building, fountain of life. Tier, first. Defense, indestructible. Water storage capacity, 2,000 units. Water recovery rate, 1 unit every 5 minutes. Watching as ants streamed forth from the 2 ant tribe barracks, a smile graced Mo Fei's face. Now, he could calculate his gains properly. From this moment until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, there were 10 hours to consider. 2 ant tribe barracks can collectively produce 1.8 million ants, a staggering increase of 1.2 million ants compared to the time before the construction and upgrade of the barracks. Furthermore, the additional life spring alleviates Mo Fei's concerns regarding the depletion of his water source by the ant tribe, thus eliminating worries about insufficient water for their evolution. However, Mo Fei feels a tinge of regret. He has exhausted all the stone available at the stone stalls and still requires a final 1,000 units of stone to elevate the level of another life spring to the first tier. Otherwise, he would possess 2 life springs with a water capacity of 2,000 each. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. Mo Fei understands that his territory, now featuring 2 first-tier barracks alongside a life spring, places him significantly ahead of most other lords. After all, on the territory tier ranking, only his humble troop territory has achieved a first-tier upgrade. Once the other lords elevate their territories to the first tier, they will soon realize that constructing synthesis workshops, blacksmiths, barracks, and life springs all demand substantial resources. While they toil to gather the necessary materials for these buildings, he will already be well on his way to resource collection and upgrading his territory tier, consistently staying a step ahead. At this moment, the ant tribe barracks are steadily producing ants. Mo Fei glanced at the structure, now transformed into a 2-story building, and felt compelled to explore the second floor. Upon ascending, he was not mistaken. His bedroom appeared in one of the rooms on the second floor. Additionally, like the first floor, the second floor also features a bathroom. Furthermore, it boasts a spacious living room identical to that of the first floor, with a balcony overlooking his territory. Mo Fei stepped onto the balcony, surveying his domain while simultaneously accessing the world communication channel. At that moment, the channel buzzed with excitement. Wow, brothers, I have great news. Anyone with stone, hurry to the space trading channel to list your stones. Set the exchange rate of stone to wood at 15. List as much as you have. Are you out of your mind? What are you thinking? The exchange rate of stone to wood is at most 13. And most listings have been up for ages without any buyers. Why would you list at 15? Why not just rob us outright? Haha, I won't elaborate. Just check the space trading channel for stones and see for yourself. Upon encountering this cryptic message, many lords were intrigued and delved into the space trading channel to search for stones. When they saw the results, shock was etched across their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. What the? Where are the stones? How come there are none left? Is this for real? I specifically browsed the space trading channel this afternoon, and it was flooded with unscrupulous merchants listing stones at outrageous prices. With the stone-to-wood exchange rate soaring to 13-14, there were a full 5 pages of stalls trading stones. Indeed, I too find it hard to believe. Yet at this moment, all the stone has abruptly vanished. A lord's face darkened with incredulity, exclaiming, "Could it be that someone has cleared out the entire stock of stone? This cannot be true. How is that possible? There are over 500 stone stalls, amounting to at least 3,000 to 4,000 units of stone. Who possesses such deep pockets?" Chapter 36. How does he possess so much timber? Who is this influential figure? I implore you to act with some sense. At that moment, upon hearing that someone had completely swept clean all the stone from the trading stalls in the spatial channel, a lord could hardly accept it. Those stone stalls are all operated by unscrupulous merchants, with exchange rates that are outrageously steep. To acquire 3,000 or 4,000 units of stone, do you comprehend the implications? It would require no less than 15,000 units of timber. This is merely the first day in the Lord's world. Who could possibly gather such a vast quantity of timber in a single day? Moreover, timber is not utilized in such a manner. Who would willingly become such a fool? However, as the lords voiced their skepticism, one who had recently traded for stone was gazing at the timber in his warehouse with a satisfied expression. He had mined 200 units of stone today. Initially, he intended to reserve 50 units of stone to trade for some meat and had no intention of trading timber. Hence, he set the exchange rate for stone and timber at 14. Little did he expect that his 50 units of stone would be snatched away in an instant, resulting in an immediate increase of 200 units of timber in his warehouse. Undeterred by disbelief, he decided to put up an additional 150 units of stone, initially intended for upgrading his territory, with a sense of trial and error. To his astonishment, those two were swiftly taken. At that moment, his warehouse boasted an impressive surplus of 800 units of timber. Honestly, I tell you, rather than wasting breath in doubt, it would be more prudent to try it out yourself, he proclaimed. If you remain unconvinced, those still possessing stone should place it in the spatial trading channel and see for yourselves. I assure you, if you are in need of timber to upgrade your territory, hurry and list your stone with a higher exchange rate. Miss this opportunity, and you may find it gone forever. Who knows? Perhaps that anonymous benefactor will soon have acquired enough stone and cease purchasing. What? Your buyer is also anonymous. Is that so? Yours too? My buyer is also anonymous. At this juncture, Mo Fei felt a spark of inspiration. He swiftly opened the spatial trading channel and entered stone. Sure enough, numerous stalls appeared again, some listing as much as 100 units of stone at once. Without hesitation, Mo Fei expended 4,500 units of timber to exchange for a total of 1,000 units of stone. He then upgraded the remaining tier of his Fountain of Life to the first level. Meanwhile, in the World Communication Channel, a number of skeptical lords, harboring a sense of curiosity, decided to list the stones they had originally reserved for upgrading their territories on the spatial trading channel. Remarkably, in less than 3 seconds, many of these lords were astounded to discover that their stones had indeed been purchased instantaneously. "Wow, is this for real?" exclaimed one. "I just listed 100 units of stone at an exchange rate of 14 for timber, and in under 3 seconds, an anonymous buyer snatched them up." Another chimed in, visibly astonished. "Am I dreaming? Is it really this extravagant?" "Hey, you're just talking nonsense. I listed my stones too, but no one bought them." Someone retorted, "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps the buyer had already acquired enough," came the reply. "Or maybe it's just that they find you unappealing and prefer not to buy from you." "How dare you? I am as charming as can be," another lord protested. "Mine were also purchased." "Mine too," came the chorus of agreement. This anonymous buyer is astonishingly impressive. Where on earth did they amass such a vast quantity of timber? The amount they traded exceeds 15,000 units. One lamented, "I've toiled all day to collect merely 500 units of timber, and yet this person gathered 15,000 in a single day? Are they even human? You're quite impressive yourself. I only managed to gather 300 units today, and I had 2 units of troops out." Another added, "Regardless, I have listed all my remaining stones at an exchange rate of 13. Perhaps that esteemed buyer will see it and make a swift purchase." Meanwhile, in the desolate plains, Lin Feng sat in his wooden cabin, eavesdropping on this lively exchange among the lords. With a sense of disbelief, he hastily opened the spatial trading channel. To his dismay, he found that every stall had set the exchange rate for stones to timber at 14. With none accepting stone for meat, Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. All stones were designated for timber exchange? What was he to do? Gazing at his inventory of 600 units of timber and 500 units of meat, Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Who could be so cruel as to inflate the price of stones so drastically? Of course, Lin Feng was not the only one lamenting that night. Many other lords who had intended to exchange meat for stones to upgrade their territories were equally at a loss. In the spatial trading channel, every stall trading stones had exclusively designated timber as the exchange. Without the ability to trade their meat, how could they possibly upgrade their territories? At that moment, in the misty forest, in the territory of Mo Fei, after upgrading the Fountain of Life, he stood on the balcony of the second floor and opened the regional communication channel. This was actually Mo Fei's first time accessing the regional exchange today. Are we all lords born in the misty forest? He inquired. Shall we introduce ourselves and exchange coordinates, forming an alliance? In this perilous realm of lords, it is prudent for everyone to band together, as such unity enhances the chances of survival. Some individuals, however, appear to be either foolish or malevolent. Treating the fierce competition of lordship as a mere child's play, one may publicly declare their territory's coordinates today, only to be obliterated by an unseen hand by dawn. This exchange of thoughts occurred at the outset, when all had just traversed into the world of lords and awakened their respective military units. Mo Fei shook his head in dismay. In this brutal world governed by the survival of the fittest, revealing one's territory and name within the same region is an act of utter folly, not to mention the perilous beasts lurking in the misty forest. Once the lords within this area begin to grow in power, their first targets will inevitably be the weaker territories adjacent to their own. Mo Fei swiftly turned to the latest messages. The outside is shrouded in thick fog. Can anyone see anything? Are we all remaining within our territories? Is there anyone daring enough to venture out for leveling up tonight? You must be insane. In such dense fog, we cannot discern anything outside. Sending troops out would be tantamount to throwing them away. I would not step outside even if you killed me. Who knows if this fog is also toxic? Hey, is there no lord in our region who has awakened a dark military unit? This is an excellent opportunity to train. Haha, clever thinking. Is there a lord with a dark military unit willing to test the fog's toxicity for us? Honestly, I believe this fog poses no threat. Otherwise, wouldn't the forest beasts have perished long ago? Perhaps, the creatures here have adapted to the fog and developed a resistance to toxins? You might consider sending one military unit out to investigate. With such dense fog, it may actually be safer now than during the day, as the beasts can see while we cannot. Damn, it's easy for you to say. I only have 22 archers. Why don't you send your troops out? Didn't you hear the terrifying roars of the beasts outside? Venturing out now would be akin to courting death. I've already sent troops out to investigate. The fog is not toxic. Do you trust him, or do you trust me, the first emperor of Qin? Forget it. If none of us dares to venture out, I might as well wash up and sleep. I collected 400 units of wood and 100 units of stone today, which is quite satisfying. Tomorrow, when I have more troops, I shall push harder for an upgrade. What the hell? Who bought up all the stone? Damn it. I have more than enough wood, but I cannot trade it for stone. I'm about to spit blood. Hey, esteemed one, how much meat do you have left? I still have 20 units of meat. TCH, 20 units of meat 1T suffice. Can I not upgrade tomorrow? The issue is that all the stalls for trading stone are now exclusively accepting wood, and the exchange rate is absurdly high. I just traded meat for wood, and now 1,000 units of wood can only be exchanged for 250 units of stone. I'm utterly confounded. Wait a moment, the stone materials are currently quite scarce. Perhaps by tomorrow, the situation will improve. Upon reading this, Mo Fei pondered. Could it be that I inadvertently inflated the price of stone materials? Chapter 37. The High-Level Ant Species. Marching Ants. The evolution of species determines their growth tiers. Shaking his head, Mo Fei chose not to dwell on whether he had contributed to the rise in stone prices. He glanced at the latest communications in the regional chat channel and contemplated his next move. He intended to take advantage of the thick fog to dispatch his ant tribe for a wood resource gathering expedition, as his current supply of timber was dwindling, leaving him with merely 500 units. Suddenly struck by an idea, Mo Fei smiled faintly. Mind link, activate. He established a connection through the mind link with the relentless undead ants currently exploring the forest outside his territory. Before long, messages began to pour in from the diligent undead ants traversing the woods. Esteemed Lord, aside from the obscured visibility, there are no other anomalies in the fog. We have also absorbed a considerable amount of the mist in the forest without experiencing any discomfort. Mo Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that the fog, while obscuring sight, posed no toxic threat. It made sense. If the mist were indeed poisonous, not only would his ant tribe be at risk, but the wild creatures of the forest would surely have perished as well. During the day, when he dispatched his ant tribe to gather resources, he had observed wild creatures still wandering the woods. He realized he had perhaps been overly cautious. Nonetheless, Mo Fei felt no regret about his prudence. This was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, and danger lurked at every corner. The over 1 million undead ants were the foundation of his territory's development, and exercising vigilance was only prudent. Excellent work, my soldiers. Please maintain your efforts. Mo Fei commended them before issuing a directive. Continue your exploration and ensure you locate the stone resource sites within the forest. Understood, esteemed Lord. We shall accomplish this task. Turning his gaze to the grassland before him, he saw over 1,000,000 undead ants poised, awaiting his command. Standing up, he addressed a battalion of 10,000 undead ants, assigning them a mission. You shall serve as the vanguard and investigate whether the daytime wood resource area can still be found. Yes, esteemed lord. Upon receiving Mo.Fei's orders, the battalion of 10,000 undead ants turned in unison and ventured out of the territory, disappearing into the thick fog. Meanwhile, Mo.Fei remained vigilant, allowing the newly produced ants from the barracks to absorb his aura and the essence of life, while using the mind link to monitor the expedition of his ant tribe, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents arose. The fog was indeed thick, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Switching to the perspective of the ant swarm, Mo.Fei beheld only a vast expanse of white. Fortunately, Mo.Fei's army of ants does not rely on sight to determine their path. Rather, they depend on the scents they leave behind during the day. Soon, this ant legion arrived at the sturdy wood resource site discovered earlier, with unerring precision. Remarkably, despite the continuous roars of beasts echoing through the thick fog and the occasional dark shadows darting overhead, they remained undetected by the creatures lurking nearby. Throughout their journey, Mo.Fei's colony was remarkably safe. As the ant swarm reached the secure resource area, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soldiers, prepare to depart at once. Mo.Fei commanded, standing before the legion of over 1,000,000 ants. The vast army of more than 100,000 undead ants turned in unison and marched forth, vanishing into the mist. As he watched his ant troops disappear, his gaze shifted to two nearby ant barracks. In the open space outside, a contingent of approximately 1,000 ants stood ready. These ants were 3 times larger than the newly produced worker ants. Their legs were elongated. Their exoskeletons bore a deep black hue with a hint of red, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Their mandibles were impressively massive, appearing sharp and formidable, disproportionate to their bodies. Unit type, marching ants. Current rank, first rank, final growth rank, third rank, potential limit reached, load capacity, 0, 3 units. Description, one of the higher tier units of the ant species, the marching ants vastly surpass ordinary ants in both load capacity and mobility. Their defining feature is the extreme sharpness and toughness of their mandibles, which possess significant offensive capability. Mo.Fei summoned this group of marching ants before him, examining their formidable appearance with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Indeed, they were worthy representatives of the higher-tier ant species. Despite their threefold increase in size compared to ordinary ants, they exhibited no signs of clumsiness. Even the undead ants, evolved from ordinary ants through the consumption of the life spring, paled in comparison to their imposing presence. Their sharp, gigantic mandibles and the striking black and red exoskeleton exuded an air of chilling ferocity, reminiscent of assassins among the ants. Remarkably, even without having consumed the life spring, the newly birthed marching ants possessed a load capacity of 0, 3 units, surpassing that of the undead ants. Moreover, they were classified as third-rank units. Excellent, truly excellent. Mo.Fei nodded repeatedly as he reviewed the attributes of the marching ants. He pondered whether these marching ants could evolve into fourth-rank units after consuming the life spring. Furthermore, as their numbers increased, they could potentially serve not only for resource transportation, but also for hunting wild monsters. With this thought igniting his excitement, Mo.Fei decided to allow these 1,000 marching ants to absorb his essence, elevating their loyalty to absolute devotion before hastening their consumption of the nearby life spring. The fountain of life has now reached the first tier. After devouring, my ant swarm, including the soldier ants, is bound to experience another surge in strength. However, what does the potential upper limit of troop type signify? Does it imply that the ants produced by my barracks can only reach a maximum tier of 3? Mo.Fei found himself perplexed. Upon examining the detailed description of the barracks, he finally comprehended the meaning of this potential upper limit. The ants produced by my barracks, including the higher tier ant species, have their growth tiers contingent upon the growth tiers of the existing ant species I possess. In simpler terms, if my ants have not consumed the fountain of life to evolve into the undying ants, and the troop type remains at the 0 tier of worker ants, then even if my barracks produce higher tier soldier ants, the ultimate growth tier of those soldier ants will still be 0. However, since my ants have devoured the fountain of life and evolved into the undying ants, the growth tier of my undying ant species is 3. Therefore, the final growth tiers of the ants produced by my barracks will fluctuate between 0 and 3. Soldier ants, being a higher tier species, will have their ultimate growth tier matching that of the undying ants, which is 3. As for the worker ants produced by the barracks, they belong to a lower tier, and their ultimate growth tier remains 0. It appears that the evolutionary stage of my ant species directly determines the growth potential of the ants produced by my barracks. With this understanding, Mo.Fei realized that to produce higher tier ants with elevated growth tiers from the barracks, he must enable the existing ants to devour and evolve, thereby enhancing their growth tiers. Chapter 38, Breaking the Shackles, Evolving Again, and Elevating Abilities. Unlike the troops of all other lords, Mo.Fei's ants have transcended the limitations of the 0-tier species due to their unique ability for infinite devouring and evolution. Thus, there is no ultimate growth tier for Mo.Fei's ants. Consequently, whatever the current growth tier of his ants, the higher tier ants produced by his barracks could directly attain that same growth tier. In contrast, the troops awakened by other lords have their ultimate growth tiers predetermined from the outset. Even if their barracks produce higher tier species, there will be no enhancement to the growth tiers of those higher tier species. Royal tier remains royal tier, and imperial tier remains imperial tier. Even for higher tier species, the same principle applies. Therefore, moving forward, I must not solely focus on developing the territory's tier. With this realization, Mo silently resolved to find a way for my ant species to devour and evolve. Only by elevating the growth tier of my current ants can the subsequent production of higher tier ants from the barracks also be raised. At this moment, a million-strong army of undying ants was still en route to the Firmwood resource site. In the interest of safety, Mo specifically commanded that they reduce their speed. This way, as they traveled, they would not create too much noise. While Mo sat beside the Fountain of Life, awaiting the Ant Clan's army to gather timber from the Firmwood resource site, he perused the messages exchanged among the lords in the World Communication Channel. Suddenly, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Your unit, the Marching Ant, is consuming the Fountain of Life, Energy Point 1, Energy Point 1. Your unit, the Worker Ant, is consuming the Fountain of Life, Energy Point 1, Energy Point 1. Your unit, the Undying Ant, is consuming the Fountain of Life. Your unit, the Worker Ant, is evolving. Your unit, the Undying Ant, has enhanced its abilities. Your unit, the Marching Ant, is evolving. Your energy points have reached 1,000, the current level is full, and you cannot acquire more energy points. Please open the Lord panel to upgrade your Lord level. After the Lord level is upgraded, you can continue to acquire energy points. Mo adeptly opened his Lord panel. Lord, Mo Strength, first level, upgradable. Energy points, 10001000, upgradable. Mo clicked the upgrade button. Immediately, a familiar golden light enveloped him once more. After the brilliance faded, the strength section of the Lord panel had transformed to strength, second level. Simultaneously, Mo could distinctly feel his power augmenting. As he swung his fist, he sensed an immense strength coursing through his muscles. In his mind, the notification of Energy Point 1 continued. Mo glanced at his unit section. In the unit section, after Worker Ant, Undying Ant, and Marching Ant, a new unit appeared. Undying Marching Ant. Mo clicked on Undying Marching Ant. Unit, Undying Marching Ant, High Tier Ant Clan Unit, Mutation. Talent, Self-Healing. Current level, first level. Final growth level, fourth level. Carrying capacity, 0, 5 units. Unit description, a mutated high-tier unit of the Ant Clan that has consumed a low-tier Fountain of Life, possessing greater strength than the high-tier Marching Ant. Equipped with sharp mandibles, it can tear apart enemies. Self-Healing, a faint breath of life has emerged within your Marching Ant. As long as this life breath persists, your Marching Ant will not perish. Even if it sustains severe injuries, it can gradually recover, showcasing remarkable vitality. Upon reading the description of the Undying Marching Ant, Mo's eyes brightened. Indeed, his previous deductions were correct. When a certain amount of the Fountain of Life is consumed, his Ant Clan can evolve once more. Moreover, the ability of self-healing can transform into a talent for his unit. It is evident from the description that once the self-healing ability becomes the talent of the Undying Marching Ant, its healing efficacy will significantly enhance. Mo then proceeded to examine the details of his Undying Ant unit. The regenerative prowess of the undead ants has indeed transformed into their innate talent. Moreover, a considerable portion of these undead ants, as their abilities evolved into talents, have ascended to the second tier. Upon a cursory glance, it is evident that the second-tier undead ants are substantially larger than their first-tier counterparts. Their size is now comparable to that of the first-tier undead soldier ants. Mo summoned one of the evolved second-tier undead ants before him. Unit type, undead ant. Current tier, second tier. Final growth tier, third tier. Load capacity, 0, 5 units. The load-bearing capacity of the second-tier undead ants has significantly increased, soaring from a mere 0, 1 units to an impressive 0, 5 units. However, the issue of load capacity is no longer a concern for Mo. His ant army has exceeded 1 million in number, and by dawn tomorrow, it is projected to reach a staggering 3 million. Thus, Mo's primary concern revolves around the sustainability of the hardwood resources in his territory for his burgeoning ant legion. With the presence of second-tier undead ants, the 3 million-strong army will gather over 300,000 units of timber resources in a single expedition, a truly formidable figure. Fortunately, the storage capacity of his territory's warehouse is boundless, alleviating any worries regarding the accumulation of such vast resources. Gazing at the unit panel of the undead ants, Mo felt a tinge of regret. Although the consumption of the Fountain of Life has allowed the abilities of the undead ants to evolve into innate talents and their tier to rise to the second tier, their ultimate growth tier remains stagnant at the third tier. In contrast, the soldier ants, with a growth tier of 3, upon consuming the Fountain of Life, have witnessed their ultimate growth tier elevate to the fourth tier. Mo Fei surmised that this discrepancy arises from the fact that his undead ants had previously consumed the fountain of life, undergoing evolution once before. It is noteworthy that the initial consumption propelled their growth tier from 0 to 3, a significant leap. However, the current elevation of the fountain of life's tier is only from 0 to 1, which is marginal. Additionally, since his undead ants had already undergone this process, it resulted in no elevation of their growth tier upon subsequent consumption. Conversely, the soldier ants, during their first consumption of the fountain of life, managed to evolve and simultaneously elevate their growth tier to 4. It appears that both his undead ants and undead soldier ants require further evolution. Merely relying on the consumption of higher tier fountains of life may prove insufficient. Mo Fei pondered that it might be time to seek alternative resources for consumption. Chapter 39. It's time to seek alternative resources for consumption. Dense fog? Mo Fei was ecstatic. He yearned to consume it. He recalled the acidic mud monsters encountered by his undead ant legion in the forest bog during the day. That location, he had originally intended to use the following day as a training ground for his ant army. Simultaneously, Mo Fei recalled the first-tier green leaf snakes located within the hardwood resource zone. After once again consuming from the fountain of life, a considerable number of his undead ants had ascended to the second tier, growing significantly stronger. Thus, dealing with those green leaf snakes should prove easier than before. Consequently, utilizing the first-tier green leaf snakes in the hardwood resource zone to train his undead army and second-tier undead ants seemed a prudent choice. Lost in contemplation, Mo Fei's peripheral vision caught sight of a dense fog outside his territory. His ant tribe could absorb their own essence and the fountain of life. He wondered if they could also consume this thick mist. Intrigued, Mo Fei approached the edge of his territory, peering through the golden novice protection barrier at the fog beyond. He mused that if such a dense mist were to envelop his domain, once the novice protection period concluded, any beasts in the forest discovering his territory would likely hesitate to intrude recklessly. Conversely, if a beast or another lord were to discover his territory and attempt an assault, the obscuring fog would allow him to lay an ambush, catching them off guard. As this notion ignited a spark in his mind, Mo Fei's eyes brightened. This strategy was indeed clever. As the master of the territory, everything within it was within Mo Fei's perception. Thus, even if the territory were shrouded in thick fog, it would have no impact on him whatsoever. However, for any adversaries daring to invade, the situation was markedly different. Within the oppressive white mist, they would be rendered blind, unable to discern their surroundings. It mattered not how many foes approached, they would all meet the same fate, at his mercy. Without hesitation, he commanded his newly produced swarm of approximately 100,000 ants to venture forth and consume the fog. Soldiers, I entrust you with a task. Venture outside the territory and absorb as much of the mist as you can. Mo Fei decreed. Yes, my lord. The multitude of ants surged beyond the territory, opening their mandibles to begin devouring the fog. Mo Fei glanced at the time. There was still an hour until midnight. The 1 million ant army, tasked with gathering wood, had finally arrived at the hardwood resource zone. Receiving information through the mind network, he shifted his focus to the position of the ant army. Although the fog obscured all visibility, Mo Fei observed intently. After a while of gathering, and noting no unusual occurrences, he finally closed the mind network. He then opened the Lord rankings to check for any changes. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lin Feng, who had previously ranked just above him, had plummeted 2 places to 8th. Meanwhile, the undead Calamity, which had originally ranked 10th, had surged to 6th place, exhibiting a formidable momentum. After recently upgrading the Fountain of Life, I allowed the ant tribe to consume and evolve once more, bringing my energy points to 14,610,000, still placing me in 7th position. Notably, the rankings of the leading lords have also shifted. For instance, the territory of the God of Night, which was previously in 4th place, has ascended to 3rd, displacing the Dragon territory, which has now fallen to 4th. The God of Night and the Plague of Undead. Mo Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The troops of these 2 territories are likely to consist of dark beings. With the onset of night, dark creatures emerge, posing a significant threat to other lords. However, for those who have awakened dark troops, it presents an excellent opportunity for leveling up. High risk often accompanies high reward. Yet, it is likely that not only the lords with dark troops are venturing out at night to train. Some lords who have awakened formidable troops may also be secretly leveling up under the cover of darkness. Observing the Thunder Bear and Holy Light territories, which still firmly hold the 1st and 2nd positions among lords, Mo Fei's gaze flickered slightly. Some lords who have awakened top-tier troops are probably seizing the night to train as well. However, compared to those with dark troops, they are likely proceeding with greater caution. With this thought, a subtle sense of tension crept into Mo Fei's heart. His troops are the ant tribe, the most basic troops in the lordly realm. Although endowed with the infinite devouring evolution talent and the mental web talent, his early development still lags significantly behind those lords with higher-tier troops. Given enough time, Mo Fei would confidently assert that his ant tribe could rival any high-tier troop. Yet, time is precisely what he lacks. The invulnerable protection period for all lords lasts a mere 7 days. Once this period expires, the invulnerability of territories will come to an end, and all lords will officially enter the lordly realm, facing the true test. Currently, my territory tier is already at the first level. The territory buildings, troop barracks, and the Fountain of Life have all been upgraded to the first tier. I am currently far ahead of other lords. Mo Fei took a deep breath, but that is still insufficient. Within these 7 days, my territory tier must at least rise another level. I need to amass greater numbers to compensate for the inadequacies of my low-tier ant tribe. Simultaneously, I must produce higher-tier ant troops to ensure the safety of my territory. Mo Fei gazed at his lord panel. Territory tier, intermediate village. Advanced village. Unlocks new buildings. Decomposition furnace. Troop barracks limit increased to 4. Fountain of Life limit increased to 4. All buildings in the territory can be upgraded to tier 3. An advanced village allows for the construction of 4 barracks. Mo Fei's eyes brightened slightly. Currently, with 2 first-tier barracks, my barracks produce 432,000 ants each day. For barracks, equivalent to the number of one's own ant tribe, have doubled once again. 8,640,000. A staggering number, nearing 9 million. Should all 4 barracks elevate to tier 3, it is feared that the ant population will surpass 9 million. Chapter 40. Finally discovered the stone resource site. The stupefied Lin Feng upon advancing to tier 2 lord. However, the resources required to upgrade the territory to a high-level village are no trivial matter, 20,000 resources. Moreover, after upgrading to a high-level village, the resources needed for building and upgrading structures will also be considerable. For Mo Fei, this presents a formidable challenge. After all, while wood is abundant, stone resources are sorely lacking. At this moment, the Lord exclaimed, "My lord, we have discovered the stone resource site." Have we truly found the stone resource site? Mo Fei's face lit up with delight. It appears that fortune has smiled upon him at just the right moment. Meanwhile, under the night sky on the wasteland, a territory is enveloped in a golden protective shield. Inside a wooden house, freshly cooked meat is served on the table. Lin Feng sits on a somewhat worn chair. This evening, due to malicious price inflation of stone, he has been unable to trade for any, leaving his warehouse stocked with meat. The territory remains at 0 tier. However, after a night filled with setbacks, Lin Feng has adopted a more relaxed attitude. After all, he has seen many lords in the world exchange channel, just like himself, trading meat for stone. Thus, his territory 0 tier is mirrored by others. Everyone is at the same starting line. Moreover, consuming this piece of meat will elevate him to a tier 2 lord. Gazing at the grilled meat before him, a smile graces Lin Feng's face. He still possesses a considerable amount of superior grade meat in his warehouse, which is yet to be traded. Consuming superior grade meat will augment his energy points. Therefore, once he devours this piece of grilled meat, he will become the 6th lord among billions of players to ascend to tier 2. That lord of the inferior troop territory dares to compare himself to me? With what can he compete? It is merely his sheer quantity of low-tier troops that barely places him on the lord tier ranking. He has even been elevated by those lords who have awakened low-tier troops. They regard him as a model. Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. No matter how numerous, low-tier troops remain worthless. Come tomorrow, as the number of his ferocious war elephants increases, he will leave the ranking of that inferior troop territory lord far behind. At that time, he will personally shatter the faith of those lords who have awakened low-tier troops. He will show them the stark difference between high-tier and low-tier troops. He will make it clear that only those who awaken high-tier troops can ascend to the lord-tier ranking. There is no place for low-tier troop lords here. What a level, still wishing to be ranked below oneself. Your energy points are full. Please access the Lord panel to elevate your Lord rank. Upgrading your rank will allow you to continue acquiring energy points. Upon consuming the grilled meat, a notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, causing his expression to brighten with joy. He promptly opened the Lord panel and upgraded his rank to the 2nd tier. Then, with grace, he picked up a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Only then did he smile and click on the Lord rank leaderboard. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his smile froze. Lin Feng could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously. His complexion gradually darkened. On the Lord rank leaderboard, his position had not only failed to rise, but had also dropped by 2 places, landing him in 8th place. The pathetic territorial army was still in 7th place. Positioned above him, his previous 6th place had been taken by the undead calamity, which had originally been ranked 10th. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed that the pathetic territorial army above him had also upgraded to the 2nd tier. Had this individual been leveling up all night? Impossible. Their army should have been nearly depleted. In the misty forest, within Mo Fei's territory, news arrived from the ant tribe, which had been exploring, indicating they had located a stone resource site. Mo Fei opened the mental network, shifting his perspective to the ant soldiers that had relayed the message. There were 2 ant soldiers that had discovered the stone resource site. Switching his view, he found himself surrounded by dense fog, obscuring his vision. Yet, beneath the feet of the 2 ant soldiers, he could see the stones. Species, granite. Description, a common rock that can be mined for construction materials for the territory. Well done, soldiers. Mo Fei exclaimed. Try to see if you can gnaw at these stones. Understood, my lord. The 2 undead ants climbed onto the granite and opened their mandibles, beginning to chew. However, after a long while, they could only leave faint imprints on the granite and bite off a minute amount of stone powder. "My lord, the stones are too hard. We cannot bite through them," reported the two undead ants, halting their efforts. Witnessing this scene, Imofei furrowed his brow slightly. While they had discovered the stone resource site, the challenge lay in how to collect the stone. The territory's blacksmith shop should be able to forge mining picks for extracting stone. However, the ant soldiers themselves could not wield such tools. After pondering for a moment, Imofei suddenly recalled that his current ant army included a higher-tier species, the soldier ant. The soldier ant was a Tier 3 species that evolved into a Tier 4 species, the undead soldier ant, after devouring the fountain of life. Their mandibles were significantly sharper than those of the undead ants, and they were much larger. Imofei wondered if the soldier ants would be capable of gnawing through the stones. He felt a surge of confidence in his undead soldier ants. These stones are merely ordinary stones. Even the undead ants, evolved from worker ants, can leave gnawing marks on granite, biting away at the stone to create fine powder. As a higher-tier warrior of the Ant Legion, the army ants have no trouble at all. "All right, halt. You will remain stationed here tonight, awaiting the arrival of the main force tomorrow," Imofei commanded the two undead ants. "Understood, my lord," the two undead ants replied, coming to a stop. After searching for a while, they discovered a crevice in the rock and concealed themselves within. Imofei severed his connection with the two undead ants. Subsequently, he reached out through the mental network to establish contact with the other ants exploring the forest, particularly those lurking in the southwestern direction of his territory. Approximately 10 kilometers away, within an unknown high-level monster's domain, Imofei inquired in detail about their exploration. However, it was somewhat regrettable that no ant had caught a glimpse of that high-level monster. Nevertheless, as they continued their exploration, the boundaries of the high-level monster's territory gradually became clearer. Furthermore, within that territory, some ants detected the recent scent left by the high-level monster, as well as another unfamiliar scent, also emanating from a powerful high-level monster. This revelation heightened Imofei's vigilance once again, and he silently committed this vital information to memory. Another high-level monster had appeared within the territory of this unknown high-level monster. It was likely that the two were adversaries. Would they engage in battle? Ideally, they would inflict mutual destruction upon one another, which would greatly benefit him. Imofei chuckled softly, a somewhat lewd smile gracing his face. Chapter 41. The Return of the Ant Legion, Terrifying Stone Reserves, Strength Enhanced Once More. After instructing the ants within the high-level monster's territory to prioritize safety, conceal themselves, and keep a vigilant watch on the monster's movements, Imofei severed his connection with them. At this moment, he felt a mix of anticipation and an intensified desire to accelerate the enhancement of his Ant Legion's strength. After all, two formidable monsters were now situated just 10 kilometers from his territory. It was uncertain when they might discover his domain. Naturally, if these two monsters were to engage in a fierce battle resulting in mutual destruction, that would be the best outcome. But what if that were not the case? What if their conflict encroached upon his territory? Thus, he must prepare in advance. Moreover, if these two powerful monsters did indeed cause each other's downfall, it would present an excellent opportunity for Imofei. However, this opportunity relies heavily on the strength of his ant warriors. Within the misty forest, countless low-tier and high-tier monsters lurk. If the two powerful monsters were to fight to a standstill without sufficient strength, Imofei feared he would be left with nothing. At this moment, drowsiness began to creep in, and Imofei could hardly withstand it any longer. After shutting down the mental network, he ascended to the second floor of his new bedroom and lay down. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long it had been. In a state of bewilderment, Imofei received a message transmitted through the web of consciousness. Upon receiving the communication, he swiftly rose and made his way to the balcony on the second floor. There, he beheld a dense procession of dark red timber entering his domain, supported beneath by his legion of 1,000,000 ant warriors. The mighty army of ants stood resolutely on the grass, forming an enormous square formation, their mandibles raised high, proudly bearing the pieces of wood. "Well done, my soldiers," Imofei exclaimed with delight. Turning to descend the stairs, he pointed his finger, commanding the timber held aloft by his army to be stored in the warehouse. Instantly, an impressive addition of 110,000 units of timber filled the storeroom. With the existing stock, Imofei's warehouse now boasted a total of 131,143 units of timber. Upgrading his territory to the third tier required merely 10,000 units, and now, with a staggering 130,000 units at his disposal, he had far surpassed the necessary amount for the upgrade. "My soldiers, you have worked tirelessly this time," Imofei remarked, gazing at the legion of 1,000,000 ants on the grass. "Now, go and replenish yourselves at the Spring of Life." As it was nighttime, compounded by the interference of thick fog, Imofei had previously instructed the ant army to march slowly, minimizing any noise. Thus, the expedition to gather timber resources had taken place, and only 2 hours remained until dawn. "It is both our duty and honor to serve our lord." They transported and gathered timber, yet their stamina had significantly waned. At Imofei's command, squads of ants ascended to the pool of the Spring of Life to restore their energy. In a mere 10 minutes, The entire army had consumed from the spring and regained their strength. Mo-Fei glanced at his two Tier 1 springs of life. After the consumption by the million-strong army, the water level had decreased by 200 units. Considering the total capacity of 4,000 units, this was a modest decline. Mo-Fei understood that this was due to the recent upgrade of both springs, which had greatly enhanced their restorative properties. Moreover, his army of 1,000,000 ants had only consumed from the spring to recover energy. Without his command, their unwavering loyalty ensured they would not devour the spring for evolution, thus accounting for the limited consumption of water. Not to worry, there is ample water remaining. Consume freely. At that moment, observing that 3,800 units of water still remained in the springs, Mo-Fei issued a direct order for the army to indulge in consumption. Concurrently, his two Tier 1 ant barracks produced nearly 800,000 ants. Among these, the number of advanced soldier ants, the marching ants, exceeded 90,000, a stroke of good fortune. Surpassing the expected probability of 10, Mo-Fei commanded the 80,000 ant tribe, along with 90,000 marching ants, to join the queue for devouring the fountain of life. The notifications echoed in his mind, indicating an increase in energy points as the ant tribe joyfully consumed the fountain. With every passing moment, the two first-tier fountains of life visibly diminished in their water reserves. An hour passed, and ultimately, all the ants completed their evolution through consumption. The reserves of the two fountains dwindled to less than 800 units. At that moment, Mo-Fei, as the Lord, saw his energy points rise to 356,010,000, a staggering increase of over 3,000, equivalent to slaying at least 700 first-tier wild monsters. Upon checking the Lord rank leaderboard, he discovered that his previously insignificant territory rankings surged to 4th place. Only territories of the Thunder Bear, the Undead Plague, and the God of Night ranked above him. Mo-Fei himself was astounded by this development. He had previously thought that his low-tier ant tribe would soon see his Lord ranking plummet as he focused on resource gathering and territory upgrades. Yet, upon awakening from his slumber and merely allowing his 180,000 ants to consume a wave of the Fountain of Life, his ranking had soared to 4th. Originally, he believed he needed 1,000,000 energy points to advance, making the 3rd-tier Lord status seem unattainable. However, it now appeared less distant. Closing the Lord rank leaderboard, Mo-Fei opened the territory rank leaderboard. He noted that his territory, now upgraded to a mid-level village, was no longer the sole representative among the lower-tier territories. The top 10 territories were all mid-level villages. Nevertheless, Mo-Fei's territory still firmly held the first position. Next, he examined the unit rank leaderboard, which showed little change. The first place remained with the Undead Plague territory. However, their unit, the Undead Bone Dragon, had ascended to a 5th-tier unit. Chapter 42, New Unit, Mist Ants. The ant flood terrifies the wild monsters. Closing the unit rank leaderboard, Mo-Fei chuckled and shook his head. The unit rankings represented a competition among lords who had awakened high-tier units, which bore little relevance to him as a lord who had awakened the ant unit. At that moment, Mo-Fei's peripheral vision caught sight of the fog in the misty forest appearing somewhat lighter. This reminded him of the contingent of over 100,000 ants he had dispatched before his rest to consume the mist. He wondered how that endeavor had fared. Opening his unit panel, he was met with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, a new high-tier ant species appeared on the troop panel, the Mist Ant. Species, Mist Ant, high-tier ant species. Final growth rank, Tier 4. Over 100,000 evolved mist ants gathered before Mo-Fei. Upon issuing the command to generate mist, these countless mist ants began to exhale wisps of dense fog. In a mere 5 minutes, the fog enveloped their entire forms. This mist possessed an extraordinary quality. It was not dispersed by the wind. The area of coverage was confined solely to the vicinity occupied by the swarm of mist ants. Beneath this shroud, even Mo-Fei, who stood mere feet away, could not discern the silhouette of the ant army hidden within the fog. All that met his gaze was a vast expanse of mist. Despite straining his eyes to unveil the secrets concealed within, he remained utterly oblivious to their presence. Mo-Fei was astonished, although an auxiliary species. The abilities of the mist ants were formidable. They would undoubtedly serve as a potent weapon for ambushing wild creatures or rival troops. After this moment of reflection, Mo-Fei commanded the mist ants to retract the fog, given that the territory was still under a novice protection period, rendering it invulnerable. There was no urgency for him to deploy the mist within his domain. With less than an hour until dawn, the fog gradually dissipated. Mo-Fei resolved to wait until nightfall the following evening to dispatch more undead ants beyond the territory to consume the mist. He planned to further bolster the ranks of the mist ants, and as the novice protection period drew to a close, he would then strategically deploy the mist within his realm. Having worked diligently throughout the day, his army of ants deserved a reprieve. After issuing the command for them to rest, Mo-Fei ascended to the 2nd floor for a short nap. Unbeknownst to him, he dozed for an additional half hour. When he awoke, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Stepping onto the 2nd floor balcony, he observed that the dense fog from the previous night had lifted. In the forest, only a delicate veil of mist lingered. Gazing through the novice protective shield, Imofei could even see the green leaves adorned with glistening dewdrops, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. The air was refreshingly pure. Inhaling deeply the invigorating aroma of verdant life, Imofei sighed in delight. Downstairs, the number of his ant army had significantly increased once more. After freshening up, Imofei made his way to the grassy expanse. "Soldiers, have you all rested well?" he inquired. The ant swarm, now exceeding 2 million, formed into orderly battalions. "Honorable Lord, we await your command." "Excellent." Imofei nodded. "Today's objective is to gather stone. However, prior to that, I must eliminate the pile of acidic mud monsters located 5 kilometers east in the mire." Imofei proclaimed loudly, "Now heed my command. The 1st Battalion on the left, consisting of 20,000 ants, will serve as the vanguard. Your mission is to rendezvous with the 2 undead ant companions who have located the stone resource site, and to chart a safe route for the advancing army. Now, set forth without delay." As Imofei's voice resonated, a contingent of 20,000 undead ants emerged from the 100,000 in the first left phalanx. They departed from their territory, heading towards the western expanse. Subsequently, Imofei cast his gaze upon the remaining 20 ant phalanxes. 150,000 marching undead ants formed a singular phalanx. There were 3 phalanxes of second-tier undead ants. The mist ants comprised 2 phalanxes. The remaining 14 phalanxes were all first-tier undead ants. Imofei adjusted the positions of the phalanxes. The mist ants were placed at the heart, safeguarded by the 14 first-tier undead ant phalanxes, while the front and rear peripheries were flanked by 2 phalanxes of marching undead ants, alongside the second-tier undead ants. "Now, let us embark. It is time to commence the hunt." With Imofei's command, 200,000 ants converged into a formidable wave, surging towards the woods to the east of their territory. In the early morning woods, the air was exceptionally fresh, and the atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. Yet beneath this serene fade lay lurking dangers. A spider silently descended from a tree, commencing the weaving of its web, poised to ensnare today's prey. Atop the treetops, an early rising second-tier beaked bird stood vigilant, its keen gaze searching for breakfast. In the dewy grass by the riverbank, 2 amphibious fishmen, brandishing spears, lay hidden, their bulging eyes fixated on a first-tier spotted hyena not far off. Meanwhile, on the path of the ant army's advance, 2 first-tier blue wolves prepared to ambush passing prey. Suddenly, a black torrent surged forth across the green grass. The 2 first-tier blue wolves froze, a flicker of confusion igniting in their fierce eyes. It hadn't rained the previous night. From whence did this flood arise? The torrent rushed at an astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the 2 first-tier blue wolves. Upon discerning the nature of this black deluge, the wolves' perplexity transformed into sheer terror. With a mournful howl, they tucked their tails and fled. This was no flood. It was a multitude of sizable black ants. However, before the wolves could escape far, the black torrent overtook them. Ants, each the size of a thumb, scuttled up their paws and tails, ascending upon their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 first-tier blue wolves were engulfed by the black tide. When the torrent receded, only 2 white wolf skulls remained, rolling across the grass. On the ground, a second-tier black bear was voraciously tearing into its prey, a second-tier black wolf. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from behind, disturbing the bear's meal. Irritated by this interruption, the bear turned, its eyes narrowing with ferocity as it scrutinized the source of the noise. Upon recognizing the origin of the sound, its fierce gaze instantaneously transformed into a demeanor of utter gentleness, disregarding even the half-eaten second-tier black wolf on the ground. With all 4 paws firmly planted, it dashed forward with relentless fervor. Before long, a swarm of enormous black ants swiftly ascended. The black bear had scarcely taken a few strides when they caught up to it. One by one, the black ants unleashed their formidable, razor-sharp mandibles, sinking them into the bear, which let out a furious roar. Its speed was only slightly hindered by the relentless bites of the undead army ants that crawled upon its body. Yet, an ever-increasing multitude of these marching ants soon overwhelmed it. The furious roars quickly morphed into desperate howls, culminating in its being engulfed by the dark tide of ants. Chapter 43, 4th-tier Wild Beasts, Fleeing in Terror. Stone Mountain Reserves. Whether it be the first-tier azure wolf or the second-tier black bear, whether hidden in the grass, the crocodile tortoise, or the blood lizard beneath the moss, or the wolf spider on the tree roots, wherever the torrent of Imofei's 2 million ants passed, all was reduced to mere bones. Some wild beasts left not even a trace of their remains. Perched atop the treetops, 2 third-tier killie birds, upon witnessing the black tide below, emitted sharp cries and hastily took flight. A third-tier gale wolf, upon seeing the rolling black torrent, tucked its tail and fled at a distance. Such is the nature of the ant tribe. When their numbers reach a critical mass, they exude an aura of terror. Even a 4th-tier flame bull, upon glimpsing the dark tide, paused momentarily before hastily retreating, unwilling to provoke this legion of ants. Your ant tribe has devoured a 1st-tier azure wolf. Your energy points, 4. Your ant tribe has devoured a 2nd-tier black bear. Your energy points, 22. Your ant tribe has devoured a 1st-tier blood lizard. Your energy points, 3. Your ant tribe has devoured a 2nd-tier crocodile tortoise. Your energy points, 17. Within the territory, prompts continuously echoed in Mo Fei's mind. At this moment, the water reserves of the two life springs had each replenished to 900 units. Mo Fei, who was allowing the newly produced ant troops to consume from the life springs, smiled faintly. Through the psychic network, even without leaving his territory, Mo Fei could behold the scene of his ant army surging through the forest like a torrent. This is the terrifying essence of the ant tribe. Mo Fei mused. When their numbers reach a certain magnitude, they can instill fear even in wild beasts 2 or 3 tiers above them. Especially when aggressive high-tier ants are among their ranks. If only my undead army ants were even more numerous, and their tier elevated to 4. I dare say that even 5th and 6th tier wild beasts would have no choice but to flee before my ant horde. Mo Fei opened the spatial trading channel, spending 3 units of wood to exchange for a piece of first-tier azure wolf meat for his breakfast. Simultaneously, he conducted a search for stone materials. After a night had passed, the trading stalls for stone materials had increased significantly, now numbering over 600. The exchange rate for stone had also slightly declined, now standing between 125 to 1.3 for wood. Clearly, the second day of the novice period had arrived. As the number of troop types increased, the lords capable of quarrying stone also multiplied. Furthermore, many lords were in dire need of timber to upgrade their territories. The demand for timber surged significantly, consequently elevating its value. Mo Fei had initially contemplated trading a batch of stone to elevate his territory directly to a high-level village. However, upon inspection, he found that the combined offering of stone across 600 stalls amounted to merely over 4,000 units. There remained a considerable shortfall from the requisite 10,000 units needed for an upgrade to a high-level village. Thus, he abandoned this notion. After all, his ant tribe had already located a stone resource site. If they could successfully quarry it, he would possess stone without the urgency to purchase. Once the stone was extracted, he would assess how much more was needed and could buy accordingly. After closing the spatial trading channel, Mo Fei took his meat to the kitchen, then switched to the mine network to connect with the 2 undead ants that had discovered the stone resource site the previous night. The forest was now shrouded in a light mist. Switching his perspective to the 2 undead ants, Mo Fei finally discerned the appearance of the stone mountain. Indeed, within his line of sight, the stone resource site uncovered by his undead ants was a small stone hill. The stones here were predominantly granite. A stone mountain of this size could easily yield 200,000 units of stone. Mo Fei estimated in his heart, then issued commands to the 2 undead ants. I have dispatched an army of 20,000 to rendezvous with you. Ensure they are brought here. Received, my lord. One of the undead ants remained behind, obeying Mo Fei's command to continue exploring the environment of the small stone mountain. While roasting wolf meat, Mo Fei prepared breakfast, awaiting the meeting of this undead ant with his ant tribe's vanguard force. He opened the world communication channel. Is everyone awake? Did you sleep well last night? Upstairs. You're quite carefree, still sleeping at this hour. Not a chance. Last night, my territory was filled with the sounds of wailing and howling. I couldn't sleep a wink. I feel like I'm doomed. Last night, enormous shadows flew over my territory, and one circled above. I locked eyes with it. It was a massive black dragon with wings and a fearsome head. Its eyes were terrifyingly red. I suspected it set its sights on my territory. Is that for real? Does it have to be that frightening? Upstairs, you better run. My goodness. I had planned to wait until I had more troops today to sneak out and level up tonight. But after hearing that, I'm too scared to go out. Listen to me. If you lack strength, don't venture out at night. I sent troops out to level up last night, and all 20 of my ghouls were wiped out. What? Aren't ghouls dark units, enhanced at night? And they were defeated? Enhanced, my foot. My ghouls are only first tier. They were annihilated in less than an hour. I do not even know what killed me. How unfortunate. Haha, you upstairs, it seems you were just unlucky. Last night, my skeletal soldier ventured out and unearthed an epic-level mutated crystal. According to the description, it can be embedded into the barracks. But I have no idea how to use it. Wow, you upstairs have such incredible luck, stumbling upon epic materials just by stepping outside. Hee hee. Haha. I too had a stroke of good fortune last night. My dark bat stealthily attacked a den of cabby foxes and even managed to slay a second-tier cabby fox. In the World Exchange Channel, some lamented their heavy losses and regretted their decisions, while others reveled in their acquisition of epic materials. Indeed, the night harbors both peril and reward. Mo Fei glanced at the 130,000 wood in his warehouse and smiled faintly. His gains from last night appeared quite satisfactory. Furthermore, he unexpectedly discovered that the mist in the misty forest could also be devoured, resulting in the mutation of a new auxiliary unit, the mist ant. By tonight, the number of his mist ants could double. At that moment, Mo Fei felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the approaching army of ants from the east through the messages transmitted by the mind network. They had arrived at the edge of the mire. Mo Fei switched his perspective, and the scene before him transformed, revealing a mire shrouded in a delicate mist, the same mire from yesterday. Bubbles occasionally erupted from the surface, resembling boiling liquid. Surrounding it was a lush green meadow, where dewdrops lingered on the verdant leaves. Chapter 44. Slaying the Acid Slime Monster. Advancing to the Acid Liquid Marching Ant. Observing the environment around the mire, with the adjacent grass flourishing, Mo Fei felt a surge of inspiration. Mist ants. Create a fog in the thicket 30 meters to your south. Remember to clear a path through the grass there, leaving the rest of the area blanketed in mist, allowing only that path for the swamp slime monster to enter the trap. Undead marching ants and the second-tier undead ant legion. Along with the first and second undead ant legions, you are now to hunt a few first-tier wild monsters. Remember, do not devour them. Instead, bring their corpses to this meadow. The remaining legions, clear a space in the grass before you. Once the area is cleared, hide within the thicket beside the open ground. The ant tribe worked in unison. They were bloodied and battered, with even two still gasping for breath, occasionally emitting pitiful groans. However, they had all lost the ability to move. Meanwhile, Mo Fei's hunting ground was fully prepared, right next to the mire. All the thickets were enveloped in the mist created by the mist ants. This fog was far denser than the thin mist above the grass. Yet, who would suspect that this thick haze was conjured by a swarm of ants? At most, one might find the density of the fog peculiar. Moreover, Mo Fei had deliberately left a spacious pathway for the acid slime monster in the mire. This route was completely devoid of any fog. The undead army ants, following Mo Fei's command, dragged several first-tier wild creatures from the edge of the mire to an open space, leaving a long trail of blood on the grass, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Subsequently, under Mo Fei's instructions, a legion of 150,000 undead army ants and a contingent of 400,000 second-tier undead ants concealed themselves within the thick fog by the mire, lying in wait for their prey. Indeed, as the fresh and intense scent of the first-tier wild creatures wafted through the air towards the mire, the bubbles within began to multiply rapidly, becoming increasingly dense. The muddy water churned, and one by one, the sludge monsters emerged from the mire, their eyes greedily fixed on the open space where the first-tier wild creatures lay. At the moment the first-tier wild creature carcasses were discovered, over 20 sludge monsters, drawn by the allure of the bloodshed, eagerly crawled ashore. It soon became apparent that these creatures possessed limited intelligence. Upon reaching the shore, they disregarded the path Mo Fei had intentionally left for them, opting instead to navigate through the fog-laden thickets. The consequences of their choice were all too predictable. Hidden within the fog were Mo Fei's most formidable ant legions, the undead army ants and the second-tier undead ants. Once the 20-odd sludge monsters entered the mist, they vanished without a trace, not even a sound escaping their lips. Unbeknownst to the remaining sludge monsters in the mire, the fate of their companions became evident when more and more of them, unable to resist the tantalizing scent of blood emanating from the first-tier wild creatures, began to swarm ashore. In their ignorance, many sludge monsters chose to traverse the foggy underbrush, only to be met with the ravenous assault of the army ant legions and second-tier undead ants that lay in wait. Your ant tribe devours a first-tier sludge monster. Your energy points increase by 1. Your ant tribe devours a first-tier sludge monster. Your energy points increase by 1. Energy points, 111. The notifications echoed persistently in Mo Fei's mind. As he had anticipated, the first-tier sludge monsters exhibited low intelligence and feeble strength, resulting in the meager energy points gained from their consumption. Nevertheless, Mo Fei's choice to target the sludge monsters for leveling up was not merely for the paltry energy points they offered. A considerable number of sludge monsters, visibly exceeding 300, crawled along the path Mo Fei had cleared for them, approaching the vicinity of the first-tier wild creatures. However, before they could indulge in their feast, the underbrush on either side began to rustle, accompanied by the sound of countless scuttling movements. In an instant, swarms of ants surged forth from the thickets. Many of the sludge monsters barely had time to expel their acidic secretions before the tiny, thumb-sized ants ascended their bodies, their sharp mandibles biting down with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, all the sludge monsters in the clearing were devoured, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. At this moment, at the intersection, the acid slime monsters, still inching forward, witnessed this scene and emitted a thin, piercing scream of terror. Many of the foremost acid slime monsters wished to retreat. However, at the edge of the swamp, a continuous stream of acid slime monsters was emerging from the mire, leaving them with no option to withdraw. Chaos ensued among the horde of acid slime monsters on the road. Observing this spectacle, a glimmer of insight flashed in Mo Fei's eyes. The acid slime monsters had already issued a warning call. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded his army, legion of army ants and second-stage undead ants. Annihilate all enemies that have reached the shore. Mo Fei promptly issued orders for the army ants and second-stage undead ants concealed within the fog to launch their assault. The acid slime monsters emerging from the swamp were still disoriented. Suddenly, from the thickly fog-laden grass, emerged black ants, each thicker than a thumb, brandishing 2 enormous pincers. The lightning-fast undead army ants swiftly ascended the bodies of these acid slime monsters. Within a minute, a layer of black armor, composed entirely of ants, enveloped all the acid slime monsters, extending down to the swamp. In under 5 minutes, Mo Fei's ant legion had devoured every acid slime monster on the shore. Even those that had approached the swamp and failed to submerge in time were not spared. The army ants constructed a bridge of approximately 2 meters, extending over the water's surface, allowing them to consume the acid slime monsters that had not submerged in time as well. Your undead ants have consumed the acid slime monsters, increasing energy points. Your undead ants have developed acid resistance and are beginning to evolve. Your undead army ants have consumed the acid slime monsters, increasing energy points. Your undead army ants have developed acid resistance and are beginning to mutate. Your undead ants have evolved into acid ants. Your undead army ants have mutated into acid army ants. Some of your acid army ants have reached maximum energy points and have advanced to the second tier. Just as the ant army finished consuming all the acid slime monsters on the shore, a notification suddenly echoed in Mo Fei's mind. Chapter 45, Acid Ants, New Abilities Acquired. The leader of the acid slime monsters appears. With the notification resonating in his mind, Mo Fei opened the troop panel. At that moment, his troop panel displayed 2 new units, Acid Army Ants and Acid Undead Ants. Troop type, Acid Army Ants, High-Tier Ant Unit, Mutated. Final Growth Tier, Tier 4. Description, a high-tier unit of the Ant Legion, evolved from the undead army ants that consumed the first-tier creature, Acid Slime Monster. Acid Army Ants perfectly inherit all the advantages and traits of undead army ants, possessing enormous and sharp pincers, exhibiting extreme aggressiveness, remarkable crawling speed, and the innate self-healing ability of undead army ants. They possess a degree of acid resistance. Additionally, they possess an ability not found in undead army ants, the ability to spray acid. Acidic Spray, the acid-spitting army ant possesses a mutated venom sac in its abdomen, filled with corrosive acid. When confronted by enemies, they can unleash this highly caustic fluid. Unit type, Acidic Undying Ant. Final Growth Tier, Tier 4. Description, a high-tier unit of the ant tribe, evolved from the Undying Ant after consuming first-tier acidic mud monsters. The acidic Undying Ant perfectly inherits the innate abilities of the Undying Ant, exhibiting a certain resistance to acid. Additionally, they possess a unique ability, the ability to spray acid. Acidic Spray, the acid-spitting army ant has developed a venom sac in its abdomen, allowing it to expel a highly corrosive acid when faced with foes. Upon reading the introduction of the acidic army ant, Mo Fei's face brightened with delight. Indeed, his predictions had not been misguided. With low probabilities, one could compensate with sheer numbers. As long as he consumed a sufficient quantity, even first-tier wild monsters could bestow their abilities upon his ant tribe, the ability to spray acid. This was a newfound power acquired after his tribe devoured a multitude of first-tier acidic mud monsters. It was slightly regrettable, however, that the growth tier of the acidic mud monsters was too low compared to his own undying army ants. Thus, while they underwent mutations after consuming the acidic mud monsters, their final growth tier did not elevate and remained at Tier 4. Conversely, many undying ants, after consuming the acidic mud monsters, evolved into acidic undying ants, their growth tier advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4. This aligned them with the growth tier of the acidic army ants. Another source of joy for Mo Fei was that whether it was the undying army ants or the undying ants, upon acquiring the ability to spray acid from the acidic mud monsters and evolving into acidic ants, they retained their prior unit traits and characteristics. For instance, the acidic army ants still possessed their sharp, formidable pincers, immense attacking power, remarkable speed, and, most importantly, their innate regeneration ability. Furthermore, they also exhibited a degree of resistance to acid. At this moment, many army ants were engaged in combat with the acidic mud monsters, suffering considerable damage from the corrosive acid. However, after mutating into acidic army ants, their injuries healed more swiftly than those of ordinary undying ants. Additionally, while the physical appearance of these acidic army ants bore no notable differences, Mo Fei, guided by the insights in his mind, recognized that after consuming a significant number of first-tier acidic mud monsters, many of the acidic army ants had accumulated enough energy points to elevate their tier to Tier 2. The strength of the ant swarm had significantly increased. Soldiers, splendid work this battle. Mo Fei commended his army through the mental network. This was a testament to his recognition as a lord of the units under his command. Our mission is to fight for our esteemed lord. In the territory, seated on the second-floor balcony basking in sunlight, Mo Fei glanced at his lord panel with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. After a fierce battle, my energy points surged by over 1,000. Coupled with the wild creatures I had devoured during our march, my current energy points stand at 4802100000. I am now merely half an energy point away from ascending to the third-tier lord. Mo Fei is preparing to withdraw the troops. This mire has likely existed for an eternity, teeming with a multitude of acidic mud monsters. In a couple of days, when they lower their guard, I shall send forth my ant legion once more to gain experience. That will be immensely gratifying. Just as Mo Fei was about to command the army to retreat and rendezvous with the vanguard units in search of stone resources, an unexpected phenomenon occurred within the mire. A colossal bubble suddenly emerged from the depths, dispersing the mist that lingered above. The muddy waters began to churn as if boiling. From the seething muck, A gigantic acidic mud monster, towering over 2 meters, slowly surfaced. Gazing at the ant horde on the bank, this immense creature possessed blood-red eyes and emitted a piercing, shrill cry. Following its call, the acidic mud monsters that had just submerged surged back to the surface. Led by this behemoth, a swarm of first-tier acidic mud monsters charged towards the ant army on the shore. Witnessing this scene, Mo-Fei's expression shifted slightly. From the enormous size of this acidic mud monster, it was evident that it was the leader of the first-tier creatures in the mire. It seemed intent on leading its minions to the shore for battle against my ant legion. A cold smirk escaped Mo-Fei's lips as he swiftly ordered the hidden ant troops in the grass to remain still. In the mire, Mo-Fei knew he could not contend with the leader of the acidic mud monsters while submerged. However, if it were to lead its minions ashore, the outcome would be uncertain. Even fourth-tier wild monsters would retreat in the face of my ant army. Coincidentally, many of my marching ants and undead ants had recently evolved into acidic ants, enhancing their ranks. It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of my newly empowered legion against this acidic mud monster leader. Under Mo-Fei's command, the ant legion concealed within the grass remained motionless. Only about 200,000 marching ants and second-tier undead ants stood vigil at the edge of the mire. As the enormous acidic mud monster approached the shore, it opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid. The potent acid cascaded down like rain. The marching ants and undead ants scrambled to evade, yet many were caught off guard and succumbed to the acid's corrosive touch. The acidic spray from this colossal creature was evidently far more potent than that of the first-tier acidic mud monsters. Those ants splashed with acid found their bodies swiftly dissolving. Even the innate healing abilities proved ineffective. With just a single spray of corrosive liquid, the 20,000 ants left behind by Mo-Fei suffered casualties in the thousands. Witnessing the terrifying presence of the corrosive mud monster, the ant swarm turned and fled. Yet, the corrosive mud monster would not let these fleeing ants escape easily. With a ghastly roar, the leader of the corrosive mud monsters surged forth from the mire. Eager to exact vengeance on the feeble ants that had slain countless of its kin, it opened its maw and unleashed another torrent of acid towards the retreating ants. Chapter 46. Annihilating the lair of the corrosive mud monster, slaying the king of the corrosive mud monsters. A second evolution. Upon reaching the shore, the leader of the corrosive mud monster prepared yet another spray of corrosive liquid. However, this time, the ant swarm was well prepared. As the acid rained down, fewer than 500 ants were caught in its onslaught. The leader of the corrosive mud monster was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the agility of these seemingly weak ants. Yet, its confusion was swiftly supplanted by rage. Observing the ants that had killed its offspring, the corrosive mud monster let out a piercing roar and charged forward, seemingly resolved to devour every last ant in sight. Simultaneously, from the depths of the mire, legions of first-tier corrosive mud monsters began to ascend the shore, numbering nearly 100,000. Through the psychic network, Mo-Fei beheld this scene with not a trace of fear over the recent loss of thousands of his ant kin. Instead, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. To his astonishment, the mire harbored such a multitude of first-tier corrosive mud monsters. Now, his ant army had the perfect opportunity to feast and evolve. On the shore, the ant tribes intercepted their retreat. As all the corrosive mud monsters surged onto the shore, Mo-Fei swiftly commanded the 4 ant legions hidden within the grass to block their escape. He then instructed the recently fleeing Undying Ant Legion and the Undying Army Ant Legion, along with the 10 ant legions stationed around the open ground, to initiate a counteroffensive. Army ants and second-tier Undying ants, your target is the leader of the corrosive mud monsters. Additionally, the 8th, 9th, and 13th Undying Ant Legions assist the Army Ant Legion in attacking the leader of the corrosive mud monsters. The remaining legions encircle the first-tier corrosive mud monsters, ensuring that not a single one escapes. Upon receiving the orders, the previously fleeing Army Ant Legion and second-tier Undying Ant Legion abruptly turned back. In the incredulous gaze of the corrosive mud monster leader, they launched their assault. An overwhelming force of over 400,000 ants charged towards the leader of the corrosive mud monsters, scaling its massive form before it could unleash another spray of acid. Meanwhile, from the grass, a chorus of rustling sounds emerged. Countless ants surged forth. They split into 2 groups, with one contingent of 30,000 ants joining the Army Ant Legion and climbing up the colossal body of the corrosive mud monster. In a fierce confrontation, a formidable army of 1 million ants encircled the less than 100,000 acid slime monsters. Aided by a contingent of 400,000 troops that had severed the monsters' escape routes, the small clearing became a battleground, overwhelmed by the seemingly endless tide of ants surging forth against the acid slime monsters. Even though these creatures were of the 4th tier, the sheer multitude of ants compelled them to flee in terror. Some of the acid slime monsters managed to emit a brief spray of acid, only to be quickly overwhelmed by swarms of ants crawling upon them, their sharp mandibles tearing mercilessly into their flesh. Many more monsters did not even have the chance to defend themselves, being consumed by the relentless wave of ants before they could unleash a single drop of acid. Indeed, some ants, lagging behind, were left without so much as a taste of the spoils. Under Mo-Fei's command, Approximately 400,000 ants turned their attention to assaulting the leader of the acid slime monsters. Each undying soldier ant wielded pincers larger than their own bodies, sinking them deep into the leader's form. What could compare to the agony experienced by the acid slime monster leader, besieged by hundreds of thousands of biting ants? The excruciating pain was overwhelming. Not a single part of its body was spared from the relentless assault, with ants crawling over its mouthparts and eyes, bringing torment to every corner of its being. In desperation, many ants sought to burrow into the ground beneath the monster, aiming to launch their attack from below. The pain was unbearable, pushing the acid slime monster to the brink of collapse. It thrashed violently, attempting to shake off its assailants, but to no avail. The ants, their pincers deeply embedded in its flesh, seemed to meld into the very essence of the acid slime monster leader itself. Even as some were flung away, others swiftly filled the void, continuing their assault. Finally, the acid slime monster leader could endure no more, emitting a mournful wail of anguish. Yet, the ant soldiers showed no mercy to their foe. As the monster opened its mouth in a moment of despair, hundreds of ants surged inside, entering the very maw that had once devoured them. In a twist of fate, these ants, now unleashed, ravaged the insides of the monster's mouth, creating a gaping hole. More ants poured in from the outside, continuing the relentless onslaught. After approximately 10 minutes of unyielding assault, the enormous form of the acid slime monster leader lay still, completely engulfed by the swarming ants. Your ants have devoured the 4th-tier elite monster, the acid slime king. You have gained 15,000 energy points. Your undying ants have consumed the acid slime monster. Energy points have increased, and your undying ants have developed acid resistance, beginning their evolution. Your immortal soldier ants have devoured the acid mud monsters, resulting in an increase in energy points. Your immortal soldier ants have gained acid resistance and are beginning to evolve. Your immortal ants have transformed into acid ants. Your immortal soldier ants have mutated into acid soldier ants. Some of your acid soldier ants have fully consumed the energy points and have been promoted to the 2nd tier. Some of your acid ants have fully consumed the energy points and have been promoted to the 3rd tier. Some of your acid soldier ants have fully consumed the energy points and have been promoted to the 3rd tier. Your acid soldier ants have evolved, ultimately reaching the 5th tier. Your current energy points are full. Please access the Lord panel to elevate your Lord tier and continue accumulating energy points. A series of prompts echoed in Mo Fei's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Then, an overwhelming joy surged through him. Chapter 47. A surge in energy points, ascending 2 tiers. 4th tier Lord. The recent annihilation of the acid mud monster's den yielded tremendous rewards. Although this battle resulted in the loss of approximately 30,000 soldier ants and an even greater number of injured, nearly 100,000, Mo Fei deemed it entirely worthwhile. For in this confrontation, his ant legion had consumed around 100,000 acid mud monsters. The evolution of more acid immortal ants had occurred. At this moment, the number of acid immortal ants had reached about 20,000. Furthermore, after devouring the 4th-tier acid mud monster king, out of the 150,000 immortal soldier ants, 50,000 had already evolved into acid soldier ants. Simultaneously, after consuming the 4th-tier acid mud monster king, the growth tier of the acid soldier ants had elevated to the 5th tier. Not to mention, many of the immortal ants, after feasting on the acid mud monsters, had broken through to the 2nd and even 3rd tiers. Among the evolved acid soldier ants, approximately 2,000 had also surpassed to the 3rd tier after consuming the acid mud monster king. Thus, despite the apparent loss of 30,000 from his ant legion, the overall strength of his swarm had indeed augmented. As for the injured 100,000 ants, their wounds were gradually healing thanks to their innate regenerative abilities. Given a little time, they would fully recover and be ready to rejoin the fray. At this moment, through the mind network, Mo Fei observed that no acid mud monsters emerged from the mire. He commanded the recently battled ants to rest momentarily. After issuing the orders, Mo Fei accessed his Lord panel. On the panel, his tier was displayed as Lord tier, 2nd tier, upgradable. Energy points, 100,001,0000. Upon clicking to upgrade, a golden light enveloped Mo Fei. Once the light dissipated, his Lord tier had ascended to the 3rd tier. Checking his energy points again, Lord tier, 3rd tier, upgradable. Energy points, 100,000,000,000. Behind the rank of the Lord, an upgrade notification has appeared, indicating the possibility of ascending to a 4th-tier Lord. Mo Fei felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, upon reflection, after this battle, he had garnered a staggering 15,000 energy points solely from vanquishing the 4th-tier Acid Slime King. Not to mention, his ant swarm had devoured nearly 100,000 1st-tier acid slimes. Although the 1st-tier acid slimes were feeble, yielding only 1 energy point each, the sheer number of over 90,000 amounted to an impressive total of over 90,000 energy points for himself. Suddenly, Mo Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once more, he clicked on the upgrade notification. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and following this brilliance, Mo Fei's Lord rank elevated to the 4th tier. Having ascended 2 ranks consecutively, he could distinctly perceive the profound transformations within his body after the upgrade. The once subtle contours of his six-pack abs were now strikingly defined. Furthermore, he could sense a remarkable improvement in his skin. The minor blemishes that once marred his complexion had vanished, replaced by a smooth and elastic surface. Additionally, he felt an incredible surge of strength coursing through his muscles. Each cell seemed to harbor an invisible yet formidable power, enabling him to effortlessly shatter a tree trunk the thickness of a bowl with a single punch. Beyond these overt physical changes, Mo Fei also discerned a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. Peering through the golden novice shield, he could distinctly spot a black spider concealed within the underbrush. Species: bird-eating spider. Rank: first tier. He could even detect the moist scent of earth carried by the gentle breeze that caressed his face, imbued with a vibrant vitality. Was this the boon conferred by his rank elevation? Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surging strength within, murmuring to himself with a satisfied smile gracing his face. In this world of lords, a 4th-tier lord was hardly remarkable. However, as long as his ant tribe consumed sufficient wild creatures, and those creatures were formidable enough, his prowess as a lord would inevitably grow stronger. Mo Fei made his way to the grassy square of his territory. At this moment, the ant legion produced by the barracks had swelled to an impressive 50,000. Yet now, as a 4th-tier lord, Mo Fei's ant swarm no longer needed to approach. They could absorb the lordly aura he emanated from a distance of 5 meters. After absorbing his essence, these 50,000 ants, under Mo Fei's command, ascended into the pool of the fountain of life, commencing their evolution by consuming its energies. The reserves of the 2 fountains had replenished to 1,080 units, amply sufficient for the 50,000 ants to feast upon and for the returning 2 million ant army to regain their strength. During the time that this newly produced swarm consumed the fountain of life, Mo Fei accessed the mind network. Where was he now? Mo Fei shifted his perspective. Upon observing the environment inhabited by this soldier of the ant clan, it became apparent that the soldier found itself traversing a narrow, descending mountain path, likely carved by the force of a mountain flood. The flanks of the path were strewn with massive, jagged stones, while the surrounding area lacked any notably tall trees. What particularly captured Mo Fei's attention was the peculiar green vegetation flourishing along the path. The intertwining green stems sprawled across the ground, and these strange plants bore only a few large, verdant leaves. Above the leaves, enormous petals gently opened and closed, reminiscent of breathing. A disquieting sensation enveloped Mo Fei as he noticed that within these slowly unfurling petals were densely packed, barbed spikes, resembling numerous mouths in motion from a distance. Chapter 48, The Living Oddities of Flora, The Inevitable Path to the Stone Resource Site. At that moment, Mo Fei suddenly perceived movement among the green, vine-like roots, as 2 thick green tendrils obstructed the path of his soldier. Just moments ago, those thorn-covered roots had not been present. Moreover, Mo Fei discerned an odd sight. Beneath the spiked green tendrils sprawled a thick layer of white bones, and he could have sworn he glimpsed a beast's femur. Could these peculiar plants be alive? Mo Fei was taken aback, but before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a message reached him. Esteemed Lord, we are almost there. After navigating through this plant zone and proceeding for about another kilometer, we will arrive at the location where I parted from the main force yesterday. The soldier's behavior struck Mo Fei as peculiar. As members of the ant clan, they typically leave a scent in their wake. Yet, at this moment, the soldier required an extended period to discern its own scent, an unusual occurrence compared to its previous behavior, where a mere pause would suffice to recognize its trail. What is happening? Mo Fei inquired, noticing the soldier's odd conduct. Strangely, the scent I left here yesterday has vanished. Rather, it seems to have shifted elsewhere. But I did not traverse that area yesterday, the soldier communicated. Observing the bizarre flora surrounding them, Mo Fei's gaze sharpened with caution. You passed through here yesterday? Indeed. My lord, are you still able to recognize the path we took? Mo Fei pressed. These plants feel somewhat peculiar. Mo Fei paused before commanding. Do not concern yourself with the scent you left behind. Accelerate your pace and pass through this area. Yes, my lord. Acknowledging Mo Fei's directive, the soldier hesitated no longer and ascended the thorn-covered roots with determination. Fortunately, in this region teeming with peculiar flora, the direct distance was approximately only 1,000 meters. With an increased pace, the ant soldiers navigated through this area without incident. Upon departing from the verdant tangle of vines, they swiftly located the scent markers they had left behind the previous day, taking merely 5 minutes to do so. Adjusting his perspective, Mo Fei glanced back. Behind the ant soldiers lay the strange expanse of vegetation, now fully unfurled, revealing a multitude of sharp, menacing thorns within. A chill ran down Mo Fei's spine at the sight. Was this bizarre botanical enclave the only path to the stone resource site he had discovered? Mo Fei inquired. Indeed. My lord, my companion and I traversed this very area yesterday while seeking the stone resources. Mo Fei's expression darkened slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He had not misjudged. Beneath the roots of these peculiar plants lay the bones of wild creatures. This mountain path was indeed the sole route to the stone resource site. After careful consideration, Mo Fei resolved that regardless of the strange nature of these plants, his ant army must proceed through this passage, navigating around the mountain trail. Scaling the jagged boulders would likely not pose a significant challenge, albeit it would expend additional energy. During the transport process, his ant legion would bear the weight of the stones, necessitating a safe and efficient route. The vanguard ant troops he had previously dispatched to scout had long awaited a rendezvous. He ordered them to attempt passage through the peculiar botanical zone they had just traversed. Meanwhile, as the sun ascended to the treetops, its rays filtering through the dense foliage to illuminate Mo Fei's grassy domain, he commended the soldiers. "Today, you have performed admirably," Mo Fei proclaimed from the meadow, addressing the returning warriors. "Your bravery in the face of the 4th-tier acidic slime beast king and nearly 100,000 1st-tier acidic slime beasts is commendable. Not a single soldier faltered. Even when comrades fell victim to corrosive acids, you pressed on, standing upon their fallen bodies to challenge the formidable acidic slime beast king. It was precisely due to their fearless resolve that they reaped immense rewards at minimal cost. To fight for our Lord is our honor." Mo Fei nodded, issuing commands. "Injured soldiers, prioritize consuming the fountain of life for your healing. The remaining soldiers, having expended considerable stamina, proceed to the other fountain of life to recuperate swiftly. Further tasks await you shortly." "Yes, my lord." The ant army dispersed. The wounded soldiers, whose conditions had improved significantly, found their injuries largely healed thanks to their self-healing abilities. Though they remained somewhat weakened, the army commenced consuming the fountain of life to restore their vigor. The reservoir of the fountain of life visibly diminishes. Once the 2 million-strong army has consumed its share, the supply from the 2 first-tier fountains of life plummets to below 500 units. Only 463 units remain. This revelation stirs a deep sense of reflection in Mo Fei. Although the strength of his ant tribe has surged, the elevation in their tier has simultaneously escalated the consumption of the fountain's essence during healing and stamina replenishment. Ultimately, the root of the problem lies in the insufficient quantity and low tier of his life-giving structures, resulting in a shortfall in the fountain supply to sustain the now empowered army of ants. Upgrading the territory's tier has thus become an imperative for him. "Esteemed Lord, we have fully regained our stamina. Please, bestow upon us a new task." At this moment, the ant army, rejuvenated by the essence of the fountain of life, sheds its fatigue. They form a regimented line before Mo Fei, each ant brimming with vitality, eager and poised for action. Even the 500,000 newly birthed ants, having merely consumed the essence, automatically assemble into a massive formation, their expectant gazes fixed upon Mo Fei, awaiting his command. "Very well," Mo Fei nods, subsequently issuing his orders. "Your sole task henceforth is to exert every effort in extracting the recently discovered stone resource." Chapter 49, The Domain of the Man-Eating Flower. The fallen ants incite Mo Fei's fury. Ever loyal to the wise lord, they shall adhere to his commands. Upon hearing the decree to fortify their territory, a wave of exhilaration sweeps through the ant tribe, their enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, their very existence is to obey every command of their lord and to aid him in the grand endeavor of strengthening their domain. "Now let us embark," Mo Fei commands. Instantly, over 2.5 million ants surge forth with vigor. After the army's departure, Mo Fei activates the mental network. At this juncture, the 20,000 ant vanguard, guided by the soldiers who discovered the stone resources, has arrived at a peculiar green plant area along the mountain path. "Lord, shall we proceed directly?" the vanguard cautiously inquires, halting at the edge of the verdant zone. "Wait a moment, let us first dispatch a small unit to scout." Mo Fei deliberates before speaking. From the 20,000, a contingent of 200 ants is swiftly designated and ventures into the verdant area. Mo Fei's perspective shifts to this small unit of 200 ants. 10 minutes pass, and they navigate successfully through the green expanse, alleviating Mo Fei's prior trepidation. He breathes a sigh of relief as he observes them traverse the strange flora adorned with enormous, peculiar blossoms. The roots of these plants silently shift across the ground, while flowers adorned with tiny, backward-facing thorns unfurl. Mo Fei is nearly certain that these plants are alive. They possess the ability to sense any creatures that enter the domain of their roots. Concurrently, Mo Fei has deduced that these flora are a type of carnivorous plant thriving within the misty forest. Upon detecting intruders in their territory, it is likely that these carnivorous plants will initiate a hunt. The skeletal remains of previously encountered wild creatures serve as evidence of this. However, it appears that his ant colony is too feeble to pique the interest of these man-eaters, as they have not exhibited any hostile actions towards the ants. At this moment, witnessing his ant squad traverse the territory of the carnivorous plants unscathed, Mo Fei breathes a sigh of relief. This mountain path is essential for him to gather and transport stone materials. Should these carnivorous plants obstruct the march of his ant army, Mo Fei would be left with no choice but to devise a method to eliminate them before he could collect the materials necessary for upgrading his territory. Nevertheless, the extermination of the carnivorous plants is not currently within Mo Fei's plans. His intention is to gather sufficient stone materials for the territory's upgrade before nightfall. This presents a considerable challenge for both Mo Fei and his ant army. Time is of the essence for Mo Fei. and he is naturally reluctant to squander it on vanquishing these carnivorous plants. After the ant squad safely navigates through the territory, Mo Fei feels a sense of ease wash over him. With the squad having passed through without encountering danger, he issues orders for them to proceed, albeit with caution, to traverse quickly through the domain of the carnivorous plants. He commands his vanguard to hastily cross the territory, aiming for them to reach the granite mountain ahead of the main ant army, thereby allowing them to assess the specific conditions of the stone mountain for the convenience of direct mining upon the army's arrival. Yes, my lord, they respond, entering the realm of the carnivorous plants. However, as this vanguard unit delves deeper into the heart of the territory, an unforeseen calamity occurs. Be cautious, retreat immediately. Mo Fei urgently transmits a warning to the ant swarm, having been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the carnivorous plants through the psychic network. Yet it is too late. The swarm, numbering around 20,000, has yet to react. Suddenly, the green roots beneath their feet begin to shift rapidly, forming 4 verdant walls of vines that ensnare the ant unit within. But the ordeal does not end there. After enclosing the 20,000 ants within the woven walls, the massive flowers, which had been slowly opening and closing, spring into action. Several stems supporting the colossal blooms bend downward, causing the enormous petals to droop directly above the ant swarm. The petals, lined with a multitude of tiny, backward-facing thorns, open and close, engulfing thousands of Mo Fei's ant soldiers. It appears that the petals secrete an exceedingly adhesive substance. Once Mo Fei's ant tribe became ensnared in the viscous substance, they were utterly defenseless. A cluster of enormous carnivorous flowers swiftly devoured all 20,000 of Mo Fei's ants with their petals opening and closing with alarming speed. Witnessing this through the mental network, Mo Fei stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to issue commands to his ant army. Of course, even if he had, it would have been futile. The actions of these man-eating flowers were far too rapid, leaving no time for Mo Fei or his troops to react. The ground, covered with spiky roots, formed a meticulously crafted trap. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Even Mo Fei himself had not anticipated the cunning of these flowers, which spared the 200 ants he had previously sent as scouts, instead setting their sights on the abundant feast of his 20,000 ants. As his ant tribe was consumed entirely, Mo Fei felt the severance of his connection to the mental network. In the next moment, his expression darkened. The perspective shifted to the 200 ant scouts, who gazed upon the territory of the carnivorous flowers. A glimmer of cold fury ignited in his eyes, transforming his rage into a grim smile. Initially, he had no desire to provoke them, deeming it a waste of time. Yet now, it appeared they were courting death. At that instant, all thoughts of gathering stone materials were cast aside. Mo Fei's singular focus was on avenging the 20,000 ants who had perished due to his misjudgment. Chapter 50. Devouring Carnivorous Flowers. A new power awaits. The remarkable advancement of the ant swarm. Continue onward and investigate the environment of the granite mountain. Exercise caution. Mo Fei commanded the small scout team of 200 ants. Yes, my lord. The ant squad responded, pressing on, having narrowly escaped disaster. Remaining here would be of little use. Mo Fei shifted his perspective to the vast army of 2,500,000 ants preparing to set forth. With a stern demeanor, he awaited their arrival. 2 hours later, the ant army finally reached the outskirts of the carnivorous flower territory. Each ant regiment formed a solid formation, a dark mass of bodies stretching as far as the eye could see. The smallest ants were as thick as a pinky finger, while the largest dwarfed a thumb. Soldiers, behold the peculiar green plants before you. Mo Fei intoned gravely. Just moments ago, they consumed our 20,000 comrades. What shall we do? The ants surged with fury, their resolve igniting. An eye for an eye, let us annihilate them. Indeed, Mo Fei replied coldly. We shall repay them in kind, exterminating every last one. Obey my command. Now, consume every green plant that lies before you. Spare not a single root. The ants raised their mandibles, revealing their sharp pincers, ready for battle. With no grand strategy, they surged forth from the edge of the carnivorous flower territory. Led by the acid liquid army ants, countless ants commenced a sweeping feast. They ascended the surface, targeting the first green rhizome. Hundreds of ants, with their sharp pincers, bit down and instantly severed the flesh of the man-eating flower's root. Thousands of ants surged forth, and in less than a minute, the severed green rhizome had completely vanished, consumed within their bellies. Meanwhile, in Mo Fei's line of sight, a man-eating flower at the edge of the green area quivered with its enormous blossom. Mo Fei smirked. This was merely the beginning. A multitude of ants, like a black tide, surged into the territory of the man-eating flowers. Their keen mandibles tore apart every green rhizome before them. Strands of rhizomes were snipped and devoured by the frenzied horde. In that moment, many gigantic blossoms of the man-eating flowers began to tremble. If they had feet, they would surely be contemplating escape. Alas, they possessed no legs, only roots. Green rhizomes slithered across the ground like serpents, tossing and crushing the biting ants. Countless ants fell aside, while the injured ones radiated a vibrant green glow. Yet, more ants were now climbing the stems of the colossal blossoms of the man-eating flowers. With a crunching sound, hundreds of ants voraciously gnawed, their sharp pincers severing the stems. One by one, the towering man-eating flowers, along with their stems, collapsed with a resounding thud. Awaiting them were the countless sharp pincers of ants on the ground. As each massive blossom of the man-eating flowers was cut down, their roots slowly ceased to stir. Without the interference of the rhizomes, the ant swarm surged forth, devouring at an even swifter pace. The green rhizomes on the ground diminished, revealing a mass of white bones beneath. As the rhizomes dwindled, the remaining man-eating flowers posed an even lesser threat to the ant horde. The black tide of ants surged forth, like a pair of sharp scissors, severing each towering man-eating flower. Soon, there was not a single upright man-eating flower left in this area. Under the relentless consumption by the army of ants, not even a root remained. Your ant colony has devoured a Tier 3 man-eating flower, gaining 600 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a Tier 3 man-eating flower, gaining 423 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a Tier 3 man-eating flower, gaining 563 energy points. Your ants. Meanwhile, within the territory, Mo Fei's mind was filled with notifications of the man-eating flowers being defeated. Mo Fei was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that these man-eating flowers could be considered a form of alternative wild monster. A Tier 3 wild monster, no less. Mo Fei opened the Lord's panel. Energy points, 421,000. The energy points surged dramatically by 420,000. Mo Fei could hardly believe it. Eradicating a man-eating flower territory had granted him an astonishing 420,000 energy points. This implied that in this battle, his ant colony had consumed over 100 man-eating flowers. In Mo Fei's mind, the notifications continued to resonate. Your undying ant has consumed a Tier 3 carnivorous flower, increasing energy points. Your undying ant has evolved. Some of your undying ant energy points are now full. Tier has been elevated. Your acidic soldier ant has devoured a Tier 3 carnivorous flower, resulting in a mutation. New abilities acquired. Some of your acidic soldier ant energy points are now full. Tier has been elevated. Your acid ant has consumed a Tier 3 carnivorous flower, resulting in a mutation. New abilities acquired. Some of your acid ant energy points are now full. Tier has been elevated. Hearing the prompts, Mo Fei was once again astonished. The consumption of the carnivorous flower had led to the evolution of his ant colony. Upon receiving the notification of new abilities, Mo Fei hastily opened his troop panel. Indeed, behind the acid ant species, a new troop type had emerged. Mucus ant troop type. Mucus ant, advanced ant species. Final growth tier, Tier 4. Description: this species evolved after your ant colony consumed the Tier 3 carnivorous flower. The mucus ant possesses all the abilities and talents of its predecessor, along with a new ability, mucus projection. Mucus projection: when the carnivorous flower hunts, it secretes a highly adhesive mucus that ensnares its prey, preventing escape. Your ant colony, after consuming the carnivorous flower, has acquired this ability, the capacity to project a potent, sticky mucus. Mucus projection. Mo Fei was taken aback. The ant colony had unexpectedly gained this ability after consuming the carnivorous flower. It sounded quite promising. Mo Fei sensed that the number of ants evolved into mucus ants was around 50,000, a somewhat modest figure. He contemplated that perhaps these mucus ants could assist the soldier ants in hunting. The mucus they projected should be capable of disrupting the movements of wild creatures. Moreover, through the mind network, Mo Fei perceived that after devouring the carnivorous flower, numerous ants within his army had elevated their tiers. Presently, among his army, the number of ants reaching Tier 3 was approximately 20,000, while those at Tier 2 had surpassed 600,000. Mo Fei recalled that when he set out this morning, his Tier 2 ant legion consisted of merely 3, equating to 300,000 Tier 2 ants. His Tier 3 ants numbered only a little over 2,000, following the consumption of the acidic mud monster. Although the quantities of Tier 2 and Tier 3 ants had increased significantly, they remained relatively low. The Tier 3 ant count had risen by about 1,000, while the Tier 2 ant count had grown by around 10,000. Now, however, having consumed the Tier 3 carnivorous flower, the number of his Tier 3 ants had surged by over 10,000, and the Tier 2 ants had increased by nearly 300,000. This realization made Mo Fei reflect. Indeed, to upgrade his troops, slaying monsters to acquire energy points was the swiftest method. Of course, Mo Fei understood. Although the carnivorous plants rank at the 3rd tier, the energy points gained from devouring them with one's 1st and 2nd tier ant species are substantial. However, the mere existence of 100 3rd-tier carnivorous plants will not suffice to elevate the ranks of so many of one's ant species all at once. This is due to the fact that prior to this, one's ants had already amassed a considerable amount of energy points by consuming the fountain of life and the acidic sludge monsters. Furthermore, one's ant species originally possessed a low rank, merely at the 1st tier, which requires relatively few energy points to advance to the 2nd tier. Consequently, after feasting upon the 3rd-tier carnivorous plants, the energy points of the ants reached the current tier's upper limit. This resulted in the astonishing phenomenon where 30,000 ants suddenly ascended to the 2nd tier. In contrast, the number of ants advancing to the 3rd tier was not as remarkable. After consuming the 3rd-tier carnivorous plants, Only a little over 10,000 second-tier ants achieved the third tier. As for the original 3,000 third-tier ants, none of them progressed to the fourth tier during this consumption event. This clearly illustrates that the higher the tier of the unit, the greater the energy points required for upgrades. Mo Fei estimated that for his 20,000 third-tier ants to ascend to the fourth tier, it would be necessary to slay several elite fourth-tier monsters, akin to the king of acidic sludge monsters. Killing ordinary fourth-tier monsters would likely yield minimal upgrades for the fourth-tier ants. Chapter 51, The Carnivorous Plants Domain, Annihilated. A new monster discovered by Shirshan. At this moment, through the mental network, Mo Fei could clearly observe from the perspective of the ant army that all the roots and stems of the carnivorous plants within their territory had been thoroughly devoured. This once verdant area had now transformed into a barren landscape, littered with the bones of various beasts. Seeing that the carnivorous plants had been completely eradicated, Mo Fei let out a cold snort. His vengeance for the 2,000 ant vanguard had been satisfied. Now, the path for his ants to the stone resource area was clear and unobstructed. Through the mental network, Mo Fei sensed the injuries sustained by his ant army. To his surprise, the number of ants that perished in the extermination of the third-tier carnivorous plants was merely in the hundreds. Many ants were only wounded, their self-healing abilities now taking effect to gradually mend their injuries. However, upon reflection, Mo Fei quickly grasped the underlying reason. The sole threat posed by the carnivorous plants to his ants was the highly adhesive slime secreted from their enormous petals. Once ensnared by this slime, the diminutive size and strength of his ants rendered them incapable of resistance. As for the spiky, mobile roots that could inflict physical damage, they were comparatively less harmful to his ants than the corrosive acidic liquid spewed by the acidic sludge monsters. After all, within their own ant colony, many succumbed directly to the corrosive acid spewed forth by the acid mud monster king, unable to even activate their self-healing abilities in time. As for the third-tier carnivorous flowers, although their roots were adorned with sharp barbs, they could only sweep away their own kin, inflicting non-fatal injuries. The flowers, which secreted a viscous slime to ensnare prey, were unable to consume their own ants before being severed at the stem by their own horde. Of course, this was limited to their own kind. Should other wild creatures unwittingly trespass into the territory of the carnivorous flowers, those barbed roots would likely prove more than sufficient to deal with them. Once ensnared by the thorny tendrils of the flowers, even fourth-tier wild beasts would find themselves destined to be consumed by the blooms. After a brief respite, the wounded ant soldiers had nearly recovered from their injuries. At that moment, Mo Fei suddenly sensed a message from the 200 ant reconnaissance squads dispatched to explore the granite mountain. His expression shifted slightly. Soldiers, there appears to be an issue at the stone resource site. We may soon face a fierce battle. Now, heed my command. The army must set forth immediately. Mo Fei promptly issued the order for the Ant Legion to mobilize, taking along the injured soldiers. Upon giving the command, Mo Fei swiftly shifted his perspective to the 200 ant reconnaissance squads. On the granite mountain, he beheld his ant squad standing atop a massive slab of granite, which bore several large holes. What is this? Mo Fei exclaimed, taken aback. You just mentioned that wild creatures were hidden in these holes on the mountain? Indeed, my lord, they confirmed. Such a hard granite surface, and yet wild creatures are able to burrow into it and conceal themselves? Curiosity surged within Mo Fei, prompting him to instruct the ant squad to approach closer and peer into the holes. However, visibility was limited. The holes were quite deep, and all he could discern was what seemed to be an armored creature lurking within. As for the identity of this wild creature, he could not ascertain for the moment. You just stated that there are numerous wild creatures on the mountain. Are they all of this kind? Mo Fei inquired. Yes, my lord. Observing the many rocks scattered across the mountain, each bearing similar holes, Mo Fei fell into deep contemplation. Based on the reports from his ant squads and the number of holes, it appeared that this granite mountain might serve as the habitat for these unknown wild creatures. This posed a significant challenge. With such a considerable number of wild creatures present at the stone resource site, any attempts by his ant colony to extract materials would surely alert these beasts. Mo Fei did not believe that his ants could coexist peacefully with these wild creatures. After all, if this truly is their habitat, extracting stone from here would equate to destroying it. Moreover, the cautionary tale of the 20,000-strong ant legion in the carnivorous flower territory looms large. If these lurking monsters in the caves are not dealt with, Mo Fei cannot gather stones here with peace of mind. These creatures cannot be left unchecked. They must be confronted. However, devising a method to resolve this predicament poses quite a challenge. Mo Fei resolved to contemplate how to eliminate these hidden monsters within the stone caverns. Based on his recent observations, the entrances to these caves are not particularly large, just enough for a first-tier blue wolf to crawl through. This leads to the inference that the monsters concealed within the caves are likely not very large. This is indeed good news for him. Yet, a problem arises. If the cave openings are small and these monsters remain hidden, the numerical advantage of his ant legion would be rendered moot. Such diminutive entrances would limit the number of his soldiers that could enter. The crux of the matter lies in what type of monsters inhabit these caves and what abilities they possess. Mo Fei is utterly in the dark about this. Deploying his ant soldiers into the caves without any knowledge of the adversary's strength would be a perilous and foolish endeavor. Therefore, the first step in dealing with these monsters must be to devise a strategy to lure them out of their lairs. How might he draw these creatures out? After a moment's contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated Mo Fei's eyes. In truth, he need not ponder this issue any further. He simply needs to instruct his ant legion to commence stone extraction as planned. A slight smile graced Mo Fei's lips. Indeed, all he must do is ensure his ant legion is prepared for battle and follows the extraction plan, since this is their habitat. The act of mining stones here would inevitably disrupt their dwelling. In due course, he has no doubt they will emerge. Chapter 52. The astonishing efficiency of the ant legion in stone extraction. Yet, Mo Fei remains unsatisfied. After traversing the territory of the carnivorous flowers, the 2,500,000 strong ant legion encountered no further dangers along the way. Some first and second-tier monsters, upon catching sight of the approaching ant legion, had long since fled in terror. Approximately an hour into their march, they finally reached the granite mountain atop the summit. At this moment, gazing upon the granite expanse before him, the ant legion stirred with anticipation. The third Undying Ant Corps is deployed. Mo Fei issued the command. The third corps, composed entirely of second-tier Undying Ants, numbers 100,000. Under Mo Fei's directive, these 100,000 second-tier Undying Ants began to attempt the extraction of the colossal granite before them. One by one, the second-tier Undying Ants ascended the rocky surface, unfurling their sharp pincers to commence their collection. After 10 minutes, the 100,000 Undying Ants had managed to bite off several small stone fragments from the granite. All right, cease extraction. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Fei issued the command to cease the collection efforts, letting out a slight sigh. Indeed, extracting stone proved to be too arduous a task for the first and second-tier undead ants. This was hardly surprising, as Mo Fei had previously instructed the ant soldiers who discovered the stone resources to attempt the extraction. With the biting force and sharpness of their pincers, the first-tier undead ants could only leave a faint mark on the granite after 10 minutes, managing to chip away only a minimal amount of stone dust. Although the second-tier undead ants possessed somewhat greater strength, they were fundamentally evolved from the worker ants of the colony. Their pincers were adequate for biting through vegetation. Yet biting into such hard stone as granite was a formidable challenge. Thus, in Mo Fei's strategy, the primary force for this stone extraction would not be the second-tier undead ants, but rather the high-tier soldier ants, specifically, the marching ants. Subsequently, Mo Fei commanded the acid ants, marching ants, acid marching ants, and mucus ants to all advance and commence the stone extraction. As anticipated, the speed at which the marching ants and acid marching ants collected the stone was unparalleled. Their formidable pincers easily bit off chunks of stone from the granite. In addition to these two types of soldier ants, the acid ants emitted a corrosive liquid that significantly facilitated the extraction process, much to Mo Fei's delight. After another 10 minutes, Mo Fei abruptly commanded a halt. The ant army, deeply engrossed in their vigorous extraction efforts, was momentarily perplexed but complied with Mo Fei's directive. At this juncture, within the territory, Mo Fei, through the psychic network, observed that his ant colony had gathered only 30 units of stone. With 200,000 marching and acid ants, it took 10 minutes to collect merely 30 units of stone. Mo Fei's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction as he surveyed the modest yield. This pace was simply too sluggish. Of course, Mo Fei was aware that, at this rate, his colony could amass nearly 2,000 units of stone over the course of a day, a commendable feat, considering that his ants were not specialized miners like farmers or dwarves. Even among those who had awakened as lords with access to such units, many had yet to see a significant increase in their numbers by the second day in the Lord's world. Few could achieve the extraction of 2,000 units of stone in a single day. Therefore, Mo Fei's discontent did not stem from a lack of efficiency on the part of his ant colony, but rather from the realization that, at their current extraction rate, they would not amass the requisite 10,000 units of stone needed to upgrade their territory to a high-level village by sunset. This left Mo Fei feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had already gathered sufficient wood for the upgrade, yet remained significantly short on stone. Must I truly wait until tonight to retrieve some timber from the warehouse in exchange for stone, in order to upgrade my territory? At present, there are 130,000 units of timber within the warehouse. If I were to exchange a portion for the requisite 10,000 units of stone for the upgrade, it would certainly suffice. However, gazing at the granite mountain before me, I feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. It is akin to possessing a large cut of meat, yet being unable to slice it, thus forced to pay a premium for the pre-cut portions from others. Moreover, the unscrupulous merchants from last night linger in my memory, their greed evident as some stalls offered an exchange rate as steep as 5:1 for timber to stone. This implies that to elevate my territory to a higher village, I would need to expend 50,000 units of timber for a mere 10,000 units of stone. Given the choice, who would willingly become such a dupe? My timber is not acquired without effort. Besides, upgrading my territory to a higher village offers minimal enhancement. I would still need to construct barracks and a fountain of life, and subsequently upgrade them as well. This entails a considerable expenditure of resources. Once I part with 50,000 units of timber, how much will remain for converting to stone and for constructing and upgrading the barracks? After much contemplation, I resolutely abandoned the notion of exchanging 130,000 units of timber for stone. If the stone deficit were marginal, I might have acquiesced. However, the shortfall stands at a staggering 10,000 units. Now, with half of the second day already elapsed, even should my ant army mine until dusk, they can at most extract 600 to 700 units of stone. I have no intention of allowing my ant army to remain here under the cover of night, especially after the morning's encounter with the man-eating flower territory. Considering the presence of numerous unknown creatures lurking in the stone resources, caution is paramount. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances might arise if my ants remain here at night? This is undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Conceivably, the creatures hiding within the caves are dark beings that thrive in the night. Having pondered for quite some time, I could devise no strategies to expedite the collection of stone resources by my ants. Thus, I ordered the marching ants to temporarily continue their extraction of stone, while 4 of the ant legions were tasked with maintaining vigilance over the surroundings and assisting in transporting the mined stone. Subsequently, I commanded the remaining 18 ant legions to disperse as units. Not all stones are suitable for gathering the stone necessary for constructing the territory. Previously, when my ant squad passed through the territory of the man-eating flowers, I had inspected the stones there. According to the indications from the Lord's world, those stones could not yield the stone required for territorial construction. Of course, perhaps there are other types of stone beyond granite capable of being harvested. However, at present, Mo Fei has discovered that only granite can be harvested for stone. This leads him to recall the mysterious caves created by the unknown wild monsters on the stone mountain. Since these creatures have made holes in the rocks, where have the stones they excavated gone? If he could locate these granite blocks that the wild monsters have unearthed, perhaps his army of soldier ants would not have to toil so arduously to gather materials. Chapter 53. The Wild Monsters on the Stone Mountain. Stone-eating beasts. On the Stone Mountain, there exist countless holes of varying sizes made by these enigmatic creatures. At this moment, Mo Fei feels a surge of excitement. If his ant army could find the granite blocks left behind by these monsters, he might collect a staggering 10,000 units of stone before the sun sets today. And he has no doubt that his ant army can locate these discarded granite blocks. After all, aside from the soldier ants currently gathering stone and the 4 ant legions transporting materials, he still has 1,800,000 ants left. The stone mountain is not particularly large. If there are any fallen granite blocks on it, his ant army will surely find them. Upon Mo Fei's command, 18 ant legions, each consisting of 100,000 ants, spread out to search for granite blocks on the mountain. However, to Mo Fei's surprise, they did not find a single granite block near the many stone caves. Not one. This is simply unscientific. Mo Fei has examined the stone caves, and based on their width and depth, each hole should yield at least 500 units of granite. Some deeper caves could even produce up to 1,000 units. How could not a single block of granite be found? Fortunately, Mo Fei's confusion does not last long. Soon, one of the ant legions reports back with good news. They have found granite blocks. Switching perspectives, Mo Fei observes this ant legion. Above them lies a horizontal cave, distinctly different from the many caves he had seen before. The entrance of this cave is completely blocked with granite blocks. The soldiers quickly climb up to remove these stones. Mo Fei promptly issues an order. One by one, the soldier ants ascend the cave, although they cannot bite through the stones. Transporting these already fragmented blocks poses no problem for them. With the cooperation of over 10,000 soldier ants, the blocks that obstruct the entrance are gradually removed and passed down to the ground. Meanwhile, ant legions in various directions also discover caves blocked by granite blocks and relay the information to Mo Fei. Under his command, each ant legion works together to clear away the granite blocks they have found blocking the entrances. So many stones, there must be nearly 100 units of stone. At this moment, from Mo Fei's perspective, the army of ants had, in less than 10 minutes, transported nearly 100 units of granite blocks from the cave. Moreover, the stones within the cave had yet to be fully removed, and there was still more to carry. If he could continue to locate these caves stuffed with granite blocks, at this rate of transportation, he would be able to procure 10,000 units of stone before nightfall, perhaps even surpassing that amount. Witnessing the stones being carried out by the ant army, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mo Fei's eyes. However, he also remained quietly vigilant. It was about time to call it a day. Continuing to transport would likely alert the wild beasts hidden within the cave. These granite blocks could not have been placed at the cave's entrance by themselves. The only possibility was that the wild beasts lurking inside the cave had blocked them at the entrance. Alright, stop now. Let us look for the next cave obstructed by stones. Each cave should cease operations once 100 units of stone have been transported. The ant army had already exceeded 100 units, reaching at least 120. Mo Fei commanded. Just as each ant regiment received the order and prepared to retreat from the cave entrance, a sharp shriek suddenly echoed from within the cavern. A powerful sound wave surged forth, instantly sending all the ants at the entrance flying. Many of the ants spun in the air a dozen times before crashing down onto the rocky ground. They fell in a disoriented state, unable to move for quite some time. Meanwhile, Mo also received reports from several other ant regiments. They were encountering the same situation as the regiment before him. Many ant soldiers had not managed to retreat in time and were thrown and stunned by the sudden sharp sound wave emanating from the cave. Fortunately, the resilient bodies of the ants meant that these soldiers were merely temporarily incapacitated by the sound. Even after spinning through the air a dozen times and landing on the ground, their bodies sustained no particularly severe injuries. A faint green light enveloped them. As their self-healing abilities were activated, mending their injured organs, Mo promptly issued orders for his ant army to evacuate, taking the stunned soldiers with them. Just after giving the command, Mo suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the cave entrance. What manner of creature is this? At the cave mouth, granite blocks were being dislodged and tumbling down. A wild beast with a sharp, pointed snout, adorned with a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, slowly emerged from the cave. Its size was not large, comparable to the first-tier blue wolf Mo had encountered previously. However, this creature appeared far more formidable than the first-tier blue wolf. Its entire body was encased in thick, rock-like armor, from its snout to its tail, including its claws, all covered by a layer resembling stone armor. Only the eyes of the creature remained exposed, unshielded by rocky armor, yet they were adorned with tiny scales reminiscent of stone. At this moment, the wild beast's two pea-sized eyes were filled with a crimson fury, fixating angrily on Mo ant army. Species, stone-eating beast. Tier 3. Description, a low-tier wild creature that thrives in rocky mountainous regions, primarily consuming stones as sustenance. The more resilient the stone's material, the more the stone-eating beast favors it. Most adults reach only Tier 3, but depending on the population of stone-eating beasts, occasional mutations can yield elite leaders of Tier 4 and Tier 5. The stone-eating beast is cloaked in rocky armor, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. The hardness of their armor correlates with the type of stone they typically consume. The tougher the stone, the sturdier their armor becomes. Due to their formidable defense, these creatures are among the few low-tier beasts that Tier 4 and Tier 5 wild creatures are reluctant to provoke. In addition to their impressive defense, the stone-eating beasts possess another ability. Beneath the armor on their necks lies a uniquely structured sonic organ, capable of emitting sound waves that can easily shatter most stones, essential for their stone-consuming prowess. At that moment, the information regarding the stone-eating beast appeared before Mo's eyes. Upon reading the details, his pupils slightly quivered. A Tier 3 wild creature, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to shatter rocks with sonic attacks, feeding on stones. In an instant, Mo comprehended the origin of the granite caverns dotting the landscape. He also understood why his ant army had discovered numerous stone caves. Some cave entrances were entirely devoid of even the smallest granite fragments. Even those resembling the cave before him, blocked by stones, had only a scant few granite shards at the entrance, which were disproportionate to the size of the cave. The missing stones had all been devoured by the very stone-eating beasts before him. Chapter 54. The most challenging adversary encountered by the ants thus far. No weaknesses. Observing the stone-eating beast glaring with rage at his ant army, Mo did not hesitate. He promptly issued a command to all ant regiments encountering the stone-eating beasts to prepare for battle. Soldiers, brace yourselves for combat. Do not initiate the attack. Instead, slowly withdraw with the injured comrades and await support from other regiments. Sensing the eagerness among his ant soldiers to confront the suddenly appearing stone-eating beast, Mo quickly added. Through the mind link, he ordered the remaining ant regiments, yet to encounter the stone-eating beasts, to cease transporting granite stones and instead support those engaged with the stone-eating beasts. The acid ants, acid-marching ants, and mucus ants, who were currently extracting stone materials, were thus directed. Mo similarly issued a command to cease the extraction of stone materials, directing support for the ant legion, which was besieged by the stone-eating beast. Before him stood a diminutive stone-eating beast, its size comparable to that of a first-tier blue wolf. However, despite its modest stature, Mo regarded this creature with a gravity that surpassed even the 100-odd man-eating flowers encountered earlier. He did not underestimate the stone-eating beast due to its size. Like the man-eating flowers, it too was a third-tier monster, albeit a unique variant. Yet, Mo felt little trepidation toward the man-eating flowers, for he easily discerned their vulnerabilities. Plant-type monsters, regardless of their tier, often remain constrained by the inherent traits of their species. The man-eating flowers, as plants, possessed a glaring weakness, their immobility. To Mo, the vast territory of the man-eating flowers was rendered inconsequential, as they became stationary targets for his ant legion. No matter how numerous the man-eating flowers, they would ultimately face consumption at the hands of his army. In stark contrast, the stone-eating beast posed a different challenge. Although classified as a third-tier monster, its danger level perhaps fell short of the fourth-tier elite monster, the acidic slime king. The difficulty of confronting it was undeniably greater for Mo's ant legion. The acidic slime king, while capable of unleashing lethal acid capable of decimating Mo-Fei's forces, remained a variant of slime, inherently weak in defense. His ant legion could easily rend the body of the 4th-tier acidic slime king apart. However, the information on the stone-eating beast revealed a daunting reality. Despite its 3rd-tier classification, it boasted a terrifying defense that could withstand even 4th-tier and 5th-tier monsters. The thick armor enveloping the stone-eating beast served as irrefutable evidence of this fact. Its body was encased in a rocky armor from head to tail, with even its most vulnerable areas, such as its abdomen and eyes, covered in fine, rock-like scales. Its entire form exhibited scarcely a single weakness. Moreover, the description indicated that the hardness of the armor on the stone-eating beast's back correlated with the type of stone it consumed, the harder the stone, the tougher the armor it developed. This implied that the armor currently adorning the stone-eating beast was at least as hard as granite. Consequently, Mo-Fei's 1st-tier and 2nd-tier undead ant legion stood no chance of breaching its defenses or inflicting any damage. Observing the audacity with which the stone-eating beast emerged from its burrow, unperturbed by the presence of his 100,000-strong ant legion, Mo-Fei recognized that the creature, emboldened by its formidable defenses, held his army in utter contempt. Thus, a command was recently issued to restrain the eager ant soldiers from acting impulsively. Confronting such a creature with extraordinary defensive capabilities and nearly no weaknesses, employing sheer numbers was an unfeasible strategy. At that moment, upon emerging from its burrow, the stone-eating beast beheld a legion of diminutive ants absconding with its food, instantly igniting a predatory gleam in its eyes. It witnessed the armor on either side of its neck slightly parting, as 2 orifices vibrated rapidly, unleashing a piercing sonic attack upon the ant swarm. When ensnared by formidable higher-tier wild creatures, the stone-eating beast would curl its body to shield its relatively vulnerable abdomen while launching a sudden sonic assault against its captors. This maneuver often proved remarkably effective, catching its adversaries off guard, who were typically preoccupied with finding a vulnerable point of entry within the depths of the cavern. The potency of its sonic attack was amplified several-fold. Undoubtedly, the sonic assault served dual purposes for the stone-eating beast. It could shatter stones for easier consumption and safeguard its own life, while also being employed against weaker beings, such as the current situation. However, the stone-eating beast was utterly unprepared for the outcome that unfolded. After unleashing its sharp sonic attack, it was met with the sight of 100,000 ants, all radiating a faint, vibrant green glow, standing resolutely, without a single one collapsing. In an instant, the stone-eating beast was rendered bewildered. It observed the green glowing ant army retreating slowly, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. Generally, lower-tier wild creatures possessed little to no resistance against its sonic assault, often succumbing to unconsciousness and becoming part of its next meal. While the stone-eating beast favored an array of rare ores, it occasionally indulged in hunting lower-tier creatures for variety. Yet now, these seemingly feeble ants had faced its sonic onslaught head-on. How could they remain standing, seemingly unscathed? This was utterly inconceivable. The stone-eating beast recalled that moments prior. At the cave's entrance, these ants had been tossed aside and rendered dazed by its sonic attack. Chapter 55. The Mind Link Directs Combat. The first coordination among the ant species. After all, being merely a Tier 3 wild creature, the stone-eating beast lacked high intelligence. Its pea-sized green eyes blinked in disbelief, momentarily causing its mind to stall, unsure of how to proceed. However, witnessing this scene through the mind link, Mo-Fei instantly grasped the key to the situation. Amused by the bewildered stone-eating beast, he commanded all his ant legions to refrain from engaging with it and swiftly regroup at a designated point. Mo-Fei understood quite well the reasons behind this unexpected occurrence. Although the ant clan, caught at the cave's entrance, was hurled and stunned by the sonic assault of the stone-eating beast, this was primarily due to the confined nature of the space. In such a limited environment, the beast's sonic waves generated formidable air currents. Given the diminutive size of the ant clan, they were naturally swept away by the powerful gusts. However, having retreated to the open ground, the stone-eating beast launched another sonic attack on the ant clan army. While this did inflict some damage, it was considerably less potent than in the cave. Moreover, a critical point to note is that the ant clan's most exceptional sense is their olfaction. Their hearing, in contrast to other creatures, is not particularly acute. They perceive sound vibrations through the antennae on their mandibles, as well as through sensory organs on their bodies and legs. Consequently, the harm inflicted by the stone-eating beast's sonic waves was quite limited compared to other, more auditory-sensitive animals. At this moment, upon realizing the minimal impact of the beast's sonic attacks on his ant clan, Mo-Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued to command his army to retreat. Meanwhile, the stone-eating beast, noticing the ineffectiveness of its sonic onslaught and witnessing the ant clan's withdrawal, became increasingly agitated and charged forward. In its view, adorned in defensive armor and possessing formidable resilience that even fourth-tier wild creatures could not breach, it was convinced that these feeble ants could do little against it, even without sonic attacks. Furthermore, if the sonic assault proved futile, it still had its sharp teeth. The beast was determined. It believed that a single bite would suffice to eradicate these ants beneath its formidable jaws. The stone-eating beast was swift in its pursuit, soon catching up with the retreating ant clan. With its pointed snout, it snapped down, and in an instant, nearly 50 ants were ensnared in its mouth. At that moment, with 50 ants consumed, the beast's small eyes, akin to green beans, suddenly sparkled with delight. It had not anticipated that the flavor of these ants would be remarkably exquisite, sweeter than it had imagined. In that instant, the stone-eating beast yearned for a wider maw, wishing it could devour even more ants in a single bite. Just as the beast opened its mouth for a second time to feast upon the ant clan army, Mo Fei, within his territory, finally exhaled in relief. The mixed forces comprising 20,000 third-tier mining ants, 50,000 gooey ants, 20,000 acid ants, and 250,000 soldier ants, along with 400,000 undead ants, had arrived. At this moment, Mo Fei's gaze was fixed on the 200,000 soldier ants and acid soldier ants that had arrived first. As for the remaining 180,000 ants, who were searching for granite blocks, he sensed through the psychic web that they were swiftly approaching this location as well. In no more than 10 minutes, all his ant clan forces would converge here. Acid ants and acid soldier ants, heed my command. Mo Fei inhaled deeply and issued his command. Form groups of 1,000 and integrate into the 4 nearby undying ant legions. Await the opportune moment to unleash your acidic spray, focusing your assault on the eyes and abdomen of this stone-eating beast, where its defenses are comparatively feeble. Breach its rocky armor. Undying ant legions, your duty is to shield the acid ants as they approach this beast. After a brief pause, he added, be prepared for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. If necessary, you must lay down your lives to protect the acid ants. The acid they emit can corrode granite. Thus, only the acid ants can penetrate the defenses of this creature. However, their numbers are limited. Together, the acid ants and the acid marching ants total merely 20,000. Mo Fei was acutely aware of the critical role these 20,000 acid ants played in confronting the stone-eating beasts. Other ant species may be devoured by the beasts, but these must not fall prey. After all, the stone-eating beasts he faced were not limited to this one alone. Disregarding the multitude of stone-eating beasts that might inhabit the mountain, at present, Mo Fei's army had already provoked 10 of them. After the acid ants had integrated into the undying ant legions, Mo Fei commanded the 2nd and 3rd-tier marching ants to blend in as well. The sole task of these marching ants within the undying ant legions was clear. Once the acid ant's acid had corroded the rocky scales on the abdomen of the stone-eating beast, thereby breaching its defenses, the marching ants were to attack immediately, using their pincers to rip open the wound and enlarge it. Finally, Mo Fei directed 50,000 slime ants to enter the undying ant legions. Your role is of utmost importance. When the stone-eating beast raises its paw, seize the moment to launch your slime onto its paw. Once the beast's foot is ensnared in slime, its agility will be significantly hampered. This will enable the acid ants to more accurately strike it, while the marching ants can swiftly ascend its body to tear open its wounds. With all arrangements in place, Mo Fei remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the 400,000 undying ants advancing towards the stone-eating beast. Whether they could slay this creature, and whether he could continue to extract the granite from this mountain now depended on them. If they were to fail, he would have no choice but to abandon this hard-won source of granite and venture back into the misty forest in search of new materials. The time required to locate new resources, be it 1 day or 2, was uncertain. However, if his army truly could not contend with these stone-eating beasts, he would have to prioritize the safety of his ant legion. Chapter 56, Perfect Coordination, taking them down one by one, evolved once again, under Mo Fei's orders. Over 300,000 advanced ant species, including acid ants, army ants, and slime ants, have been amalgamated into 4 undead ant legions. In total, there are more than 700,000 ants marching towards the approaching stone-eating beast. Simultaneously, a startling realization dawns. These seemingly feeble ants are not fleeing. The stone-eating beast, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a colossal ant army, experiences a moment of astonishment, quickly followed by elation. Do these ants, fearing they might not have enough to eat, voluntarily come forth to supplement its feast? Despite the overwhelming numbers of the ant army, the stone-eating beast feels no trepidation. These diminutive creatures cannot even penetrate its armor. What significance does their multitude hold? They are destined solely to become its sustenance. As it gazes at the horde of ants rushing toward it, the beast promptly lunges forward, enticed by the delectable aroma of the ants. It resolves to consume until it can eat no more. However, in that instant, the stone-eating beast discovers that as it leaps, several jets of liquid suddenly shoot forth from the ant swarm, adhering to its paws. Upon landing, the beast quickly assesses its condition, realizing that these liquids seem to inflict no harm. A flicker of puzzlement appears in its small eyes, but it dismisses the sticky substance on its feet. Just as it prepares to act again, the beast is struck by an alarming realization. Its paws are immobilized, firmly stuck to the ground. At that moment, other ants from the swarm launch 2 more streams of liquid, striking the beast's abdomen with precision. As the acidic liquid splashes against the scales of its belly, a hissing sound of corrosion fills the air. The scales dissolve at a visibly rapid pace, and even the flesh beneath is seared by the acid. As decay sets in, blood begins to flow. Amidst the intense pain radiating from its abdomen, the army ants, with their massive mandibles, can hardly contain their impatience. Swiftly, they ascend the stone-eating beast's legs, crawling onto its body. Several army ants take the lead and enter the gaping wound created by the corrosive liquid. Without the protective scales, the wound is swiftly gnawed into a gaping hole by their sharp pincers. Scales the size of thumbs fall away from the beast's abdomen, landing on the ground. The army ants swarm over the exposed flesh, and with their relentless biting, more scales are stripped away. Soon, the stone-eating beast is horrified to realize that its abdomen is now teeming with these enormous mandible-wielding ants. What once was a minor irritation has transformed into excruciating agony. In desperation, the beast attempts to lower its head to seize the ants that are ravaging its belly. Yet, it finds its limbs still ensnared by the ground, rendering it incapable of curling its body. Its neck stretches in a futile effort to escape this torment. Yet, he still could not reach the ant that lay upon his abdomen. In exasperation, he let out a furious roar. Within his territory, Manhwa observed everything through the psychic web and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his ant colony had evolved to include the advanced soldier type, known as the acid ant. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to contend with the remarkably resilient stone-eating beasts. As long as they could breach the defenses of these formidable creatures with acid, it would merely be a matter of time before his ants could devour the stone-eating beast. Feeling reassured, Manhwa suddenly noticed a flicker of movement among the scales on the beast's neck. In an instant, he recalled the creature's deadly ability, sonic attacks. He hastily commanded a portion of the soldier ants that clung to the beast's belly to advance towards its neck. Indeed, as dozens of soldier ants ascended to the creature's neck, the scales on either side of its throat parted, revealing two small orifices through which it could emit sonic waves. Before the stone-eating beast could unleash another sonic attack, the soldier ants charged forth. Their massive pincers clamped down fiercely on the beast's neck, targeting the two small openings. The creature let out a dreadful wail. After that, no further mishaps occurred. Once the soldier ants had completely overrun the beast's abdomen, they swiftly reduced it to nothing more than a mere shell, leaving behind only its granite-like armored scales. At that moment, the ant army, which had been pursued by 9 stone-eating beasts, gathered at this location, bringing with them the 9 beasts. Manhwa did not dare to be careless. He once again directed his ant legion to employ the same strategy. Under the layered protection of over 2 million soldier ants, the acid ants designated for breaching the stone-eating beast's defenses were utterly secure. After suffering considerable losses among his undead soldier ants, Manhwa's slime ants and acid ants began to coordinate their efforts with increasing proficiency. Coupled with the aggressive assaults of the soldier ants, they systematically dispatched the 8 stone-eating beasts in succession. As for the last remaining beast, upon witnessing the demise of its 8 companions, it finally realized the peril and attempted to flee. This creature, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities, could not be easily restrained if it was determined to escape. Thus, it slipped away. Following the defeat of the 8 stone-eating beasts, a notification echoed within Manhwa's mind. Your ant colony has devoured a Tier 3 stone-eating beast. Energy points have increased, allowing your ants to begin evolving and acquire the beast's innate abilities. Your ant colony has evolved into stone ants. Some of your ant colony's energy points are now full, elevating their tier to 3. Some of your ant colony's energy points are now full, elevating their tier to 4. Hearing the notifications resonate in his mind, Manhwa's face lit up with joy. After consuming the 9 stone-eating beasts, numerous soldier ants had ascended in tier. At last, among his legion, there were now stone ants that had reached tier 4. Of course, what delighted Manhwa the most was, after devouring the 3rd-tier stone-eating beast, my ant tribe has undergone an evolution. It has transformed into the stone-eating ant and acquired the innate abilities of the stone-eating beast. Manhwa opened his troop panel. Troop type, stone-eating ant, high tier ant tribe unit. Final growth tier, tier 5. Description, a troop type evolved from the high-tier soldier ant after consuming the 3rd-tier stone-eating beast. The stone-eating ant possesses all the abilities and talents of the soldier ant, with increased physical strength and a formidable resistance to sonic waves. Additionally, it boasts a unique talent, sonic attack. Sonic attack, one of the innate abilities of the stone-eating beast, which allows the stone-eating ant to develop specialized sonic organs that emit extremely high-frequency vibrations. Chapter 57, Sonic Attack, a tremendous enhancement in stone mining efficiency. Free labor. Sonic Attack. Upon observing the talent description of the stone-eating ant on the troop panel, Manhwa was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a look of delight graced his face. He had not anticipated that the talent acquired by the stone-eating ant would be Sonic Attack. The stone-eating beast's exceptional defensive talent is commendable. Yet what Manhwa yearned for the most was undoubtedly their Sonic Attack ability. Astonishingly, after consuming merely 8 stone-eating beasts, his soldier ants had acquired the very Sonic Attack talent he desired. Sonic Attack can emit an extremely high-frequency vibration. Undoubtedly, this is a talent that Manhwa urgently needs. With this ability, his ant tribe would be capable of mining the granite of this mountain, just like the stone-eating beasts here. The efficiency of the ant tribe in stone extraction would witness a monumental improvement. Gazing at the scene revealed by the spiritual network before him, Mo Fei's eyes searched fervently. He quickly spotted several ant soldiers within the swarm that had upgraded to Tier 4, evolving into stone-eating ants. They were slightly larger than the Tier 3 soldier ants and bore a somewhat different appearance. Mo Fei noticed a peculiar structure between the thorax and abdomen of the stone-eating ants, featuring a row of minuscule apertures. This must be the organ responsible for emitting the sonic vibrations. Recalling the two small holes on the neck of the stone-eating beast, Mo Fei swiftly surmised the function of this newly developed organ on the stone-eating ants. Through his senses, Mo Fei soon discerned the exact number of ants that had evolved into stone-eating ants. There were a total of 214 stone-eating ants. While this number seemed somewhat modest, among them, 20 had reached Tier 4. They represented the highest tier within Mo Fei's entire ant tribe. Their tier surpassed that of the Tier 3 stone-eating beasts by one level. Furthermore, these stone-eating ants had evolved from soldier ants, retaining all the characteristics of the soldier ants, including their sharp and massive pincers, along with agile reflexes and formidable aggression. It can be said that these 214 stone-eating ants are the elite among Mo Fei's ant soldiers. At this moment, if these 214 stone-eating ants were to confront the formidable stone-eating beasts, which are significantly larger and possess immense defensive capabilities, Mo Fei would not dare to assert that they could assuredly slay the beasts. However, it would be far from a simple task for the stone-eating beasts to contend with them as before. After all, despite their diminutive size, the stone-eating ants are a fourth-tier combat unit. Having evolved to this stage, they have experienced substantial growth in attack power, reaction speed, and strength. Furthermore, they possess innate self-healing abilities and the sonic attack talent of the stone-eating beasts. When faced with such a defensively robust third-tier creature, the stone-eating beast, it is conceivable that against more commonplace third-tier monsters, such as the third-tier gale wolves and black bears, Mo Fei might not even need to employ his previous strategy of overwhelming numbers. Merely with these 214 stone-eating ants, they could effortlessly hunt them down. At this moment, observing the 214 stone-eating ants, Mo Fei felt an odd sensation. Their efficiency in mining stone could very well rival that of the previous 200,000 army ants and acid ants. In fact, it might even surpass the efficiency of those 200,000 army ants. Without haste to validate his inner thoughts, his gaze returned to the stone mountain before the ant army, along with the multitude of stone caverns dotting its surface. A slight smirk graced Mo Fei's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Soldiers, commence the attack. Target the stone caverns atop the mountain. It is time for these stone-eating beasts to witness the might of our ant clan. Mo Fei promptly commanded, rallying his ant army. Now, with 214 stone-eating ants at his disposal, 20 of which have advanced to the 4th tier, these ants are fully capable of engaging the stone-eating beasts, serving as a vital force to restrain them. Thus, Mo Fei no longer worried that his ant clan would suffer the same devastating losses as before under the onslaught of the stone-eating beasts. He was prepared to systematically dismantle these creatures. As for whether every stone cavern concealed a stone-eating beast, Mo Fei was yet uncertain. However, it was evident that any cavern sealed with stone blocks surely harbored one. Moreover, by selecting caverns obstructed with granite blocks, Mo Fei could simultaneously eliminate the stone-eating beasts while collecting valuable stone resources, an endeavor that would yield dual benefits. After vanquishing 8 stone-eating beasts, Mo Fei had gained further insights into the coordination between the slime ants and acid ants. Under his strategic guidance, the 500,000 ants located the cavern of the recently fled stone-eating beast. At this juncture, the entrance of the cave had once again been barricaded with granite blocks by the beast. Yet, this proved futile. Mo Fei issued a direct order for his ant army to clear the granite blocks obstructing the entrance. Before long, the ant soldiers had successfully removed all the granite blocks from the entrance. Unlike the previous encounter, even after the soldiers cleared the entrance, the stone-eating beast concealed within remained utterly still, showing no signs of movement. Even after the ant tribe soldiers removed the stones blocking the cave entrance, Mo Fei discerned the reverberating sound waves emanating from the depths of the cavern. It was evident that the stone-eating beast was frightened. It sought to employ its sonic attacks to shatter the rocks within and escape. Upon hearing the resonant waves from within the cave, Mo Fei could not help but smile. Initially, he had been anxious about whether he could gather a sufficient quantity of 10,000 units of stone that night. However, upon discovering that the stone-eating beast was desperately digging, he found no urgency in exterminating it. Having such a free laborer to assist in quarrying stones was an opportunity not to be squandered. Nonetheless, exercising caution to avoid being deceived by the creature's ruse, Mo Fei dispatched an evolved stone-eating ant into the cave to ascertain whether the beast was indeed aiding in the excavation of stone. The soldier, which had reached the 4th tier, one level higher than the stone-eating beast, crawled into the cavern and soon re-emerged to report its findings. Inside, The stone-eating beast was indeed fervently utilizing its sonic attacks to break apart the rocks and burrow deeper. This cunning creature was cleverly sweeping the excavated stones behind it with its tail and claws, attempting to obstruct the advancing ant tribe forces. Upon hearing the report from the stone-eating ant, Manhwa chuckled. To enhance the efficiency of granite extraction, he promptly commanded a battalion of 20,000 undying ants to enter and transport the granite blocks, thereby applying pressure to the stone-eating beast. To preclude any potential rebellion from the creature, Manhwa specifically retained 1,000 slime ants, 1,000 acid ants, and 2,000 soldier ants to safeguard the undying ants tasked with moving the stones. Additionally, he stationed a legion of ants at the cave entrance to maintain a vigilant watch. Within the confines of such a narrow cave, the stone-eating beast had virtually no room to maneuver. Should it dare to resist, the viscous secretions from the 1,000 slime ants would easily ensnare it. Thus, Manhwa felt no trepidation regarding unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, he possessed the Lord's innate talent, the mind link, which would enable him to swiftly switch perspectives and personally command his forces in battle should a situation arise. Chapter 58, Sounding the Horn of Counterattack. I desire both power and stone. After leaving the ant tribe forces to guard the entrance of the stone-eating beast's lair, Manhwa shifted his focus to other caves he had discovered, each brimming with granite blocks. He stationed an equal number of acid ants, slime ants, and soldier ants at each entrance before issuing the command for his ant tribe forces to commence transporting the granite. It is worth noting that not all stone-eating beasts had encountered the might of Manhwa's ant tribe, as evidenced by the one that had fled earlier. As Manhwa's ant tribe commenced their unabashed quarrying of granite from the cave entrances, they soon stirred the attention of the stone-eating beasts within. As the granite blocks at the cave entrance were completely removed, a multitude of stone-eating beasts emerged, their heads poking out in a furious display. Upon cautiously revealing themselves, they were met with the unexpected sight of a mere swarm of diminutive ants that had pilfered their sustenance. In an instant, the stone-eating beasts felt a profound sense of provocation and insult. However, before they could react further, several globules of liquid suddenly flew in from an unknown source. The beasts, caught off guard, had no time to evade the oncoming threat. Instinctively, they shut their most vulnerable eyes as the liquid splashed onto their eyelids and thick exoskeletons. Soon, they were greeted with a sizzling sound, followed by an intense, searing pain in their eyes. Overwhelmed by agony, the stone-eating beasts roared in rage, spiraling into a frenzy. Their eyes, rendered blind, left them disoriented and unaware of the creature responsible for their assault. Helpless and paralyzed by fear, one of the beasts struggled desperately while unleashing its innate ability, a sonic attack. The piercing sound waves resonated for nearly half a minute. Once the sonic barrage ceased, the beast finally extricated itself from the viscous substance, not daring to linger at the cave entrance for another moment. Yet, not all stone-eating beasts were as fortunate. Some remained ensnared, futilely writhing against the sticky residue clinging to the cave walls, ultimately succumbing to the relentless consumption by Manhwa's ant legion. Others, while spared the corrosive liquid's assault upon their eyes, found themselves unfortunate in another regard. The adhesive secretions of the liquid ants had already adhered to their bodies. When the second wave of acidic spray targeted them with precision, it struck their necks, swiftly corroding the scales and exposing the tender flesh beneath. Rendered immobile, they could only watch in horror as ants wielding formidable pincers ascended their necks, methodically tearing at their wounds, ultimately leading to their gradual consumption by Manhwa's ant army. Manhwa did not overlook this opportunity. As the third-tier soldier ants delved into the cavern, deliberately creating a commotion, the blind stone-eating beast, much like its predecessor, transformed into a free laborer, aiding Manhwa in the quarrying of granite blocks. The panicked, sightless creature emitted tremors through sonic waves, shattering the stones before it, desperately seeking refuge deeper within the cave. At this juncture, Manhwa began to grasp the principles governing the absorption abilities of his ant swarm. Although the probability of acquiring such powers was low, the strength of the consumed beings directly correlated with the quantity of flesh absorbed and, consequently, the energy gained. Thus, the likelihood of his ant legion acquiring the capacity to devour increased proportionately. Therefore, when consuming these stone-eating beasts, Manhwa only dispatched his soldier ant troops. Moreover, the number of army ants that devour each stone-eating beast was meticulously regulated to a mere 200. Once the quantity of army ants was controlled, Manhwa discovered, to his delight, that the number of army ants absorbing the talents of the stone-eating beasts had indeed increased. After consuming 10 stone-eating beasts, 600 out of the 2,000 army ants evolved into stone-eating ants. This meant that, on average, for every 3 army ants that consumed a stone-eating beast, one would evolve into a stone-eating ant. The evolution ratio approached an astonishing 3-to-1. Furthermore, among the 600 evolved stone-eating ants, half had ascended to the 4th rank. At this moment, the number of 4th-rank ants under Manhwa's command had surged to 320. Upon witnessing the considerable number of 4th-rank ants he had cultivated, a glimmer of insight flickered in Manhwa's eyes. He finally discerned the method to foster elite soldiers within his ant colony. The key was to minimize the number of ants that were consumed. As the quantity of devoured ants diminished, the amount of flesh and energy that each soldier ant could absorb from similarly sized and ranked creatures increased. The more flesh and energy they consumed, the greater their probability of acquiring biological abilities and evolving. Simultaneously, their rank would also rise more rapidly. In his territory, having grasped this concept, Mo-Fei's gaze grew ever clearer. He now possessed a definitive direction on how to cultivate his ant army for accelerated growth. While enhancing the overall strength of his ant colony was undeniably crucial, nurturing an elite contingent was of even greater importance. An elite regiment of ants, far superior in both rank and capability to ordinary ants, would serve not only to empower Mo-Fei's forces against high-ranking wild beasts, but also assist in hunting these formidable foes or safeguarding his territory. Their most significant contribution, however, lay in their ability to elevate the growth potential of Mo-Fei's ant colony. It is worth noting that when the rank of the territory's barracks is elevated, there exists a certain probability of directly producing higher-ranked ant species. Originally, the ant species Mo-Fei had awakened was at rank 0. Even if his barracks were to rise in rank, the higher-ranked ant species produced would ultimately still only reach rank 0. However, due to the existence of the infinite Devour and Evolution Lord talent, Mo-Fei's ants shattered the shackles of rank limitations. Now, the highest-ranking ants in his colony would directly determine the growth potential of the higher-ranked ant species produced in the barracks. In essence, the greater the growth rank of the existing ants in Mo-Fei's colony, the higher the rank of the higher-ranked ants produced by his barracks. If Mo-Fei were to have an ant that evolved and ascended to the 10th rank, then the higher-ranked ant species produced in his barracks could potentially reach a growth rank of 10 as well. Indeed, according to Mo-Fei's Barak hierarchy, it is likely that these advanced ant species are born with the prowess of 2nd or even 3rd tier. This is the paramount advantage of Mo-Fei nurturing an elite ant battalion. Their developmental tier determines the overall strength of the ant species produced subsequently in Mo-Fei's barracks. Chapter 59, Tremendous Gains. The fog descends once more, returning to the territory. There are still many caverns within the stone mountain. After vanquishing 10 stone-eating beasts, Mo-Fei continues to dispatch his army to seek the entrances blocked by granite boulders. As an increasing number of ants evolve into stone-eating ants, the quantity of granite boulders collected by Mo-Fei steadily rises. 6 hours have elapsed since the departure of the ant legion from Mo-Fei's territory. The total number of ants produced by the barracks has surpassed 2 million. At this moment, among Mo-Fei's ant army on the granite mountain, the number of ants that have evolved into stone-eating ants has reached 10,000. The granite boulders transported by Mo-Fei's ant legion have already accumulated into a small hill. At this juncture, it is not that all the stone-eating beasts on the mountain have been slain by the ant army. Numerous caves of the stone-eating beasts remain. Rather, the acid ants and mucus ants under Mo-Fei have completely exhausted the acid and mucus within their bodies, unable to produce a single drop. Additionally, as evening approaches and the sun gradually descends, the forest has grown dim. Fearing unforeseen events during the night, Mo-Fei opts to withdraw. Observing the mountain of granite boulders amassed before his ant legion, Mo-Fei estimates there are at least 30,000 units of stone. This amount far exceeds the quantity required to upgrade the territory to a high-level village. Then, they can take a well-deserved rest. Looking at the slightly fatigued ant soldiers, Mo-Fei resounds with encouragement. Throughout the midday and afternoon, they have either been on the move or engaged in battles against the man-eating flowers in the forest and the ant-eating beasts upon the granite mountain, transporting the granite boulders. With scarcely a moment of respite, many ants have begun to show signs of exhaustion. However, these soldiers exhibit the utmost loyalty to Mo-Fei, a level of absolute allegiance. Even in their weariness, they harbor no grievances nor complaints against Mo-Fei. They adhere strictly to his commands. Yes, my lord. Their voices remain resounding. In the 2 battles of the day, among the 2.5 million ants, some casualties were incurred, approximately 3,000. The skirmish with the man-eating flowers resulted in minimal losses for the ant soldiers. These 3,000 ants were primarily lost during the initial encounter with the stone-eating beasts on the granite mountain. Subsequently, under Mo-Fei's strategic arrangements, the ant legion, in several waves, encircled these stone-eating beasts in their caves, sustaining no further losses. One by one, the ants climbed the small hill formed by the amassed granite boulders. Whether it be 7 or 8 ants lifting a fragment of stone, or dozens hoisting a boulder, the sight was both remarkable and industrious. Additionally, the 200 or so food stone beasts, encased in their formidable armor, situated beside the granite blocks, were also raised by the diligent soldiers of the ant tribe. Despite their fatigue, the immense force of 2.5 million ants managed the transport of nearly 30,000 units of granite and over 200 sets of the food stone beast armor with remarkable ease. Under Mo-Fei's command, the remaining 4th and 3rd tier food stone ants, alongside 150,000 marching ants and acid ants, were strategically positioned around the army's periphery, tasked with the vigilant protection of the undead ants ferrying the stones. As twilight descended upon the forest, a thick fog rolled in, swiftly enveloping the movements of Mo-Fei's ant army. Yet, fortuitously, the ants did not rely upon sight for navigation. Instead, they followed the trail of scents left in their wake. No matter how dense the fog became, they would not stray from their path. In fact, this shroud of mist served as a natural shield, concealing the army's trajectory from potential threats. Manhwa descended onto the grassland, instructing the 2 million newly spawned ants to consume their own essence and life source, while simultaneously activating the regional communication channel of the Misty Forest. He sought information regarding any perilous creatures or dangers mentioned by other lords amidst the fog. At that moment, the channel buzzed with activity. Upstairs. It's highly likely they met their end. What were you thinking? Knowing dusk was approaching, why send soldiers out to level up? I just wanted to seize the moment to gain some experience and gather more meat for resource trading. I still haven't amassed enough wood and stone to upgrade my territory. It remains a rudimentary village. Haha, you truly are something else. Dispatching your own knights to chop wood, what were you thinking? Do you think I wanted to? Just look at where we are, tropical rainforest. Trees abound, and many wild creatures lurk within, cunning and treacherous. My knight units are utterly doomed in such an environment. Haha, that is true. My awaken units are elves. In this setting, they thrive. Today marks the second day in the Lord's world, and my elf population has doubled. After a day of hunting, I've slain dozens of first-tier wild beasts and 7 or 8 second-tier ones. My Lord level has now risen to second tier, and my territory has advanced to a middle-level village. It's simply exhilarating. Next, I plan to gather more wood and stone resources to construct a barracks, increasing my number of elves. Then build a blacksmith to forge better bows and arrows for them. Manhwa observed, relieved to find no mention of additional dangers posed by the fog. It appeared that the mist primarily obstructed the vision and sense of direction of the outward-bound units, leading them astray. Thus, he felt a measure of reassurance. As long as the scent trail of the ants remained, vision and orientation held little significance for his ant army. Chapter 60. Is the Lord level ranking first again? Pray tell, what purpose do your advanced troops serve? As 2 million ant soldiers voraciously consume, the water of the life spring, which had only just replenished, swiftly diminishes. Meanwhile, in Manhwa's mind, notifications of increasing energy points incessantly resound. Ultimately, the evolution of the 2 million ant soldiers concludes, leaving merely 1,000 units of water in each of the life springs. This realization stirs a sense of reflection in Manhwa. Fortunately, his life spring has been upgraded to the first tier, doubling both its healing efficacy and capacity. Had it remained at the initial tier, it is likely that the water from both springs would have been entirely devoured, insufficient to support the evolution of his 2 million ants. Concurrently, his anticipation for upgrading the territory to a high-level village intensifies. Presently, the 2 first-tier life springs are barely sufficient to sustain his army of 4.5 million ants in their consumption. By tomorrow, his 2 first-tier barracks will produce over 5 million new ant soldiers. At that point, the 2 first-tier life springs will undoubtedly prove inadequate for his burgeoning army. Upgrading the territory to a high-level village would allow for the construction of additional barracks and life springs. Furthermore, the tier of territorial structures could ascend to the 3rd level. This implies that his first-tier life springs could be elevated by 2 tiers. When that occurs, the 3rd-tier life springs should provide ample water for his ants to consume. Manhwa accessed his Lord panel. Lord, Manhwa. Strength, Tier 4 Lord. Energy points, 821,000. To elevate from a Tier 4 to a Tier 5 Lord, an energy point total of 1 million is required. Having recently vanquished 3rd-tier man-eating flowers and stone beasts, as well as having his 2 million ants consumed from the life springs, he has accrued 821,000 energy points. He is now quite close to ascending to a Tier 5 Lord. However, upon witnessing the requirement of 1 million energy points for the upgrade, Manhwa couldn't help but express inward astonishment. Transitioning from a Tier 4 to a Tier 5 Lord necessitates 100,000 energy points. One can only imagine the staggering amount needed for ascension to the 7th or 8th tier. The energy points required to reach the royal or imperial tiers could indeed be astronomical. Considering the energy points gained from defeating a first-tier wild creature, which averages around 15, one might need to slay dozens, if not hundreds of billions of first-tier beasts merely to advance a single tier. Nonetheless, the higher the tier of the defeated wild creatures, the greater the energy points awarded to the Lord. Manhwa quickly comprehended the implications. This is the Lord's world, incentivizing lords to vanquish higher-tier native beings and encouraging competition among lords. Once a lord's tier is elevated, they must confront increasingly formidable wild creatures to maintain their pace of advancement and avoid falling behind others. Having closed the Lord panel, Manhwa now perused the rankings. At this moment, on the Lord tier ranking board, 1st place, Garbage Troop Territory, Lord, rank, 4th tier. 2nd place, Lord of Thunder Territory, Lord Chu Kwang, rank, 3rd tier. 3rd place, Undead Calamity Territory, Lord, rank, 3rd tier. 4th place, Holy Light Territory, Lord, rank, 3rd tier. 10th place, Battle Elephant Kingdom Territory, Lord Lin Feng, rank, 3rd tier. Wait, I am a 4th tier Lord, and I have risen to the top of the rankings? Gazing at my 4th tier Lord, now positioned first on the leaderboard, I noticed that Lords ranked from 2nd to 10th were all merely 3rd tier. Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback. A glance at his energy points revealed 820,000, leaving him less than 200,000 points shy of advancing to a 5th-tier lord. Mo Fei felt increasingly speechless. Is it possible that the other lords are progressing so slowly? You all awaken high-tier troops. How can I, a lord who awakened low-tier troops, surpass you? However, upon further reflection, it was only the 2nd day since entering the Lord's world. Today, my Ant Legion had already conquered the territories of the acidic slime monster and the carnivorous flower, as well as slain numerous stone-eating beasts. Mo Fei soon felt a sense of relief. Although high-tier troops are formidable, it is still only the 2nd day in the Lord's world. The number of troops for other lords has evidently not increased significantly at this stage. Unlike myself, who could deploy 2.5 million ant soldiers for training on the 2nd day. Additionally, at this juncture, the troop tiers across the board are generally low. The high-tier troops levels have yet to rise, and many of their powerful innate abilities remain dormant. Thus, the leveling speed of high-tier troops may not be significantly faster than that of low-tier troops. Moreover, my Ant Legion, under the effects of devouring and evolution, has successively acquired self-healing abilities, missed talents, and the capability to spray acidic liquid. Many of my ant soldiers have also ascended to the 2nd and 3rd tiers. With these 2nd and 3rd tier ant soldiers, combined with the sheer numbers of my Ant Legion, dealing with 4th tier wild monsters is hardly a challenge. Therefore, my leveling speed is not much inferior when compared to high-tier troops. Additionally, my Ant Legion possesses an overwhelming numerical advantage against the multitude of wild monsters. For instance, in the muddy domain of the acidic slime monster and the territory of the carnivorous flower. If it were the troops of other lords encountering such a multitude of carnivorous flowers, they would undoubtedly hesitate to venture deep for training. After all, their troop numbers are few, and their tiers are low. The powerful innate abilities have yet to awaken, venturing into the territory of 3rd-tier wild monsters. Risking the loss of even 1 or 2 troops would be a significant setback for them. Thus, with low-tier troops and limited numbers, they can only seek out solitary wild monsters or training grounds with fewer monsters. In contrast, I have no such concerns. Throughout the day, Mo Fei did indeed lose approximately 50,000 ant soldiers during the training process. However, even with the loss of 50,000 ant soldiers, at present, Mo Fei's ant tribe, combined with the newly produced ants within his territory, numbers over 4.5 million. The loss of 50,000 soldiers is entirely bearable for him. Thus, upon reflection, Mo Fei truly believes that his seemingly inferior territory is currently ranked 1st on the Lord tier leaderboard. Indeed, there appears to be no issue with that. High-tier units can only gradually distinguish themselves from lower-tier units once they reach the 8th or 9th tier and awaken their innate abilities. Many lower-tier units have a growth ceiling of merely the 8th or 9th tier. Without external assistance to enhance their growth potential, they are unlikely to progress further. Contemplating this, Mo Fei couldn't help but glance at his talent for infinite devouring evolution. Lord talent, infinite devouring evolution. Tier, level 1. Fortunately, he had awakened this talent. Without the infinite devouring evolution talent, his ant units would have reached their growth limit at 0 tier, leaving him with no chance to compete with other lords. Chapter 61. The Emergence of Powerful Units, Angels, Titans, and Dragons. After reviewing the Lord tier leaderboard, Mo Fei proceeded to check the territory tier leaderboard. There were no changes there. His seemingly inferior territory remained in 1st place, classified as a medium village. However, the territories ranked 2nd to 10th had all reached the same tier of medium village. Mo Fei was not surprised. After all, it was only the 2nd day since entering the Lord's world. The resources required to upgrade to a medium village are not substantial, and many have already accumulated enough resources for the upgrade. Mo Fei then opened the unit tier leaderboard. Upon seeing the names of the top 10 territories, he felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, his seemingly inferior territory did not make the list. The top-ranked unit was still the skeletal dragon of the undead, belonging to the territory of Undead Calamity, now a 6th-tier unit. The second-ranked unit was surprisingly an angel. This unit belonged to the territory of Holy Light, and had also reached the 6th tier. The third was the Thunderstorm Bear, a 6th-tier unit. 4th place saw the debut of the Golden Titan, belonging to the Titan Empire, a 5th-tier unit. The 6th position was held by a dragon, also a 5th-tier unit. The 7th was a Dragon Knight, a 5th-tier unit as well. At this moment, gazing at the Holy Light territory ranked 2nd, Mo Fei inhaled sharply, struck with astonishment. The unit, an angel. It had not appeared on the unit tier leaderboard yesterday. To think that within just one day, the Holy Light territory, which possesses angel units, had surged to the 2nd position on the leaderboard. The angels had directly ascended to the 6th tier. As he contemplated the 2nd-ranked Holy Light territory, Mo Fei felt not only shock, but also incredulity. He never imagined that a lord would awaken a unit as extraordinary as an angel. It is said that angels are beings transcending demigods, with their adult forms reaching divine tiers. Even though the angelic units within the Holy Light territory currently rank only at the 6th tier, Mo Fei does not dare to underestimate them. Additionally, the leaderboard features formidable entities such as Golden Titans, Dragons, Dragon Knights, thunderstorm bears, and necromancer priests, all of which instill a sense of caution within Mo Fei. Each of these units represents the pinnacle of military prowess. Should he successfully navigate through the initial trials of the Lord's novice period, territories boasting such units are destined to evolve into formidable dominions. Closing the leaderboard, Mo Fei's gaze flickers momentarily, and he cannot help but feel a sense of relief. Although his lackluster unit territory has made it onto the leaderboard, fortunately, he has not revealed his name or the nature of his units. Mo Fei is convinced that his unimpressive territory has already caught the attention of many other lords. After all, on the very first day, he achieved the inaugural accomplishment in the Lord's world, earning a tiered talent as a reward. This was announced globally, informing billions of new lords entering the realm. Subsequently, he also topped the rankings for both Lord tier and Territory tier. However, he is grateful that his name and units remain undisclosed. Otherwise, once the novice period concludes, if he were to attract the attention of those lords with elite units, his subpar territory would find it impossible to thrive. If he carelessly exposes his units and name, it is likely that before his ant clan can grow strong, he would be found and annihilated. After all, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Without the invulnerable protection of the novice period, his ant clan would stand no chance against territories awakened with high-tier units. Mo Fei resolves that his territory's future development will prioritize a low-profile approach. Until he can ascertain whether other territories with awakened powerful units exist nearby, he intends to maintain a discreet presence. He will avoid communication with others whenever possible to prevent his territory from becoming a target. Gazing outside his territory, he observes that night has fallen, and the fog surrounding his domain has thickened considerably. He must dispatch more of his ant clan to consume the fog and evolve into mist ants, using the dense mist to shroud his territory. After sending out 2 million undying ants to devour the fog, Mo Fei finally feels a sense of security. With 2 million mist ants, along with the previous 150,000 mist ants, he now commands a total of 215,000 mist ants. Even if his territory upgrades to a higher village, the mist they expel should adequately envelop his entire domain. Even when the novice period concludes and the protective barrier fades, these mists, which obscure vision and disorient intruders, will deter wild creatures and other lords from recklessly invading his territory, as they will be uncertain of the dangers lurking within. Of course, Mo Fei feels that the number of 2 million mist ants might be excessive. However, the engulfing mist not only enhances the energy points of one's ant soldiers, elevating their ranks, but also augments the energy points of the master. With 2 million ants idling within their territory, Mo Fei naturally opted to deploy them all, allowing them to voraciously consume and thereby increase his energy points. A notification echoed, announcing the arrival of nightfall. Some slumbering formidable beings had awakened, and dark entities roamed. The world announcement resonated, heralding the night once more. Utilizing the mental web, he sensed the position of the ant army transporting granite materials. After a brief exchange confirming safety, Mo Fei accessed the Lord S panel. In the friend list, only Jiang Yunling remained, yet she had not sent any messages. Mo Fei chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Finding no surprise in this, many individuals had upgraded their territories to intermediate villages today. Merely the construction and upgrading of various buildings required 5,000 to 6,000 units of stone. It remained uncertain whether Jiang Yunling had any stone left. After all, Mo Fei did not believe she could harvest a significant quantity in a single day. Even if she possessed surplus stone, would she trade it with him? Given that her own resources might be inadequate for her territory's development, the very thought seemed implausible. Any astute individual would refrain from such an action. The novice protection period for lords lasted only 7 days. Within this time frame, if a lord did not expedite the development of their territory to attain a degree of self-preservation, they would face invasion from other lords or wild creatures once the 7 days elapsed. Should the core of the territory, the lord's heart, come under attack, the territory would meet its demise. During this precious and limited 7-day window, who would willingly sacrifice their territory's growth to assist another in their endeavors? Nevertheless, whether or not Jiang Yunling had stone was of little consequence to Mo Fei now. His territory was poised to upgrade to a high-level village. Chapter 62. Someone weeps over the loss of 3 wyverns? Mo Fei, I lost 50,000 ants. Closing the friend list, Mo Fei opened the world communication channel. Within the channel, comments flowed. Why has night returned again? I feel my 2-headed lizard hasn't slain enough monsters yet. Indeed, why is there night? Without it, I believe my gnome warriors could slay another 100 monsters and elevate the lord's rank to tier 3. Haha, night is splendid. I adore the night. How wonderful it would be if every day were night. Skeleton warriors, assemble. You up there be gone. I've only mined 700 units of stone today, and my farmers are nearly exhausted. I only need another 100 units to upgrade my territory to an intermediate village. If I had 2 more hours to mine, I could surely upgrade today. Wow, behold the industrious master. 700 stone in a day. Today, I managed to extract a mere 400 units of stone. Likewise, I only managed to gather 500 units of stone today. However, I did collect some edible mushrooms and exchanged a few items. Coupled with the stone I gathered yesterday, I am finally able to upgrade my territory. But hold on, my friend, do not rejoice too soon. Upgrading to an intermediate village offers little advantage unless one constructs territorial buildings. Both the construction and upgrading of these buildings require a substantial amount of wood and stone resources. What? Have I then upgraded my territory in vain? Persevere, young one. My goblins finally defeated a few wild beasts today, so I no longer have to endure hunger. Indeed, it brings tears to my eyes. Yesterday, despite my pleas, no one was willing to spare me a piece of meat. Today, I can finally slay wild beasts and enjoy some meat. I gathered some herbs called fireflies, but was informed that a potion furnace is necessary for alchemy. Does anyone know at what level the territory must be upgraded to construct a potion furnace? Is there a benevolent individual who has upgraded their territory to an intermediate village willing to share insights on what buildings can be constructed and the resources required? Yes, I am merely a novice at this stage, desperately seeking guidance from any kind-hearted expert. At my current rate of resource gathering, it seems I will only be able to upgrade my territory to an intermediate village by tomorrow. If you could inform me in advance, it would allow me to stockpile resources. I may not be an expert, as I do not even rank among the top 10 in territory levels. But I can tell you that upon upgrading to an intermediate village, you can construct a blacksmith shop and a synthesis workshop, as well as an additional barracks and a fountain of life. Therefore, endeavor to gather more resources. Upgrading your territory to an intermediate village will grant you an additional barracks, effectively doubling the number of units produced. The implications of this need not be elaborated upon. Furthermore, if your resources permit, you can upgrade the barracks, increasing your daily production of units. Naturally, you may also construct a blacksmith shop to forge weapons and tools for resource gathering, which will enhance your unit's combat capabilities and significantly accelerate their resource collection speed. In the World Communication Channel, lords engage in discussions on various topics. Some lament that if only there were no night, their units could continue leveling up, allowing their lord rank to elevate to the 3rd tier. Conversely, Dark Lords wish for eternal night, as their units gain a 30 to 50% boost in abilities during this time, greatly enhancing their leveling efficiency. Others have gathered herbs, but require a potion furnace for refinement, yet are uncertain how to construct one. There are also those who, after a day of intense effort, have slain wild beasts, finally alleviating their hunger. Some lords have astonishingly gathered 700 units of stone in a single day, evoking envy among their peers. Of course, there are those who, while extracting stone, also took the opportunity to gather wild mushrooms, exchanging them for necessary resources. The territory has been upgraded to a mid-level village. Moreover, several lords, after a day of leveling up, have elevated their troop tiers to the 3rd rank, filled with exuberance. Clearly, after the initial day's confusion, panic, suffering, and torment, the new lords have gradually acclimatized to this unfamiliar realm by the 2nd day. Everyone is fervently striving to develop their territories. With the increase in troop numbers on the 2nd day, many appear to have reaped considerable rewards. Observing this, Imofei glanced at his lord panel. Lord rank, 4th tier. Territory rank, 2nd tier. Troops, worker ants, undead ants, marching ants, acid marching ants, mist ants, slime ants, stone-eating ants. The ranks of the ant species, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tiers are all present. Furthermore, the warehouse contains 130,000 units of wood. His harvest today also seems rather impressive. However, the World Communication Channel at this moment is not solely filled with good news. Some lords lament their severe troop losses due to poor decisions, filled with regret. I truly envy you all. You've collected resources and slain wild beasts, while I've barely defeated a few today and lost 3 of my wyverns. One lord wept. I was training near a swamp I discovered, abundant in resources, teeming with 2nd and 3rd tier wild creatures, all of which were crawling types. As long as I was cautious, I could slay them without putting my wyverns in jeopardy. But who would have thought that a colossal beaked monster would appear out of nowhere, its wings spanning about 10 meters, unleashing a torrent of flames that instantly turned my 3 wyverns into charred remains. I had a total of 10 wyverns, losing 3 in one fell swoop. I have no idea how to progress from here. Sob sob. Charred wyvern. Haha, sprinkle some salt and pepper, it must be delicious. How wonderful. You won't have to worry about dinner tonight with your wyvern territory. I'm in such dire straits, and you still jest. Are you even human? Enough. My plight is even worse. My goblins accidentally wandered into a serpent's territory, where there were over 100 venomous snakes that killed all my 40 goblins. I'm left with barely 20 now. Leveling up requires caution. Today, I sent my swordsmen into the forest to train. They were doing well until one pursued a black bear into an area overrun with spiky green vines. Who would have guessed that those vines were a type of monster known as vampire vines, which swiftly slaughtered all 5 of my swordsmen? I lost 10 of my archers as well. Many lords lamented their misfortunes of the day. Upon seeing these messages from fellow lords, Mo Fei felt a sense of empathy. In the world of lords, opportunity and peril coexist. Here, if one possesses sufficient courage, they may discover an exceedingly rich resource area to expand and enhance their territory. Yet, Lurking in the shadows are formidable wild beasts and perilous threats. Even a lord awakened to advanced troops may suffer grievous losses with a single misstep. Today, I too have endured significant losses among my ant tribe. Fortunately, my numbers remain substantial. Though I lost 50,000, I still possess 450,000. Oh, but now my barracks have produced another 100,000, so I should still have 460,000 ants at my disposal. Chapter 63, The Coveted Stone Beast Armor. A profitable venture. Mo Fei closed the world chat channel and stepped onto the grassy expanse outside his abode. Beneath the thick mist, the first sight that greeted him was a marching legion of soldier ants, each carrying an unyielding block of granite. In his mind, the psychic network conveyed messages from the ant army. Following the soldier ants, a vast throng of undead ants appeared, some lifting small granite fragments, while others hoisted massive blocks, all entering the territory in an orderly fashion. Excellent. Witnessing the nearly 30,000 units of granite before him, Mo Fei felt a surge of excitement. With a flick of his finger, he collected all the granite and stored it in the warehouse. Instantly, an additional 435 units of stone material filled the repository. Aligning closely with his expectations, brave soldiers, you have toiled diligently today. Looking at the weary 250,000 ant soldiers, Mo Fei expressed his appreciation. Not at all weary, though fatigued, their voices remained vibrant and resounding. Splendid. Mo Fei nodded in satisfaction, noting several ants still clutching the armor of the stone beasts. Once more, he gestured to collect these armor pieces into the warehouse, totaling 212. What delighted Mo Fei was that, despite the stone beast merely being a Tier 3 wild creature, all the armor he collected was classified as blue-quality materials. Upon reflection, he deemed this quite reasonable. After all, this sturdy armor could effectively thwart many Tier 4 or even Tier 5 wild beasts, indicating its quality was at least on par with materials dropped by those formidable foes. Having spent the day battling outside, everyone was undoubtedly fatigued. Let us first replenish our strength at the Fountain of Life. Mo Fei commanded. Yes, my lord. The soldier ants lined up to ascend the Fountain of Life's basin, partaking in its rejuvenating waters. Mo Fei inquired further, are you hungry? What kind of meat would you like? I can exchange for it. The ant army swiftly declined. My lord, we are not hungry. Today, we have devoured plenty of creatures, and our bellies are quite full. A realization dawned upon Mo Fei. Indeed, how could the meat of Tier 1 and Tier 2 wild beasts in the spatial trading channel compare to that of Tier 3 carnivorous flowers and stone beasts? With that thought, he dismissed the idea of exchanging meat for his ant army. The ant army continued to replenish their strength by consuming the Fountain of Life on the grassland. Observing the 435 units of stone in the warehouse, Mo Fei felt an overwhelming urge to upgrade his territory to a high-level village. However, after a moment of contemplation, he opened the spatial trading channel. At that moment, the number of trading stalls had increased nearly 500-fold compared to yesterday, boasting approximately 500,000 stalls. Moreover, the resources available for trade extended beyond mere meat, wood, and stone, encompassing animal pelts, bones, teeth, tails, horns, herbs, and various other commodities. Mo Fei searched for two keywords, blue and exquisite. Soon, all stalls offering blue, exquisite level materials were filtered out. Out of the 500,000 stalls, only 30 were selling exquisite level materials. Upon examining them, he noted that the exchange rates for exquisite level materials in terms of stone and wood were exceedingly steep. Just 2 exquisite wolf fangs could be exchanged for as much as 150 units of stone or 100 units of wood. Mo Fei couldn't help but glance at the 212 pieces of armor he had stripped from the stone-eating beasts. Although the stone-eating beasts were relatively small, comparable to a first-tier blue wolf, each piece of armor was equivalent to at least 20 wolf fangs in terms of material volume. What would be the total exchange value of 212 pieces of armor? An astounding 212,000 units of stone. Without hesitation, Mo Fei listed all 212 pieces of stone-eating beast armor for trade. These armors were too resilient for his ant tribe to consume at present. They could indeed be utilized to forge armor or tools. However, Mo Fei had not constructed a blacksmith shop, nor did he seem to require one. It would be far more advantageous to exchange them for resources to upgrade his territory and its buildings. Lord Mo Fei, this is your first time listing items for trade in the spatial trading channel. Please name your stall. Note, before listing items, please set the designated materials for exchange, the exchange ratios, and specify the exchange recipients and territories to avoid losses. During the listing process, the Lord may withdraw items at any time and can reconfigure exchange ratios before relisting. The notification echoed in Mo Fei's mind. After a moment's thought, he named his stall only selling quality goods. Incompetence need not disturb. He concealed both his seller name and territory name. Subsequently, he listed the stone-eating beast armor at an exchange rate of 1,000 units of stone per piece. Mo Fei was not concerned about the high price of his stone-eating beast armor, for rarity begets value. Exquisite level materials typically require the defeat of monsters above the 5th tier to acquire, and encountering a third-tier stone-eating beast was a rare exception indeed. From the observation of 500,000 stalls, it is evident that only 30 of them offer materials of exquisite quality. This indicates that there are not many lords capable of defeating monsters of 5th tier or above. Of course, some lords may have harvested exquisite materials from 4th-tier beasts. Yet currently, these materials represent a vital resource for all lord players seeking to enhance their troops and the strength of their territories. Even if they manage to acquire such materials, it is unlikely they would readily trade them. Only those like myself, whose troops currently have no use for the weapons and armor forged in the blacksmith shop, would be willing to exchange the materials they have gathered. Indeed, after Mo Fei listed the armor of the stone-eating beast, within a minute, the trading information at his stall surged with numerous transactions. An anonymous buyer spent 1,000 units of stone to purchase one of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Yang Hong spent 1,000 units of stone to acquire one of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Yao Shueqin spent 2,000 units of stone to buy your 2 stone-eating beast armors. An anonymous buyer spent 1,000 units of stone to purchase one of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Chu Kuang spent 5,000 units of stone to acquire your 5 stone-eating beast armors. Anonymous buyer. Chapter 64. All exquisite materials. How regrettable for the lords lacking sufficient resources. With the emergence of these trading notifications, Mo Fei's warehouse instantaneously filled with an additional 22,000 units of stone, while the 212 pieces of stone-eating beast armor at his stall diminished to 190. Now, aside from upgrading his territory's rank, the surplus stone is ample for constructing and upgrading territorial buildings. After a minute, observing that no further trading information appeared, Mo Fei casually sought out a stall to purchase a piece of bear meat for his dinner, subsequently closing the spatial trading channel. He descended to prepare his meal. In truth, he harbored no concerns regarding whether the remaining 190 pieces of stone-eating beast armor would sell. After all, today marks the second day in the world of lords. Many have already upgraded their territories to intermediate villages, with a considerable number even establishing blacksmith shops. Once they realize the utility of blacksmiths, they will undoubtedly scour the spatial trading channel for various materials to forge weapons, armor, and tools for resource gathering, thereby enhancing their military capabilities. Currently, the majority of stalls in the spatial trading channel offer ordinary white-level materials, while green-level materials are quite rare. Exquisite materials, however, are particularly scarce. Thus, the sole stall offering such a substantial quantity of exquisite materials is none other than mine. Therefore, Mo Fei is entirely unconcerned about the possibility of his stone-eating beast armor remaining unsold due to an excessively high exchange rate. Even by the third day, exquisite materials will remain the optimal choice for lords seeking to craft various equipment. What one must do is to patiently await a while, allowing the information to disseminate. Then, one can simply wait for those affluent lords, who possess vast resources, to make their purchases. Among the billions of lords, Mo Fei is confident that many are currently stockpiling resources. For instance, among the buyers who recently acquired his stone beast armors, he recognized a rather familiar name, Chu Kuang. Currently ranked second among lords and holding the second position in troop tier, he is quite a formidable figure. His approach was quite generous, purchasing 5 stone beast armors in one go. Having experienced upgrading his territory previously, Mo Fei is not in a rush to elevate his domain. He plans to cook first, allowing his army of ants to fully recover their stamina before clearing the wild monsters within a 2,000-meter radius of the territory. And only then will he upgrade the territory tier. Otherwise, if the territory is upgraded and a multitude of wild monsters suddenly appears, his lower tier ant army would likely suffer significant losses. Meanwhile, as Mo Fei prepares his meal, in a novice territory nestled deep within the mountains, one initially thought that crafting the grizzly bear armor would have to wait until tomorrow. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to trade high-quality materials at this moment. What sheer luck! Observing the 5 stone beast armors in his warehouse, Chu Kuang, bare-chested, grinned widely and laughed heartily. Today, while slaying a 4th-tier elite grizzly bear, he had obtained a blueprint for the grizzly bear armor. With 5 stone beast armors, he had precisely the right amount of materials to forge a set of grizzly bear armor. Arriving at the blacksmith shop in his territory, Chu Kuang took out the 5 stone beast armors from his warehouse. He then placed them into the forge, selecting the grizzly bear armor blueprint to commence the crafting process. 5 minutes later, the blacksmith produced a brand new, high-quality grizzly bear armor. Chu Kuang immediately equipped it onto his highest-tier 6th-level thunderstorm grizzly bear. Instantly, the defensive capability of this 6th-level thunderstorm grizzly bear was significantly enhanced. With the recently awakened troop talent, Thundershock, Chu Kuang felt that his 6th-level thunderstorm grizzly bear could even take down a 7th-level wild monster single-handedly. Opening the space trading channel, he gazed at his stall labeled only selling quality goods, no competence, please do not disturb, which still had 190 stone beast armors remaining. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Although the blueprint for the grizzly bear armor has a limited number of uses, it can still be employed 5 times. Regrettably, The stones he traded for today were mostly allocated for constructing and upgrading territorial buildings. If only he had an additional 20,000 units of stone. He could then exchange for 20 more stone beast armors and forge 5 additional grizzly bear armors. If all his thunderstorm grizzlies could don the grizzly bear armors, his leveling speed would surge exponentially. He would soon surpass the territory with the current number 1 rank among lords, which is filled with inferior troops. However, for now, only one thunderstorm grizzly bear is equipped with the grizzly bear armor. At this moment, Chu Kuang was still brimming with joy. With his 6th tier thunderstorm bear clad in the formidable great bear chainmail, its defensive capabilities had significantly surged during his leveling endeavors. Utilizing this 6th tier thunderstorm bear as the primary force to attract wild creatures and absorb damage would allow his remaining thunderstorm bears to concentrate their firepower for efficient monster extermination. This, in essence, meant that the overall strength of his unit, the thunderstorm bears, had been remarkably enhanced. Tonight, he planned to venture forth in pursuit of more wild creatures to slay. His aim was to gather sufficient materials before dawn, striving to acquire enough resources to forge the remaining 4 sets of great bear chainmail. Contemplating within, Chu Kuang quickly established his objectives for the night. With the presence of this 6th tier thunderstorm bear adorned in great bear chainmail, his confidence for leveling up greatly increased. He believed that by nightfall, he could vanquish enough wild creatures to collect the necessary materials for 20 sets of stone beast armor. Gazing at the stall labeled, "Only selling quality goods, no strength. Please do not disturb," he pondered briefly before deciding to leave a message for the mysterious vendor of the stone beast armor. "Greetings, I am Chu Kuang, the Lord of the Thunder Lord's domain. May I reserve 20 sets of stone beast armor? I assure you that by tomorrow morning, I will gather enough resources to exchange for the 20,000 units of stone required for the armor." Meanwhile, not only was Chu Kuang preparing to craft the great bear chainmail and undertake a vigorous night of leveling, but other lords who had purchased the stone beast armor from Mo Phase, only selling quality goods, no strength, please do not disturb, stall were equally exhilarated by their acquisition of high-quality materials. Aside from certain non-humanoid unit equipment that required specific blueprints for crafting, the blacksmith's forge could produce common equipment like great axes, iron swords, iron spears, armor, gauntlets, mining picks, and shovels simply with the requisite materials. By forging superior-grade weapons or resource-gathering tools, the efficiency of their units, whether in leveling or resource collection, would witness a substantial enhancement. Moreover, superior-grade weapons, unlike ordinary or excellent-grade ones, would not be obsolete in a short period. They would not merely be discarded into the synthesis workshop or disassembly furnace. Thus, even though the stone beast armor at the only selling quality goods, no strength, please do not disturb, stall was priced a bit higher, they could accept it. At this moment, those lords who had procured the stone beast armor and crafted one or several weapons at the blacksmith's forge felt a mix of excitement and regret. Much like Chu Kuang, the excitement stemmed from the significant enhancement in their unit strength upon equipping superior-grade weapons. The regret, however, arose from the scarcity of their stone resources, limiting them to mere exchanges for 1 or 2 sets of stone beast armor. Chapter 65, True Big Shots, Envy and Jealousy Among Lords. Preparations before the territory upgrade. At this moment, those fortunate enough to discover the stall labeled "Only Selling Premium Goods, those without strength, please refrain," were the lords offering a plethora of exquisite materials. Like Chu Kuang, they eagerly left messages for Mo Fei, hoping he could reserve 1 or several pieces of the beast armor made of food stone until the morrow. They promised to return and exchange with him. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. At that moment, after listing 212 pieces of the food stone beast armor for trade, Mo Fei closed the trading channel. He then turned his attention to the first floor, concentrating on cooking his bear meat. Meanwhile, several lords had already discovered the stall only selling premium goods. Those without strength, please refrain, which was trading a substantial quantity of high-quality materials. Shocked, they spread the news across the World Communication Channel. In the World Trading Channel, messages erupted. Heavens, guess what I just found in the Spatial Trading Channel? Someone has directly listed 190 pieces of high-quality monster leather armor. 190 pieces of high-quality monster leather armor. Is this real? I must see for myself. Wow, the lord at the stall only selling premium goods. Those without strength, please refrain, is truly formidable. All listed are high-quality monster leather armors. A staggering 190 pieces. 1,000 units of stone for each. Really? I happen to have 1,000 units of stone. I was going to save it for upgrading the Fountain of Life. I should hurry and buy one. Fortunately, my barracks and the Fountain of Life have not been upgraded yet. I'll rush to buy 2 before they are all gone. Hey, don't snatch them all up. Leave one for me. Immediately, a multitude of resource-rich lords opened the Spatial Trading Channel. High-quality materials had rarely been offered for trade until now. After all, once a territory upgraded to the 2nd tier, they could construct a blacksmith shop. Such high-quality materials were invaluable for crafting weapons and armor for their troops, thereby enhancing their military strength. And now, someone was selling an entire set of high-quality monster leather armor. Just one complete set could yield an unknown number of high-quality weapons. Securing one was akin to striking gold. At that moment, as they observed the World Communication Channel, they were astonished to see how merely 190 pieces of high-quality materials had drawn forth affluent lords. Many who lacked the resources to exchange for the foodstone beast armor could only feel envy and jealousy. One lord, amidst his admiration, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Isn't it true that high-quality materials can only be obtained by defeating 5th-tier monsters? My goodness, are there really great figures capable of slaying 5th-tier monsters now? I can barely manage to defeat 3rd-tier monsters. I wouldn't dare touch 3rd-tier monsters. The losses would be too great, a risk not worth taking. Currently, I only dare to bully 1st-tier monsters, and I must avoid the 2nd-tier ones as they are more numerous. Today, I encountered a formidable horde of approximately 30 2nd-tier black venom spiders while leveling up. Had my archer lagged even slightly, it would have resulted in a complete annihilation of our forces. Remarkably, I have acquired 190 pieces of exquisite quality monster leather armor. Does this not imply that this illustrious figure has slain 190 5th-tier monsters in a single day? Is this even humanly possible? It seems likely that an entire 5th-tier monster territory has been eradicated. What class of troops has this individual awakened to possess such extraordinary strength? All I can feel is envy. My assessment is that it is foolish. If I were in possession of these 190 exquisite leather armors, I would retain them for my personal use. Imagine the number of weapons and armors that could be forged at the blacksmith's shop from such materials. However, do not judge this individual through your limited perspective. Perhaps they find these exquisite materials to be of little value. Indeed, have you not noticed that all these armors originate from a single type of monster known as the stone-eating beast? If one can annihilate a 5th-tier monster territory, does this powerhouse truly require exquisite weapons? They might already possess epic-grade weaponry. A figure of such might must certainly belong to a formidable class. Perhaps they are even among the elite on the troop tier ranking. Without doubt, within the World Communication Channel, the lords expressed their envy and jealousy while speculating that only someone of high rank could possibly present such a plethora of exquisite monster materials. After all, to slay 190 5th-tier monsters, this individual's troops must be of at least 5th-tier status. Furthermore, they must have awakened high-tier troop talents to accomplish such a feat. Having dispatched 190 5th-tier monsters, this individual's lord tier must also be quite impressive. Meanwhile, Mo Fei, who had just prepared a meal of bear meat, opened the World Communication Channel. In the realm of lords, entertainment was scarce. During his leisure, Mo Fei would often browse through the exchanges among the lords, hoping to glean useful information amidst the banter. At that moment, he observed the lords speculating about which prominent figure owned the stall labeled "Only Selling Quality Goods, No Strength. Please do not disturb." Some guessed it belonged to the Holy Light Territory, others to the War Elephant Kingdom, and some to the Golden Titans. Yet, no one speculated it was the territory of the inferior troops. Mo Fei could not help but smile. Indeed, their guesses were astute. It is only by concealing oneself beneath the shadow of these ranked figures, who have awakened high-tier troops, that one can survive and develop until the day the ant colony becomes formidable. After enjoying his dinner, Mo Fei closed the World Communication Channel and ventured outside. At this moment, his army of 2.5 million ants had consumed the life spring and rested sufficiently. It was time to clear the monsters surrounding his territory and elevate its tier. The ant soldiers formed ranks upon the grass, awaiting his command. "Brave soldiers, as your lord, I express my gratitude for the resources you have provided. Now, our territory is ready for another upgrade," Mo Fei proclaimed. "The territory can be upgraded? Splendid. Esteemed lord, there is no need for formality. It is our duty. Contributing our strength to the construction of the territory is our honor." The echoes of countless ant tribals resound through the network of souls. Sensing the genuine joy emanating from his army of ants, Mo Fei could not help but smile. However, he paused slightly. "Before upgrading the territory, there is yet another task that requires your attention. Please, do command us." The recently rested ant soldiers immediately sprang into action, their spirits invigorated and ready to await Mo Fei's orders. Outside the territory, within a radius of 2,000 meters, not a single wild creature of the 4th tier or below shall remain, Mo Fei declared coldly. Chapter 66. The Greatest Crisis of the Territory? Aerial Monsters. Upgrade. Advanced Village. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving Mo Fei's command, the ant army swiftly prepared for action. The marching ants formed the vanguard, followed by the elite troops of Tier 3 and 4 stone-eating ants. The acid ants, acid marching ants, mucus ants, and undying ants constituted the main force. They departed in a grand procession, vanishing into the dense fog. This night shall be a night of bloodshed for all low-tier wild creatures surrounding Mo Fei's territory. Your ant tribe devoured a 2nd-tier backpig. You gained 40 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured a 1st-tier blue wolf. You gained 4 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured a 2nd-tier iron-shelled turtle. You gained 35 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured a 3rd-tier burrowing bat. You gained 179 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured a 3rd-tier burrowing bat. You gained 233 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured a 3rd-tier burrowing bat. You gained 312 energy points. The notifications of increased energy points rang continuously. What surprised Mo was that his ant army had stumbled upon a nest of burrowing bats, consuming dozens of them resting within their cave. This stroke of luck made Mo secretly relieved. Burrowing bats are flying wild creatures. Currently, his ant tribe was incapable of dealing with aerial monsters. Had he not dispatched the ant army to clear the wild creatures surrounding the territory, the awakening of the burrowing bats upon upgrading the territory would have caused chaos within his domain. He pondered whether, after upgrading the barracks, he would be able to produce flying ants. The inability of his ant tribe to pose a threat to aerial monsters was indeed a significant concern. However, it seemed rather unrealistic to expect his ants to seek out flying wild creatures for consumption and evolution. Tonight's consumption of the burrowing bats could only be attributed to the favorable fortune of his ant army, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the dense fog at night, which obscured the vision throughout the forest. The burrowing bats, resting, did not anticipate the stealthy incursion of an army of ants into their cave, concealed by the mist. Without the fog, his ant army would undoubtedly have been unable to infiltrate the lairs of these aerial creatures, for after all, flying wild creatures are not without their wits. Once discovered by the flying ants, they would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. Therefore, in order to contend with these airborne wild creatures, Mo's foremost thought was that after upgrading his territory, his ant colony's barracks should ideally be able to produce flying ant soldiers. By consuming certain wild creatures, the flying ants should evolve, thereby forming a formidable aerial force to safeguard his territory against incursions by flying monsters. Otherwise, once the novice protection period concluded, should any flying wild creatures set their sights on his territory, he would be left helplessly watching. However, when it comes to dealing with these aerial foes, Mo realized he could not place all his hopes solely on the flying ants. What if, after upgrading the barracks, they were incapable of producing flying ants? Or worse, what if the output of flying ants was exceedingly low? Additionally, the training of the flying ant soldiers posed another challenge. Without having devoured powerful wild creatures to gain strength, a meager number of inadequately ranked flying ants would remain ineffective against airborne adversaries. He could not afford to sit idly by, contemplating his predicament. Mo pondered. I must prepare for multiple contingencies. Suddenly, he recalled the mist ants and recognized that although they were merely auxiliary soldiers of low rank, their potential impact was immense. Indeed, a solution to combat the flying wild creatures had long existed. It was merely Mo who had failed to realize it. Given the current strength of his ant colony, it would be quite challenging to confront these airborne threats, even with the flying ant soldiers, without an increase in their numbers or ranks. Achieving a successful strike against the flying wild creatures would remain daunting. After all, these beings soared high in the sky, and whether his ant soldiers could reach their altitude was uncertain. Even if they could momentarily fend them off, capturing them would be another matter entirely. Should his territory come under the gaze of flying wild creatures, he would likely face endless harassment. After all, there is a reason why one cannot expect to guard against thieves indefinitely without taking precautions. However, why should he allow the flying wild creatures to discover his territory in the first place? He had the mist ants at his disposal. By enveloping his territory in mist, even the most daring flying creatures would be unable to perceive his domain. If they were bold enough to intrude, all they would behold would be a thick, white fog. In such circumstances, they would struggle to discern direction, let alone pose a threat to his territory. With this realization, Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although his ant colony was currently incapable of hunting flying wild creatures, the presence of the mist ants rendered him unafraid. Once the 7-day novice protection period ended, he would command the mist ants to exhale mist, enveloping the entire territory. If any ill-fated flying creatures dared to invade, lost in vision and sense of direction, his ant army might very well succeed in eliminating them. 2 hours later, outside the territory, within a radius of 2,000 meters, all wild creatures have been eradicated. Even in the impenetrable fog, not a single one of the renowned speedsters, the 4th-tier withered horned goat, could escape the relentless pursuit of the ant army. By the time this goat became aware of the ant horde, it found itself ensnared within their encirclement. The viscous secretions of the slime ants swiftly impeded the goat's speed. Ultimately, this unfortunate creature was consumed by the swarm. Upon receiving reports from the ant army, Mo opened his Lord panel. Lord level, Tier 4. Energy points, 891,000. To his astonishment, merely clearing the surrounding territory had resulted in an increase of 70,000 energy points. Mo couldn't help but reflect on the abundance of wild creatures lurking around his domain. However, no matter how numerous they were utterly powerless against his ant army, with nowhere to hide. Before long, the ant army returned after purging the vicinity of wild creatures, accompanied by several hundred ants seemingly bearing 2 dark objects. As the horde approached, Mo observed closely and discovered that these 300 unyielding ants were carrying 2 enormous goat horns. Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. The materials that his ant army could not consume must be of at least fine quality. This was indeed a delightful surprise. With a simple gesture, he stored the 2 goat horns in his warehouse, feeling a sense of relief. He then opened his Lord panel once more. To upgrade the territory to a high-level village, 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone are required. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Mo Fei selected yes. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully upgraded your territory to a high-level village. As the notification echoed in his mind, a radiant golden light descended upon the territory. Chapter 67. Constructing the Barracks. Mo Fei was astounded by the sudden surge in stone resources. Following the golden illumination, his territory underwent yet another transformation. Firstly, the grassy expanse where Mo Fei stood expanded an additional 2,000 meters, reaching a total of 3,000 meters. At the periphery of this grassland, a wall approximately 2 meters high emerged. Facing the house, the wall featured an opening adorned with a grand circular archway. Simultaneously, the small building behind Mo Fei underwent a remarkable change, adopting a medieval architectural style. Not only did it double in area, but it also became a 3-story edifice. Observing the surrounding wall and the 3-story building behind him, Mo Fei nodded appreciatively. Now, it indeed bore the essence of a village. As for the building, there was no rush to explore. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your territory has been upgraded to a high-level village. New buildings can now be unlocked. The decomposition furnace. The construction limits for barracks have been elevated to 4. The number of life springs that can be built has also been increased to 4. All territorial edifices can now be upgraded to the 3rd tier. Mo Fei opened his warehouse, preparing to commence the construction of new barracks and life springs. However, upon accessing the warehouse, he found himself momentarily stunned by the abundant reserve of stone. Stone, 231, for 135 units. Had he not just expended 10,000 units of stone to upgrade his territory? How was it possible that there remained over 230,000 units in the warehouse? This amount nearly doubled his stock of timber. Suddenly struck by a thought, Mo Fei hastily opened the spatial trading channel. At that moment, his stall, labeled only selling premium goods, please refrain from disturbing if unqualified, had completely sold out of all food stone beast armors. The trading records were densely packed. Lord Jiang Tian had spent 1,000 units of stone to purchase one of his food stone beast armors. Lord Feng Huiyu had done the same for another. Lord Su Huilai had acquired 3 of them for 3,000 units of stone. An anonymous buyer had purchased 2 for 2,000 units of stone. Within a mere 3 hours, 212 foodstone beast armors had vanished from the shelves. Simultaneously, Mo Fei noticed numerous messages from other lords on his stall. Hello, handsome. I am Lord Yao Shuiqin of the Enchantress Demon Territory. May I add you as a friend? We could collaborate long-term. Add me as a friend, Jiang Haoyan. Whenever you obtain high-tier materials, feel free to approach me for trade. Big shot, grant me a friend request. I'm a fair-skinned beauty with long legs. Don't forget to add me, Lu Cece. Big shot, are you in need of a girlfriend? I can offer you choices of black or white stockings and ultra-short skirts. I'm a sweet little wildcat. Just one exquisite material is sufficient for me to add you. Shin Miling. Hello, I'm Lord Chu Kuang of the Thunder Lord Territory. May I reserve 20 foodstone beast armors? Big shot, are there any foodstone beast armors left? I wish to place an order. Big shot, grant me a friend request. I'd like to be contacted directly for rare materials in the future. As Mo Fei glanced through these messages, he noted that nearly all were requests to add him as a friend or inquiries about reserving materials. Naturally, there were also some seeking to gain without payment. It seemed that among the billions of novice lords, there were indeed many affluent ones. He felt a slight sentimentality, but regrettably, Mo Fei did not intend to reveal his name to avoid attracting attention from ill-intentioned individuals. Shaking his head, he closed his stall and exited the spatial trading channel. Just as he was about to close the Lord panel, he suddenly noticed an unread friend request in his friend list. Jiang Yunling had sent him a message. Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had assumed that the woman would refrain from contacting him tonight, yet unexpectedly, she sent him a message at this hour. Upon opening the unread message from his friend, he discovered that Jiang Yunling had sent it half an hour prior. At that time, he was preoccupied with dispatching the Ant Clan's forces to eradicate the wild creatures surrounding his territory in preparation for its upgrade. His focus had been entirely on the monsters outside, and he had overlooked her message. Jiang Yunling's message read, Hey, are you there? My little dwarf has mined some stone and a bit of fine iron. Do you want to trade? Upon reading this, Mo Fei was taken aback and let out a soft exclamation. Upgrading the territory to a mid-level village required a significant amount of stone for constructing and upgrading buildings. Just yesterday, he had expended nearly 20,000 units of wood to acquire enough stone for building and upgrading the barracks and the Fountain of Life. Not to mention, he had yet to construct the blacksmith shop and the synthesis workshop. The fact that this woman had surplus stone to trade with him was astonishing. Had she not upgraded her territory? Stone was an essential material for upgrading and constructing territorial buildings. He could never have too much of it. How much stone and fine iron do you have? Trade it all to me. I want it all. Mo Fei, not willing to wait, closed the friend interface. He moved to a grassy area, selected a spot, and began constructing his ant clan barracks. He could now build 2 more ant clan barracks. After selecting the location, Mo opened the territory building panel. Building, ant clan barracks, constructible. Description, a structure that produces the Lord's units. Construction requires 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Today, Mo was not the same as yesterday. His warehouse now held 230,000 units of stone and 120,000 units of wood. With a flourish of his hand, he directly spent 1,000 units of stone and 1,000 units of wood to construct 2 zero-tier barracks. Next, he examined the resources required for upgrading the barracks. First-tier barracks. Construction requires 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Second-tier barracks. Construction requires 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. Mo clicked on the upgrade button for all 4 ant clan barracks, upgrading them to second-tier status. This cost him 22,000 units of wood and 22,000 units of stone. After upgrading all 4 barracks to the second tier, Mo did not rush to elevate them further to the third tier. Instead, he took a moment to review the description of the second-tier ant clan barracks. At this point, looking at the introduction of the second-tier ant clan barracks, Mo could not help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, it was worth every resource spent. Chapter 68, Upgrading the Barracks, a significant enhancement for ant clan units. Mo was astonished. Building, ant clan barracks. Tier, second tier. Production speed of ant clan units, 2,000 units per minute. As Mo perused the introduction to the Tier 2 ant camp, a gleam of delight graced his countenance. Although upgrading to a Tier 2 ant camp only increased the production speed of the ant clan by a mere 500 units per minute compared to the Tier 1 camp, it was a monumental advancement. The Tier 2 camp now encompassed all existing varieties of his ant clan in its production line. Presently, he could summon soldier ants, acidic ants, undying ants, stone-eating ants, mucus ants, and mist ants, all of which had been evolved through his devouring prowess. What did this signify? It meant that even if Mo failed to locate more acidic mud monsters or carnivorous flowers for consumption, he would no longer fret over a shortage of acidic and mucus ants. 4. Regardless of the absence of these creatures for devouring and evolution, his ant camp could independently produce acidic and mucus ants. Furthermore, the Tier 2 ant camp enhanced the probability of generating high-tier ant units from 10 to 20. Previously, if among the 500 ants produced each minute, there were 150 soldier ants. Now from 2,000 ants, 400 could be soldier ants. The quantity of high-tier ant units had more than doubled. Moreover, within this new batch of 400 high-tier ant units, there was the potential for various types, including acidic ants, mucus ants, and stone-eating ants. In addition, the introduction of the Tier 2 ant camp indicated a probability of directly producing high-tier ants with a base rank of Tier 2, rather than the former Tier 0. Unlike the Tier 0 worker ants, these newly produced Tier 2 ants possessed considerable combat prowess. Mo would no longer need to have them consume the fountain of life and other resources to gradually level up. They could be directly incorporated into his legion and thrust into battle. The upgrade to the Tier 2 camp unexpectedly integrated all of his existing ant varieties into the production of high-tier units, a delightful surprise. This meant that even without finding more acidic mud monsters to consume, he would not have to worry about a decline in the numbers of his acidic ants during skirmishes with wild creatures. His current ant camp could autonomously produce acidic ants without the need to seek out acidic ant monsters for evolution. The same rationale applied to the other varieties such as mist ants, mucus ants, and stone-eating ants. Moreover, producing 400 high-tier ant units per minute was no insignificant feat. With 4 Tier 2 ant camps, he could amass 2.3 million high-tier ant units in a single day. Before the 4 Tier 2 ant camps, Mo gazed at the camp's introduction, murmuring to himself with eyes aglow. When he had first upgraded his territory to a middle-level village, it could only produce 5.7 million ants a day, with the majority being Tier 0 worker ants. The advanced unit, the marching ant, numbers only around 600,000. These zero-tier worker ants possess exceedingly weak combat capabilities, relegating them to resource gathering and transportation. Consequently, when facing first-tier acid ants in the morning, Mo must exercise utmost caution, personally directing the battle through the psychic network. However, upon upgrading his territory to a high-level village, Mo has merely enhanced 4 second-tier barracks, which collectively yield an astonishing 2.3 million advanced units in a single day. Moreover, within this impressive figure, a significant number of the advanced ants originated from a second-tier classification. Notably, this is merely the output from 4 second-tier barracks and not the limit of Mo's production capabilities. Presently, he can upgrade his barracks to the 3rd tier. Contemplating this, Mo eagerly anticipates the surprises that await him once all 4 barracks are elevated to the 3rd tier. Nevertheless, some doubts linger in Mo's mind. He recalls that prior to upgrading his territory, His ant species had already consumed and evolved into acid ants, slime ants, and stone-eating ants. Yet, he distinctly remembers that the first-tier ant barracks produced only marching ants as advanced units. Mo ponders this carefully. If that is indeed the case, then before upgrading his territory to a primary town, he must be vigilant. He should cultivate a greater variety of higher-tier ants with distinct talents before proceeding with the territory upgrade. This strategy would ensure that his ant barracks can produce a wider variety of advanced ant species, thereby enhancing his overall strength. The resources required to upgrade to a high-level village reach 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Undoubtedly, the resources needed for future upgrades to a primary town and intermediate town will be even greater. Each subsequent upgrade in territory tier will demand increasingly longer periods of time. Therefore, determining how to bolster the strength of his ant species to the maximum extent before ascending to the next tier becomes a pressing concern for Mo. After all, his ants are unique. Following a territory upgrade, the advanced units produced will differ from the existing species he possesses. The more diverse his current ant species, the greater variety of advanced units his barracks will yield upon the next territory upgrade. With his doubts resolved, Mo relaxes his previously furrowed brow and continues to construct and upgrade his territorial buildings. Territorial building, Spring of Life, tier, first, defense. Indestructible, water capacity, 2,000 units. Current quantity, 24, constructible quantity, 2. Proceed with construction. Mo promptly selects construct. Subsequently, he expends 22,000 units of stone and wood to elevate the Spring of Life to the second tier. Territorial building, Spring of Life, tier, second, defense. Indestructible, spring water storage, 4,000 units. Spring water recovery rate, 1 unit every 3 minutes. Upgrade all 4 springs of life to the second tier. At this moment, Mo's warehouse contains 56,000 units of wood and 137,435 units of stone. Chapter 69, New Troop Type, Bull Ants. A staggering 17 million ant warriors per day. Observing the ratio of wood to stone in his warehouse, Mo could not help but furrow his brow slightly. It seemed that the amount of stone he had exchanged was a bit excessive. What initially appeared to be a substantial 130,000 units of wood now seemed to dwindle rapidly. Merely upgrading the ant barracks and springs of life to the second tier had already reduced his wood supply to 56,000 units. At this moment, Mo felt a wave of relief, fortunate that he had not exchanged any wood for stone during the day. Otherwise, he would currently lack sufficient wood to upgrade the barracks to the third tier. Crucially, Mo had not anticipated that during the brief time he spent eating and preparing to upgrade his territory to a high-level village, all 212 of the stone beast armors he listed had been completely purchased. Had he realized sooner how lucrative the sale of his stone beast armors was, he certainly would not have exchanged all of them for stone. Fortunately, there still remained ample sturdy wood resources in the resource area. Moreover, his ant army had grown significantly stronger, with their numbers more than doubling. Thus, Mo was not overly concerned about the insufficiency of his wood resources. After all, just last night, his ant army had ventured into the sturdy wood resource area, and no formidable wild creatures were present. Shaking his head, Mo proceeded to prepare for the upgrade of the barracks to the third tier. Although upgrading the second tier barracks had brought substantial enhancements to his territory, it had not introduced any new basic ant troop types. Mo hoped that upgrading the barracks to the third tier would yield the flying ant troops he desired. Resources required for upgrading to the third tier barracks, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? The requirement of 10,000 units of both wood and stone for the upgrade to the third tier barracks made Mo click his tongue in astonishment. He then checked the resources needed to upgrade the springs of life to the third tier. As expected, upgrading the springs of life to the third tier also required 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Thus, his 56,000 units of wood would suffice only to upgrade 4 third-tier barracks and 1 spring of life. Mo shook his head, opting instead to spend 50,000 units of wood and 50,000 units of stone to upgrade all 4 barracks to the third tier and 1 spring of life to the third tier. Upon completion of the upgrades, the appearance of the ant barracks transformed once more. In addition to becoming taller, sharp spikes emerged outside the barracks. Mo gazed at the ant barracks before him. Territory building, ant barracks. Tier, third. Ant production speed, 3,000 units per minute. Upon reading the introduction of the third-tier ant colony barracks, Mo felt a twinge of disappointment. While a new advanced ant species, the bull ant, had been introduced, the flying ant species he so desired had not materialized. However, the production speed of the ant colony had increased dramatically by 1,000, reaching an astonishing rate of 3,000 ants per minute. This signifies that over the course of a day, the 4 third-tier barracks could produce an astounding 17 million ants, a truly formidable number. Simultaneously, With the upgrade to the third-tier barracks, the probability of producing advanced ant species had increased to 30. This implies that among the 17 million ants, over 5 million would belong to the advanced categories, including the soldier ant, bull ant, acid ant, mucus ant, and stone-eating ant. Moreover, there existed a chance that the third-tier barracks could directly produce advanced ants with an initial tier of 3. This realization instilled a slight sense of urgency within Mo Fei. Currently, the highest tier among his ant species was the stone-eating ant, which had a growth ceiling of 5 tiers. It appeared imperative for him to expedite the cultivation of ants with even higher growth ceilings. Otherwise, the newly produced ants would soon reach their maximum growth tiers, beyond which they could only enhance their potential through devouring and evolution. Given the vast number of ants, relying solely on devouring for evolutionary enhancement in a short time seemed impractical. This process would necessitate an immense quantity of items for consumption. Furthermore, merely consuming lower-tier wild beasts and materials would not suffice. They must devour creatures or high-tier materials exceeding their growth ceiling to have any chance of further evolution. Mo Fei shook his head. At present, the ant swarm was not capable of achieving this. Next, he turned his attention to the recently upgraded third-tier Fountain of Life. Territory building, Fountain of Life. Tier, 3rd. Defense. Indestructible. Water storage, 5,000 units. Water recovery rate, 1 unit per minute. The upgrade to the third tier did not bring about significant changes, with the sole modifications being the water storage capacity and recovery rate, alongside enhancements to the healing effects of the water. Nevertheless, this improvement was quite crucial for Mo Fei, particularly now that the population of his ants had surged once more post-upgrade. The existing lower-tier Fountains of Life, both in quantity and quality, were no longer sufficient to sustain his burgeoning army of ants. After sending his soldiers out again and closing the territory building panel, Mo Fei gazed at the mere 6,000 units of wood left in the warehouse before issuing another command to his ant army. Yes, my lord. With the addition of the recently produced 500,000 ant soldiers, a total of 3 million ants marched forth, resplendent and mighty, through the circular gateway at the front of the territory, disappearing into the thick fog beyond. Chapter 70, Refined Iron, an essential resource for upgrades. The rapid development has left the ant clan struggling to keep pace. After dispatching 300,000 soldiers to gather timber, Mo Fei turned his gaze towards his storage. At this moment, the warehouse contained a mere 6,000 units of timber, while the stone reserve stood at a robust 137,435 units. The quantity of stone was more than sufficient to elevate the remaining 3 life springs to the third tier, with ample resources to spare. Among the 300,000 soldiers, many were of the second and third tiers, significantly enhancing their carrying capacity. It was evident that the expedition to the sturdy wood resource area would deplete the remaining timber there. It appeared that starting tomorrow, some of the ant clan would need to venture forth in search of a new timber resource zone. Mo Fei sighed, shaking his head. Initially, he had believed that the sturdy wood resource area was abundant, expecting to gather nearly 1 million units of timber. However, he had not anticipated that the sheer number of his army would allow them to harvest half of the timber resources in a single outing. To ensure that his territory did not lag behind in development, he needed to take proactive measures and seek out the next timber resource site. Nonetheless, he mused, would 500,000 units of timber suffice to upgrade his territory to a primary town? He opened his lord's panel to check the resources required for upgrading from a high-level village to a primary town. Resources required for upgrading territory to the next tier. Primary town, 100,000 units of timber, 100,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron. The ant barracks. Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. Previously, he had almost believed that the ant barracks could not produce flying ant units, only achievable through devouring and evolution. To his astonishment, upgrading the territory to a primary town would unlock the ant barracks. Did this imply that once his territory ascended to the primary town tier, he could produce flying ants on a grand scale, akin to his current worker ants? The thought of being able to generate millions, even tens of millions, of flying ants filled Mo Fei with excitement. Undoubtedly, with the flying ant units, as long as they could also evolve through devouring like the ground-dwelling ants, they would become the primary force protecting his territory in the future, a crucial unit embodying roles of patrolling, reconnaissance, and ambush. However, as he noted the required resources for upgrading to a primary town, Mo Fei's exhilaration began to ebb. While he could easily acquire timber and stone, the refined iron posed a significant challenge. Upgrading from a high-level village to a primary town necessitated a staggering 10,000 units of refined iron. Glancing at the scant 100 units of refined iron in his warehouse, he frowned slightly. Gathering enough refined iron would prove to be a daunting task. Currently, there were nearly no lords selling refined iron on the spatial trading channel. Would he have to rely solely on his ant clan to seek out and mine for this elusive resource? Mo Fei shook his head. At present, the ant barracks had already been upgraded to the third tier. In the forthcoming days, the production of advanced ant warriors within the ant legion will witness a significant augmentation. My objective is to locate formidable wild beasts and consume them for evolution before these elite ant warriors reach their maximum tier. This endeavor will elevate the ultimate growth tier cap of my ants. Only by undertaking this, when my territory ascends to the status of a primary town, will my barracks be capable of producing ants of even higher growth tiers. The strength of my ant legion will consequently be augmented. To neglect leveling would be tantamount to halting the evolution of my ants, thereby squandering my boundless talent for devouring and evolving. Merely focusing on upgrading the territory tier, which inadvertently slows my ant's evolutionary progress, is akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Even if my territory ascends to a primary town, should the strength of my ants fail to improve, once the novice protection period concludes, survival will be a daunting challenge. Let alone competing with those lords who have awakened advanced warriors to vie for supremacy in the world. Such a course of action is undeniably foolish. At this juncture, Mo Fei has come to the realization that, as the territory tier rises, the strength of his ant legion remains disproportionately feeble. It is not that he is reluctant to continue upgrading his territory or dispatching ants to seek out iron or resources for mining. Rather, the rapid development of his territory has rendered his ant legion unable to keep pace with the current tier of his territory. During the granite mining today, Mo Fei observed that many of his ants are merely first and second tier, struggling even to mine granite, let alone tackle the more challenging iron ore. If the strength of his ants does not improve, even if he discovers iron or resources, he would be left helplessly watching. Hence, enhancing the strength of his ant legion has become imperative for Mo Fei. Soon, Mo Fei resolved that starting tomorrow, he would begin hunting high-tier wild beasts to nurture his advanced ants. Before the territory upgrades to a primary town, he aims to evolve his ants to at least the 6th or 7th tier. Additionally, the number of ants at his disposal has already reached an impressive 5 million. By tomorrow, the 4th third-tier barracks will produce an astounding 17 million ants in a single day. With such a multitude of ants, without impeding their leveling, I can allocate a portion to continue harvesting timber and stone resources, as well as seek out iron ore. After all, once the territory upgrades to a primary town, the quantities of timber and stone required for constructing new structures and upgrading existing ones will be monumental. The collection of these resources cannot cease. The more timber and stone, the better. Simultaneously, I can also utilize some of the surplus resources I gather. Before other lords elevate their territories to high-level villages and realize the scarcity of iron or resources, I must act decisively. Strive to exchange as much refined iron as possible. Thus, even if other lords elevate their territories to advanced villages in the coming 5 days, I shall still ensure that I possess the most refined iron. Chapter 71, A Message from a Friend, Jiang Yunling. Do you want refined iron? Currently, in the space trading channel, aside from Jiang Yunling, who was previously discovered by Mo Fei, there are no other lords offering refined iron for sale. However, this may not be due to a lack of discovery of refined iron resources by other lords, but rather that many lords' territories remain at the levels of beginner and intermediate villages. In comparison to refined iron, timber and stone are the resources they urgently need to mine. Refined iron becomes useful only when a territory is upgraded to a beginner town, and without a blacksmith shop to forge mining tools, extraction proves difficult. Nonetheless, as long as I present sufficient bargaining chips to procure refined iron, Mo Fei is confident that many lords who have upgraded their territories to intermediate villages and constructed blacksmith shops would be quite willing to mine refined iron for him. For instance, timber and stone resources are in high demand among many lords of beginner and intermediate villages. Alternatively, there are the finely crafted stone beast armors that vanished within mere 3 hours of being listed. For many lords, these too are highly coveted resources. My ant tribe may not have discovered refined iron resources and be unable to extract it, but that is of little consequence. In the realm of lords, there are countless ones. As long as the price I offer is high enough, Mo Fei believes that gathering 10,000 units of refined iron will not take long. Just as Mo Fei was about to close the lord panel, a message from a friend unexpectedly popped up. Upon opening the message, he found Jiang Yunling. I have 3,000 units of stone and 100 units of refined iron. Do you want them all? 3,000 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron. Mo Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after upgrading her territory to an intermediate village and constructing various buildings, Jiang Yunling still had 3,000 units of stone. Could it be that her territory is situated within a stone resource site? Otherwise, how could she mine so much stone in a single day? It is worth noting that without the granite blocks collected from the stone beasts, Mo Fei's ant army could only manage to extract about 2,000 units of stone in a day. Moreover, it is certain that Jiang Yunling's daily stone extraction far exceeds the 3,000 units she is offering for trade. Additionally, what astonished Mo Fei even more was that alongside the 3,000 units of stone, Jiang Yunling had also mined 100 units of refined iron. What does this imply? It suggests that Jiang Yunling has likely discovered a refined iron resource site. While mining stone resources, she possesses the capability to extract refined iron as well. Just as Mo Fei was lost in thought, Jiang Yunling sent another message. Apologies, I was just preparing a meal for my little dwarves and missed your message. I do not require a complete exchange. Simply trade as much stone as you have for the wood you possess. Regarding the 100 units of refined iron, if you find yourself short on wood, I can reserve it for you, ensuring it remains unsold to others until you acquire the necessary wood for the exchange. Mo Fei glanced at his warehouse, noting the mere 6,000 units of wood remaining. Within a dark cavern, a girl clad in a uniform, adorned with white knee-high socks and black square-toed shoes, her hair styled in twin ponytails, vigorously stirred a large pot with a spoon. Before her were 2 sizable cauldrons. Cautiously, she ladled a bit of broth from each pot, bringing it to her lips to sample with her delicate tongue. Jiang Yunling smacked her rosy lips, a satisfied expression gracing her exquisite, oval face. Setting down her spoon, she dashed outside the territory, calling out to the dwarves beyond. Uncle Redbeard, Uncle Rednose, Uncle Bearded. The meat stew is ready. You all take a break and summon everyone for a meal. Upon hearing her words, over 100 dwarves paused their mining. The leading dwarf, Redbeard, Rednose, and the bearded one, chuckled in response. All right. Wiping the beads of sweat from their brows, they stowed their picks and shouted to the others. The Lord has prepared the stew. Everyone rest a while, and we shall eat before resuming our work. Good. The dwarves replied, each shouldering their picks as they leaped down from the rocks. Noticing Jiang Yunling still standing outside the territory, Uncle Rednose called out from afar, Oh, splendid. They pushed their carts filled with stone to a corner of the territory, arranging them neatly. Jiang Yunling turned and returned to the 2 cauldrons, serving meat chunks to each dwarf. Several dwarves hurriedly joined her in assistance. Bowls brimming with large pieces of meat, exuding a mouth-watering aroma, were passed to the line of dwarves waiting. Lord, our numbers are ever increasing. Uncle Rednose remarked with a contented smile as he savored the broth. You cannot manage this alone. Starting tomorrow, let us assign 5 individuals to assist with the cooking. You may rest in your home. The bearded dwarf and Redbeard nodded in agreement. Munching on their meat chunks, the bearded dwarf further proposed, Indeed, we should station 2 guards at the entrance of our territory. Once the meals are prepared, the Lord need not call everyone personally. Let them relay the message. Redbeard and Rednose concurred. That is an excellent suggestion. Once our blacksmith shop is constructed, we can exchange the picks in everyone's hands, significantly enhancing our mining efficiency. We can also forge weapons, allowing us to form a guard unit for the territory, responsible for patrolling the surroundings and ensuring the safety of the territory and the Lord. As we gather more ore, we shall exchange for additional wood, enabling us to erect walls and arrow towers around our territory. Furthermore, we can dig some traps. Jiang Yunling sat quietly to the side, observing a group of diminutive figures engaged in animated discussion. With utmost seriousness, she held a notebook, meticulously recording the essence of their dialogue. Once the little folk concluded their conversation, she tucked away her notebook and turned her gaze toward a corner of the territory, where a cart brimming with stones awaited. With a mere gesture, she summoned the stones from the cart into the warehouse. Gazing at the 3,000 units of stone and 100 units of fine iron within the confines of the warehouse, she reopened her friend's list, only to discover an unread message from Mo Fei time-stamped 30 minutes prior. Eagerly, she clicked to read it. Mo Fei, how much stone and fine iron do you possess? Please trade all of it to me. I desire it all. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yunling hastily replied, My apologies. I was busy preparing a meal for my little companions and missed your message. I don't necessarily need to exchange everything. You can trade as much stone as you have for the wood you possess, she continued. As for the 100 units of fine iron, if your wood supply is insufficient, I can reserve it for you, refraining from selling it to others. Chapter 72, Jiang Yunling. I shall not fall prey to sweet temptations. It seems Mo Fei isn't so bad after all. Upon reading Jiang Yunling's message, Mo Fei paused, surprised to find himself in need of wood. After some contemplation, he responded, I can start by exchanging 100 units of fine iron with you. Jiang Yunling replied, Are you not interested in the stones? 100 units of fine iron could be exchanged for precisely 500 units of wood, sufficient for Jiang Yunling to construct her blacksmith shop. She readily agreed. Very well. Let us proceed with the exchange of 100 units of fine iron. At that moment, Mo Fei realized that after adding each other as friends, they could directly initiate trade requests without the cumbersome process of displaying items in the trading channel and designating trading partners. Upon receiving Jiang Yunling's request to exchange 100 fine iron for 500 wood, Mo Fei promptly traded the wood, accepting the fine iron in return. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mo Fei initiated another trade. Your friend Mo Fei has sent a trade request. Trade item, 4,000 units of wood. Designated exchange item, none. In the mine, Jiang Yunling blinked her beautiful eyes in disbelief at Mo Fei's trade offer, a look of confusion adorning her face. However, a sudden realization struck her. She did not immediately accept the 4,000 units of wood. Jiang Yunling, what do you wish to exchange for 4,000 units of wood? She was no naive girl, easily swayed by a mere trifle. She was a person of principle, impervious to anyone's sweet words. Mo Fei, the last fine iron you traded with me was undervalued. This is my compensation in wood. If one were to calculate according to the quantities of fine iron and stone required for upgrading the territory, refined iron should equate to at least 10 units of stone, if not more. Following the exchange rate between stone and wood, 1 unit of refined iron can be traded for a minimum of 20 units of wood. Therefore, when Mo Fei last visited Jiang Yunling's booth at the Dwarf's Haven, spending 500 units of wood for 100 units of refined iron, he indeed secured a remarkable bargain. Of course, Mo Fei harbored no qualms about taking advantage of others. However, if the individual in question were someone with whom he desired to establish a long-term partnership, the situation would be vastly different. The scarcity and significance of refined iron resources may not be apparent to Jiang Yunling at present, but Mo Fei comprehended it fully. It would not be long before Jiang Yunling upgraded her territory to a high-level village, at which point she would undoubtedly understand the true value of her previous transaction. If she were to realize she had been outmaneuvered by him, her willingness to continue the collaboration would be uncertain. Thus, rather than waiting for her to confront him later, it would be prudent to be forthright with her now. Simultaneously, Mo Fei harbored another thought. He wished to enlist Jiang Yunling's assistance in gathering refined iron resources. Therefore, honesty was the first step towards earning her trust and establishing a collaborative relationship. Meanwhile, within the cave, a moment of confusion struck Jiang Yunling. She found herself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't trading supposed to be voluntary? Was there truly someone who regretted a bargain, to the extent of compensating for the perceived loss? Jiang Yunling, really? After sending that message, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing her own puzzlement. Mo Fei had generously gifted her 4,000 units of wood. If not for the adjustment in the transaction for refined iron, what else could he possibly seek from her? Moreover, the exchange rate of 15 for refined iron and wood was established by her. Even if Mo Fei had chosen not to provide her with those 4,000 units of wood, she would have had no grounds for complaint. Now, gazing at the 4,000 units of wood that Mo Fei had traded, Jiang Yunling felt a twinge of guilt. She had previously assumed Mo Fei was not a person of good character. After all, Jiang Yunling believed that regardless of the quality of her awakened units, as a lord, one should not disdain their troops, nor should they name their territory trash unit territory. Conversely, in this perilous alternate world, the only foundation for a lord's survival and territorial development lay in their awakened units. Yet now, it appeared that Mo Fei was not as malevolent as she had presumed. If he were indeed a villain, would he be so honest as to disclose the true price of refined iron and bestow upon her 4,000 units of wood? The mere fact that he was not attempting to deceive her was a favorable sign. This was no trifling sum, 4,000 units of wood, particularly on the second day of entering the Lord's world, when resources of wood and stone were so scarce. The wood Jiang Yunling had traded with Mo Fei was scarcely sufficient for her recent territory upgrade. After constructing a dwarven barracks and a fountain of life, as well as unlocking a blacksmith shop and a synthesis workshop, Jiang Yunling found herself devoid of surplus timber to upgrade her domain structures. A total of 4,000 units of timber would suffice to elevate both dwarven barracks to level 1 and to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 1. It is worth noting that upon upgrading the blacksmith shop, the Lord would be able to forge equipment of exquisite quality. This would significantly enhance the mining efficiency of Jiang Yunling's dwarves. Just as Jiang Yunling hesitated over whether to accept the generous gift of 4,000 units of timber, Mo Fei sent another message. Mo Fei, is there an abundance of fine iron around your territory? I see you have mined a considerable amount of stone, and you should also be able to extract fine iron. You must have upgraded your territory to a medium village and constructed a blacksmith shop, providing your dwarves with several mining picks, correct? If there is plenty of fine iron in your vicinity, I would like to establish a long-term collaboration with you. Jiang Yunling was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. You want me to mine fine iron and trade it with you? Indeed. If you have fine iron, I can trade timber for it. However, if you feel that mining fine iron would detract from your time to gather stone for upgrading your territory, you may also trade fine iron for stone. Whatever you require, whether it be timber or stone, you may exchange with me for fine iron. Jiang Yunling replied. My territory is located within a mining cave. There is indeed an abundance of fine iron ore in the area you mentioned, though these ores are quite challenging to extract. The 100 units of fine iron I traded with you today were merely what my dwarves happened to acquire while mining stone. Currently, my blacksmith shop lacks the materials necessary to forge new mining picks for my dwarves, and their picks are nearing the end of their durability. Extracting fine iron would likely prove quite difficult. Jiang Yunling expressed her apologies. After a brief pause, she sent another message. Furthermore, my stone resources are rather limited at the moment. The 3,000 units of stone I possess are all that I have mined today. In order to craft better mining picks and extract fine iron, I must first upgrade my blacksmith shop. However, even after the upgrade, I will lack the resources to procure exquisite materials for crafting superior mining picks. Chapter 73. Dwarfs, let us forge more mining picks and extract fine iron. At this moment, upon seeing Jiang Yunling's message, Mo Fei was taken aback. So, you possess 3,000 units of stone and 100 units of fine iron. Yet you choose not to exchange these resources to upgrade your blacksmith shop or procure materials to craft your picks, but instead wish to trade everything for timber? In an instant, Mo Fei found himself momentarily perplexed by Jiang Yunling's reasoning. Unexpectedly, upon reading Mo Fei's message, Jiang Yunling felt quite aggrieved and pouted in annoyance. Hey, how can you speak to me like that? Are we not supposed to be partners? Had it not been for our prior agreement that I would first seek you out for trade with the stone and refined iron I extracted, I would have long since engaged in transactions with others. There was no need to wait until now. You don't suppose my stone would struggle to find buyers, do you? Let me enlighten you. On the spatial trading channel, the exchange rate for stone and wood stands at 13, and there are indeed buyers. Mo Fei felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. It turned out he had misjudged her. This girl was no fool, merely somewhat naive. Observing the messages from Jiang Yunling, one could discern the unmistakable tone of anger woven through her words. Yet, inexplicably, Mo Fei felt a warm sensation wash over him. Individuals like you, possessing such integrity, are a rarity. If you were to pursue a career in commerce, you would undoubtedly become a successful entrepreneur. Mo Fei sincerely complimented her. Jiang Yunling replied, spare me. A person like me would surely be swindled into bankruptcy if I ventured into business. She was not at all deceived by Mo Fei's flattering words. Do you still wish to exchange for the stone? If not, I shall trade it with others, Jiang Yunling stated. Mo Fei glanced at the two massive withered goat horns in his inventory, along with the remaining 500 units of wood. He withdrew everything and initiated the trade with Jiang Yunling. Your friend Mo Fei has initiated a trade request. Trade items. Withered goat horns, 2. Quality. Excellent material. Designated exchange items. None. Your friend Mo Fei has initiated a trade request. Trade items. 1. 500 units of wood. Designated exchange items. None. I possess 2 withered goat horns. Along with this 500 units of wood. This should suffice for you to upgrade your blacksmith shop and barracks, as well as to craft mining tools. Upon seeing Mo Fei's renewed trade request, Jiang Yunling was momentarily taken aback. Although she understood that Mo Fei must be quite wealthy, she had never anticipated such generosity, especially given that they had only conversed twice since her arrival in the Lord's world just 2 days ago. The audacity with which he offered such abundant resources, including 2 excellent grade materials, astonished her. If these goat horns were placed on the spatial trading channel, they could fetch around 2,000 units of stone. Did he not fear that she would take his resources and then remove him from her friends list? He had never even met her, yet he trusted her character so completely. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunling sent a message. I don't quite understand your intentions. Mo Fei replied, consider it a modest investment for me. You can repay these items once you have mined refined iron in the future. Jiang Yunling asked, aren't you concerned that I would take your resources and immediately delete you from my friends list? Mo Fei responded confidently, I believe in my judgment. Now, hurry and upgrade your territory's buildings. I must take my leave, he concluded, closing the chat interface with Jiang Yunling. Was 6,000 units of wood a lot? Indeed. It was substantial, although Mo Fei's territory was currently an advanced village. However, Mo Fei had yet to construct the blacksmith shop, synthesis workshop, and decomposition furnace. With 6,000 units of timber at his disposal, he had more than enough resources to build and upgrade these territorial structures. Yet, he deemed it worthwhile to invest these resources in Jiang Yunling. In this unfamiliar and perilous world, trust between individuals is exceedingly fragile, yet it can be effortlessly established. This is not a contradiction. Enhancing a situation is far less valuable than providing assistance in times of need. The more challenging the circumstances for another, the more readily trust can be cultivated through a helping hand. Conversely, should these 6,000 units of timber allow him to discern the true nature of a person, Mo Fei would still find it worthwhile. In all honesty, he did not consider these resources to be of great significance. Meanwhile, within the pitch-black cavern, only the golden glow of the territorial protection shield faintly illuminated the surrounding environment. Amidst the numerous dwarves in the territory, Jiang Yunling observed the timber and goat horns that Mo Fei had traded on her friend chat interface. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked to accept the trade. Gazing at the 6,000 units of timber and the 2 massive goat horns now in her inventory, Jiang Yunling rose to her feet. She first upgraded both of her barracks to the first level, then exchanged some materials in the spatial trading channel. Approaching the blacksmith shop, she upgraded it to the first level. Subsequently, Jiang Yunling placed the 2 giant goat horns and the recently exchanged materials into the blacksmith shop to forge mining picks. Before long, approximately 20 picks, shimmering with a blue glow, were crafted. Jiang Yunling retrieved the 20 mining picks from her inventory and, amidst the astonished gazes of the dwarves, addressed them, red-nosed uncle and the bearded fellow, take 20 of our strongest youths with these picks and mine for fine iron. Turning to the remaining dwarves, she continued, the rest of you should continue to gather stone for now. Once I have forged more and better mining picks, I will ensure that each of you has one, and then we shall all mine for fine iron. Ordinary mining picks struggle to extract fine iron, and thus Jiang Yunling had to make these arrangements. Only when she had a surplus of superior grade mining picks could her dwarves all mine for fine iron. Of course, the mine itself was a mixed resource site of stone and fine iron, with much fine iron hidden beneath the stone. Only by first depleting the surface stone could they access the fine iron below. Therefore, Jiang Yunling could extract both fine iron and stone simultaneously. Chapter 74. The Astonishing Abilities of the Bull Ant. Some lay idle, leveling up, while others ventured into the night. In the misty forest, within Mo Fei's territory. After closing the chat interface with Jiang Yunling, he turned his attention to the 4 barracks he had just upgraded. Soon, a formidable army ant, characterized by its enormous mandibles, emerged from the first barracks. This was a soldier ant. Mo Fei examined the details of this army ant species. Army ant, high-rank ant species. Rank, 2nd rank. Final growth rank, 5th rank. Quite a stroke of luck, indeed, as he had directly produced an army ant with an initial rank of 2. Furthermore, its ultimate growth rank was 5. Continuing his observations, after a series of low-ranked worker ants had appeared, Mo Fei's gaze shifted to the 3rd barack. There, he witnessed the emergence of an acid ant species. Acid ant, high-rank ant species. Rank, 1st rank. Final growth rank, 5th rank. Mo Fei barely glanced at the acid ant before his attention was captivated by a soldier ant that followed closely behind it. This was a species of ant that Mo Fei had never encountered before. Its mandibles were slightly smaller than those of the army ant, but larger than those of Mo Fei's other ant species. Additionally, its 6 legs were longer than those of the other ants, and its abdomen was the largest Mo Fei had ever seen. What was most striking was the glossy black stinger at the end of its abdomen, which surpassed all other ant species in size. It appeared exceedingly sharp and formidable. Ant species, bullhorn stinger ant. Rank, 3rd rank. Final growth rank, 5th rank. Moreover, the bullhorn stinger ant possessed longer and more powerful limbs than its counterparts, significantly enhancing its load-bearing capacity and endowing it with an astonishing leaping ability that was unparalleled among other ant species. This was an ant with an initial rank of 3 and a final growth rank of 5. Mo Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He commanded the bullhorn stinger ant to approach him. After the ant had assimilated his essence and established a close bond, Mo Fei promptly issued a command. Now, show me your leap. Upon receiving the command, the bullhorn stinger ant crouched slightly. In the next moment, to Mo Fei's astonishment, this ant, no larger than a thumb, suddenly propelled itself off the ground. It soared over Mo Fei's head, reaching an impressive height of over 3 meters before coming to a halt. 3 meters. Mo Fei's face was a canvas of disbelief, filled with joy as he beheld the bullhorn stinger ant before him. How could such a diminutive creature possess such terrifying leaping prowess? Just imagine, should they encounter large wild beasts, thousands, even tens of thousands of bullhorn stinger ants leaping into action simultaneously. What a sight that would be. Surely, even 5th or 6th rank large wild creatures would struggle to withstand such a coordinated assault. Their sharp stingers, laden with venom, would serve as formidable weapons against their foes. Coupled with the ground forces of the ant army, such as army ants and stone-eating ants, the simultaneous offensive would be nothing short of devastating. In the face of such circumstances, even the 5th or 6th tier wild creatures would find themselves at a disadvantage, utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense. The 4 third-tier ant barracks could produce 12,000 ants for Mo Fei every minute. Among these, there were 3,600 of the advanced ant species, including the newly emerged bull sting ants, acid ants, stone-eating ants, marching ants, slime ants, and mist ants. Through the mental network, Mo Fei communicated with the 3 million-strong ant army that was out gathering timber. Once assured of their safety, he felt a sense of relief. He procured a chair and settled beside the fountain of life, allowing the various ants produced by the barracks to absorb his essence and the vitality of the fountain. In truth, aside from the newly produced bull sting ants and marching ants, the other ant species, acid ants, slime ants, immortal ants, stone-eating ants, and the like, were inherently endowed with self-healing abilities, even when merely spawned from the barracks. After all, these ant species were Mo Fei's own, having evolved into immortal ants after absorbing the fountain of life, and subsequently improved by consuming wild creatures. When the barracks recorded these ant species, they already possessed the innate ability to heal. However, akin to the marching ants and bull sting ants, Mo Fei still permitted these self-healing ant species to partake in the nourishment of the fountain of life. With 1 third-tier and 3 second-tier fountains of life, the total water reserves had now reached 18,000 units. The recovery rate of the water was impressive. Collectively, the 4 fountains could restore 6 units every 3 minutes. Thus, adhering to the principle of not wasting what could be utilized, Mo Fei commanded all ants produced from the barracks to consume the fountain of life. Given that the fountain of life had increased in tier, even the immortal ants and acid ants, despite their natural self-healing abilities, would enhance these capabilities further by continuing to absorb the high-tier fountain's vitality. Simultaneously, their consumption of the fountain water would contribute to Mo Fei's energy points. Currently, Mo Fei's Lord tier stood at 4th tier, with energy points totaling 890,000, leaving him with a mere 110,000 points required to ascend to 5th tier. Meanwhile, within the realm of the ant army consuming the fountain of life, the sounds of energy point notifications echoed in Mo Fei's mind. The gap of 110,000 energy points was steadily diminishing. At the same time, across the lordly world, beneath the thick veil of night, many novice lords were still engaged in leveling their troops in the wilderness. With less than an hour remaining until the end of the second day in the lordly realm, the novice protection period for the lords was limited to 5 days, and their invulnerability was dwindling day by day. Many lords felt the intangible pressure from the various wild creatures lurking outside their territories. Thus, despite the inherent dangers of the night, they were compelled to take risks, cautiously sending their troops out to level up. For only by strengthening their troops could their territories attain a semblance of self-preservation. As the novice phase drew to a close and the invincible shield dissipated, they were finally able to confront the myriad of wild creatures lurking beyond their territory with composure, striving to survive the onslaught of these beasts. At this moment, within a realm set amidst the desolation of the wilderness, a faint golden barrier enveloped the land. Observing the triumphant return of his army of rampaging war elephants, Lin Feng exhaled softly from the balcony of his second-floor abode, a smile gracing his features. By now, Lin Feng's territory had ascended to the status of a mid-level village, and he had dispatched nearly 300 war elephants for training purposes. Although 3 of these magnificent creatures had perished and over 20 were injured, with several tusks broken, the losses paled in comparison to the gains he had reaped. On the balcony, as he meticulously assessed the count and condition of his war elephants, glancing at his lordship rank and the resources stored in his treasury, Lin Feng took a deep breath, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The following day promised the potential of advancing to a 5th-tier lord. Lin Feng mused, surely, some must be employing cheats. On the previous night, Lin Feng had prudently refrained from sending his war elephants out to train. However, after countless lords sacrificed their troops during their explorations, a vital piece of intelligence about the nocturnal world of lords emerged. Prior to midnight, the likelihood of encountering dark creatures in the wild was markedly reduced, and most of these lurking beings were of lower tiers, primarily 2nd, 3rd, or 4th tier. The chances of encountering creatures of 5th tier or higher were relatively slim. Yet, post-midnight, the prevalence of 6th tier and above dark beings surged, with 8th and 9th tier creatures becoming commonplace, and even those of royal tier occasionally making an appearance. Thus, after elevating his territory to 2nd tier status, Lin Feng ventured to send his 300 war elephants forth into the night, embracing the adage that fortune favors the bold. To his astonishment, the rewards from training at night were indeed substantial. Observing his lordship rank, he noted, Lord, Lin Feng. Lord rank, 3rd tier. Energy points, 35, 463, 100, 000. It was noteworthy that when night fell, his rank had only just reached the 3rd tier, yet in a single evening, Lin Feng's energy points had surged by over 30,000, a staggering increase. Turning to the spoils in his treasury, he discovered thousands of units of carnivorous provisions, including hundreds of superior quality meats and over 30 pieces of exquisite quality. The materials were equally impressive. Lin Feng possessed a dozen blue-grade materials of exceptional quality. Though he had lost 3 more war elephants, totaling 8 casualties including those from the day, the remarkable increase in his lordly energy points, alongside the diverse materials acquired and the enhanced rank of his war elephants, rendered the venture exceedingly profitable. He reveled in the bounty of his endeavors that night. Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Despite his minor losses, the gains he had achieved were far more substantial. After all, in the pursuit of leveling up, some sacrifices of troops were inevitable. This was not merely a game, it was a tangible reality. Even though he had lost 8 war elephants, he still had a considerable number remaining, 285, to be precise. By tomorrow, he would have an additional 120 rampaging war elephants at his disposal. Gazing at the injured rampaging war elephants on the grass, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. They should all partake in the life spring to heal their wounds. Tonight's tasks had come to an end. A good rest was in order, for they would continue their leveling journey at dawn. The 200-plus rampaging war elephants lifted their heads to glance at their lord on the balcony, emitting soft whimpers. Turning to the nearby life spring, they consumed the rejuvenating waters, silently mending their injuries. At that moment, Lin Feng cast a glance at the troop information panel atop the rampaging war elephants' heads and let out a discontented hum. Their loyalty had decreased by 3 points merely for venturing out to level up? Were they unaware that such outings not only bolstered their strength, but also enriched their experience against wild beasts? He muttered under his breath, feeling a pang of regret as he retrieved 200 high-quality pieces of meat and over 200 ordinary ones from his warehouse, tossing them onto the grass below. Addressing the rampaging war elephants, who were diligently healing themselves at the life spring, Lin Feng smiled and exclaimed, "You all have truly exerted yourselves during tonight's leveling. Once you have healed, enjoy a hearty meal and rest well." The moment the rampaging war elephants spotted the high-quality meat on the grass, their spirits brightened. They raised their heads and let out grateful sounds, their eyes filled with appreciation. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at them and nodded slightly before retreating into his room. He had realized that enhancing the loyalty of his rampaging war elephants was as simple as providing them with high-quality meat. However, with such a large number of them, the daily meat supply was no trivial matter. He felt a twinge of concern. He would only offer them high-quality meat when their loyalty began to wane. As for the exquisite-grade meat, he had no intention of sharing it with the rampaging war elephants. After all, he possessed only about 30 pieces himself, and giving them away would be a waste. It was far better to reserve them for his own consumption, as a single exquisite-grade piece could significantly boost his energy points. Trading them in the space exchange channel would attract numerous lords eager to redeem them. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng eagerly opened the leaderboard. That evening, his energy points had surged by over 30,000. Among his rampaging war elephants, the one with the highest rank had reached the 4th tier. He anticipated a few more spots gained in the rankings. However, as he opened the Lord tier leaderboard, upon witnessing the Lord ranked at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. First place, inferior troop territory, Lord rank, level 4. What on earth? In just a day, the inferior troop territory has reclaimed the top spot. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The inferior troop territory not only held the highest rank, but was also among the few lords whose rank had reached level 4. Apart from the inferior troop territory, only the Thunderstorm Bear territory and the Holy Light territory had achieved this level of lordship. Lin Feng quickly shifted his gaze downward, finally locating his name in the 9th position. 9th place, War Elephant Realm, Lord Lin Feng, rank, level 3. Compared to yesterday, not only had his ranking not improved, but it had actually declined by 1 position. How could this even happen? Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, as he stared at his ranking. Internally exclaiming that this was absolutely impossible, the Lord rank leaderboard suddenly experienced a shift. The Lord occupying the 1st position, the inferior troop territory, saw its rank surge from level 4 to level 5. At that moment, Lin Feng was rendered speechless, his eyes glazed over. Level 5. The Lord of the inferior troop territory reached level 5 on the 2nd day of the Lord's world. Is this even human? At this juncture, observing his own accumulation of over 30,000 energy points, Lin Feng felt a wave of discontent wash over him. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, a staggering 100,000 energy points were required. Even if he were to exert himself for an entire day, Lin Feng could not assure himself that he would ascend to a level 4 lord. Moreover, the energy points necessary to elevate from level 4 to level 5, though unknown to him, would undoubtedly exceed the 100,000 mark by a considerable margin. It might even require 500,000 or even 1,000,000 energy points. And yet, merely on the 2nd day of the Lord's world, the Lord of the inferior troop territory had ascended to level 5. Surely, this individual is not exploiting some sort of cheat. What kind of troop has he awakened to achieve such rapid advancement? Chapter 76, Level 5 Lord. A new day, the hunt begins. Within the misty forest, your undying ant has consumed the mist, energy points increased, evolving into the mist ant. Your marching ant has consumed the mist, energy points increased, evolving into the mist ant. Your energy points, 1. Your energy points, 1. Your energy points are at maximum for the current rank. You may upgrade. Please open the Lord panel to elevate your rank. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Mo Fei, seated in a chair with his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, opened them in surprise. He accessed the Lord panel and glanced at his rank. Lord, Mo Fei. Rank, level 4, upgradable. Energy points, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Energy points at maximum. Mo Fei clicked on the button. Suddenly, a radiant golden light emerged from within him. Mo Fei instantly felt a powerful force surging into his body. As the golden glow dissipated, he glanced at his rank. He had ascended to the 5th tier lord. On the following day in the realm of lords, he became the first among billions to break through to the 5th tier. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, aware of the immense power now residing within him. At that moment, even without any weapons or armor, he felt confident that he could obliterate the stone-eater beast dwelling on the granite mountains with his bare hands. At the gates of his territory, a vast army of ants appeared, a formidable force of 2 million mist ants that had evolved after consuming the forest fog. Seeing their return, Mo Fei nodded slightly and instructed the ants currently feeding on the fountain of life to spare 2 of its sources. He then commanded the 2 million evolved mist ants to join the ranks for consuming the 3rd-tier fountain of life. As for the newly produced ants from the barracks, after they had fed on the fountain, he directed them to venture forth and gather energy points from the fog. Around the same time as the previous day, shortly after 4 in the morning, Mo Fei received news of the return of 3 million ants that had been gathering timber. Rising from his bed, he donned a coat and stepped onto the grass. There, he beheld the returning army of 3 million ants, standing in formation on the grasslands. Each ant soldier proudly bore a piece of dark red wood in its mandibles, as if showcasing their spoils of war. Well done, my soldiers. Mo Fei acknowledged with a slight nod. With a flick of his finger, he summoned all the wood from their mandibles into the warehouse, instantly boosting the timber resources from 0 to 500,000. He urged the 3 million ants to hasten their consumption of the fountain of life to replenish their strength and facilitate further evolution. Report to me, my lord, they relayed. While gathering timber resources, we encountered some first-tier green leaf snakes hidden among the sturdy trees. However, we sustained minimal losses and easily dispatched them, eliminating a total of 145. A considerable number of green leaf snakes fled upon realizing the danger, but we remained focused on our task of collecting timber as per your instructions. They continued. We noticed several massive shadows moving within the mist. However, they were quite astute. When the advanced scouts detected the enormous shadows, the subsequent timber-carrying ants halted their progress. It seemed the shadows were oblivious to their presence. Once the shadows passed, they resumed their transport of wood. You have performed admirably, Mo praised, nodding in delight upon hearing the ant army's report. Since advancing in rank, his ant army had not only grown stronger but also wiser, demonstrating an impressive ability to evade formidable foes. Opening the Lord panel, Mo glanced at his current energy points. Energy points, 10, 261,000. Indeed, the energy points had increased significantly. However, noticing that the requirement to upgrade from a 5th-tier lord to a 6th-tier lord was set at 10 million energy points. Mo's lips curled slightly. It seemed that in order to swiftly ascend to the 6th tier, he would need to seek out formidable wild creatures to slay. Otherwise, merely vanquishing 1st and 2nd-tier wild beasts, relying on his ant clan's ability to consume the fountain of life and the mists, would likely take him 4 to 5 days to accumulate sufficient energy points for the upgrade. As for the ant clan's army, the indigenous 1st-tier green leaf snakes in the sturdy wood resource area mentioned earlier came to mind. Mo's gaze flickered momentarily as he pondered. He then turned his attention to the recently produced 100,000 bull-headed stinging ants. He intended to exhaust the timber resources in this sturdy wood area, and it was imperative to clear out these 1st-tier green leaf snakes as well. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Nothing should go to waste. Moreover, the 1st-tier green leaf snakes would serve as excellent training fodder for his bull-headed stinging ants. After all, the tails of these ants bore venomous stingers. If they consumed the 1st-tier green leaf snakes, they might mutate and enhance the potency of their stingers. With this thought, Mo promptly made a decision. At dawn the following day, he would dispatch a portion of the ant clan army to harvest the remaining timber resources in the sturdy wood area, while simultaneously sending the 100,000 bull-headed stinging ants along. Firstly, he aimed to assess the combat prowess of this new ant species. Secondly, he wanted to determine whether they could undergo mutation after consuming the 1st-tier green leaf snakes. After arranging for the ant clan army to consume from the fountain of life, Mo expended 30,000 units of wood and stone to upgrade the remaining 3 fountains of life to 3rd tier. Additionally, he contemplated further and used 500 units of wood and stone to construct a blacksmith shop, a synthesis workshop, and a decomposition furnace. At this point, he found himself well endowed with wood and stone resources. The construction of these 3 facilities was a precaution. One never knows when they might come in handy, especially the synthesis workshop. Currently, the materials his ant clan could not consume were primarily of the refined grade or above. Once he accumulated enough refined materials, he could synthesize them in the workshop, potentially yielding epic-grade materials. As dawn approached, Mo felt surprisingly alert after reaching the 5th-tier lord status. Returning to his room, he prepared himself a breakfast. By the time he finished eating, it was precisely 6 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten. After washing up, he stepped outside. Soldiers, are you well rested? A new day has begun. Chapter 77, The Million Ant Army. Target, 5th-tier wild creature, blazing fire ape. On the 3rd day of the Lord's world. At 6 in the morning, Mo emerged from his house and onto the grassy expanse. At that moment, the grass was still adorned with dewdrops, and the thick fog in the misty forest was gradually dissipating. Over 9 million ant warriors had already formed their battle formations according to their respective divisions. Standing resolutely in the center of the grassy expanse, poised for action, taking a deep breath of the verdant, fresh air, Mo proclaimed, "Soldiers, are you well rested? A new day commences. Esteemed Lord, we await your command," echoed the spirited voices of the ant soldiers, brimming with enthusiasm and valor. Excellent, Mo nodded. With over 9 million ants, each legion comprising at least 100,000, there were a total of 92 ant legions. He promptly began issuing commands. Legion 899091 and 92 of the Undying Ants. Your task for this morning is to continue extracting the remaining timber from the hardwood resource area. Once you have completed your extraction, contact me through the mind link, and I shall provide further instructions. Additionally, Legion 4849 of the Bull Stinger Ants. Your mission this morning is equally straightforward. Accompany the Undying Ant Legions 89 to 92 and safeguard their journey to the hardwood resource area for timber extraction. Remember, all greenleaf serpents and any 1st to 3rd tier wild beasts encountered in the hardwood resource area are your targets. Spare none. Leave no flesh behind. Devour them all. Esteemed Lord, we pledge to fulfill the mission. With 4 Undying Ant Legions and 2 Bull Stinger Ant Legions, over 600,000 ants surged forth upon receiving their orders. Next, Mo continued to relay instructions to the remaining ant legions. Legions 50 to 88 of the Undying Ants, Mist Ants, along with the Acidic Ants, Marching Ants, and Slime Ants, as well as Legion 1 of the Stone-Eating Ants. Your task today is to continue quarrying stone from the granite mountain and to slay the stone-eating beasts residing there. Upon your arrival at the granite mountain, I will personally guide you in the battle against the stone-eating beasts through the mind link. Nearly 5 million ants received their orders and marched forth through the grand archway at the front of their territory. Finally, Mo Fei surveyed the remaining 36 ant legions. Among them were 13 undying ant legions, 8 marching ant legions, 10 mist ant legions, 2 acidic ant legions, and 3 slime ant legions. Additionally, he had deliberately retained a portion of 4th-tier stone-eating ants and marching ants, totaling over 6,000. In all, there were more than 360 million ant warriors. Today, their assignment was of utmost significance. Remaining soldiers, heed my command. Proceed to the southwest of the territory, where your scout companions await you. Mo Fei inhaled deeply and continued. They will guide you to locate injured high-tier wild beasts. Of course, they may not be solitary creatures. Your objective is to eliminate these wounded high-tier beasts. Devour them. This task is perilous. Yet, it also serves as a test of your abilities. I hope you will succeed. The ant army, ignited with fervor, resonated with a robust affirmation through the mind link. We vow to pass the test. Rest assured, Lord. Watching the last of the ant legion depart, Mo Fei stood in the center of the grassy field, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, hope, trepidation, and concern intermingled. To the southwest of his territory, approximately 20 kilometers away, lay 2 clusters of formidable wild beasts, the thunder wolves and the fire apes. Both factions were numerous. On the first day, Mo Fei dispatched his ant soldiers to explore the enigmatic mist forest. He had already discovered their presence. Over the past 2 days, he had instructed his soldiers to remain hidden in the territories where these 2 groups of high-tier monsters frequently clashed over dominion, observing their every move. The gathered intelligence indicated that the thunder wolves numbered around 40, while the leader of the fire apes was estimated to be of 5th rank, nearing the 6th. Overall, the fire apes were somewhat weaker than the thunder wolves, yet their numbers exceeded those of the latter significantly. According to Mo Fei's ant scouts, despite the skirmishes resulting in losses on both sides, several fire apes and a few thunder wolves perished. The fire apes still boasted a population of at least 70. Moreover, the dense trees of the mist forest provided ample cover, rendering the thunder wolves unable to exert their full prowess. Mo Fei understood all too well that with the current strength of his ant legion, they were ill-equipped to confront either faction directly. The majority of the fire apes were 4th tier, capable of launching fireballs the size of fists from their claws, while the 5th tier leader could unleash fireballs even larger than its own head. On the thunder wolf side, each wolf was enveloped in blue arcs of electricity when it first stood on end. During their assaults, they could direct these arcs toward their foes. Mo Fei's ant soldiers had witnessed a fire ape inadvertently struck by a thunder wolf's electric arc, rendering it rigid, and the once agile creature was swiftly torn apart by the wolf's claws. However, Mo Fei had no intention of having his ant legion confront these wild beasts head-on. The thunder wolves and fire apes were embroiled in fierce territorial disputes, both sides suffering varying degrees of injury. Thus, the objective of sending over 360,000 ant soldiers into the fray was to seek out solitary or injured fire apes or thunder wolves, aiming to hunt them down. For the time being, Mo Fei dared not engage with the thunder wolves. These creatures typically roamed the ground in pairs or larger groups, rarely straying alone. Should danger arise, they would call for their companions with a howl. Consequently, Mo Fei's target was the beleaguered fire apes, who, despite their preference for gathering in groups, were at a disadvantage against the thunder wolves. After days of conflict, many fire apes had sustained injuries from the wolves' relentless assaults, rendering them hesitant to congregate in large numbers due to the looming threat posed by their adversaries. Due to their larger size, they are more susceptible to the electric arcs of the thunder wolves. Hence, the fire monkeys are dispersed. The target of the Mo Fei ant army this time is the severely injured fire monkeys. Chapter 78. The fierce bullhorn-stinging ant and the third-order serpent king. Both the gravely injured thunder wolves and fire monkeys do not appear on the front lines of battle. They have been relocated to the rear of their respective clans. Under Mo Fei's command, the scouts of the ant clan, numbering a dozen, had already ascertained the locations of the injured thunder wolves and fire monkeys by yesterday. The injured thunder wolves are situated beside a stream in the forest. This stream, while referred to as such, is quite substantial, with a water surface over 2 meters wide, flanked by tall aquatic vegetation. At the same time, 4 thunder wolves are tasked with guarding their wounded comrades, vigilant of the surroundings. Conversely, the injured fire monkeys have taken refuge in a very concealed cave, situated approximately 10 meters above ground. The area between the cave and the ground is filled with sharp, jagged rocks, forming a steep ascent that only the fire monkeys can navigate. Confident that the thunder wolves cannot discover their hideout, the fire monkeys have stationed 2 of their kind in the forest below to monitor the surrounding conditions, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of various creatures in the vicinity. However, they seldom linger near the cave entrance, seemingly wary of revealing its location. This, however, presents an opportunity for Mo Fei, as the sun disperses the mist within the forest, casting its rays upon the verdant grass of Mo Fei's domain. The ant clan barracks have produced over 1 million soldiers. At this moment, The first contingent of the ant army has reached the hardwood resource area. Sensing the mental network conveying messages from the army, Mo Fei opens the mental connection, and the air before him ripples like water. Soon, the scene of the hardwood resource area unfolds before Mo Fei's eyes. Over 600,000 soldiers stand on a barren piece of land that once thrived with tall hardwood trees, now reduced to mere stumps. The stumps bear the marks of the ants' relentless gnawing. Before the massive ant army lies a small grove of hardwood trees, still capable of yielding over 200,000 units of timber. Let us begin with the trunks. Gnaw at 10 trees at a time, no more. Mo Fei commands. Gazing at the lush grove, simultaneously, he instructs 2 divisions of bullhorn stinging ants to split into 2 contingents of 10,000, preparing for battle. The undying ant legion swiftly ascends the 10 hardwood trees upon receiving the command. As the massive trunks are gradually gnawed down by the soldiers, they begin to sway precariously, as if on the verge of toppling. Yet, no green leaf serpent emerges. Boom. In the next moment, as the first hardwood tree crashes down, dozens of green leaf serpents suddenly slither out from among the green leaves, cascading towards the ground. However, they could never have anticipated it. On the ground, 20,000 bullhorn ants had been waiting for quite some time before Mo Fei could issue a command. As the green leaf snakes descended to within 2 meters of the ground, the bullhorn ants sprang forth like fleas. In the blink of an eye, dozens of green leaf snakes were completely covered by these relentless ants, with an average of over 30 bullhorn ants clinging to each snake. Before the green leaf snakes could even touch the ground, the bullhorn ants launched their assault. Their sharp, black stingers plunged mercilessly into the flesh of the green leaf snakes. Subsequently, the bullhorn ants opened their razor-sharp mandibles and began to feast upon the snakes. By the time the green leaf snakes hit the ground, their bodies were already drenched in blood. Awaiting them were even more bullhorn ants below. In less than a minute, dozens of green leaf snakes had vanished completely from Mo Fei's sight, leaving not even a trace of their existence. The ferocity was staggering. The bullhorn ants seemed not yet satiated, and soon a sturdy tree came crashing down. From the fallen tree descended over 100 green leaf snakes. The bullhorn ants, poised on the ground, sprang up in unison, intercepting the snakes mid-air. As this new batch of over 100 green leaf snakes landed, they met the same grim fate as their predecessors. Within a minute, they were utterly consumed by the voracious bullhorn ants. Your ant colony has devoured a first-tier green leaf snake. You gain 3 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a first-tier green leaf snake. You gain 2 energy points. Your ant colony devours. With each sturdy tree that fell, Mo Fei's mind echoed with notifications of the ant colony consuming green leaf snakes. The undying ant legion worked methodically, toppling tree after tree and breaking them down into manageable pieces of wood. Meanwhile, the bullhorn ants patiently awaited the arrival of their prey. It was a scene of remarkable coordination and harmony. Suddenly, a massive green leaf snake dangled from the tree. Its body arched in midair, its elongated, cold eyes fixated on the ant army below, while its red tongue flicked menacingly, emitting a terrifying hiss. The enormous green leaf snake opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of venom from its massive fangs. Instantly, thousands of undying ants in proximity to the tree root were drenched in the toxic liquid. On the ground, the ants and the surrounding grass sizzled as white smoke began to rise from the poison earth. Under the corrosive effect of the venom, the once green grass rapidly blackened and decayed, releasing a putrid stench. Mo Fei's undying ant soldiers began to fall one by one, rendered motionless. Species, Green Leaf Snake King. Tier 3rd. Could there truly be a Green Leaf Snake King? In his territory, Mo Fei stood momentarily stunned as he beheld the unfolding scene. And at that moment, with the emergence of the Green Leaf Snake King, the atmosphere shifted. Surrounding the sturdy trees, numerous green leaf snakes hung down, their bodies coiled in midair, tongues flicking in and out, emitting a hissing sound. Any ant that approached the roots of these robust trees would be met with a spray of venom. Mo Fei's expression turned icy. He immediately commanded the undying ant legion to cease the collection of timber resources. Subsequently, he issued orders to the bull ant legion, ascend the trees, and eliminate the serpent king. 200,000 bull ants dispersed, encircling the colossal sturdy tree where the green leaf snake king concealed itself. Among them, approximately 60,000 bull ants served as the vanguard, swiftly advancing towards the roots of the tree from all directions. As the bull ants drew near, the hissing of the green leaf snakes intensified, a clear indication of their agitation. With the Serpent King leading the charge, it unleashed a torrent of venom, prompting countless green leaf snakes to open their mouths and spray venom down at the bull ants below. If it were the undying ants or the previous marching ants initiating such an assault, the onslaught of venom would have resulted in the loss of thousands of ant soldiers. However, it was the bull ants that surged forward. Though their mandibles were not as large or sharp as those of the marching ants, their leaping ability was unparalleled among Mo Fei's ant troops. One by one, the bull ants leapt like fleas, ascending into the air. As the venom rained down, white smoke rose from the grass below, turning the green blades black and decayed. Yet, on the ground, not a single bull ant lay dead. At this moment, all 60,000 bull ants had successfully perched upon the massive trunk of the sturdy tree. They did not pause for breath. In the fleeting moment when the enormous green leaf snake king and its surrounding smaller brethren lost their focus, the bull ants rapidly closed in on the serpent king along the tree's vast trunk. Hisses. Finally, when the bull ants were within 3 meters of the serpent king, it detected their presence. However, it was too late for the serpent king to prepare another venomous attack. Its massive tail, hanging from the branch, swished through the air, carrying a foul stench as it swept towards the bull ants, aiming to knock them off the tree. Yet, it was evident that its judgment was flawed. Just as the serpent king's colossal tail approached, countless bull ants leapt into the air to meet the oncoming gust, landing upon its tail. Hiss! In the next moment, the serpent king emitted a cry of agony. Thousands of bull ants landed on its tail, their sharp, dark stingers piercing through the gaps in the serpent king's scales, plunging deep into its flesh. Simultaneously, a multitude of bullhorn ants leapt gracefully, evading the sweeping tail of the leaf-green serpent king, and landed directly upon its coiled form suspended in midair. One by one, the bullhorn ants unfurled their razor-sharp mandibles and began to voraciously gnaw at the serpent's body. Under the relentless assault of their formidable jaws, the scales of the leaf-green serpent king were soon torn away, plummeting to the ground like dark green plates the size of an infant's palm. The serpent emitted a pained hiss, echoing its distress. Countless bullhorn ant soldiers reveled in the feast, eagerly devouring the flesh where the scales had fallen away. Some particularly fierce ants had even ventured into the serpent's very insides, simultaneously witnessing their king besieged by the ants. Numerous leaf-green serpents slithered down from the sturdy trees nearby, intent on providing rescue. However, the 140,000 strong bullhorn ant army awaited them on the ground. No sooner had a single leaf-green serpent reached the earth than dozens of bullhorn ants descended upon it. Your ant tribe has consumed a first-class leaf-green serpent. You have gained 4 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a first-class leaf-green serpent. You have gained 3 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a second-class leaf-green serpent. You have gained 47 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a second-class leaf-green serpent. You have gained 88 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed. Before long, with the bullhorn ant's relentless consumption, the enormous leaf-green serpent king, hanging from the sturdy tree, revealed many of its skeletal structures, its body appearing as though it would be severed by the ant's incessant biting. Unable to sustain its weight any longer, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust billowing into the air. Yet, the bullhorn ants were unyielding. A fresh wave of them joined the feeding frenzy. It wasn't long before the colossal leaf-green serpent king was stripped bare, down to its very bones. Your ant tribe has consumed a third-class leaf-green serpent king. You have gained 2,888 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a leaf-green serpent. Energy points have increased, causing your bullhorn ants to mutate. Your ant tribe has consumed a leaf-green serpent. Energy points have increased, elevating the rank of some of your ant tribe. In Mo Fei's mind, the notification chimed. Before him, as the massive form of the leaf-green serpent king vanished entirely, all the leaf-green serpents in the vicinity had been eradicated by the bullhorn ants. Containing his exhilaration, Mo Fei commanded the Undying Ant Legion to continue harvesting wood, before finally opening his troop panel. There, a new species of ant was displayed, the venomous stinger ant. Ant tribe species, venomous stinger ant. Final growth rank, 5th rank. Description: a high-tier species of ant mutated from the bullhorn ant after consuming a first-class venomous leaf-green serpent. The venomous stinging ant has inherited all the capabilities and attributes of the bull ant, and due to its consumption of an abundant number of first-order green leaf serpents, the toxicity of the venom within its abdominal sac has been greatly enhanced. The name venomous stinging ant is indeed quite fitting. After reviewing the introduction of the venomous stinging ant, Mo Fei nodded in satisfaction. It appears that his decision to have the bull ant consume the green leaf serpents was exceedingly astute. In this battle, the bull ants managed to eliminate approximately 7,000 to 8,000 green leaf serpents. At this moment, through the mind network, Mo Fei sensed that around 2,000 of his bull ants had mutated into venomous stinging ants. The number of mutations was remarkably high. Simultaneously, several first and second-order bull ants had directly advanced by 1 rank after the battle. Furthermore, dozens of third-order bull ants, in their fervent consumption of the third-order serpent kings, had upgraded to 4th order due to their voraciousness. Mo Fei understood that if other soldier types, such as the army ants or acidic ants, had undertaken the task of consumption, the number of mutations into venomous stinging ants would surely not have been as substantial. Although these soldier types possess stingers, they lack venom sacs. Thus, a greater quantity of consumed green leaf serpents would be necessary for their mutation into venomous stinging ants. Mo Fei accessed his lordship panel. Energy points, 301, 481, 000. The energy points obtained from annihilating the green leaf serpent horde were quite significant, directly augmenting his energy points by nearly 30,000. Undying Ant Legion. Assemble a troop of 10,000. I have new orders for you. Mo Fei commanded. He summoned 1,000 undying ants from those currently harvesting hardwood resources. Esteemed Lord, please issue your directives. 10,000 undying ants ceased wood collection and gathered in a small formation in an open area. From this moment forth, Your task is to seek out the next source of timber. Mo Fei instructed. Yes, my lord. They then dispersed into units of 1,000 ants, quickly vanishing into the forest. With the ants searching for timber resources departing, Mo Fei continued to issue commands to the ant army still gathering wood. Although he had no shortage of timber resources, he did not cease his collection and search efforts. The surplus timber could be exchanged for other necessary resources, such as fine iron. After the complete eradication of the green leaf serpents, the hardwood resource area posed no further danger. After observing the ant swarm gathering wood for a while, Mo Fei connected his mind network to 2 other ant armies. The 5 million ant army heading towards the Granite Mountain was still en route, estimating it would take about half an hour more to arrive at the Granite Mountain. Mo Fei noted that along the way, the ant army had encountered several 3rd and 4th order wild creatures. However, upon sighting the ant army, these creatures fled in terror. Remembering Mo Fei's directive regarding the mining of the Stone Mountain, the ant legion did not pursue the wild creatures. Instead, they simply devoured a few misfortunate wild beasts obstructing their path before continuing their journey. Another contingent of the ant legion, headed southwest towards their territory, also progressed quietly. However, their movements were significantly more subdued. The grand army of 3.6 million ants was divided into 3 waves, led by 20,000 marching ants, while the remainder advanced in batches. After all, the fire apes and thunder wolves they intended to ambush were relatively high-tier wild creatures. Mo Fei had expressly instructed them to maintain silence. Should the thunder wolves and fire apes sense their approach and prepare defenses, the element of surprise would be lost. Chapter 80. The Lord's Dilemma. Should one prioritize territory development or upgrade troop types? Mo Fei, I desire both. Observing the ant legion's journey became somewhat tedious. Mo Fei closed the mental network and opened the World Communication Channel. On the World Communication Channel, brothers, I have a question. Should we prioritize resource collection for territory development? Or should we first eliminate wild creatures to level up and enhance our troop strength? Same here. Today marks the 3rd day in the Lord's world, and my territory has just upgraded to an intermediate village. I'm quite torn over this issue. Should I gather resources or focus on hunting wild creatures to level up? Upgrading from an intermediate village to an advanced village requires 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. This quantity is simply immense. If my troops devote themselves entirely to resource gathering from now, perhaps by the 6th or 7th day, my territory could upgrade to an advanced village, allowing me to construct an additional 2 barracks or so. However, this would mean my troops would miss the opportunity to level up once the novice protection period ends. If my troop strength has not improved, even with 2 more barracks producing soldiers, I fear they will lack the power to defend my territory. But if I focus on leveling up, the growth potential of my troops is rather limited. Even if their tier increases, they will not awaken any particularly formidable troop talents. Conversely, during the process of hunting wild creatures and leveling up, my troops will inevitably suffer some losses. By the time the 7-day novice protection period concludes, I may not have many troops remaining. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. I too am deeply conflicted. If I concentrate solely on leveling up, my territory's development will surely lag behind those lords who prioritize resource gathering. When others upgrade to advanced villages, our intermediate village will effectively lack 2 barracks, resulting in a direct halving of the number of troops produced daily. It is an exceedingly difficult choice. Ultimately, the crux of the matter is that the 7-day novice protection period is too brief, leaving our soldier numbers still underdeveloped. Everyone's troop count remains quite low. Focusing on resource collection for territory development means there are no surplus soldiers available for leveling up, hampering the rapid enhancement of troop strength. To engage in hunting wild creatures for leveling up means there are no surplus soldiers to gather resources, thereby slowing the pace of territory development. Oh, if only the novice protection period could be extended a bit longer, perhaps around half a month, we would likely be less troubled. By then, the troops under our command would be more numerous and composed of stronger advanced units, which we could send out to level up. Meanwhile, the newly produced, weaker low-tier units could be dispatched to gather resources. How splendid that would be. Alas, I truly envy those who have awakened non-humanoid advanced units. Their troops are inherently unsuitable for resource gathering, bred solely for slaughter, allowing them to focus solely on leveling up. The higher the tier of the unit, the more potent their awakened talents become, and the materials harvested from defeating wild creatures can be exchanged for resources to upgrade their territories, facilitating rapid development. Indeed, those who have awakened low-tier units face a similar plight. Without high-tier equipment, their leveling losses can be substantial. Thus, during the early stages of development, they too must concentrate on enhancing their territories. Once their territory S-tier is elevated and a blacksmith shop produces advanced equipment, they can then focus on leveling up and experience swift progression. We, the awakened units with our middling tier lords, are the most afflicted. Let everyone decide for themselves. Regardless, I shall commence leveling up. If my unit's strength does not improve, once the novice protection period concludes and wild creatures invade my territory, I shall be left to await my demise. I too shall proceed. Haha, I fare well. The geographical location of my territory is advantageous. with no particularly formidable wild creatures nearby, so I shall gather resources first. I too opt for resource gathering, although it carries some risk. Being able to construct 2 barracks ahead of others means my troop count will be double theirs in just one day. As the number of troops increases, leveling speed will accelerate, and soon the unit tiers will catch up. In the world communication channel, some lords are grappling with the dilemma of whether to develop their territories first or level up their troops. After all, the resources required to upgrade a territory to a high-level village are not insignificant. Moreover, post-upgrade, constructing various territorial buildings also demands a considerable amount of resources. Striving to upgrade to a high-level village sooner will inevitably hinder troop leveling speed. However, upgrading to a high-level village allows for double the barracks and the capability to upgrade various buildings. The blacksmith shop can forge higher-tier equipment, and the barracks can produce a greater number of units, with an increased probability of advanced units appearing. This temptation is equally immense. In a situation where most lords have a limited number of units, they must choose one path or the other. Some advocate for leveling up first, while others wish to prioritize territorial development. At this moment, observing the lords debating in the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei smiled faintly. The choice between developing territories or leveling up troops seems to present no conflict for him. After all, the number of ant units under his command has already surpassed 10 million. While cultivating his ant legion, he simultaneously gathers various resources. This is precisely what he is engaged in at present, leveling up his troops and developing his territory, both of which are essential to him. My lord, we have arrived at the Granite Mountain. The message from the ant army echoed through the mind link. Mo Fei promptly shut off the World Communication Channel and shifted his focus to the Granite Mountain. The mountain remained largely unchanged since yesterday, with vast granite formations dotted with numerous stone caves. Regiment 25, 26, and 27, disperse. Locate the caves harboring the stone-eating beasts. Mo Fei commanded. 300,000 ants separated from the main swarm, subsequently dividing into smaller contingents that ventured into the mountain's depths. My lord, we have discovered a cave containing a stone-eating beast. Another troop reported. My lord, we have also found a cave here. Came another message. The vanguard of the marching ants soon relayed a stream of updates to Mo Fei. With the ant barracks upgraded to Tier 3, the numbers of acid ants, slime ants, and stone-eating ants under Mo Fei's command had multiplied tenfold since yesterday. Swiftly, Mo Fei devised a strategy, amalgamating these ant troops with the marching ants and the undying ants into cohesive battalions. They would simultaneously assault 20 caves known to shelter stone-eating beasts. Naturally, in regard to these creatures that aided in the extraction of granite, Mo Fei adhered to the principle of not exterminating them as long as they posed no threat. After all, with such an abundance of granite on the mountain, relying solely on his ant army for extraction would be a protracted endeavor. The assistance of stone-eating beasts would significantly expedite the collection of materials. Under the onslaught of nearly 3 million ants, some stone-eating beasts chose to resist. For these defiant creatures attacking his legion, Mo Fei unhesitatingly commanded his army to eliminate them and gather their armor. Conversely, for those that fled in fear, he instructed his ants to intimidate them into continuing the granite extraction. Chapter 81. Is the ant legion being targeted? 6th tier monster tribe, amphibious frogmen. After slaying dozens of stone-eating beasts, the coordination of the ant assault became increasingly adept, requiring little oversight from Mo Fei. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 million undying ants, not engaged in battle, proactively undertook the task of transporting granite blocks. Observing this, Mo Fei felt reassured and prepared to shift his focus to the ant legion ambushing the thunder wolves and fire monkeys. At that moment, however, Mo Fei received an urgent message from the ant army stationed in the hardwood resource area. Upon switching perspectives, he discovered that all the hardwood in the area had been completely harvested by his legion. Esteemed lord, we have observed several peculiar creatures stealthily trailing our troops. They have followed us for approximately 1 kilometer. At this moment, the message relayed to Mo Fei came from the bull ant legion tasked with protecting the harvesting teams of the ant tribe. Strange wild creatures? They had been trailing his ant army all along. Mo Fei furrowed his brow slightly, and then his expression darkened abruptly. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Were these wild creatures eyeing his territory? As they followed the army transporting timber resources, they would inevitably discover his domain. These creatures were indeed targeting his territory. Thus, the 3 consecutive days of harvesting sturdy would have drawn the attention of unknown wild beasts towards his ant tribe. Continue advancing, do not slow your pace. Mo Fei issued a new command to his ant army. Furthermore, he instructed that a small group of companions, perhaps a mere dozen, remain behind. He was determined to uncover the nature of these creatures. The ant army obeyed the command and pressed onward, while a handful of soldiers from the bull ant legion concealed themselves among the crevices of stones, beneath dry leaves, in the underbrush, and beneath tree roots. Shortly after the ant army departed, Mo Fei's gaze caught a sudden rustling in the green foliage of a nearby bush. Then, 3 creatures with large, flat heads and wide mouths emerged into his line of sight, wielding stone forks bound to wooden shafts. The 3 wild creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. With toad-like heads and oversized mouths, their bodies were cloaked in a shade of green akin to that of leaves. Their skin appeared smooth. Yet their heads and backs were covered in an array of green warts of varying sizes. As they gazed toward the direction of the ant army, the three creatures stood still, their mouths agape, revealing tongues extending over half a meter, dripping with a repulsive slime. What concerned Mo Fei the most was that each of them grasped a wooden stick and a fork fashioned from stone in their webbed hands. This was the first time Mo Fei had encountered wild creatures capable of crafting and wielding weapons. Species: amphibious frogmen. Final growth tier: Tier 6. Description: a species residing within the misty forest, living in groups and typically preferring habitats near water, such as rivers and swamps. Amphibious frogmen possess a certain level of intelligence, capable of weapon making and cooperating in the joint hunting of other creatures. Additionally, they harbor venom sacs on either side of their mouths, with their saliva and the warts on their backs containing potent toxins. They particularly enjoy coating their weapons with saliva using their tongues to hunt their prey. Tier 6 Wild Beasts. Amphibious frogmen. Mo Fei's expression darkened further. It was evident from the saliva oozing from the frogmen that they had already deemed his ant army as their potential food source. Moreover, it was likely that the threat to his ant army extended beyond these three frogmen, encompassing an entire tribe of them. The thought of this made Mo Fei's head throb. For the intelligence displayed by these three amphibious frogmen was unmistakably high. The distance between them and their own ant army was consistently maintained at a relatively safe and considerable length. Should a command be issued to allow the bullhorn stinging ant legion to launch an attack, it was feared that these three amphibious frogmen would swiftly detect the threat and make their escape. It was quite unexpected that my ant legion could also be regarded as prey by other wild creatures. Within my territory, as I observed the silhouettes of the three amphibious frogmen vanishing into the underbrush, Mo Fei murmured to himself, his gaze flickering. From the appearance of these three amphibious frogmen, it became evident that my army of 600,000 ants was insufficient to instill fear in them. The reason for their lack of trepidation towards the ant swarm likely stemmed from their perception of my legion as merely a common ant colony inhabiting the misty forest. Thus, they even seemed inclined to follow my vast ant legion in search of the so-called ant nest. This led to the conclusion that the frogman tribe behind these three individuals must be quite substantial in size. Should I allow them to continue trailing my ant legion, thereby revealing the secrets of my territory? Mo Fei's expression displayed a hint of hesitation. However, he soon shook his head. Although my territory currently enjoyed the invulnerability of a novice protection period, attracting the attention of a large 6th-tier frogman tribe was hardly a favorable development for me, especially considering the relatively weak state of my ant forces, which lacked the capability to contend with a 6th-tier wild creature tribe. If these amphibious frogmen were to discover my territory and position themselves around it, how would my ants gather resources and train over the coming days? It would become exceedingly difficult to venture outside. Mo Fei swiftly reached a decision. Furthermore, it was time for my misty ant army to come into play. This would effectively prolong the time it took for the amphibious frogman tribe to uncover my territory. I would thus have ample opportunity to develop and strengthen my ant legion. Mo Fei was not naive enough to believe that the amphibious frogman would remain oblivious to his territory. As long as his territory remained within the misty forest and he continued to expand it, while his ant legion ventured forth to gather resources and train, it was inevitable that they would eventually encounter the amphibious frogman tribe. It was wise to prepare in advance. Once his ant forces grew stronger, breaking into the amphibious frogman tribe would not be an impossibility. Chapter 82. Devouring the Frogman. Mutation again. Paralyzing venom-stinging ant. Discovering the cave, concealed by mist. Although these three amphibious frogmen possessed a degree of intelligence, eliminating just 3 of them was an exceedingly simple task for Mo Fei. As the ant legion navigated between 2 towering trees, Mo Fei laid an ambush, ordering 2 bullhorn-stinging ant legions to ascend the trees and conceal themselves on the far side of the trunks. Subsequently, the 3 amphibious frogmen, caught completely off guard as they appeared beneath the trees, were overwhelmed and devoured clean by the bullhorn-stinging ant legion. Your ants have consumed a 3rd-tier frogman. Energy points increased. Your ants' ranks have been elevated. Your ants have consumed a 4th-tier frogman. Energy points increased. Your ants have undergone a mutation. Upon receiving the prompt echoing in his mind, Mo Fei felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely consuming 2 4th-tier amphibious frogmen would result in a mutation among his bull ants. Upon accessing the troop panel, he discovered a newly emerged unit within his ant army, the paralytic venom ants. Ant species: paralytic venom ants. Final growth tier: 5th tier. Description: a new species evolved from the high-tier unit, venom-stinging ants, and bull-stinging ants, after consuming 2 4th-tier amphibious frogmen. The paralytic venom ants inherit all attributes and abilities of both venom-stinging ants and bull-stinging ants, while also acquiring one of the amphibious frogmen's innate talents, paralytic venom. Paralytic venom: the venom stored in the venom sacs of the paralytic venom ants, which not only possesses lethal toxicity but also induces paralysis, causing enemies to experience both poisoning and immobilization. Paralytic venom. As Mo Fei read the description of this newly mutated species, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The mutated paralytic venom ants were undeniably formidable. Their venom had not only intensified in potency, but also now carried the added effect of paralysis. At present, the number of mutated paralytic venom ants stood at a mere 82, quite a limited quantity. Given their diminutive size, their effectiveness against larger wild beasts would likely be constrained. However, Mo Fei harbored no concerns. He was confident that once he upgraded his territory to the next tier, the primary town, the paralytic venom ants would be incorporated into the production of higher tier units in the barracks. At that point, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of paralytic venom ants. While the impact of 80 paralytic venom ants was minimal, what of 8,000, 80,000, or even 800,000? Even 6th tier or 7th tier wild beasts would find themselves overwhelmed if struck simultaneously by the venomous stings of 80,000 paralytic venom ants. Even if they did not succumb to immediate death, they would undoubtedly be rendered paralyzed and incapacitated, issuing commands for the undead ant army transporting timber to accelerate their pace. Mo Fei left several bull-stinging ants along the way to maintain vigilance, ensuring no other frogmen lurked in the shadows, watching his ant forces. The bull-stinging ants he dispatched encountered no traces of other amphibious frogmen. Well done, soldiers. You have labored tirelessly. Go and rejuvenate yourselves at the Fountain of Life. The ant army proceeded to replenish their stamina at the Fountain of Life. Turning his attention to his warehouse, he noted an additional 230,000 units of wood had been amassed. Coupled with the previous 500,000, Mo Fei's wood reserves had surged to a staggering 730,000. Simultaneously, having confirmed that no other amphibious frogmen were trailing his ant army, he allowed the troops to rest and regain their strength. Mo Fei shifted his perspective to the southwestern contingent of his ant army, where the vanguard forces were currently stationed. A legion of 20,000 army ants has successfully reunited with the ant soldiers previously left by Mo Fei, nestled within the hollow trunk of a dead ancient tree. Having entered the territory of the fire monkeys, Mo Fei commanded the rear ranks of the ant army to divide into 3 groups and penetrate the expansive hollow of the colossal dead tree. Before long, approximately half an hour later, the entire ant army had infiltrated the hollow trunk. Subsequently, Mo Fei ordered the mist ants to exhale their mist as a veil, ensuring the safe passage of the ant army into the jungle. Under the guidance of ant scouts, they pressed onward towards the lair of the fire monkeys. In the dense thicket, a staggering force of nearly 4 million ants advanced, forming a lengthy, sinuous black line. By Mo Fei's command, the vanguard of the army ants, along with the pathfinding ant soldiers, selected dense underbrush as their route. Meanwhile, in areas devoid of foliage, Mo Fei had dispatched mist ants in advance to generate mist, facilitating the passage of the subsequent ant forces. As they drew nearer to the cave concealing the wounded fire monkeys, 2 figures of the fire monkeys leapt among the branches overhead, vigilantly guarding against the appearance of any large creatures in the jungle. However, the 2 fire monkeys, bounding between the trees, could not have anticipated that nestled among the fallen leaves and underbrush below lay a force of 20,000 ants, silently observing them. When the fire monkeys moved on to survey another area, the ant army sprang into action once more, swiftly navigating through the region. Meanwhile, Mo Fei had left behind a dozen or so undying ants to monitor the situation, primarily tasked with keeping watch over the 2 vigilant fire monkeys. Upon the passage of the ant army, they proceeded towards a previously scouted hiding place established by the vanguard. Some of these hiding spots proved too small to accommodate the 360,000 ants. Yet Mo Fei remained unfazed. Under his orders, the ants that could not conceal themselves utilized their pincers to gather fallen leaves from the ground, draping them over their bodies. Thus, all the ant soldiers, brandishing leaves to obscure their forms, stealthily approached the lair of the fire monkeys. The cave rested high on a cliff, approximately 10 meters above, its base steep and littered with sharp rocks. However, for the ant army, these jagged stones posed no threat. They advanced with the army ants leading the charge. But this time, Mo Fei deployed the mightiest stone-eating ants at the forefront. Following closely behind were 2 legions of mist ants, succeeded by the stone-eating ants, numbering around 6,000. Within the ranks, over 4,000 stone-eating ants have attained the 4th rank. Following the stone-eating ants, there are 3 mixed legions of slime ants and 2 of acid ants, along with the mist ant legion and the undying ant legion. Chapter 83, Devouring the Fiery Ape. Evolution, 6th rank fire-spraying ant. A legion of marching ants, numbering in the tens of thousands, swiftly ascends the steep cliffs. Their antennae gently sway, seeking the scents within the cave and observing the entrance's circumstances. Fortunately, after a brief reconnaissance, the forward scouting ants at the cave's entrance found no fiery apes on guard. Mo Fei shifted his perspective to the marching ants that had reached the cave entrance, confirming the absence of any fiery ape. Only the red fur, scraped against the stones at the entrance, was visible, along with faint sounds emanating from within the cave. After signaling safety, 2 mist ant legions quickly followed into the cave. Along their path, they laid down a thick veil of mist. Under Mo Fei's orders, the 2 mist ant legions advanced further into the cave's depths. cloaking the entrance in a layer of dense fog. Subsequently, concealed by the mist, the stone-eating ants, slime ants, and acid ant legions all reached the cave entrance in succession, forming a formidable array. Mo-Fei continued to lead with the marching ants as scouts, while the mist ants prepared the fog to shroud the army's movements. Gradually, they advanced deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, a fiery ape with a charred left arm detected the encroaching mist from the entrance. A flicker of confusion crossed its eyes as it propped itself against a stone and slowly rose, gazing at the swirling mist. The fiery ape hesitated for a moment before curiously approaching. In the next instant, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the fog. The roar of the fiery ape abruptly ceased. Within the mist, a multitude of stone-eating ants and slime ants crawled over the smooth stones, leaving behind a solitary white skull, pushed onward by the advancing tide of ants toward the depths of the cave. The roar of the fiery ape had alerted its kin within the cave. Soon, before the mist, appeared several fiery apes, some limping with injuries, others adorned with green ichor and large wounds, while some bore the scars of battle, half their fur singed. Approximately 20 fiery apes now stood, their expressions a mix of confusion and caution, fixated on the emerging mist. The sound of the ant army's movement rustled through the fog. Hearing this sound, the bolder fiery apes ventured closer, letting out a piercing roar. The remaining fiery apes were startled, their gazes fixating on the injured leg of this particular ape, instantaneously revealing terror etched across their faces. Upon observing the leg of the fiery ape, one could see it infested with countless ants, each larger than a thumb. They swarmed in dense clusters, easily numbering in the hundreds. With a roar, the fiery ape turned and leaped, extending its arms in a desperate plea for assistance from its companions. However, from the ground, an overwhelming tide of black ants surged forth, swiftly ascending its body and engulfing it entirely. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the remaining fiery apes retreated in sheer terror. A few of the less severely injured apes managed to leap onto a nearby rock, pounding their chests while emitting urgent, low growls. Simultaneously, they extended their arms, flames flickering to life in their palms. Yet, before they could hurl the fiery projectiles, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the dense fog. The shrill sound waves swept through the cave, fracturing the rocky walls and the stones beneath the feet of the fiery apes. All the fiery apes, including those poised to unleash their fireballs, were no exception. They clutched their ears in agony, some crouching down while others tumbled from their perches. The most gravely injured among them, upon experiencing the sonic onslaught, lost consciousness in an instant. As the fiery apes suffered under the assault of the sound waves, a vast swarm of ants erupted from the mist, charging from every direction, ground and rock alike, towards the disoriented apes, their ears still ringing and minds blank. Your ant colony has devoured a third-tier fiery ape. Your energy points, 700. Your ant colony has devoured a third-tier fiery ape. Your energy points, 655. Your ant colony has devoured a fourth-tier fiery ape. Your energy points, 4,300. Your ant colony has devoured a fourth-tier fiery ape. Your energy points, 7,212. Your ant colony has devoured a fifth-tier fiery ape. Your energy points, 21,333. Your ant colony has devoured. A notification echoed in his mind regarding the consumption of fiery apes by the ant colony. The hunt for the fiery apes unfolded even more smoothly than Mo-Fei had anticipated. However, he was not particularly surprised, for these fiery apes had already sustained injuries from their previous encounter with the Thunder Wolf. Among them, several bore grievous wounds, their abdomens gaping with entrails exposed. The wounds on the fiery apes provided prime opportunities for his ant colony's assault. Mo-Fei observed as a dozen stone-eating ants burrowed into the open wound of one fiery ape, which had been struggling moments before but now succumbed to its fate. Writhing on the ground in anguished cries, they could not even muster a single fireball before being overwhelmed by the relentless army of ants. Soon, within the cavern, all 26 fiery apes had been consumed by the ant horde, not a single hair left untouched. In that moment, Mo-Fei received yet another notification of ant evolution. After devouring the fifth-tier fiery apes, your ant colony has amassed sufficient energy points, allowing for an elevation in rank. Indeed, after consuming the fifth-tier fiery apes, your ant colony has undergone yet another evolution. Mo-Fei's expression was one of delight as he opened the troop panel. Ant species, fire ant. Final growth rank, 6th tier. Description: a new species evolved from the high-tier ant species, stone-eating ant, mucus ant, acid ant, and marching ant, having devoured the 5th-tier fiery ape. The fire ant has inherited all attributes and abilities of its predecessor species, while also acquiring the fiery ape's fireball summoning talent. Fireball summoning talent. Your fire ant has garnered the favor of the fire element, enabling it to summon fireballs of varying sizes to launch attacks based on its own strength. Chapter 84. Prospects of the ant colony as firepower coverage. Rapidly enhance the strength of the ant colony and embark on daring ventures. The fire ant, evolved from the devoured fiery apes, can easily be distinguished from other ant species. Not only is the fire ant a 6th-tier species, but it is also somewhat larger than its counterparts, its color having transformed from black to a dark crimson. At this moment, after consuming 26 fiery apes, the number of fire ants under Mo Fei's command had reached 500. Additionally, many originally 4th-tier stone-eating ants had ascended to the 5th tier after devouring the fiery apes. The fire ant is a 6th-tier species. Once again, the growth ceiling of my ant colony has been elevated. As Mo Fei gazed at the panel of the fire ants, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. Observing the scene before him, the fire ants, now dark crimson and distinct from other ant species, sparked within him a desire to test their newfound ability to summon fireballs. Fire ants, utilize fireballs to attack the stones before you, Mo Fei commanded. 500 fire ants lined up, opening their mandibles. After approximately 3 seconds, fireballs began to materialize above their heads, each roughly the size of a child's fist. The fire ants reared up, and hundreds of fireballs soared forth, striking the stone before them. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, flames erupting. When the firelight subsided, the stone, measuring about 1 meter in length and width, had been reduced to fragments. The power of the fireballs is astounding. Mo Fei wore a look of astonishment. Momentarily taken aback, he silently rejoiced at his foresight in dispatching the Mist Ant Legion to shield his ant army. Without the cover of mist, his ant army likely would not have stealthily infiltrated the cave with such ease, nor would they have effortlessly resolved the battle against the 20-odd fiery apes, who were unable to unleash a single fireball. Had those fiery apes been able to launch fireballs, any random strike would have potentially decimated his ant colony. Now, shrouded in the veil of mist, I have successfully vanquished over 20 fire monkeys, several of which were of the 5th rank, while my ant army suffered fewer than 300 casualties. Although the fireballs conjured by the fire ants may not be as grand in scale as those of the fire monkeys, their potency is by no means negligible. When 500 fire ants unleash their fireballs simultaneously, the destructive power they generate is roughly equivalent to that of 50 fire monkeys. Observing the remarkable feats of my fire ants, I feel quite satisfied. However, I am somewhat discontented with the time it takes for the fire ants to gather their fireballs, which is approximately 3 seconds. How splendid it would be if they could unleash them instantaneously. I wonder if, as the rank of my fire ants increases, they might shorten the time required for conjuring fireballs and achieve instantaneous release. If they could do that, my fire ants would effectively transform into a mobile, infinite barrage of fireball artillery. Wait a moment. It seems they are not truly infinite. How many fireballs can you currently launch in succession? I pondered for a moment. For fireballs, it seems rather minimal. If they were 3rd-rank fire ants, that number would likely be halved. 7 or 8 would be more acceptable. Nevertheless, even if the number of fireballs my ant army can unleash is limited, I am not overly disheartened. After all, the sheer quantity of my ant army compensates for the inadequacy in fireball production. Once my ants consume a few more fire monkeys, or when my territory upgrades to a junior town, I will have barracks to produce more fire ants. Once I am able to amass 100,000 fire ants, I can divide them into 3 squads for successive assaults. This would enable an unending barrage of fireballs. Moreover, with each round, we would unleash tens of thousands of fireballs upon our adversaries. What 5th or 6th rank wild monsters could withstand such overwhelming firepower? Even 7th rank monsters would struggle to endure the relentless bombardment of my fire ant army. I issued a command. Beneath the cover of the mist, 2 creatures foolishly leaped from branch to branch, entirely oblivious to the fact that all the injured fire monkeys from their home had already been consumed by the ant army directly beneath them. Initially, I contemplated whether to utilize the advantageous mist to launch an ambush within the fire monkey's lair, the cave. However, after consideration, I realized there were quite a number of fire monkeys outside, over 70. Moreover, these were largely uninjured, and there could potentially be 6th-rank fire monkeys among them. Ambushing within the cave would be exceedingly perilous. Even if successful, my ant army would likely suffer significant losses. Ultimately, I dismissed this notion. After all, I am not in a hurry. As long as the thunder wolves and fire monkeys continue their battle, the number of casualties on both sides will only increase. When the time comes that there are wounded fire monkeys in the cave again, I shall strike with a surprise attack then. How delightful that would be. With this thought in mind, observing the ant legion, currently nestled within the withered trees and awaiting his command, Mo Fei was suddenly reminded of the thunder wolves that had battled the fire apes. Given that approximately 30 injured fire apes lay within the cavern, it was reasonable to deduce that the number of wounded thunder wolves would be similarly substantial. The fact that his ant army had consumed the fire apes effectively aided the thunder wolves. Should he also extend assistance to the fire apes by devouring the injured thunder wolves? After careful contemplation, Mo Fei concluded that it was indeed prudent to do so. Failing to act could lead to a scenario where the fire apes, weakened by his army's consumption, would be unable to withstand the thunder wolves. If the fire apes were to flee, where would he find other high-tier wild beasts for his army to devour? Conversely, even if the fire apes chose to confront the thunder wolves until the bitter end, could they still muster any resistance when their strength had already been overshadowed by the thunder wolves? Should the thunder wolves eliminate the fire apes on the spot, all would be consumed, leaving no opportunity for his ant legion to feast. Hence, it was essential to balance the power dynamics between the two factions. allowing the fire apes and thunder wolves to continue their struggle. Only in this way could his ant army consistently feed on the injured fire apes and thunder wolves, facilitating rapid advancement. Chapter 85. A surprise attack on the thunder wolves, utilizing familiar tactics. The location where the injured thunder wolves had taken refuge was soon discovered by Mo Fei's ant soldiers, with an additional 500 fire ants now in his ranks. Mo Fei's confidence in his army's ability to consume the thunder wolves grew significantly. After the battle with the fire apes in the cavern, he had realized how effectively his mist ants could shield the army during their offensive maneuvers. Switching perspectives, Mo Fei established contact with the ant soldiers lurking near the injured thunder wolves and promptly issued his orders. He commanded the ant legion to mobilize and converge with the soldiers monitoring the thunder wolves. The intensity of the battle between the two wild factions was palpable. Caution was paramount. They must not be discovered. Conceal themselves with blades of grass. The ant legion set forth, traversing the conflict zone between the fire apes and thunder wolves. Yet they remained vigilant. Even though the two factions appeared to be engaged in a fierce struggle, their attention was likely diverted, thereby reducing the chances of detection for the stealthy ant army. Nevertheless, Mo Fei instructed his soldiers to gather some grass to cover their bodies, enhancing their safety during their advance. The thunder wolves, surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning, were quite a sight to behold. Mo Fei, gazing at 4 or 5 thunder wolves adorned with electric halos not far from him, felt a surge of excitement. He mused to himself, if his ants were to consume the thunder wolves, would they acquire their electrical abilities? This power not only appeared dazzling, but also possessed immense potency, evidently surpassing the fireballs hurled by the fire apes. Silently, the ant legion crept past the tumultuous battlefield where the fire apes and thunder wolves clashed fiercely. Soon, the army of ants converged with the soldiers monitoring the injured thunder wolves by the riverbank. The location where the thunder wolves tended to their wounded companions was upstream. Under the guidance of one of the ant soldiers, the army made its way along the riverbank towards the water's source. Throughout this journey, Mo Fei encountered no signs of wild creatures. Evidently, this territory had already been claimed by the thunder wolf pack. Tall grasses and reeds adorned the riverbanks, providing excellent cover for the ant army, rendering them nearly invisible. Thus, Mo Fei felt no need for the same caution he had exercised during the ambush of the fire apes. The ant army quickened its pace until it was approximately 50 meters from the resting place of the injured thunder wolves. At this point, Mo Fei ordered the army to slow their advance and approach stealthily. The area where the injured thunder wolves were stationed was guarded by 4 of these creatures, known for their acute hearing and sense of smell. This precaution was taken to prevent any alertness from the vigilant wolves. Of course, the ants also possessed a keen sense of smell. Even before nearing the perimeter of the 4 guarding wolves, the ant army detected the foul odor emanating from the wolves, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood. As they quietly approached the resting place of the injured thunder wolves from the thicket of reeds, Mo Fei observed the scene through the foliage. Numerous carcasses of fallen wild creatures littered the ground, while several injured thunder wolves feasted on their remains, tearing flesh and devouring it voraciously. It appeared they were hastily consuming their meals to facilitate their recovery. Mo Fei counted 13 injured thunder wolves in total. Meanwhile, his army of ants was drawing ever closer. The vanguard of marching ants was merely 6 or 7 meters from the nearest wolf, which, surprisingly, seemed oblivious to their presence. However, Mo Fei was not anxious to confront these injured wolves, for he understood that the greatest threat to his army did not lie with them, but rather with the 4 wolves assigned to guard the area. Mo Fei was acutely aware that his army might soon face a pack of approximately 40 wolves. Hold your positions. The marching ants should disperse and locate the positions of the 4 wolves. Remember, make no noise, Mo Fei commanded. Upon receiving the order, the 20,000 marching ants spread out. In less than 10 minutes, the locations of the 4 sentinel wolves had been determined. After pinpointing their positions, Mo Fei issued another command. He divided his 500 fire ants and 5,000 stone-eating ants into 4 squads. Additionally, the mucus ants, acid ants, marching ants, and fog ants were each organized into 4 separate units. Together with the fire ants and stone-eating ants, they prepared to simultaneously eliminate the 4 guarding wolves. As for the remaining marching ants and the fog ant legion, Mo Fei instructed them to quietly encircle the injured thunder wolves. To vanquish the 4 thunder wolves is to cause the stone-eating ants and fire ants to immediately retreat, encircling them to execute the remaining thunder wolves in a brutal onslaught. Such a strategy, undoubtedly, carries inherent risks, for the thunder wolves are remarkably swift. The injured thunder wolves are manageable, but the 4 on guard pose a significant threat. Should they fail to be dispatched in a single strike, they are likely to flee without hesitation. This may elucidate why the thunder wolves have chosen to situate their wounded brethren by the riverbank. In this expansive riverside, save for a few solitary trees, there are no other obstructions. This not only grants the sentinels a broad field of vision to detect danger, but also provides an escape route should peril arise. In that eventuality, even if Mo Fei's army of ants yearns to pursue, they would find it impossible to catch up. However, upon witnessing the formidable might of the fireballs unleashed by the fire ants, Mo Fei felt a measure of confidence in his ability to simultaneously eliminate the 4 thunder wolves. If not a certainty, then at least a strong 9/10 assurance. The thunderwolves are not particularly large, roughly comparable to a young calf. The combined power of 500 fire ants launching their fireballs equates to the ferocity of 50 fire apes unleashing their flames. In essence, one thunderwolf must contend with the prowess of 12 fire apes. In Mo Fei's estimation, while the thunderwolves possess extraordinary speed and electrical prowess, they cannot possibly withstand such an overwhelming assault, especially in a surprise attack. In addition to the fire ants, he commands a diverse legion of stone-eating ants, slime ants, and army ants, all harmoniously cooperating. By all accounts, they are more than capable of confronting 4 thunderwolves. The mist by the river is denser than that within the forest, which serves to facilitate Mo Fei's mist ant legion in shrouding the area in fog. All 4 legions stealthily approached the thunderwolves' location. Mo Fei promptly employed his previous tactic, commanding the mist ant legion to disperse the fog. Chapter 86, The Dazzling Might of the Fire Ants. The thunderwolves were reduced to mere remnants. The positions of the 4 vigilant thunderwolves are largely fixed. Their lines of sight allow them to observe angles that are otherwise obscured. Thus, under their watchful gaze, this riverside domain rendered all wild creatures virtually invisible. Yet, simultaneously, this provided Mo Fei's army of ants with an exceptional opportunity. Otherwise, given the thunderwolf's swiftness, even stealthy movements would make it arduous for Mo Fei's army to approach them unnoticed. Just as the army neared the vicinity of the 4 thunderwolves, Mo Fei commanded the mist ants to release their fog. Soon, the grass beneath the thunderwolves became enveloped in a creeping mist, slightly denser than the fog in the thickets, yet not overtly conspicuous. The 4 thunderwolves remained completely oblivious. The ant army launched their assault. And when the fire ants and stone-eating ants positioned beside the thunderwolves were ready, Mo Fei issued the command to attack. Suddenly, amidst the thick fog, clusters of fireballs appeared, each the size of a fist. As the 4 thunderwolves perceived the flickering flames amidst the dense fog, an ominous realization dawned upon them. Suddenly, a piercing sound wave sliced through the murk, reverberating with such intensity that it nearly ruptured their eardrums. In an instant, the 4 thunderwolves staggered as if intoxicated, barely able to maintain their footing. The fireball, meticulously conjured by the fire ants, had already detonated upon their faces. Boom, 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 boom. The desolate meadow echoed with the simultaneous explosions of fireballs from 4 distinct directions. A conflagration erupted violently, and in the blink of an eye, 4 charred thunderwolf corpses lay where the fireballs had burst forth. Your ant tribe has slain a 5th-order thunderwolf. You have gained 65 for 144 energy points. Your ant tribe has slain a 5th-order thunderwolf. You have gained 55, 789 energy points. Your ant tribe has slain a 5th-order thunderwolf. You have gained 49, 856 energy points. Your ant tribe has slain a 5th-order thunderwolf. You have gained 52, 366 energy points. Upon hearing the notifications echoing in his mind, Mo Fei promptly commanded his army of ants to redirect their assault towards the remaining 13 injured thunderwolves. Simultaneously, the ant forces stationed around the wounded wolves surged forth, shrouded by the veil of fog. A relentless swarm of black ants erupted from the underbrush, converging upon the 13 thunderwolves that lay feasting on the carcasses of wild beasts. They encircled them from all directions. A low growl escaped one of the thunderwolves, its body crackling with electric energy as it leapt high, attempting to escape the encirclement of the black ants. It soared nearly 10 meters into the air. Under ordinary circumstances, such a leap would surely allow it to break free from the confines of any other creature's blockade. Yet, the sheer number of black ants seemed inexhaustible. Despite its impressive leap, the thunderwolf landed squarely in the midst of the black ant horde. Before it could touch the ground, it beheld countless ants emerging from the grass, converging below it. One upon another, they quickly formed an overwhelming mass of black ants. The thunderwolf, now filled with a mix of defiance and dread, let out a final, anguished roar as it was inexorably drawn into the writhing mass of ants. Within the ant swarm, flashes of lightning flickered, accompanied by the creature's agonizing shriek. But soon, the cry ceased, and the crackling light faded into darkness. When the ant legion dispersed once more, not a trace of the thunderwolf remained upon the ground. No bones, no remnants. Only thousands of black ants lay sprawled across the meadow, their pincers and 6 legs quivering slightly, intermittently sparking with residual lightning. In the following moment, a soft green luminescence began to emanate from many of the black ants. After approximately 5 minutes, those glowing ants began to stir, shakily rising to their feet. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ant swarm engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining lightning wolves. Upon realizing that one of the lightning wolves had failed to break free, the remaining 12 abandoned any thoughts of escape. The fur of each lightning wolf bristled, emanating a crackling energy. With a resounding howl, they confronted the onslaught of countless black ants. Bolts of lightning surged forth from their bodies, illuminating the battlefield. In an instant, a sinuous streak of lightning flashed by, rendering hundreds of ants immobile. The first few ants to bear the brunt of the lightning were incinerated, reduced to charred remains without a chance to utilize their regenerative abilities. These ants had achieved at least the 2nd or even 3rd tier, yet they exhibited no capacity for resistance against the lethal lightning unleashed by the wolves. They were obliterated in an instant. Under the barrage of lightning from the 12 wolves, nearly 1,000 ant soldiers were turned to ash on the spot. Indeed, the electrical prowess of the lightning wolves proved formidable, a realization that dawned upon Mo Fei without a hint of panic. In the next moment, within the ranks of the ant army, hundreds of thousands of ants discharged a viscous liquid. Some of this liquid splattered onto the lightning wolves, emitting a sizzling sound. However, it seemed to inflict no harm. Most of the liquid was neutralized by the electric arcs on their fur, and even what clung to their sleek pelage failed to corrode it. Yet, some liquid adhered to the fur on their claws, creating considerable inconvenience. In an instant, the movements of these lightning wolves became markedly sluggish. Mo Fei's eyes glimmered with opportunity. Now was the moment. With a commanding shout from Mo Fei, the fire ants and stone-eating ants concealed within the ant army, poised with fireballs, launched their assault simultaneously. Their perfectly synchronized technique had proven repeatedly effective. A piercing sonic wave surged from all directions toward the 12 lightning wolves ensnared in the center. As the sonic wave howled past, the bodies of the 12 wolves stiffened, swaying precariously as if struggling to remain upright. Following the sharp sound waves, 500 fireballs launched by the fire ants cascaded down upon them. Boom, boom. The 500 fireballs struck the 12 lightning wolves, erupting in a violent explosion in the blink of an eye. One unfortunate wolf at the forefront was obliterated, reduced to charred morsels scattered across the grass. The remaining wolves fared little better. Many had their legs shattered by the fireballs, limbs flying in every direction. Others had gaping holes blown in their abdomens, their entrails spilling forth. Only those wolves positioned at the center endured slightly better, yet they writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Their once glossy fur was now singed and blackened. Am I perhaps overestimating the strength of these lightning wolves? Mo Fei murmured with a pained expression, lamenting the waste. Chapter 87. Devouring the lightning wolves, evolving into lightning ants. Mo Fei had not anticipated this outcome. The injured thunder wolves could not withstand even a single onslaught from the 500 fire ants. At this moment, witnessing the scattered limbs of the thunder wolves, Mo Fei felt a pang of sorrow. These were the energies consumed by his ant tribe for evolution. What a waste. Had he foreseen this, he would have only dispatched 300 fire ants for the attack. However, Mo Fei merely sighed lightly. The next time he encountered a similar situation, he would undoubtedly deploy 500 fire ants for firepower coverage. After all, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. Losing a few energy points is trivial. But if even a single thunder wolf escapes, his ant tribe would subsequently face the relentless vengeance of the entire pack. In that case, the losses would far exceed the mere energy points at stake. He commanded the army of soldier ants to deploy 20,000 soldier ants of the 3rd tier or higher to devour all the thunder wolves. The remaining ant troops were to disperse and maintain vigilance in the surroundings. Mo Fei issued his orders, deliberately excluding the fire ants and stone-eating ants from the consumption of the thunder wolves. Instead, he dispatched an elite unit of soldier ants for the task. The reasoning was quite straightforward. The fire ants, being the most potent yet least numerous, had already ascended to the 6th tier. If they continued to consume thunder wolves, there was no guarantee that their growth could be further enhanced. Moreover, should the fire ants acquire the thunder wolves' abilities and transform into some sort of thunder ant, their numbers would diminish. Therefore, the consumption of thunder wolves by fire ants would not yield the greatest benefit for Mo Fei. As for the stone-eating ants, Mo Fei had no such concerns, as his current 3rd-tier ant barracks could produce more of them. The numbers of stone-eating ants would only continue to increase. However, Mo Fei noticed that the sound wave attacks of the stone-eating ants, when combined with the fireballs of the fire ants, yielded remarkable results. The fireballs required time to brew, while the sound wave attacks could effectively control the wild creatures during that period, significantly enhancing the hit rate of the fire ants' fireballs. Even the swift thunder wolves could not evade the fireballs after being struck by the sound wave attacks. Thus, Mo Fei decided to retain his stone-eating ants for a while longer, allowing their numbers to increase. When facing higher-tier wild creatures, should the duration of control from one sound wave attack prove insufficient, they could unleash another. Consequently, Mo Fei refrained from allowing the stone-eating ants to participate in the consumption of the thunder wolves. The ant army dispersed, leaving only the 20,000 soldier ants to devour the deceased thunder wolves. Your ant tribe has consumed a 4th-tier thunder wolf. You have gained 7,723 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a 4th-tier thunder wolf. You have gained 5,623 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a 3rd-tier thunder wolf. You have gained 841 energy points. Your ant tribe has consumed a 5th-tier thunder wolf. You have gained 45,931 energy points. The notifications regarding the consumption of 4 thunder wolves echoed consecutively, yet not a single soldier ant underwent mutation or evolution. Mo Fei furrowed his brow slightly. As 20,000 soldier ants continued to devour the 5th thunder wolf, a distinct notification echoed in his mind. Your ant tribe has consumed a 5th-tier thunder wolf. Energy points increased, and your ant tribe's tier has risen. Your ant tribe has consumed a 5th-tier thunder wolf. Energy points increased, and your ant tribe has evolved into thunder ants. with the soldier ants relentlessly consuming the 6th, 7th, and 8th thunder wolves. The notifications regarding the evolution of the ant tribe into thunder ants multiplied in Mo Fei's mind. He opened the unit panel to examine the introduction of thunder ants. Ant tribe unit, thunder ant final growth tier, 6th tier. Description: a new unit evolved from the high-tier soldier ant, the soldier ant, after consuming a 6th-tier creature, the thunder wolf. The thunder ant inherits all attributes and abilities from the soldier ant prior to evolution, while simultaneously acquiring the thunder wolf's lightning affinity. Lightning affinity. Your thunder ant possesses a natural affinity for the lightning element, granting it a degree of immunity against lightning attacks. Moreover, under the influence of this affinity, the thunder ant's speed and reaction time are significantly enhanced, and based on its strength, it can unleash varying degrees of lightning strikes against its foes. Thunder ants. Immune to a degree of lightning attacks. Greatly enhanced speed and reaction time. Additionally, they can unleash lightning attacks on adversaries. As Mo Fei perused the introduction to the thunder ants, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, the 20,000 soldier ants had completely consumed the remaining thunder wolves. Mo Fei sensed the number of his thunder ants, discovering that around 200 soldier ants had evolved into thunder ants. This number surpassed the 500 fire ants that had evolved after consuming 27 fire monkeys. Of course, Mo Fei understood that he had intentionally controlled the number of soldier ants consuming the thunder wolves, together with the 4 vigilant thunder wolves. There had been a total of 17 thunder wolves. He had dispatched only 20,000 soldier ants to partake in the feast. This allowed each soldier ant to consume a substantial amount of the thunder wolf's flesh and blood. Furthermore, since the final growth tier of these thunder wolves was 6th tier, which was a tier higher than the 5th tier fire monkeys, their awakened lightning affinity was significantly more formidable. This greatly enhanced the number of his soldier ants evolving into thunder ants. If all the ant tribes had participated in the consumption, it was likely that, similar to the 4 thunder wolves previously devoured, not a single thunder ant would have evolved. At this moment, after consuming the thunder wolves, over 8,000 soldier ants had their tiers elevated, nearly half of the total. Moreover, several dozen 4th-tier soldier ants, upon consuming the thunder wolves, not only evolved into thunder ants, but also advanced to the 5th tier. 5th-tier thunder ants. Gazing at the scene within the web of the mind, dozens of 5th-tier thunder ants stood upon the grass, their ebony exoskeletons occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Mo Fei felt a surge of inspiration and issued a command. The 5th-tier thunder ant soldiers, exert all your strength and race towards the tree 100 meters ahead. Yes, my lord. A total of 64 5th-tier thunder ant soldiers received the command. Just as Mo Fei received their message, the next moment, he lost sight of the 64 thunder ant soldiers. Across the lush green grass, dozens of tiny arcs of lightning flickered. In the brief moment of his astonishment, he received another message from the 5th-tier thunder ant soldiers. My lord, we have arrived. So soon. Mo Fei was taken aback. Had he truly only been distracted for a little over a second? In less than 2 seconds, his thunder ant soldiers had sprinted 100 meters. Such speed, even the 5th-tier thunder wolves at full sprint could hardly match it. However, recalling that the thunder ant soldiers' lightning affinity was derived from devouring the thunder wolves, Mo Fei quickly came to terms with it. Shifting his perspective to the 5th-tier thunder ant soldiers, he finally saw them, their pitch-black bodies surrounded by crackling lightning, now halted at the roots of the great tree. He had to admit, the sight of the thunder ants enveloped in lightning was strikingly cool, exuding a chilling beauty. Chapter 88. Continue to conceal. Do not kill any further. We will exhaust our laborers. Indeed, quite commendable. Observing the thunder ant soldiers, each wreathed in lightning, Mo Fei nodded in satisfaction. After consuming the thunder wolves, the thunder ants had acquired their lightning affinity. Not only had their speed and reaction times been significantly enhanced, but they also possessed a degree of immunity to lightning attacks. This meant that if they encountered 5th-tier thunder wolves again, Mo Fei could effectively use the evolved thunder ants as shields to absorb the lightning strikes. Thus, the combat losses of his ant colony against the thunder wolves would be greatly reduced. After all, in the recent hunt for 17 thunder wolves, Mo Fei's ant soldiers had suffered considerable losses, approximately 5,000 soldiers. Well then, today's mission concludes here. Glancing at the sky, which was already darkening, Mo Fei issued the command. First, they had ambushed the fire monkeys, then the thunder wolves. Throughout the day, his ant army had traversed a considerable distance. The territory where the thunder wolves and fire monkeys competed was not close to his domain. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, Mo Fei decided to gather his troops before nightfall. Simultaneously, as he had done at the cave of the fire monkeys, he left approximately 1,000 ant soldiers concealed in the thunder wolves' territory. After all the injured thunder wolves had gone missing, and it was difficult for Mo Fei to ensure that the 6th-tier thunder wolf leader would relocate the injured. By leaving these 1,000 ant soldiers behind, he could monitor the wolf pack and continue to track their new location. This would facilitate his ant army's next venture to level up. Having just severed communications with the army of the Thunderwolf territory, Mo Fei received a message from the army of the Ant Clan stationed at the Granite Stone Mountain. After a brief wait, he observed the entrance to the territory bustling with a vast swarm of ants, laboriously transporting granite stones. Brave soldiers, you have worked hard. Mo-Fei stood and proclaimed. The quantity of stones in the warehouse had more than doubled, reaching an impressive 250,000 units. Soldiers, first partake of the Fountain of Life and take a moment to rest, he commanded, allowing the Ant Clan army to replenish their strength. Mo-Fei then activated the spiritual network to establish contact with the Ant Clan army at Granite Stone Mountain. How is there so much granite? The air before him rippled, coalescing into a vivid image, and upon witnessing the scene, Mo-Fei was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. At the site where the 500,000 undying ants had gathered, there lay a mound of granite stones resembling a small hill. Mo-Fei was astounded. Wasn't his army engaged in hunting stone-eating beasts? When had they amassed such a large quantity of materials? Shifting his perspective to the Ant Clan army that was hunting the stone-eating beasts, he learned that initially, there had been quite a few resistant stone-eating beasts. However, as the Ant Clan army continued their hunts, the number of evolved stone-eating ants also increased. Eventually, many stone-eating beasts, realizing that their sonic attacks were ineffective against the stone-eating ants, decisively abandoned their resistance and chose to burrow away in flight. The mound of granite stones being transported by his undying ant soldiers was entirely composed of materials excavated by the terrified stone-eating beasts who had fled in a frenzy. At this moment, after slaying a substantial number of stone-eating beasts, the count of his stone-eating ants had also risen to an impressive 150,000. Furthermore, the number of armors obtained from vanquishing the stone-eating beasts had reached 300. My Ant Clan army has truly laid waste to the lair of the stone-eating beasts today. Mo-Fei mused, gazing at the 300 armors stacked beside the mound of granite stones. After upgrading the territory to a high village and enhancing the 4 barracks to Tier 3, the overall strength and numbers of his Ant Clan army today were now incomparable to those of the previous day. He recalled that just yesterday, his army had only managed to hunt 210 stone-eating beasts by nightfall, gathering a mere 30,000 units of stone. Yet today, merely by the afternoon, they had slain 410 stone-eating beasts and, in the process, transported no less than 300,000 units of granite stones. Suddenly, Mo-Fei recalled something and inquired, how many stone caves did you scour today? Among them, the number of caves inhabited by stone-eating beasts totaled 500, with only 90 of the beasts actively digging. Gazing at the battered landscape before him, he noted that some areas had even collapsed due to the excessive excavations carried out by the stone-eating beasts. Mo-Fei inquired, how many more stone caves remain to be cleared? The ant swarm replied, give us 2 more hours, and we can thoroughly scour all 100 caves. After a moment of contemplation, Mo-Fei shook his head and said, very well. We shall cease the clearing of the remaining 100 caves. Furthermore, there is no need to continue hunting the stone-eating beasts. Their absence will significantly hinder our efficiency in quarrying stone. We can manage the tasks at hand after we have extracted all the granite blocks, adhering to the principle of making full use of available resources. Mo-Fei promptly decided to halt the hunting of the remaining stone-eating beasts. The evolution of stone-eating ants was no longer his primary objective. With the 3rd-tier ant barracks in place, he could produce approximately 100,000 stone-eating ant soldiers in just one day. The population of stone-eating ants would only increase with time. The immediate goal was to thoroughly mine the stone mountain for the resources he required. The ant army had been tirelessly hunting the stone-eating beasts and transporting the stone, resulting in considerable fatigue. Observing the weariness among many of his ants, Mo-Fei immediately issued orders for a portion of the stone-eating ants to continue driving the stone-eating beasts and excavating granite blocks. The remaining ants, aside from the undying ant brigade that would take turns transporting the granite, were to rest in place to recuperate their strength. After a brief interval, the local ant army would arrive to assist them and help transport the materials. Chapter 89, Offloading Meat, Urgent Need for Materials and Resources Among the Lords. After severing the connection with the ant army at the Granite Mountain, Mo-Fei turned his attention to the ant forces within his territory. They had already replenished their strength and were basking in the sun on the grass. Mo-Fei refrained from assigning them any further tasks. Despite the unwavering loyalty of his ant soldiers, he recognized that they were not mere machines to be commanded without consideration. They were simply a group of the weakest beings in this lordly world. Their ranks and strengths were low. When it was time for his troops to rest, Mo-Fei ensured they had ample opportunity to recover. In addition to the 600,000 ant soldiers, there were also 4 third-tier barracks producing over 4 million ant soldiers within the territory. As these soldiers had been produced over time, Mo-Fei had consistently allowed them to assimilate his essence and the life essence to facilitate their evolution. He had yet to assign them new tasks. Now, addressing the nearly 5 million ant soldiers, he commanded, soldiers, heed my orders. I have a task for you. Yes, my lord. Over 4 million ant soldiers responded to the command, forming a disciplined formation as they departed through the gates of the territory, swiftly disappearing from Mo-Fei's view. Simultaneously, within the territory, there were 200,000 bullhorn stinging ants, along with an additional 100,000 newly produced bullhorn stinging ants from the barracks, totaling 300,000 bullhorn stinging ants, alongside 100,000 slime ants. Mo-Fei deliberately remained behind, opting not to allow them to accompany the transport of stone. Instead, he assigned them a new task: to scour the territory's surroundings, approximately a 5-kilometer radius, eradicating all low-tier wild creatures. This would serve the dual purpose of leveling up and preparing for the territory's advancement to a basic town. Moreover, Mo specifically instructed that during this sweeping process, should the army encounter any wild creatures of rank 5 or above, they were to refrain from provoking them for the time being. His caution towards the bull ant army was not born from a fear of significant losses against these higher-tier creatures. Rather, he intended to reserve these rank 5 beasts for them to gain experience. It was imperative for the ant army to consume higher-tier beings and objects, for only through devouring such potent sources of energy could they evolve more rapidly. This elucidated why, although his ant legion could consume all manner of things, Mo had refrained from allowing them to devour soil, stone, water, and wood, as the energy obtained from such substances was negligible and offered little aid in their evolution. Currently, among Mo's ant troops, the highest ranked were the fire ants and lightning ants. These two species had evolved from the consumption of a rank 6 thunderwolf and a rank 5 fire ape, respectively, the apex of his forces. The fire ants and lightning ants had already reached rank 5. Mo's objective was to enable these rank 5 lightning ants and fire ants to continue their consumption of higher-tier wild creatures, thus facilitating their ongoing evolution. Only in this manner could the growth potential of his ant legion be elevated. When his territory was upgraded to a basic town, his ant barracks would be capable of producing ant species with even greater limits of growth. Once he dispatched his entire army, Mo observed the million-strong legion replenishing their strength by consuming the fountain of life. He allowed them to gradually restore their vitality. Returning upstairs, Mo opened the World Exchange channel. At that moment, the channel was bustling with activity. 500 units of ordinary grade meat can be exchanged for 500 units of stone. 50 units of superior grade meat can be traded for 200 units of stone or 400 units of wood. Those interested, please add me as a friend. 10 units of exquisite grade meat may be exchanged for 10 units of exquisite grade materials. Interested parties, please add me for long-term cooperation. 300 units of ordinary grade meat can be traded for 50 units of superior grade materials. Those willing, come forth. Meat is being exchanged at low prices. Wood, stone, and various materials can also be traded. Add me to discuss prices. At that moment, many lords were exchanging meat for various resources in the World Exchange channel. Had he not glanced at the channel bar, Mo might have mistakenly thought he had entered the spatial trading channel. A brief pause ensued. It was already the third day in the Lord's world, and many territories had advanced to intermediate villages, bolstering both the quantity and strength of their troops. Hunting low-tier wild creatures, ranging from 1st to 3rd rank, has become a trivial endeavor for many lords. Consequently, the ordinary grade meat is scarcely a scarcity among most of them. Naturally, superior grade meat remains a resource that many lords are reluctant to part with. In stark contrast, the current lords find themselves in dire need of various resources essential for upgrading and developing their territories. This includes the timber and stone required for constructing and enhancing territorial buildings, barracks, and springs of life, as well as various superior grade materials necessary for forging weapons and equipment at the blacksmith. At this juncture, Mo couldn't help but glance at the 110 pieces of beast stone armor nestled in his warehouse. These armors, all crafted from exquisite grade materials, surely would attract a multitude of lords vying to befriend him if he were to announce in the World Exchange channel that he possessed over 100 exquisite grade materials for trade. Chapter 90. The Dearth of Dwarven Mining Picks. Mo increase investment. However, even though he was aware that exquisite grade materials were among the most sought-after resources by all lords, Mo had no intention of revealing to everyone in the World Exchange channel that he owned more than 100 exquisite grade materials. He preferred to maintain a low profile, shunning unnecessary disturbances and the unwanted attention that could ensue. Mo favored a quiet approach to developing and managing his humble territory of subpar troops, growing steadily and discreetly enhancing his realm's strength, which felt far more gratifying than any flattery or praise. After closing the World Exchange channel, Mo opened the Spatial Trade channel, preparing to list all 110 pieces of beast stone armor. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of the friend list in the lower right corner and was reminded of his only friend, Jiang Yunling. He wondered if she had accepted the timber and 2 withered goat horns he traded to her last night. Upon accessing the friend list and locating the chat with Jiang Yunling, he discovered that she had indeed received the 6,000 units of timber and the 2 withered goat horns he traded her. Relieved, he nodded, thinking that she must have accepted his collaboration. However, he was uncertain if the 2 goat horns were sufficient for her to craft mining picks. Glancing back at the beast stone armor in his warehouse, Mo sent her a message. Is the quantity of mining picks sufficient? I have acquired some exquisite grade materials today. Do you need any? You obtained exquisite grade materials again? Simultaneously, a notification promptly appeared on Mo's chat interface. Your friend Jiang Yunling has initiated a trade request. Trade items. 300 units of exquisite iron. Specified trade items. None. Jiang Yunling, From the 2 withered goat horns you provided yesterday, I managed to craft 20 exquisite grade mining picks. This is the quantity of exquisite iron I mined today. Let us trade. Consider this as a repayment for the 6,000 units of timber you traded to me yesterday. As for your 2 dried goat horns, I shall return them once I have continued mining for refined iron. Mo Fei was not one to be polite. He retrieved 300 refined iron and placed it into the warehouse. He then inquired, how many more mining picks do you require? Jiang Yunling replied, I still need 180 picks. Mo Fei directly took 5 pieces of foodstone beast armor from the warehouse. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take an additional 15 pieces. He even prepared the mining picks that Jiang Yunling would produce tomorrow and the day after, totaling 20 pieces of foodstone beast armor, which he traded over. You have initiated a trade request with your friend Jiang Yunling. Trade items, 20 pieces of foodstone beast armor, excellent materials. Designated trade items, none. Jiang Yunling exclaimed. So many excellent grade materials. Did you just acquire these? The words conveyed an unmistakable astonishment. The young girl was clearly overwhelmed by Mo Fei's generous display of 20 massive pieces of excellent grade materials. Such substantial armor, if placed in the space trading channel, would at least start at an exchange of 800 units of stone. Up to this point, Jiang Yunling had never encountered a lord capable of presenting such a quantity of excellent grade materials for trade. It was the 3rd day in the world of lords, and all lords were particularly lacking in various resources, especially materials for crafting weapons and equipment. At that moment, within the mine, seeing Mo Fei produce so many rare excellent grade materials for her, Jiang Yunling's delicate face flushed slightly, feeling particularly bashful. She hesitated to accept such a precious gift. Are you certain you want to give me all these excellent grade materials to craft mining picks? Your troops must also be in dire need of equipment and weapons, right? Won't you keep some for yourself? In Jiang Yunling's speculation, Mo Fei's troop level should not be very high. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to name his territory Trash Troop Territory. Therefore, rather than supplying his dwarves with mining picks, Mo Fei should particularly require materials to equip his own troops with weapons and armor. If he traded all the excellent grade materials to her, wouldn't that leave his own troops without gear? Mo Fei responded, these 20 pieces of foodstone beast armor should suffice for the dwarves you will produce tomorrow and the day after. If they are not enough, just send me a message, and I will bring you additional materials for crafting equipment. He concluded, let's leave it at that. Contact me once you have mined the refined iron. I will take my leave now. After saying this, Mo Fei prepared to close the chat window with Jiang Yunling. At that moment, a friend message suddenly popped up. Thank you, Jiang Yunling expressed. Mo Fei paused briefly, shook his head with a smile, and then closed the chat window. Little did Jiang Yunling know, Mo Fei's ant tribe had no use for those excellent grade materials. Holding the precious materials in hand, one can only trade refined iron through the spatial trading channel. These exquisite materials are rather rare during the initial stages of a lord's development. As time progresses, their value diminishes significantly. Thus, for Mo Fei, rather than exchanging the armor of the stone-eating beast with others, it would be far more prudent to invest in Jiang Yunling, with whom he collaborates. By crafting superior mining picks from these refined materials, the efficiency of Jiang Yunling's little dwarves in extracting refined iron would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, he possesses only 20 pieces of the stone-eating beast armor. These armors would suffice for Mo Fei to maintain a presence in the spatial trading channel for quite some time. After all, the resource he seeks to exchange is refined iron. Upon closing the chat interface with Jiang Yunling, Mo Fei promptly opened the spatial trading channel. Rather than hastily launching his stall to list the armor, he first utilized the search bar to look for refined iron. As anticipated, the stalls offering refined iron were few and far between. Today, the spatial trading channel had witnessed a substantial increase in stalls trading various resources, amounting to thousands of pages. Nearly 100 million lords were engaged in the sale and exchange of resources they required. However, the stalls selling refined iron were limited to merely a few dozen. Furthermore, the quantities offered by these lords were pitifully small. Upon reviewing several stalls, he noted that the one with the highest offering had only 30 units of refined iron, specifically exchangeable for 100 units of stone. The remaining stalls were also trading refined iron for wood or various other materials, suggesting that these stall owners were not intentionally trading refined iron, but rather stumbled upon it while gathering other resources, subsequently offering it for sale. Mo Fei observed that the exchange ratios of their refined iron to other resources were not particularly favorable. Even falling short of the ratio he had negotiated with Jiang Yunling for refined iron in exchange for wood, less than half. In fact, it appeared that, as the first lord to elevate his territory to a high-level village, Mo Fei possessed a significant informational advantage. Witnessing the evidently low exchange ratios set by these stall owners for refined iron and other resources, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Reflecting on how wise his decision had been in diligently gathering resources and prioritizing the development of his territory in the past few days. Currently, his territory stood as the sole high-level village, while others, including those ranked from 2nd to 10th, remained at the intermediate village level. Consequently, they were oblivious to the fact that once a territory is upgraded to a high-level village, A substantial amount of refined iron is needed to further upgrade it to a primary town. The significance and scarcity of refined iron had yet to dawn upon them. If he were to wait for other high-level villages to emerge before collecting refined iron, he would inevitably face competition. Chapter 91. The benefits of being the first to upgrade one's territory. Acquiring refined iron at low prices. Mo Fei calmly analyzed his situation and recognized the immense advantage he currently possessed. Without hesitation, he decided to seize this opportunity and set up his stall. Mo Fei prepared to list all the stone beast armors for sale. At that moment, he discovered that numerous customer messages had appeared on his stall, which stated, "Only selling quality items, no strength, please refrain from disturbing. Yao Shuiqin, does the vendor have any excellent grade wild monster materials for sale? I possess excellent grade meat that can enhance energy points by hundreds. Shall we exchange? Let us be friends. Shu Kuang, vendor, if you have any excellent grade or higher materials available, please contact me immediately. I assure you, the price will not disappoint. Ding Haoyan, vendor, please contact me at once if you have excellent grade wild monster materials. I'm not short on funds. Lu Cece, vendor, have you considered my proposal from yesterday? I only need one excellent grade material, and I can be your girlfriend. To your heart's content. Here is a kiss for you, moi. Anonymous buyer, great one. Do you still have excellent grade materials? Hit me up. Su Moyu, great one. Let us be friends. We could collaborate and dominate the Lord's world together. By the way, my awakened unit is the Black Flame Dragon. Chiyu, vendor. Do you still need a girlfriend? I only require one excellent grade material, and I can warm your bed. Chu Ingwe, your strength is impressive. Would you be interested in friendship? We might become allies in the future. My awakened unit is a unicorn, which can ultimately evolve into a holy tier. Mo Fei merely glanced at these messages and chose to disregard them. It was evident that these lords had become intrigued after witnessing him suddenly list over 200 excellent grade wild monster materials. However, due to his choice of anonymous selling, they were unaware of his territory's name or his own identity. Thus, they could only leave messages on his stall. As for the friend requests from these lords, Mo Fei had no interest whatsoever. He understood that in this ruthless world, forming collaborations or alliances with powerful lords depended on the condition of mutual strength. The interest they displayed in their friend requests stemmed from their observation of his substantial inventory of excellent grade materials, leading them to speculate about the strength of his territory. However, should they discover that his awakened unit was the weakest in the Lord's world, the ants, whose ultimate growth tier was merely the 0 tier, they would likely scoff at him. Moreover, driven by self-interest, these individuals might even turn against him and launch an attack. Having listed all 90 stone beast armors, Mo Fei provided the transaction details. Item for trade, stone beast armor, designated exchange resource, fine iron, exchange rate, 1200. A piece of exquisite grade stone beast armor was set by Mo Fei last night at an exchange rate of 1,000 units of stone. Today, however, many lords have once again enhanced the strength of their territories. The demand for exquisite grade materials remains substantial in the market, yet their value has experienced a decline. This is primarily due to the fact that numerous lords have fortified their troops, acquiring exquisite grade materials themselves. Even those who cannot obtain such high-grade materials have seen a significant increase in the stalls selling green excellent grade materials on the spatial trading channel. Consequently, many lords, who find themselves financially constrained, have opted for the more accessible green excellent grade materials instead. Thus, today, Mo Fei's stone beast armor can only be exchanged for approximately 800 units of stone. Nonetheless, despite the depreciation of the stone beast armor, Mo Fei has set the exchange rate for this armor against exquisite iron at 1,200. 200 units of exquisite iron can be exchanged for 2,000 units of stone. Yet, Mo Fei remains confident. Many lords are still under the impression that exquisite iron is merely a resource for upgrading their territories to junior towns, unaware of its true scarcity. Today marks the third day, and among the billions of lords, it is believed that a significant number, like Zhang Yunling, have already discovered the sources of exquisite iron. However, the challenges of mining exquisite iron are substantial, coupled with the fact that their territories are only intermediate villages. Mining at this stage does not contribute to their territorial development. Thus, they have not devoted time to this endeavor. Currently, Mo Fei is aiming to encourage those lords who have awakened low-tier troops and cannot afford exquisite-grade materials to realize that mining exquisite iron can also yield the much-needed exquisite-grade materials. It can aid them in swiftly advancing their territories. After listing the stone beast armor, Mo Fei glanced at the 730,000 units of wood and 200,000 units of stone in his warehouse. He then withdrew 50,000 units of both wood and stone. The exchange rate Mo Fei set for wood to exquisite iron is 81. 8 units of wood for 1 unit of exquisite iron, while for stone, it is 51. 5 units for 1 unit of exquisite iron. After listing the 50,000 units of wood and stone, Mo Fei closed the spatial trading channel and entered the world communication channel, concealing his name and territory. He subsequently sent a message. Wow, Someone has listed 90 pieces of exquisite grade materials, along with 50,000 units of wood and 50,000 units of stone on the spatial trading channel. There was a brief pause in the chat, and in the next moment, a multitude of skeptical voices erupted from the lords. To the one above, I suggest you draft your claims more carefully. While claiming the existence of 90 high-grade materials may be somewhat acceptable, asserting that someone is trading 50,000 units of wood and stone is rather excessive. Surely, you cannot underestimate our intelligence. 50,000 units of wood and stone would suffice to upgrade a territory to a high-level village. The upgrade itself requires merely 10,000 units of each. Currently, on the territory ranking leaderboard, aside from the first rank occupied by the inferior units, the territories from the 2nd to the 10th rank remain merely intermediate villages. If someone truly amassed 50,000 units of wood and stone, would they not prioritize upgrading their territory over trading it? If this were true, I would livestream myself performing a handstand while consuming excrement. How many can even gather 10,000 units of wood? If I had 5,000 units, I would be grinning from ear to ear, let alone 50,000. However, I must admit, I do possess 5,000 units of wood. Provided I eliminate the monsters in the wood resource area and equip my units with excellent grade axes, harvesting wood can be quite swift. Nevertheless, I remain skeptical that anyone could collect 50,000 units of wood. Indeed, today marks merely the 3rd day of the Lord's novice protection period. My peasant units, armed with 20 excellent grade axes, have only managed to chop down 6,000 units of wood. How could anyone possibly accumulate 50,000 units? This is sheer bravado, unless, of course, all their units are equipped with superior grade axes, which seems implausible. What a stretch. Where would one acquire such an abundance of superior grade materials? If I possessed such materials, I would forge weapons for my units and send them to level up, rather than squander them on resource gathering tools. That would be wasteful. My territory has only just upgraded to an intermediate village. I lack the resources to upgrade barracks, the fountain of life, synthesis workshops, and blacksmiths. If I had access to such vast quantities of wood and stone, I would undoubtedly use them to upgrade my territory structures. Only a fool would trade them away. Indeed, constructing and upgrading these territorial buildings alone would consume around 6,000 or 7,000 units of wood and stone. Does he not intend to upgrade his territory structures? Otherwise, how could one possibly accumulate such a wealth of wood and stone resources? Just as the crowd expressed their doubts, a message suddenly appeared in the world communication channel. Wow, I just took a look, and what that person said is true. Chapter 92. Madness. Is there truly someone so extravagant? Selling 50,000 units of resources? Really? At this moment, upon witnessing the unexpected confirmation in the world communication channel, the lords who had previously been vociferously ridiculing Mo Fei found themselves utterly astonished. But that was not the end. Another message soon followed. I also went to check, and that anonymous individual did not lie. Indeed, someone is trading 50,000 units of wood and stone in the space trading channel. The stall is named only selling quality goods, no strength. Please do not disturb. Those who doubt can verify for themselves right now. Upon witnessing this message, even the most skeptical lords found their composure wavering. A multitude hastily opened the spatial trading channel. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Good heavens, 50,000. And there, at the stall marked, only selling quality goods, no strength. Please do not disturb. Lay precisely 50,000 units of timber and stone, neither a unit, less nor more. All present felt their eyelids twitch violently. Mouths agape in disbelief, their faces flushed as though struck by a resounding slap. Is this truly real? My goodness. Is there genuinely someone so extravagant as to present 50,000 units of timber and stone for trade? Is it not merely the 3rd day in the Lord's world? It is neither the 4th nor the 5th day. How could anyone have mined such a plethora of resources? I am utterly flabbergasted. Are we truly inhabiting the same realm? Could it be that this individual has been hoarding timber and stone since day one? Is he not upgrading his territory? How else could he possess such an abundance of resources? For heaven's sake, are you daft? What use is it to hoard resources in the early stages instead of upgrading one's territory? Is he merely waiting for the novice period to conclude, only to be left with nothing? Do you think it possible that his territory has already been upgraded to a high-level village? Perhaps this timber and stone are surplus from upgrading his territorial buildings? Surely not. Among all the lords, only one has managed to upgrade to a high-level village. Are you suggesting that the proprietor of only selling quality goods, no strength, please do not disturb, hails from a lowly troop territory? My heavens, if that is the case, how terrifying must this lord of a lowly troop territory be? Having amassed such a staggering quantity of timber and stone, surely he must be a chosen one. What chance do we stand? Could it be that his territory was born at the very center of both timber and stone resource sites? Surrounded by abundant resources, how else could one extract so much timber and stone in merely 3 days? It must be so, among billions of lords. Only his territory emerged at the nexus of timber and stone resources. He is truly a fortunate soul. I once believed my territory's birth in a timber resource area was sheer luck, only to discover that someone else is even more fortunate. Indeed, my territory was born atop a stone mountain, with stone readily available upon stepping outside. Yet, I had no inkling that there exists someone even more extraordinary. At that moment, some began to feel a sense of familiarity with the stall named, "Only selling quality goods, no strength, please do not disturb." I believe I recognize this stall. Let me think. Goodness, is this not the stall of the individual who listed over 200 premium-grade materials last night? No wonder it seems so familiar. By my word, it truly is that individual. However, he was able to slay over 200 fifth-tier or higher wild beasts the very next day. Are you certain he is indeed the lord of that lowly troop territory? It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it is a discreet magnate. Regardless of who it may be, if the magnate has stocked such an abundance of timber and stone, redeeming it all would elevate my territory to a high-level village. Is the entire exchange designated for refined iron? What is refined iron? It appears to be a resource for upgrading territories, though it can only be utilized upon advancing to a town. An opportunity has arisen. At this moment, a lord exclaimed, "I discovered a site rich in refined iron yesterday." I initially hesitated to exploit it, considering the complexities involved and the fact that upgrading my territory was not immediately necessary. Little did I anticipate that someone would exchange refined iron. Moreover, they are willing to trade it for the very timber and stone I am in dire need of. Instead of laboriously mining stone for trivial gains, I could have directly harvested refined iron. This vendor is truly benevolent. Following closely behind, another lord chimed in, "Refined iron can actually be exchanged for high-quality materials." Goodness, I stand to gain tremendously. I too have found a site abundant in refined iron. With such a plethora of high-quality materials at hand, not only can I equip my troops with weapons, but I could also provide them with a complete set of armor. The speed of leveling up would surely skyrocket. The mere thought leaves me salivating. If I were to forge weapons from all these high-quality materials, wouldn't my troops each be outfitted with a fine weapon? The prospect of such leveling speed is beyond imagination. I cannot delay. I must seek out a site rich in refined iron to mine. At this juncture, many have taken notice. Only premium goods for sale. Please do not disturb if you lack strength. At the stall, whether it be the 90 high-quality materials or the timber and stone, the designated exchange item remains singular, refined iron. The exchange rate is notably advantageous. A piece of high-quality monster armor can be traded for 800 units of stone, yet here, only 200 units of refined iron are required for the same. Furthermore, 1 unit of refined iron can be exchanged for 8 units of timber and 5 units of stone. Instantly, numerous lords who had discovered refined iron sites rejoiced. Upgrading a territory to a high-level village necessitates 10,000 units of timber and stone, totaling 20,000 units of resources. However, when converted to refined iron, they require merely 3,250 units, making it exceptionally cost-effective. After all, the number of troops each individual possesses is not particularly large. Gathering 20,000 units of resources in a single expedition is impractical, leading to many failing to extract significant resources throughout the day. The laborious nature of both mining and transporting resources consumes considerable stamina. While timber extraction is relatively manageable, stone mining can be arduous, especially when the discovered quarry is distant, requiring their troops to mine an additional 300 to 400 units of stone. Yet, if they were to mine refined iron, they only need to mine 250 units of refined iron to exchange at the stall, only selling quality goods. No strength, please do not disturb. For 10,000 units of timber and 10,000 units of stone, the quantity of resources mined by their troops would directly decrease by 17,000 units. Is that not an incredible bargain? 17,000 units of resources. Just imagine how much more refined iron they could mine with the time saved. The calculations are simply overwhelming. Chapter 93. The stall owner is truly kind-hearted. The proprietor of the stall, only selling quality goods, no strength, please do not disturb, is indeed a benevolent soul. I am even mining modest timber and stone, which is both distant and perilous. I shall immediately command my troops to mine refined iron. Everyone, do not be so hasty. Grant me a moment, as I have already dispatched my troops to seek out the refined iron resources. Who cares about you? With 50,000 timber and stone, I've already sent my troops equipped with pickaxes to mine refined iron. Brothers, I will not compete with you for timber. Just reserve 4 or 5 quality materials for me. Who considers you a brother? Whoever mines the refined iron first shall claim it. At that moment, after deliberation, nearly all the lords reached a consensus. Compared to mining timber and stone, mining refined iron is indeed far more advantageous. Although extracting refined iron poses greater challenges than mining stone, it at least requires troops equipped with superior pickaxes to enhance the efficiency of the extraction process. Nonetheless, mining refined iron is undoubtedly more profitable. The novice protection period lasts only 7 days. What is the most precious resource for novice lords? Naturally, it is time. Consequently, Many lords who discovered the refined iron deposits immediately commanded their troops to abandon timber and stone mining and focus entirely on extracting refined iron. Simultaneously, even some lords who had not yet found the refined iron resources, upon witnessing Mo-Fei's enticing exchange conditions, also commanded their troops to temporarily halt leveling up and devote themselves to seeking out refined iron resources. By merely mining 250 units of refined iron, they could upgrade their territories to advanced villages. If not now, then when? At that moment, having sent the message anonymously, Mo-Fei observed the World Communication Channel as lords who discovered refined iron resources expressed enthusiasm akin to a surge of adrenaline, declaring their intent to mine refined iron immediately. Mo-Fei chuckled softly, realizing he need not worry about refined iron resources any longer. Glancing at the 680,000 units of timber and 150,000 units of stone in his warehouse, Mo-Fei felt his timber and stone reserves were somewhat lacking. After all, upgrading the territory to a basic town would increase the number of buildings, necessitating further upgrades. Additionally, these upgraded structures might require refined iron. Thus, it is best to accumulate ample quantities of refined iron, timber, and stone. He has already dispatched his ant soldiers to search for the next timber resource location. However, I have yet to dispatch my ant soldiers to search for the next stone resource location. Contemplating this, Mo-Fei activated the mine network. Connecting with the ant army en route to the Granite Mountains, he allocated a contingent of 10,000 ant soldiers to seek out the next stone resource site. Once the arrangements were made, Mo-Fei felt a twinge of boredom. He fetched a chair and settled on the small balcony on the third floor, basking in the sun while perusing messages on the Global Communication Channel. At that moment, a notification resonated in Mo-Fei's mind. Your ant colony has devoured a second-tier gray wolf. You have gained 47 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a third-tier black bell cat. You have gained 365 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a first-tier spiking rabbit. You have gained 6 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a third-tier grizzly bear. You have gained 631 energy points. Your ant colony has devoured a second-tier horned lizard. Mo-Fei paused for a moment, quickly understanding the source of these notifications, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the bullstinger ant legion and the slime ant legion he had dispatched were already engaged in clearing out the wild creatures surrounding his territory. Quite splendid. Once his ant colony had eradicated the wild creatures within a 5-kilometer radius of his domain, all he needed was to amass sufficient refined iron, and his territory could be upgraded to a basic town. However, reflecting on his ant colony, whose highest growth tier was currently only the 6th, Mo-Fei shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The advancement of his ant colony's strength was progressing rather slowly. It would be even better if, before upgrading his territory to a basic town, his ant colony could elevate its growth tier to 7th or perhaps 8th. Yet, there was little to be done. His ant colony's initial tier was too low. Achieving a growth tier from 0 to 6 in merely 3 days was already quite an accomplishment. Currently, in the southwestern direction of his territory, there were still numerous fire monkeys and thunder wolves. Within his ant colony, the number of fire ants was a mere 500, while the electric ants numbered only 200. The 5th-tier ants were even scarcer, with just over 100. If they were to engage in leveling up forcibly, whether attacking the thunder wolves or fire monkeys, his ant colony would face substantial losses. Mo-Fei shook his head and dismissed the notion of ordering his ant army to launch a reckless assault on the thunder wolves and fire monkeys. The 5th and 6th-tier wild creatures possessed formidable abilities. Most of his ants lingered in the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Should they attack without careful consideration, the potential losses could be catastrophic. It would be a fruitless endeavor. It was wiser to wait for the thunder wolves and fire monkeys to continue their own skirmishes, while he quietly dispatched his army to ambush the severely wounded members, thus reaping the benefits of the conflict. Report, Lord. We have discovered a 5th-tier scythe-tailed serpent. At that moment, a message from the bullstinger ants arrived through the mine network. Mo-Fei was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with delight. Excellent. Do not disturb it for now. Circumvent it, and clear out the other lower-tier wild creatures. I have my plans for the evening. On the balcony, the sun gradually inclined towards the west, casting its rays over the rooftops of 3-story buildings. The sun descended. The incessant notifications of low-tier wild creatures being devoured by his ant tribe echoed in Mo-Fei's mind. Simultaneously, reports came in. My lord, we have discovered a 6th-tier saber-toothed tiger. My lord, we have found a 5th-tier earth black bear. My lord, we have encountered 2 5th-tier tusked beasts. The bull ant legion also continued to report to Mo-Fei about the wild creatures of 5th tier and above that they had discovered. Upon receiving the updates from the bull ant legion, Mo-Fei was taken aback and delighted. He was astonished to find so many wild creatures of 5th tier or higher lurking around his territory, and thrilled at the prospect of his ant army making significant advancements this evening. The times had changed. If it were the previous night, Mo-Fei might have hesitated to target these 5th-tier creatures. However, now, his ant tribe boasted over 100 5th-tier ant soldiers, alongside 500 fire ants and 1,200 lightning ants. These solitary 5th-tier wild creatures appeared far less intimidating to Mo Fei. Having already vanquished 5th-tier fire monkeys and 5th-tier thunder wolves, he questioned whether his ant tribe could not also conquer these isolated wild beasts. Chapter 94. The fog approaches. Who dares venture out? I dare. The enormous shadows in the mist. As the sun set over the forest, the fog descended once more. This time, having learned from the previous 2 days' experiences, he thought, indeed, I too had my elves cease their training an hour in advance. Although we sacrificed an hour of leveling, it is far better than losing troops. I suspect there is something peculiar about this fog. It seems to devour our soldiers. Is there anyone bold enough to investigate the source of the fog? Each day, it arrives just as darkness falls, and we, the lords born in the misty forest, lose 1 to 2 hours daily compared to lords in other regions when it comes to leveling and gathering resources. If this continues, the gap in development between our territories and those in other regions will only widen. Well, we should wait until our troops are stronger before we venture out. I certainly do not dare to go now. This lordly world is exceedingly unfair. You up there, how Navi you are. We have crossed into another world. Yet you still speak of fairness. Haven't you seen? Some lords are born right amidst a swarm of 6th or 7th tier wild creatures, losing a soldier with every deployment. Others are born in vast wood resource areas, stepping out to find endless timber. Some awaken with imperial tier troops from the start, while others only awaken troops of 2 or 3 tiers. And you dare speak of fairness to me? On the contrary, I believe that our misty forest region is relatively fair. As the mist descended with the arrival of night, our troops could no longer continue their training. Those lords who had awakened dark units hesitated to send their forces out for leveling. In this regard, the time for developing territories was equal for all. No one could advance faster than the others. Within the communication channel of the misty forest region, many lords expressed their grievances. The emergence of the mist had curtailed their territorial growth, leaving them lagging behind their counterparts in other regions. Yet, some perceived this phenomenon as a boon. The mist did not single out any one lord, but rather affected all who dwelled in the misty forest. Their own units were not particularly formidable, and with the onset of night, they were reluctant to venture forth. Naturally, they hoped that other lords would refrain from sending their forces out as well. The dense mist thus restricted the movements of all lords' units, save for Mo Fei. As the thick fog began to billow from the depths of the forest, Mo Fei's army of over 4 million ants had already arrived at the granite mountain, diligently transporting the granite blocks they had collected that day. The blocks, piled high like small hills, were estimated to exceed 300,000 units. Ant soldiers, freshly emerged from their territory, were brimming with energy, methodically moving the stones. Each block, whether large or small, along with 300 sets of stone beast armor, was being maneuvered by dozens or even hundreds of ant soldiers. The dense mist posed no hindrance to the ant army's efforts. Observing the now shrunken granite mountain, Mo Fei shifted his perspective to the 360,000 ants stationed in the southwest. At that moment, Mo Fei caught sight of a massive shadow emerging from the mist, right beside his ant army. The shadow was elongated, and as it moved, its body brushed against the underbrush, producing a loud rustling sound. It was likely a serpentine creature. Mo Fei's heart raced as he regarded his ant army, which comprised 500 fire ants, over 1,000 lightning ants, and more than 100 5th-tier ants. Hunting a 6th-tier wild creature should pose no problem. Or so he thought. But what tier was this serpent? Without hesitation, Mo Fei commanded his ant forces to halt. The vanguard unit swiftly approached the shadow. In the next instant, the colossal body of a serpent, adorned with dark, massive scales, came into view. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. It was a serpent-like wild creature. Species, Forest Titan Python. Final growth tier, 8th tier. Current tier, 6th tier. Unbelievable. This serpent, with such an imposing size, was still immature? Upon reading the information about the Forest Titan Python, Mo Fei could not help but marvel. The creature's girth was akin to that of a tree that required 4 people to encircle. Its dark scales were nearly comparable in size to the armor of the stone beast he had previously slain. Remarkably, it was at the 6th tier, indicating it had yet to reach maturity. The 6th tier wild beasts exhibit varying strengths and weaknesses based on their size and inherent abilities. This forest giant python, though still in its juvenile stage, possesses a formidable physique that likely surpasses most of its 6th tier counterparts. A flicker of excitement danced in Mo Fei's eyes as he contemplated the implications. The most crucial aspect was that this young forest giant python has the potential to mature into an 8th tier creature. From this juvenile python, Mo Fei perceived a remarkable opportunity for the evolution of his ant clan. Perhaps, to facilitate the evolution of my ant clan, it is not imperative to devour fully matured high-tier wild beasts. Consuming the juvenile forms of these high-tier creatures may also serve as a viable strategy. Although the energy gleaned from consuming juvenile high-tier beasts is less than that obtained from their adult counterparts, and the probability of evolution may not be as pronounced, there lies a significant advantage in the safety of this approach. While the current strength of my ant clan may not suffice for confrontations with fully matured beasts, this method proves to be a prudent alternative. Moreover, Mo Fei harbored no reservations about consuming juvenile high-tier creatures. The potential for evolution hinges solely on the quantity his ant clan can devour, provided there are ample wild beasts to sustain his clan. Even the juvenile forms of high-tier creatures could lead to evolution. Though your ultimate growth tier is 8th, at present, you are merely a 6th-tier beast. Gazing at the python before him, as thick as a tree trunk and adorned with massive black scales, a cold gleam ignited in Mo-Fei's eyes. He promptly commanded, "Ant soldiers, attack this forest giant python. Devour it." Chapter 95, A Cluster of Feeble Ants? The Enraged Forest Giant Python. The forest giant python, an adult 8th-tier creature, despite currently being in its growth phase with only a 6th-tier rank, remains among the apex of the food chain within 6th-tier beings. It has always been the predator, never the prey. Little did it anticipate that one day it would become the target of consumption by others, particularly by a swarm of the most diminutive ants. Even though the forest giant python is colossal and exudes the oppressive aura of a high-tier beast, with its body covered in thick, resilient black scales that render it seemingly invulnerable, the ant soldiers remain undaunted. At Mo-Fei's command, a staggering 3.6 million ant soldiers swiftly took up their offensive positions. The densely packed ranks of ant soldiers sprang into action. First, the fire ants concentrated their firepower, determined to create a breach in the python's scales. The marching ant legion prepared to charge. Once the scales were breached, they would burrow into the wound and consume as much flesh as possible. Their objective was to relentlessly expand the injury, allowing more comrades to join in the feast, thereby breaching the defenses of this forest giant python from within. Moreover, thunder ants and slime ants. Your mission is to harness the power of lightning and slime to impede the movements of this forest giant python. Delay its speed and prevent its swift escape. Yes, my lord. The ant soldiers received the command and began to assemble in an orderly fashion. First came the fire ants. 500 fire ants lined up, facing the massive form of the forest giant python, its black scales glistening ominously, and began to gather fireballs. There was no need for the mist ants to conjure fog, for the thick mist enveloping the forest at this moment served as the best cover for the ant army. 3 seconds later, amidst the dense fog, clusters of fireballs ignited, hurtling towards the enormous body of the forest giant python covered in black scales. Boom. The combined force of fireballs equivalent to 50 blazing fire monkeys struck the python's body simultaneously, shattering its scales and erupting into a blaze of flames. Underneath the fireballs, large patches of black scales were blasted open, revealing gory flesh beneath. The anguished roar of the forest giant python echoed through the mist, its sliding form suddenly coming to a halt. At that moment, countless soldier ants swiftly scrambled onto its body, drawn to the charred, bloodied flesh of the forest giant python. One by one, they opened their mandibles and voraciously began to feast. The cacophony of their gnawing sent shivers down Mo-Fei's spine. Meanwhile, as the soldier ant legion devoured the wounds of the forest giant python, Mo-Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Before him, the scene woven by the web of consciousness revealed that the mist above the ant army began to swirl rapidly. Soon after, a colossal shadow emerged within the fog, enveloping the entire army of hundreds of thousands of ants. A hissing sound filled the air, saturated with the foul stench emanating from the forest giant python's maw. Yet, as he looked around, not a single large creature was in sight, while the pain from his own wounds intensified, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. In agony, the forest giant python lowered its massive head, its elongated, cold eyes fixating on the wounds blasted open by the fireballs. Upon seeing this, the python's icy gaze momentarily flickered with confusion. It was not an illusion. There were indeed countless ants tearing at its flesh. At this moment, around 10,000 pitch-black ants had completely swarmed over its wounds. Under the relentless gnawing of these ants, the forest giant python could distinctly feel the pain in its wounds escalating. In an instant, a surge of fury welled up in its cold eyes. When did even such feeble creatures as ants dare to attack it? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the forest. The massive head of the forest giant python lunged towards its injured body, its powerful maw aimed to sweep away all the ants that were gnawing at it. However, at that moment, from the corner of its eye, the forest giant python caught sight of something moving within the mist on the ground. Suddenly, a multitude of tiny fireballs ignited, converging into a single mass. Concurrently, amidst the swirling mist, flickers of electricity burst forth, unleashing countless slender arcs that struck the head of the colossal forest anaconda. In that fleeting moment, the serpent's head went rigid. Alongside the electric arcs, innumerable unidentified droplets impacted the serpent's head. To the forest anaconda, these liquids were hardly perceptible, akin to a gentle drizzle descending upon its scaled visage. Yet, it was precisely these diminutive electric arcs that thwarted the anaconda's attempt to retaliate against the ants voraciously consuming its wounds. Instead, it could only watch helplessly as the fireballs cascaded onto its massive form. Boom. The familiar sound of an explosion resounded, accompanied by a familiar pang of pain. The fireballs detonated upon the body of the forest anaconda, inflicting yet another wound. Although 2 mere wounds were not fatal to the titanic serpent, witnessing a swarm of dark ants swiftly converge upon the gaping wounds, ravenously feasting, ignited a profound fury within the forest anaconda. It was an anger born from the humiliation inflicted by these lesser creatures. The massive serpent's head lunged downward, aimed toward the origin of the fireball's eruption. However, Mo-Fei had long since commanded the fire ants to launch their fireballs from different locations after each attack. Consequently, the forest anaconda's charge met only empty air, its colossal head crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The sheer force of this creature was evident. In the aftermath of this collision, the viscous liquid that had previously dripped upon it was, in fact, the adhesive secreted by the gluing ants. This impact resulted in the serpent's head becoming caked with an abundance of dirt, rendering it akin to a head sculpted from clay. Of course, no amount of dirt would hinder the forest anaconda's movement. However, upon striking the ground, the anaconda shut its eyes tightly. At that moment, the serpent's eyes were sealed shut by the adhesive's grip. Indeed, the forest anaconda possessed an immense physique and formidable strength, capable of constricting even 7th-tier wild beasts with ease. Yet, this did not imply that its eyes wielded equal power. Once the forest anaconda closed its eyes, it could not reopen them. In truth, if it were to encounter other wild creatures, the absence of vision would be of little consequence to the forest anaconda. After all, during the night, in such dense fog, it hunted not by sight, but through its olfactory organs, which could sense heat sources. However, the adversary it faced this time was a legion of ants, creatures devoid of any heat signature. This explains why the forest anaconda, caught off guard, failed to immediately discern that the assailants were Mo-Fei's army of ants. For within the shrouded mist, with mere sight, it could not detect Mo-Fei's army of ants. At this moment, it could scarcely keep its eyes open. The forest giant python had truly become blind in the presence of Mo-Fei's ant legion. Chapter 96. The Frenzied Forest Giant Python. Devour. Evolve, giant ant. Observing the scene before him, the massive head of the forest giant python thrashed about wildly on the ground, careening and colliding, inadvertently knocking away and even killing many of its own ant soldiers. In its territory, Mo-Fei quickly realized that this creature was likely blinded. Ants began to crawl upon its body. Mo-Fei promptly commanded the ant army to continue their assault with the lightning ants, seeking to calm the frenzied beast and enable the ant legion to draw nearer to the giant python's form. Under the relentless strikes of the lightning ants, the forest giant python momentarily stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, the ant army rapidly approached its serpentine body, climbing upon it. This decision was rooted in Mo-Fei's keen observation. He noted that the python's head did not attack its own body, prompting him to order the ant legion to take the risk and ascend its form. Amid the dense fog, the forest giant python's vision was severely limited. It could only discern the minute presence of the ants when they were in close proximity. Furthermore, beneath its thick scales, it had largely lost sensitivity to its surroundings. In contrast to the colossal form of the forest giant python, Mo-Fei's ants appeared exceedingly insignificant. Even if over 3 million ants swarmed its body, Mo-Fei remained unperturbed, confident that it could not sense their presence. Fire ants, continue your assault. After many ant soldiers had successfully climbed upon the giant python's body, Mo-Fei issued another command for the fire ants to initiate their attack. 500 fire ants positioned themselves upon the back of the forest giant python, unleashing a massive fireball upon its scales. Boom! The body of the forest giant python was once more blasted open, creating a gaping wound. In agony, it writhed, causing numerous ant soldiers to tumble to the ground. However, these brave soldiers did not relent. They persisted in their search for other areas on the massive python's body to scale. The remaining ant soldiers, who had not fallen, quickly ascended to the python's wounds, beginning to feast upon its flesh. The 3 wounds created by the fireballs expanded significantly under the relentless gnawing of countless ant soldiers. The initial wound, now under siege, had enlarged to 3 times its original size. An increasing number of ants joined in the relentless feeding frenzy. As the ant soldiers continued their indefatigable assault, the forest giant python's pain intensified once again. Amidst this excruciating torment, it seemed to finally grasp that something was amiss. It sensed its own strength waning rapidly. The once mad forest giant python gradually quieted, now gripped by fear. It yearned to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to the forest giant python, it was trapped. At this moment, the entire army of ants had infiltrated the wound of the colossal forest giant python. After crawling approximately 3 kilometers, this immense serpent finally succumbed to the relentless gnawing of the ant horde. Simultaneously, Mo-Fei's 6 million ant soldiers had their fill. Your ants have devoured a 6th-tier forest giant python, and you have gained 810,000 energy points. Your ants have consumed a 6th-tier forest giant python, increasing your ant energy points and elevating your ant tier. Your ants have feasted upon a 6th-tier forest giant python, acquiring the gigantism trait, and your ants have evolved into giant ants. Overwhelmed by the plethora of notifications regarding the elevation of ant tiers, Mo-Fei silenced the voice alerts and accessed the Lord's panel. Observing the notification indicating the consumption of the forest giant python, he was taken aback with joy, realizing that indeed, this creature ranked among the pinnacle of 6th-tier wild beasts. The ant's consumption had directly granted him 810,000 energy points. equivalent to the combined yield from slaying 70 to 80 thunder wolves and fire apes. Gazing at his lord's panel, he noted the following. Lord tier, 5th tier. Energy points, 1, 561,000. The energy points garnered from this single forest giant python surpassed the total acquired from a day's worth of devouring green leaf snakes. The fountain of life, stone-eating beasts, thunder wolves, and fire apes. Mo Fei mused. Indeed, to level up swiftly, one must vanquish high-tier wild beasts. His thoughts drifted to the stinging ant legion, which, while sweeping the surrounding territory, had discovered numerous 5th-tier wild beasts, including even a 6th-tier one. Excitement surged within him. Once his ants consumed all these wild beasts around the territory, it was likely that several new troop types would emerge, leading to further evolution. Suppressing his exhilaration, Mo Fei continued to peruse the notifications on the panel. Following the consumption of the forest giant python, many of his ant soldiers had amassed sufficient energy points to elevate their tiers once more. He sensed that, during the frenzied consumption, nearly all of his underlings had advanced a tier. The originally 2nd-tier ants had ascended to 3rd tier, while the 4th-tier ants had transitioned to 5th tier. Now, the number of 5th-tier ant soldiers had notably increased, with approximately 3,000 ants attaining this elevated status. Elated at the surge of 5th-tier soldiers within his ranks, Mo Fei reveled in the abundance of flesh from the 6th-tier forest giant python. It had directly enabled over 3,000 4th-tier ants to ascend to 5th tier. Consequently, the overall strength of his ant army had once again intensified, with over 3,000 5th-tier soldiers at his command. Mo Fei felt unfazed even when facing 6th-tier wild beasts head-on. The notifications indicated that after devouring the forest giant python, his ants had once again evolved. Mo Fei opened the troop type panel. Before Mo Fei's eyes, a new ant species appeared on the unit panel, the giant ant. Ant species, giant ant. Final growth tier, tier 6. Description: a new ant species evolved from various ant types such as soldier ants, slime ants, acid ants, and fire ants, which devoured a tier 6 forest titan python. The giant ant inherits all attributes and abilities from its predecessor species while gaining the talent of the devoured forest titan python, gigantism. Gigantism: your giant ant possesses a larger size and strength. Its body can store more stamina, and compared to other ant species, the giant ant's stamina recovery rate is significantly faster. Still tier 6? Upon reading the description of the giant ant, a hint of regret flickered across Mo Fei's face. He had just received a prompt about unit evolution and had hoped that his species had reached tier 7. However, he was not overly disappointed. By devouring a tier 6 forest titan python, the more than 3 million ants under his command had all advanced by 1 tier, which was already a significant gain. Moreover, a new giant ant species had emerged. If he were to devour all high-tier wild monsters above tier 5 in the territory, perhaps his ant species could evolve to tier 7. Chapter 97. The Power of the Giant Ant, a comprehensive enhancement of ant strength. A bountiful harvest. Mo Fei did not dwell too much on the fact that the giant ant was not a tier 7 species. After all, the higher the tier of the species, the more energy points are required for advancement. Furthermore, since his ants were evolving, they would undoubtedly require even more energy points. Through the mind network, Mo Fei switched perspectives and quickly located the ant soldiers that had evolved into giant ants. True to their name, these creatures had indeed grown significantly larger. Previously, the largest ants in Mo Fei's army were only slightly larger than an adult's thumb. In contrast, the giant ants were much more imposing, with the largest among them measuring the size of an adult's palm. Among the numerous ant species, the giant ant soldiers stood out like generals in the ranks. Notably, the giant ant soldier currently, in Mo Fei's view, had evolved from a tier 5 fire ant. Its coloration was distinct, retaining the unique dark red hue of the fire ants. Although none of Mo Fei's tier 5 ant soldiers had upgraded to tier 6 during the process of devouring the forest titan python, they had undergone further evolution afterward, acquiring the talent of gigantism from the forest titan python. Observing the giant ant soldier before him, Mo Fei inquired, "Can you still summon fireballs?" In less than 3 seconds, the giant ant soldier conjured a fireball, which was larger than any it had summoned before. "My lord, I can feel that the fireball I summoned now possesses greater power. Moreover, the colossal fireballs summoned require minimal exertion. I can now conjure nearly 20 of them in succession." The fire ant soldier, having evolved into a giant ant, declared. 20. Mo Fei was momentarily taken aback. After evolving into a giant ant, the fireballs produced by the fire ants not only increased in potency, but also more than doubled in quantity. Previously, the 5th tier fire ants could muster a maximum of 7 to 8 fireballs before exhausting their stamina. Yet now, despite remaining at the 5th tier, the fire ants can unleash 20 fireballs. Mo Fei inquired of several other giant ants that had evolved from fire ants. They too confirmed that their fireballs had not only grown more powerful, but had also significantly multiplied. It appears that upon evolving into giant ants, my ant tribe has not only augmented in size and strength, but also enhanced in innate abilities and stamina. Mo Fei nodded inwardly, contemplating. It would be fortuitous to encounter a few forest giant pythons. Such an encounter would substantially bolster the overall strength of my ant tribe. However, he merely entertained this thought, aware that the likelihood was slim. Furthermore, a 6th-tier juvenile forest giant python had already inflicted severe injuries upon many of his ant soldiers, even under the cover of mist, where he had successfully executed a surprise attack. Should he encounter an adult forest giant python, Mo-Fei dared not risk sending his vast ant army to provoke it. A single misstep could result in the annihilation of his over 3 million ant soldiers. At this moment, according to the reports from the ant army, the number of soldiers crushed to death by the body of the 6th-tier forest giant python reached a staggering 100,000. The injured soldiers numbered even more, totaling 600,000. Fortunately, all these injured soldiers possessed self-healing abilities. After consuming the flesh and blood of the forest giant python and receiving ample energy replenishment, their self-healing talents activated, allowing them to recover swiftly. Within Mo-Fei's perception, the consumption of the forest giant python had resulted in 3,000 of his evolved giant ant soldiers. This was indeed a considerable number. Of course, this was largely due to the forest giant python's immense size and abundant flesh. Were he to devour a 6th-tier wild beast the size of a stone-eating beast, having 50 of his ant soldiers evolve would indeed be a cause for celebration. At this juncture, the flesh of the forest giant python had been completely consumed by the ant army, leaving behind a scattering of exquisite scales. Though his ant tribe could not consume these materials, they could be exchanged for resources in the spatial trading channel. Such resources must not go to waste. Subsequently, Mo-Fei switched perspectives between the two ant armies. The ant army transporting materials from the granite hills and the one moving southwest encountered numerous enormous shadows lurking in the dense mist. Mo-Fei refrained from provoking these shadows any further. After enduring the fierce battle against the forest giant python, a considerable number of ant soldiers from the southwestern army had sustained injuries. Should there be any wild creatures of level 7 or above lurking within those shadows, it would spell dire consequences for the ant army, as they might provoke a catastrophic loss. Meanwhile, observing the massive dark silhouettes within the dense fog, Mo-Fei remained on high alert. Although his ant tribe had grown stronger after devouring the forest giant python, the misty forest still harbored many formidable creatures far superior to his own army. His level 5 ants could not roam freely in this territory. He must not let his ambition swell. It was imperative to focus on enhancing the strength of his ant tribe. In due time, not only the level 8 forest giant python, but also these wild beasts would become prey for his ant army. As night fell at 10 o'clock, after partaking in dinner, Mo-Fei stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of his ant army, laden with spoils. "Well done, my soldiers," he exclaimed. Before leaping gracefully from the balcony, he directed the 5 million ants, who had toiled throughout the day on the granite mountains, to replenish their energy with the life spring. Subsequently, with a mere flick of his finger, he stored the more than 4 million granite blocks lifted by his army into the warehouse. Instantly, the quantity of stone materials in the warehouse surged to 500,000. Moreover, Mo-Fei also collected 300 sets of stone beast armor into the warehouse. Just as he settled his army of over 9 million ants, soldiers approached him, proudly presenting the pitch-black scales of the forest giant python, forming a neat formation before him. A smile graced Mo-Fei's face as he beheld the trophies of his ant soldiers. He gathered all the scales from their pincers into the warehouse, amassing over 10,000 scales, each a material of exquisite quality.